Chapter 1: How to Express Gratitude. Shall I observe from the side or push from behind? Qin Feng, why are you lost in thought? Are you even listening to me? If you keep this up, I will ignore you. Qin Feng's gaze was vacant, somewhat bewildered, overwhelmed by the noise around him. After a while, he regained his senses. I am Qin Feng, and I have traversed into another realm. Having bid farewell to the demanding 996 work culture, I now find myself in a perilous world of martial arts. He then turned his attention to the girl in front of him, who seemed to be playfully pouting. Xiaomei, what were you just saying? This girl, possessing a hint of cuteness, was the childhood friend of his former self. To be precise, the former identity appeared to be but a devoted admirer, perpetually strung along. Reflecting upon the memories within his mind, Qin Feng regarded Lu Xiaomei with no lingering affection. I was saying, could you exchange your pet egg with Yihao Gidge? He is already at the peak of the first tier, and if he possesses a pet beast with royal bloodline, it will undoubtedly grow at an astonishing rate. In return, we will be immensely grateful. As she spoke, Lu Xiaomei unconsciously flushed with embarrassment. Yihao, no, the Heavenly Emperor has also traversed here. Then, Qin Feng recalled, during the recent distribution ceremony for pet eggs, the egg he randomly received seemed to possess a royal bloodline. In contrast, it appeared that Yihao's egg had not been identified for any bloodline. In this world, each martial artist can select a beast as their destined companion, which cannot be changed. The growth potential and cultivation speed of a martial artist are intricately linked to their chosen beast. Among these, bloodline is of utmost significance. Bloodline levels are categorized as low, mid, high, royal, emperor, saint, and divine. Different bloodlines determine different ceilings of potential. The weakest are ordinary beasts that lack even a low-level bloodline. Now, this foolish girl actually wants me to exchange my royal bloodline pet egg for Yihao's egg with no bloodline? How should I express my gratitude? Should I observe from the side or push from behind? Qin Feng glanced at Yihao, who stood behind Lu Xiaomei, and retorted apathetically. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei was instantly filled with a mix of shame and anger. Qin Feng, what are you saying? Seeing her like this, it was likely she had already taken on Yihao's form behind closed doors. The unfortunate former identity had persistently sought her affection, never catching a warm meal. Considering this, Qin Feng grew weary of further entanglements with him. The pressing matter at hand was to first sign the contract with the pet egg, and then proceed to hatch it. At that moment, ding, host meets the requirements. The pet cultivation return system has been successfully bound, automatically searching for the optimal pet within range. Qin Feng, no requirements were stated, yet it has automatically been fulfilled. Nevertheless, the arrival of this fortunate opportunity is undoubtedly a good sign. System, would you care to introduce yourself? It's quite simple. As the strength of the pet increases, you will receive a super doubled return. Thus, you only need to focus on nurturing the pet. So, if I allocate all resources to the pet, then I can simply relax. That is true, but you must also supervise the pet's growth. Diligent nurturing is equally important. From the system's tone, it seemed genuinely concerned that Qin Feng might become a neglectful caretaker. After all, Qin Feng had perished from overwork in his previous life. In this new existence, he had no desire to toil excessively. His demeanor naturally carried an air of nonchalance. After a moment, the system prompted again. Search successful. The optimal pet lies 5 meters directly in front of the host. It possesses a hidden divine bloodline. Please contract it promptly. Oh, Qin Feng looked and saw that above Yihao's standing position, there glimmered a faint golden light. This radiance was visible only to Qin Feng through the system. This fellow truly is the reincarnation of an emperor, a paragon of protagonists. However, it seemed he wished to exchange pet eggs with me. Qin Feng then turned his gaze back to Lu Xiaomei. This woman, having been retorted by Qin Feng, was now sulking. She was equally concerned about fulfilling her promise to Yihao. What has become of this devoted admirer? Hasn't she always come running at the slightest beckoning, agreeing to everything? In the past 2 years, Qin Feng had handed over various allowances from school to her. Now, it seemed they had all transformed into Yihao's cultivation resources. The very person she had sought fervently was someone others were likely to tire of. Returning to the matter at hand, Qin Feng addressed Yi Hao. If you wish to exchange pet eggs, it is not impossible. However, there are conditions. What conditions? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yi Hao's eyes revealed a glint of excitement. He slowly approached, casually inquiring. If Qin Feng's condition involved Lu Xiaomei, it might not be out of the question. After all, he had already tasted the first broth. Beside them, Lu Xiaomei quickly grasped the implications, her face paling. Qin Feng, you must not make excessive demands. I belong to Yi Hao Gij. Yi Hao's expression shifted. This foolish woman has angered Qin Feng. How can they exchange pet eggs now? However, Qin Feng showed no reaction. At present, he felt no interest in Lu Xiaomei. In fact, she was somewhat repulsive. My pet egg possesses a royal bloodline, while yours has not even been detected for a low-level bloodline. How shall we account for the disparity? Once contracted, a martial artist with a royal bloodline beast is likely to reach royal tier themselves. Moreover, bloodlines are not fixed. There are ways to enhance them. Thus, a royal bloodline pet egg is of significant value. Were it not for the requirement that bloodlines must be contracted within 1 hour of detection, they would have long been monopolized and would not circulate to ordinary public institutions. Nor would they end up in the hands of someone as ordinary as Qin Feng. Through random distribution, one acquires a pet egg and contracts a destined beast. This is both a fair practice and aligns with the principles of fate. Such rules have persisted for many years. Unless voluntarily, few would intervene in the final ownership of pet eggs. How much do you want? Upon hearing that Qin Feng was not interested in Lu Xiaomei, Yi Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. He only sensed that he would have to part with a considerable amount. As for Lu Xiaomei, she naturally beamed with joy. Can your combined fortunes even afford a royal pet egg? Qin Feng's tone carried a hint of disdain. Thus, the emphasis is not on how much I desire, but rather on how much you can offer. The expressions of the two opposite him fluctuated between red and pale, fully aware that Qin Feng spoke the truth. When Qin Feng disregarded the connection with Lu Xiaomei, what leverage did they have to negotiate with him? On one hand, Qin Feng sought to extract some benefits, while on the other, he did not wish to appear too eager to acquiesce. I can only offer 200,000. Lu Xiaomei murmured from the side. 200,000 wouldn't even suffice for a mid-tier pet egg. Yi Hao, I have provided you the opportunity to exchange. You wouldn't still rely on a woman at this juncture, would you? Upon hearing this, Yi Hao's face flushed instantly. He then swiftly retrieved a ring from his pocket. This is a storage ring. It's sufficient for our exchange. Chapter 2. Oh, it's a female fox. A storage ring? Qin Feng's heart stirred. Then he chuckled. You can afford such a high-end item? Are you not merely speaking nonsense? If it's genuine, you can check for yourself. As he spoke, Yi Hao handed the storage ring to Qin Feng. Qin Feng accepted it, sensing its properties, and then cursed. Damn, it's bound to the owner. It cannot be opened. What use is it to me? Yi Hao's expression grew awkward. I only found it last night and didn't have time to study it. You might sell it. Perhaps it could fetch some money. Finding a storage ring and randomly acquiring a hidden divine bloodline pet egg. In the end, are you truly the chosen one? Qin Feng scrutinized him carefully, then resignedly said, Very well, it seems you cannot offer anything of substantial value. I shall reluctantly agree to the exchange as a tribute to my lost youth. To be precise, it was the youth of the deceased former self. Agreed. It's a deal. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yi Hao was overwhelmed with joy, quickly retrieving the dull pet beast egg assigned to him from his bag. At that moment, he could hardly care about notions of youthfulness. In his perspective, Qin Feng agreed to the exchange solely due to his regard for Lu Xiaomei. A sycophant remains a sycophant for life. As for Qin Feng, he extracted the royal-level pet beast egg from his own bag. It was faintly enveloped in a layer of milky light, and within the shell, something seemed to be on the verge of emergence. Had it not been for the interruption by the two, he would have already returned home to complete the contract. Subsequently, the two exchanged their pet beast eggs. Qin Feng cast a glance at Lu Xiaomei, who promptly transferred 200,000 to him. After confirming receipt, he swiftly deleted her contact. Meanwhile, Yi had already bitten his finger and commenced the contracting process, seemingly anxious that Qin Feng might renege. Qin Feng smirked inwardly and began the contract as well, wishing to avoid any prolonged uncertainty. Before long, The blood contract was finalized. All that remained was to await the hatching of the pet beast egg. "All right, I'm off," Qin Feng stated as he returned the pet beast egg to his bag, stepping past the two toward his home. As for Yi Hao, although he felt a vague sense of loss, it was quickly eclipsed by the exhilaration of acquiring a royal-level companion beast. A royal-level beast was a rarity. Only 7 had been detected in their cohort, and none above that level. Moreover, the ring. Though he had found it, Yi Hao did not mention that he had witnessed it falling from the sky. Last night, amidst the thunderous clouds, there had been a vague roar of a colossal beast. If the owner of that ring were still alive, they would undoubtedly return to reclaim it. At that point, Yi Hao had no intention of keeping the ring. If he needed money, he would sell it at a low price. If not, he would hide it away until he could find a way to unlock it. Now, however, he felt relieved. In a moment, both parties believed themselves to have struck a lucrative deal. Within the egg, a consciousness was awakening. Where is this? Am I, the Emperor, still alive? Bai Wuyou attempted to open her eyes, but found it impossible. However, she perceived a contract within her sea of consciousness, a blood contract. Who dares to unilaterally bind me to such an agreement? Although it was not a master-servant contract, should the other party perish, she, Bai Wuyou, would also meet her demise. As a dignified empress of the demon race, on the brink of becoming a demon sage, how could she be subjected to such a contract? As she pondered, Bai Wuyou's memories began to resurface. It turned out she had already perished. During her tribulation to become a demon sage, she had fallen victim to a surprise attack from the human race. The tribulation had failed, resulting in her death. Only a remnant of her soul, along with a drop of her essence blood, had managed to escape. Yet, the place and date of her tribulation were known to very few, save for 2 close demon emperors. However, the 3 of them shared a bond akin to siblings, having endured countless years together. They could not possibly be the ones who betrayed her. In this new life, she must investigate the matter thoroughly and seek vengeance. Now, she gradually understood her current state. Her remnant soul, along with her essence blood, had taken refuge within a beast egg. Only through a binding contract could her memories and bloodline begin to awaken. Next, she would need to cultivate anew in her fox demon form. Since this emperor once ascended from the most basic fox demon to the demon emperor, I can do so again. The only source of her discontent was this binding contract that restrained her. I was ambushed and killed by the human race, and now I am bound by them. How infuriating. Whoever you may be, I hope you act wisely and dissolve this contract. Otherwise, as Bai Wuyou resolved herself, she began attempting to break free from the confines of the egg from within. Crack. In the living room, Qin Feng sat on the sofa, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the egg. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Soon, his cherished pet beast would emerge. No, it was his beloved companion. Having been a solitary individual, with both parents perishing in the fight against demonic creatures, the house and a modest sum of savings were his scant inheritance. Fortunately, the state provided support for orphans, allowing them to grow up in stability. However, it was not without cost. Once war broke out, everyone would receive a warning. Whether it was a small-scale battle to defend the city or a large-scale confrontation against demonic foes, or even warfare with the demon race, it required a significant number of warriors or cannon fodder. In this world, every citizen was a soldier. At times, the human race would ally with the demon race to repel the invasion of demonic creatures, while at other times, they would engage in fierce battles against each other. When the time for national extinction arrived, no one would be able to remain unscathed. Xia Country, Qingzhou Province, Binhai City, was where Qin Feng resided. Such cities were abundant in Xia Country, numbering in the hundreds. Each city was fortified with towering walls, resembling bastions. In the wilds, demonic creatures and beasts roamed freely. The level of technology was comparable to that of his previous life. Though Qin Feng yearned to remain idle, the ability to ensure his own survival was indispensable. Fortunately, his overarching direction would not waver. Cultivation? He had no inclination to pursue it. Allocating all resources to pet beasts was the most profitable course of action. Crack! Just then, a crisp sound interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. He snapped back to reality, focusing his attention on the pet beast egg. He observed that the shell was now riddled with cracks, and a small opening had formed. In the next moment, A snowy white paw emerged from the breach. With a few casual swipes, the entire pet beast egg crumbled into pieces, leaving only a small hat atop Bai Wuyou's head. Fox. From Qin Feng's perspective, a completely white little fox gazed curiously at the world outside, oblivious to the shard of shell still perched atop her head. She appeared utterly adorable. Human, are you the one who formed a contract with me? I advise you to dissolve it quickly. However, to Qin Feng's ears, the little fox was merely whining. Ing. So cute. Qin Feng scooped up the white fox, then remarked, "Oh, it's a female fox." Bai Wuyou. Crushed. Chapter 3. The blessing of the Tianhu and the majesty of the divine beast enough is enough. I shall not gaze any longer. Qin Feng exerted all his strength to restrain the little fox, striving to soothe its delicate spirit. A mere newborn fox, yet it possesses such sensitivity. At this moment, it likely has not even begun to develop its intellect. However, the thought that a beast of royal rank can assume a human form gave Qin Feng pause. This little creature surely wouldn't retain memories of such distant events. Moreover, as its master, they would be bound to each other for life. So what could be so formidable? With a plaintive cry, the little fox expressed its displeasure. Though its stage of evolution did not yet allow it to articulate human speech or communicate telepathically, the host familiar has successfully hatched, gaining the skill, Foxfire technique. The host has also comprehended the skill, Blazing Heart Flame. Blazing Heart Flame. No open flame is required. It ignites the heart as fire within oneself. The flames dance to the will, directly igniting enemies within sight. First, it scorches their souls, then incinerates their bodies. The power is influenced by mental strength. In an instant, a cascade of profound information flooded into Qin Feng's consciousness, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wuyou slipped from his grasp and leapt onto the coffee table, glaring at him with indignation. She felt sullied. Although Qin Feng's contract had saved her, she resolved that if she were to sever their bond, she would surely exact revenge. As for breaking the contract, it would not pose a challenge for her. A divine beast of the nine-tailed Tianhu lineage, she merely needed to surpass him in strength. This was the authority of a divine bloodline, one that mortals should not dare provoke. The pressing matter at hand was to find every possible means to elevate her power swiftly, all while concealing her intentions from this human. Thus, she would need to feign a demeanor of docility. Having concluded her musings, Bai Wuyou ceased her glare at Qin Feng and turned her attention to the pile of eggshells. After the birth of a beast, these shells constituted its first meal, a feast long overdue. She reminisced about thousands of years past, when she had emerged from her own egg, albeit in the domain of the monster clan. Subsequently, her shell had been consumed by her elder sisters. Crack, crack! Bai Wuyou began to consume the eggshells. Meanwhile, Qin Feng examined the attribute panel that the system had just unveiled for him. Name: Qin Feng Realm. First stage, 6-star skills. Blazing Heart Flame, Spirit Summoning Technique. Basic Fist Technique, familiar. Unnamed. The panel was quite straightforward, serving merely to display information without any options for enhancement. From now on, I shall name you Xiaobai. Qin Feng was unaware that Bai Wuyou possessed her own name, but Xiaobai seemed perfectly suited for this pristine white creature, devoid of any blemish. Furthermore, he could also view Xiaobai's panel. Name: Xiaobai Realm. First stage, 1-star bloodline level. Divine Nine-tailed Tianhu bloodline concentration. 1 talent. Tianhu Blessing. Enhances spiritual energy limits, skill potency, cultivation speed, and more by 100, shared with the master, increasing with bloodline concentration. Divine Beast Majesty, provided her power surpasses that of the master. She may actively dissolve the contract without negative repercussions for either party. Truly, the divine bloodline was remarkable. Even a mere 1 concentration yielded exponential growth. Such augmentation rivaled that of a royal bloodline at 100 concentration. However, the higher the bloodline level, the more challenging it became to amplify its concentration. As for the second talent, Divine Beast Majesty, Qin Feng chose to ignore it. Surpassing him in strength? That was an impossibility in this lifetime. Whether it be a warrior or a familiar, realms ascend from 1 to 9 stages, followed by royal and emperor stages, and ultimately to the divine stage. Each stage further subdivides into 1 to 9 stars. For true masters, the royal stage marks the commencement of martial arts. just as transformation signifies the beginning of cultivation for the monster clan. Before contracting a familiar, a warrior's realm could ascend only to the pinnacle of the first stage. Qin Feng, prior to binding himself to Bai Wuyou, had already reached first stage, 6 stars, thus he was undoubtedly stronger than her. Hence, Bai Wuyou's fervent consumption aimed to elevate her realm swiftly. At last, every fragment of the eggshell was consumed, leaving no trace behind. Ying, delicious. Shortly thereafter, the eggshells rapidly transformed into spiritual energy, aiding Bai Wuyou in her ascension. Moments later, the host familiar has advanced to first stage, 3 stars. The host's realm has elevated to first stage, 8 stars. While both had gained 2 stars, the resources expended were not comparable in magnitude. Qin Feng gazed at Xiao Bai with a fatherly affection. Hurry and grow. My comfort and ease depend on you. However, in Bai Wuyou's eyes, this gaze appeared quite sinister. This fellow doesn't he intend to take advantage of me post-transformation, does he? In an instant, Bai Wuyou nearly succumbed to murderous intent. No, I must endure. Before my transformation, I must surpass him in power. Then, I shall sever our bond. Until that time, she needed to maintain her facade. Thus, she allowed a bashful cry, "Ying, I am hungry." Qin Feng understood this. Once more, he reached out to cradle the little fox and poked its belly with a finger. Xiao Bai, are you still hungry? Bai Wuyou pondered. Although it feels somewhat improper to call her Xiao Bai, it seems acceptable. She nuzzled against Qin Feng's palm, recalling the countless millennia without such affection, especially towards a man. This would undoubtedly be her secret shame. Once she severed their bond, she must ensure Qin Feng's silence. Very well, I shall procure food for you. With that, Qin Feng activated the contract and summoned Xiao Bai into the familiar space. This was a unique ability granted to warriors after forming a fated contract. Should the primary soul, pet, be injured or overly drained, they could be recalled to recuperate, thereby avoiding death. Should a primary familiar perish, the warrior's progression would stagnate, barring any further ascension or the formation of new contracts. The repercussions of unilaterally dissolving a contract were equally severe. Thus far, the only means Qin Feng knew to avert such consequences seemed to be Xiao Bai's innate talent of divine beast majesty, which, due to her divine bloodline, could even alter the world's rules. After tidying up, Qin Feng took all his savings and hailed a cab towards the commercial street. Within the familiar space, Bai Wuyou curled up, wishing desperately to bury her head deep within her own body. How utterly humiliating. He intends to fetch food, but it surely cannot be mere fodder. Can it? He refused to eat feed. He desired spiritual stones. Could he possibly be aware of the hidden traits of the divine bloodline? Would he deliberately deny her resources for advancement, seeking to bind her to him eternally? Gazing at the vacant familiar space, Bai Wuyou felt a twinge of concern. If Qin Feng were to withhold cultivation resources, treating her merely as a tool to provide buffs, she would find herself utterly powerless. Chapter 4. I Am Not Clean. Binjiang City, Warrior Commercial Street. This was Qin Feng's first visit to this area. The majority of the shops here were dedicated to selling items required by warriors or their familiars. Additionally, they also bought materials from divine beasts, monster cores, and other resources. Before formally graduating and contracting a familiar, there was no need for him to come here. Moreover, Qin Feng's funds were limited. Aside from the 200,000 extracted from Liu Xiaomei, he had only amassed around another 100,000. With a total of 300,000 in funds, once spent, he would need to venture outside the city to hunt. It remained uncertain how much he could elevate his realm. Lost in thought, Qin Feng stepped into a shop that appeared relatively reputable. The first-tier resources are quite common and straightforward, such as first-tier potions or low-grade spiritual stones. These are particularly suitable for first-tier demon beasts and martial artists to absorb. In comparison, spiritual stones offer a better cost-performance ratio than potions. However, the absorption process tends to be relatively slow. Soon, Qin Feng approached the counter to check the prices. First-tier spiritual potions, 10,000 each. First-tier soul potions, 30,000 each. Low-grade spiritual stones, 100,000 each. Gasp! Qin Feng anticipated the prices would be high, but he never imagined they would be this exorbitant. His entire savings were only sufficient to purchase 3 low-grade spiritual stones. For a moment, he felt somewhat conflicted about how to allocate his funds. After some contemplation, Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai. Bai, which of these do you prefer? What a beautiful little fox. As soon as Bai was summoned, she instantly captured the attention of the female clerk. Bai Wuyou was still trying to comprehend the situation, perched atop the counter. However, she quickly realized what Qin Feng was doing. He was purchasing resources. Who was he buying for? For me, or for himself? Nevertheless, if he were to let her choose, spiritual stones would be the better option. For her, cultivating was hardly a challenge. She merely required the replenishment of spiritual stones. Although the spiritual potions were absorbed quickly, their total spiritual energy was far from sufficient. Perhaps a dozen or 20 spiritual potions could equal one low-grade spiritual stone. Thus, Bai pointed her paw directly at the spiritual stones. Moreover, she had her own little scheme. Spiritual stones were not particularly suitable for low-tier martial artists to cultivate and absorb. If Qin Feng absorbed them too slowly and found them unsuitable, he would surely relinquish them to her. Bai Wuyou, the cunning fox. Who would have thought that the once revered Tianhu Empress would now be scheming over a low-grade spiritual stone? Spiritual stones? Yes, please. Subsequently, Qin Feng addressed the clerk. Miss, 300,000 is all my savings. Could you offer a discount? Well, if you let me hold the little fox, I will throw in 2 extra spiritual potions. The clerk gazed intently at Bai. Deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng scooped up Bai and placed her in the clerk's arms. Bai Wuyou, reluctantly forced into this situation, cast a disdainful glance at Qin Feng before allowing herself to be held. The clerk did not linger long. After a few strokes, she packaged the items Qin Feng needed and handed them over. Please continue to support our business. All right, thank you. Qin Feng felt that the clerk was simply eager to pet Bai. After putting Bai back into the pet space, he did not linger and returned home directly. What is going on? Bai Wuyou stared at the 3 spiritual stones before her, somewhat bewildered. All for me? That seems impossible, right? Could it be that he tried them and found the spiritual stones unsuitable? However, the 3 initial grade spiritual stones before her were full of spiritual energy, seemingly untouched. It appeared that this fellow lacked any cultivation aptitude. Thus, he had directly given everything to her. How pitiable. However, if this were the case, her strength should soon surpass his. She would be able to dissolve the contract soon. Consequently, Bai Wuyou no longer hesitated. Tentatively extending her paw, she grasped one of the spiritual stones. Then, she commenced nibbling on the stone. Take your time. No need to rush. As dusk fell, Qin Feng decided to take a shower first. The host pet has reached the first tier 6-star realm. Returning strength, the host's realm has ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier, truly deserving of a divine bloodline. Advancement only requires the consumption of spiritual stones. This is a unique cultivation method belonging to demon beasts. Martial artists can only gradually absorb the spiritual energy through their cultivation techniques. And now, that so-called spirit gathering technique has long been discarded by Qin Feng. He would never practice it again in this lifetime. When Qin Feng finished his shower, Bai Wuyou had already begun nibbling on the second stone. With only the 2 of them present, Qin Feng felt no reservations and simply emerged wearing a pair of shorts. While drying his hair, he sat across from Bai, watching her eat. Bai Wuyou stole a glance at him, her fox face slightly flushed. Fortunately, she was in her juvenile form and had not transformed, sparing her from any teasing. She then turned her gaze back to her meal, focusing on eating. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. This little creature had just hatched today and had not yet bathed. Moreover, having been outside for so long, she might be a bit dusty. Thus, Qin Feng rose and returned to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with warm water once more. He then returned to the living room and tentatively called out, Bai, come here. What do you want? Bai Wuyou lifted her head, looking at Qin Feng as he opened his arms to her. After a moment's thought, she decided not to defy his command. She would endure for now and aim for the 2nd tier later. Then, Bai Wuyou leaped into Qin Feng's embrace, where he caught her. With his upper body bare, the little fox nestled against him, feeling her ears grow a bit warm. Then, she found herself being carried into the bathroom by Qin Feng. What are you doing? Bai want a bath too. Saying this, Qin Feng placed Bai into the bathtub. He then squirted a bit of shower gel and applied it to her fur. Whoa, you scoundrel. Bai Wuyou struggled fiercely but could never escape Qin Feng's grasp. Eventually, she resigned herself to her fate, becoming thoroughly clean. From now on, you must bathe every day. It will become a habit. No more splashing water everywhere. Qin Feng chattered as he helped dry her fur. Bai Wuyou. Every day? The little fox's eyes dulled. After drying her fur, Xiao Bai smelled delightful. Qin Feng couldn't resist and planted a kiss on her face. In his previous life, he was too busy with work to have time for a pet. Now, having a little fox seemed quite enjoyable, particularly due to her appealing appearance. Bai Wuyou, this empress, is no longer clean. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You scoundrel, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 5. Mental Communication After Their Bath. Qin Feng casually prepared some food for himself. Meanwhile, Bai Wuyou diligently continued to nibble on the spiritual stones. It seemed her little mouth had not paused for a moment. Aside from consuming the spiritual stones, she occasionally emitted a few wah-wah sounds. Qin Feng surmised that the little creature must find the spiritual stones incredibly delicious and was expressing her delight. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Wuyou had been cursing him the entire time. Finally, another spiritual stone was consumed by Bai Wuyou. Even though she possessed a divine bloodline, she was beginning to feel overwhelmed and needed time to digest. Moreover, Qin Feng sensed that he was on the verge of an upgrade. Thus, he instructed her to grasp the last spiritual stone before placing her back into the pet space. Following this, Qin Feng examined the distribution of magical creatures around Binhai City. Then, he went to bed early to rest. If all went well, he would be able to level up the next day and venture into the city for hunting. To be honest, he was not particularly keen on hunting. However, there was no other option. Xiao Bai was still too young to hunt on her own. He might as well endure the fatigue for now. Once Xiao Bai grew up, he could retire and enjoy a leisurely life. With this thought, he fell into a dream. The host pet has reached the pinnacle of the first tier, returning strength. The host's realm has ascended to the second tier 2-star. The host pet has autonomously trained its mental strength, achieving a slight enhancement. Returning strength. The host's mental strength has significantly increased. Bai Wuyou's resentment toward Qin Feng was so profound that it even heightened her mental strength. More importantly, she needed to swiftly master the ability to communicate her thoughts and clearly convey her protest to Qin Feng. To insult someone who cannot comprehend, it is simply devoid of excitement. The next day, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber, brimming with vitality. He did not notice the prompts above him. However, he did observe that his realm had ascended to the second tier on his panel. That was sufficient. Moreover, due to Xiao Bai's innate talent enhancement, Qin Feng's current strength exceeded that of his peers by more than double. Typically, martial artists, while benefiting from their pet beasts, would diligently train in martial techniques and strive to align themselves with the attributes bestowed by their pets, such as strength, defense, and speed. As for Qin Feng, he had no such need. In fact, he was rather disinclined to practice any martial techniques. Even if given the opportunity to train, he would defer it to Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai were to comprehend new skills, he would also reap the rewards of acquiring more advanced techniques. In short, he was quite content to remain idle. However, considering Bai Wuyou's actual age, he was akin to a dependent living off others. Subsequently, Qin Feng rose to wash up and casually consumed a light breakfast. Once he was ready, he summoned Xiao Bai. "Are you hungry, Xiao Bai?" Qin Feng inquired gently, completely oblivious to Bai Wuyou's grievances. Bai Wuyou cast a complex glance at Qin Feng, feeling a twinge of regret within her heart. How wonderful it would have been had she ascended to the second tier last night. Her strength would undoubtedly surpass that of her master across the way. Then she could dissolve their contract and stealthily return to the wild. As for Qin Feng, after contemplating through the night, she ultimately decided against taking his life for the time being. After all, Qin Feng had shown her kindness. Ignorance is no fault, and from Qin Feng's perspective, his actions were quite reasonable. Yet, as a reincarnated demon emperor, she could not allow herself to become a mere vassal of a human. Although she still bore some resentment, Bai Wuyou managed to convince herself otherwise. "I'm hungry," Bai Wuyou called out. However, aside from hearing her soft voice, Qin Feng could distinctly perceive the meaning behind her words. "Oh, Xiao Bai, can you communicate using your mental energy now?" "Yes," she replied, a testament to her efforts over the previous night. Although she yearned to berate Qin Feng, now was not the time for confrontation. At the very least, she would wait until the contract was dissolved before doing so. For now, she preferred to keep her words with Qin Feng to a minimum. "Xiao Bai, you are truly impressive," Qin Feng praised earnestly. Generally, it is only after reaching the second tier, or even the third tier, that a pet beast can communicate through mental intent. The enhancement of mutual understanding between them would lead to a qualitative increase in combat prowess. Now that they could communicate mentally, their adventures in the wild would be considerably safer. However, I have no spirit stones left. I only have 2 spirit potions remaining, which I shall give to you, Qin Feng said as he uncapped both potions and offered them to Bai. Bai Wuyou gazed at the spirit potions within reach, but hesitated to consume them. She was aware that Qin Feng had purchased only these resources for cultivation. The 3 primary spirit stones had already been consumed by her. She had assumed the 2 first-tier spirit potions had been used up. To her surprise, he still had them in reserve. And what about you? It matters not to me. You should ascend to the 2nd tier first. Afterwards, we can venture into the wild to hunt magical beasts, Qin Feng declared enthusiastically, sharing his plans with Bai Wuyou. She looked at his face, her expression increasingly complex. He remained unaware that once she ascended and surpassed him in strength, she would dissolve their contract. Very well. I shall wait a bit longer, enhancing my strength before returning to the wild. It will be safer that way, Bai Wuyou reassured herself. All right, she finally agreed, consuming both potions in quick succession. Soon after, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and she succumbed to slumber, having not rested since the previous night. The combination of her impending ascension and mental fatigue rendered her unable to endure any longer. Observing this, Qin Feng had no choice but to once again place her into the space of his pet beast. It seemed today would not see them leaving the city. Yet, Qin Feng was indifferent. Whether they set out today or tomorrow was inconsequential. Strengthening himself to the utmost was paramount before embarking on any ventures. While awaiting Bai's ascension, Qin Feng retrieved the storage ring that Yi Hao had compensated him with. The ring appeared ordinary, offering no indication of the size of its inner space. However, even the smallest storage rings held considerable value. The issue was that it remained locked. This indicated that its owner was still alive. Yi Hao had claimed to have found the ring, and Qin Feng chose to trust his words. Under what circumstances would an individual with a storage ring carelessly discard it? Unless, of course, they were being pursued. Moreover, it likely contained valuable items. Should the owner still be alive, they would undoubtedly return to seek it. Qin Feng pondered the same matters as Yi Hao. Yet, what if the owner had perished? In that case, the contents would rightfully belong to him. While greed lingered in his mind, he was acutely aware of the dangers involved. Besides the ring's owner, there could very well be others seeking to retrieve the valuables from the ring. Consequently, Yi Hao and Liu Xiaomei, as the informed parties, bore the risk of leaking information. Chapter 6. Unlocking the Ring. Divine Blood. Throughout the morning, Qin Feng sat upon the sofa, meticulously planning his forthcoming endeavors. He aimed to hunt in the wild, cultivate Bai, and remain vigilant regarding any disturbances within the city. Given the opportunity, it would be best to eliminate Yi Hao and his companion. After all, it was likely that Yi Hao harbored intentions of diverting trouble. Above all, he needed to find a way to unlock the ownership restriction of the ring and discover the treasures it concealed. At that moment, a notification chimed. The host pet has ascended to the 2nd tier, 1 star. Strength returned. The host's realm has risen to the 2nd tier, 5 stars. To Qin Feng's astonishment, the increase from the peak of the 1st tier to the 2nd tier, 1 star, provided him with such a substantial boost. The degree of power return did not depend on the amount of resources consumed at once, but rather on the magnitude of the strength increase. However, from Qin Feng's perspective, the strength gap between him and Bai still seemed insufficient. It appeared that the multiplier for the return strength was not as significant as he had envisioned. Why couldn't it be that when Bai ascends by 1 star, he ascends by 1 tier? If that were the case, once Bai reached the 2nd tier, 5 stars, Qin Feng would become divine. The system interjected, "You are being unrealistic." To prevent Qin Feng from making baseless assumptions, the system provided a supplementary explanation. The greater the affection a pet has for its master, the higher the return multiplier. As for affection, Qin Feng believed he had treated Bai sufficiently well. If there were an affection attribute, it would have surely skyrocketed to its maximum. Alas, there was no tangible value for this attribute. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have discovered that Bai's affection for him had plummeted into the negatives. The host pet has comprehended the skill. Mysterious steps. Strength returned. The host has comprehended the skill. Phantom body technique. Phantom body technique elevates the art of leaving afterimages to its zenith. With a single step, one can instantly create multiple indistinguishable phantom clones. The intricate details of the skills surged into Qin Feng's consciousness. Just moments ago, he had lamented the insufficient strength gap. Now he found himself utterly satisfied. Compared to realm elevation, he was far more intrigued by these skills. One was for offense, and the other for survival. Now, he could confidently venture outside the city. Following this, Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, congratulations on your ascension. Thank you for the spirit stones and potions. It was nothing. I will continue to assist you in your ascension, Qin Feng assured her. Bai Wuyou remained silent for a moment before responding. Then, noticing the ring in Qin Feng's hand, her gaze sharpened. What do you have there? Oh, just a storage ring I found. However, I cannot open it. Bai Wuyou, a novice, pondered how a mere beginner had the audacity to casually pick up a storage ring of dubious origin. Did she not realize that, aside from the master recognition limitation, it also possessed a location tracking function? Otherwise, how could it be carelessly discarded? Her conjecture was indeed accurate. Qin Feng was entirely oblivious to this fact. However, she was no longer the demon emperor, but merely a fox who had just been reborn and reincarnated, and must not exhibit excessive absurdity. This ring harbored some issues. Oh, what issues? It could be tracked. Ding. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately tossed the ring onto the coffee table, producing a crisp sound. How do you know? By looking with my eyes. As she spoke, Bai Wuyou approached the ring, extending her paw to sense it. Immediately after, she withdrew her paw and bit it. Ingao. Then, Bai Wuyou placed her injured paw above the ring. In the next moment, a drop of blood, emanating a faint golden glow, fell upon the ring. Qin Feng then felt a wave of warmth wash over him, though it posed no harm, merely tousling his hair slightly. That's enough. At that moment, Xiao Bai conveyed a message to him. Qin Feng did not glance at the ring. Instead, he picked up the seemingly weak Xiao Bai, grasping her paw and inspecting it. The wound was shallow and nearly stopped bleeding. Xiao Bai, what happened? Qin Feng inquired while gently blowing on the wound. Hoo-hoo, does it still hurt? Bai Wuyou felt her heart racing slightly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Remove everything from the ring and then discard it. Understood. Subsequently, Qin Feng retrieved the storage ring and sensed it again. The space within the ring was not particularly vast, containing only 2 items, seemingly placed there specifically for them, an ancient token and a small vial. Qin Feng placed the items on the coffee table. Both appeared quite extraordinary. However, he felt somewhat disappointed. These items did not seem directly translatable into his current strength, nor did he understand their true nature. Nevertheless, Bai Wuyou's knowledge greatly exceeded his own. The token was likely a key to enter a certain special secret realm, while the vial, though tightly sealed, exuded a lethal allure. Its contents could enhance her bloodline concentration. It might be a type of potion, or perhaps the essence of a divine bloodline beast. Such items would undoubtedly capture the interest of even a Yaosheng. In her previous life, she had been but a step away from Yaosheng, yet her bloodline concentration was below 50. It was said that to ascend to the divine level, a bloodline concentration of 100 was required, and the closer one got to that point, the more difficult the enhancement became, with increasingly stringent conditions. Thus, this world had long been devoid of Yaosheng. The highest tier was merely Yaosheng. As for the human race, the pinnacle was only Wu Sheng, lacking a Wu Shen. Bai Wuyou was uncertain whether Qin Feng would allow her to use the contents of the vial, but she could not permit him to flaunt such treasures carelessly. If he drew attention, it would be a path to certain doom. If it were her, she would have discarded the ring and relocated to a safer place long ago. Therefore, Bai Wuyou had to inform Qin Feng about the vial's contents. The contents can enhance divine bloodline concentration. Perhaps it is the essence of a divine bloodline beast. Bai Wuyou conveyed this thought to Qin Feng. It can enhance divine bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was understandably astonished. He had already surmised the preciousness of the item, but this revelation surpassed his expectations. Without hesitation, Qin Feng handed the vial to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, this is for you. You should know how to use it, right? You're giving it to me? Although Qin Feng's tone was exceedingly serious, Bai Wuyou couldn't help but seek confirmation. Indeed, such a thing should only be used by you. In truth, even if Qin Feng could use it, he would not apply it to himself. The cost-effectiveness of accumulating all resources for Xiao Bai was undoubtedly the highest. If Xiao Bai's bloodline concentration were to rise, who knows what benefits would return to him? Qin Feng was filled with immense anticipation. Chapter 7. Only a few thousand years old. How could one be considered old? However, this item was worth its weight in gold. In the future, using it to trade for other useful resources would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than using it for himself. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Bai Wuyou no longer felt the initial eagerness to obtain the contents of the vial. She sensed that she was deceiving him. After all, there was an unspoken truth. She would undoubtedly sever the contract, especially once she acquired what was inside the vial. She was confident that her strength would at least double from its current foundation. Although Qin Feng would also gain some attribute enhancements, it would be far less than the original benefits she would receive. In terms of skills, Bai Wuyou had full confidence that she would outshine Qin Feng. Without appropriate skills, a high spiritual energy limit was rendered useless. Once the contract was broken, this man would instantly possess nothing. Previously, Bai Wuyou would have relished witnessing such a scene. Yet now, she felt a twinge of guilt. You mentioned in the future, since it's a useful resource, it must be swiftly transformed into strength. Otherwise, prolonged waiting could lead to unforeseen complications. Until I possess sufficient strength, how could I dare to trade for anything? Qin Feng was acutely aware of the concerns Bai Wuyou harbored. Furthermore, that token was likely an extraordinary item as well. Without Bai Wuyou's reminder, Qin Feng had already resolved to keep it in the most secretive location. Xiao Bai, do not hesitate any longer. I said it's for you, so it is for you. Besides, you were the one who opened this ring. You little rascal, you don't seem like a fox just born. Rather, you resemble a cunning old fox. Ha! Bai Wuyou felt a flicker of anger. I'm only a few thousand years old. How could I be considered old? Compared to the long lifespan of the Demon Emperor, a few thousand years were still youthful, were they not? Qin Feng's laughter dissipated much of the scant guilt Bai Wuyou felt. Very well, I will refine this item, but it will require some time. You should handle the ring first. Try not to leave any traces. Understood. Qin Feng nodded. Seeing Xiao Bai willing to accept what he offered brought him reassurance. As for the old fox comment, it was merely a jest. Any extraordinary traits she exhibited, Qin Feng attributed solely to her divine beast bloodline, never suspecting that within her lay the remnant soul of a fox demon empress who had lived for thousands of years. Subsequently, Qin Feng observed as Xiao Bai swallowed the vial whole in one gulp. He was left speechless. Xiao Bai, one tea that upset your stomach? Moreover, what if the contents are too potent? This vial should not be opened externally, as it would undoubtedly leave a strong scent, attracting many troubles. Thus, it could only be released and refined within his body. Do not worry, I have my own measures in mind. Now, place me back into the space to ensure everything is secure. Yes, as long as you are aware, do not overexert yourself. Qin Feng then returned Xiao Bai to the pet space. He couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the divine beast bloodline is immensely powerful. It can even unlock others' track storage rings. Such an ability would be exceedingly useful in acquiring unexpected wealth in the future. After safely stashing away the ancient token, Qin Feng exited, hailing a cab straight to the city gate. 3 kilometers outside the city, there are still some scattered signs of human habitation and temporary gathering points. Beyond that distance, one might encounter magical creatures and demonic beasts. Thus, this distance marks the farthest reach for taxis. Afterward, one must disembark and proceed on foot. Whether hunting in the wild or scavenging for treasures at temporary outposts is all possible. Some seasoned warriors who spend extended periods outdoors will directly sell their findings outside the city. After replenishing supplies, they return to the wilderness. Compared to urban life, some individuals prefer the untamed nature of the wild. Qin Feng journeyed southward, exiting through the southern city gate before alighting from the taxi to walk. He aimed to appear as natural as possible, ensuring that no one would take undue notice of a novice. The reason for choosing the southern gate was the presence of the Songlong River outside, which flows from north to south, nearly traversing half of the Xia Kingdom. Binjiang City is situated beside the Songlong River, hence its name. The waters here are particularly swift, and it is said that a royal gray dragon resides within this river, although no concrete evidence has ever been found. After leaving the city, Qin Feng did not venture deep into the wilderness, but instead approached the Songlong River along the perimeter of the city wall. Along the way, he encountered many others making their first excursion outside the city, some of whom were even fellow graduates from this year's class. All were novices, gradually acclimating to the outdoor environment. Observing this scene, Qin Feng found himself curious about Yi Hao's situation. It was certain that Yi Hao had advanced to the second tier, but he wondered if he too had ventured out to hunt. If so, Qin Feng would not mind silencing him permanently should the opportunity arise. In his thoughts, Qin Feng had reached the riverbank, where the crowd was sparse. Yet, there were still a few daring fishermen attempting to catch the river's magical beasts. Qin Feng casually picked up a clump of earth, discreetly concealing a storage ring within it. He then walked a short distance to the river's edge and forcefully threw the clump into the water. The impact caused a splash, and the clump rapidly disintegrated upon contact with the rushing current. As for the ring, it would likely be carried downstream by the flow. Qin Feng could only hope that its owner would not escape too quickly. Otherwise, the entire Binjiang city could be in peril. Before opening the ring, Qin Feng had not anticipated it would contain anything related to divine-grade bloodlines. Initially, he had merely hoped for a few hundred spirit stones to facilitate Xiao Bai's training. Were Bai Wuyou to learn of this wish, he would undoubtedly scorn him for such a trivial desire. Upon reaching the city, Qin Feng summoned a taxi to return home. Even if he intended to hunt, he would have to wait until Xiao Bai awakened. Halfway through the journey, an announcement echoed in his mind. The host's magical beast has refined divine-grade blood essence, increasing bloodline concentration by 1. The host's physical body, vitality, and internal organs receive an unparalleled enhancement. As Qin Feng pondered the meaning of such extraordinary enhancement, an intense wave of heat engulfed him. His entire being felt as though it had been placed within a molten furnace, steam rising from his body as blood began to flow from his nostrils. The driver, startled, exclaimed, "Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me." The driver, an ordinary person without any bloodline affinity, was unaccustomed to such occurrences and feared Qin Feng might perish in his vehicle. "It's fine, just take me to the hospital," Qin Feng replied, trying to remain calm. The driver regained his composure and sped toward the nearest medical facility, not even bothering to collect the fare. Despite the alarming appearance of his condition, Qin Feng did not feel he was in any real danger. Instead, he felt invigorated, as if he had consumed an extraordinary amount of ginseng. As he made his way to the emergency room, others recoiled at the sight of him, blood spraying from his nose. Soon, a nurse arrived to assist him, and once she blocked his nose, he felt even more uncomfortable, as if trapped like a pressure cooker without a release valve. "Xiao Bai, how are you doing?" Qin Feng inquired telepathically while the doctor examined him. "I feel great. I've only refined a small portion, yet my bloodline concentration has increased by 1. I believe I can soon elevate it further." Bai Wuyou replied from within the magical beast space. Qin Feng thought, 1 is manageable, but 2? That would be perilous. The doctor, noticing Qin Feng's condition, asked, "Have you consumed anything unusual recently?" Somewhat, Qin Feng answered ambiguously. "You seem to be overwhelmed by the supplements you've taken. Consuming too much potent medicine in a short period can lead to this reaction," the doctor explained. "Is there a remedy?" Qin Feng asked. "No need for a remedy. Just allow your body to gradually digest the effects," the doctor advised. "But what if I eat again?" Qin Feng inquired tentatively. The doctor looked at him as if he were mad. "If you wish to die, the morgue is on the first floor to your left. I feel as if my blood volume is excessive. Is there any way to relieve this?" Qin Feng queried. "Certainly, you could even enhance the absorption of the medicine. Just head upstairs to the blood donation department. With all that vitality, it would be wasteful not to sell it to the hospital, benefiting other patients." "Blood donation?" Qin Feng thought, intrigued by the prospect. "Very well, I shall go. I feel as though I might burst. In a moment, I shall provide you with a form that will exempt you from the preliminary blood tests, allowing us to commence with the blood extraction directly." "Doctor, surely you do not expect a commission, do you? Just say whether you require one or not." "Of course I do." With the document issued by that esteemed physician, the process became remarkably simpler. The nurse from the department above, without posing any inquiries, promptly initiated the procedure. As the needle penetrated Qin Feng's vein, the blood surged forth as if propelled by a pump, streaming into the collection bag. A 400-milliliter bag, which typically requires a minimum of 5 minutes to fill, was nearly full in under a minute in Qin Feng's case, nearly startling the young nurse to tears. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, inquiring about Qin Feng's condition before replacing it with another bag. She was aware that Qin Feng had consumed potent tonics, alleviating any concerns about excessive blood loss. For an ordinary person, such continuous bleeding would be inconceivable. However, for Qin Feng, it was an inevitable necessity. Upon releasing the surplus blood, he immediately felt invigorated, as if the stagnant blood no longer harmonized with his rejuvenated body and yearned to be expelled. After 5 bags of blood were drawn, the nurse finally withdrew the needle. Although Qin Feng felt capable of continuing, the nurse was adamant, fearing repercussions should she proceed further. Subsequently, armed with the hospital's receipt and a sum of 100,000, Qin Feng departed the facility. However, he did not hasten to leave the hospital. Instead, he sought the next establishment for selling blood. Not a hospital, but the black market. While the black market may lack legitimacy, it was precisely the unregulated nature that Qin Feng desired. If Xiao Bai were to further elevate the bloodline concentration, the overwhelming sensation of vitality could resurface, potentially even stronger. After all, Xiao Bai had mentioned that there remained a concentration level of 2 yet to be attained. Qin Feng circled the vicinity of the hospital and soon spotted a shop displaying a sign for compensated blood donation. Presumably, in addition to blood, other contributions could be made. Young man, in urgent need of funds? Upon approaching, a middle-aged man inside the shop eagerly inquired. It was rare for someone to reach such a point without a pressing financial need. Qin Feng replied, offering no further elaboration. Come on in. I will consider it. Rest assured, my friend, the price I offer is exceedingly fair. You may inquire at other establishments. Furthermore, we employ the same standard equipment as hospitals, albeit without the myriad of complications. As for those complications, there is no need to elaborate. Hospitals only dare to draw 1 bag, while we can extract 3. Little did he know, Qin Feng would permit him to draw 10 bags. Chapter 9. Where the money comes from. Qin Feng's so-called deliberation was not a matter of comparing prices, but rather waiting for Xiao Bai's next enhancement. To facilitate this, he rented a room at a nearby hotel. After familiarizing himself with several blood-selling establishments in the vicinity, he settled into his room, patiently awaiting Xiao Bai's advancement. Within the Beast Companion space, Bai Wuyou found herself in a quandary. The contents of the small vial were far more precious than she had anticipated. Initially, she believed that a mere enhancement of 1 would suffice. Even a 1 would amplify her strength. To her astonishment, it could enhance by 3. This meant a 3-fold increase in her foundational strength. With a bloodline concentration of 4 and an enhancement of 400 across all attributes, she could easily confront 3rd-tier monsters as a 2nd-tier beast. Thus, she was compelled to contemplate a significant decision. Following the elevation of her bloodline concentration, should she immediately terminate her contract? As an empress of the demon clan, how could she remain among the human race? Only in the perilous yet opportunity-laden realm of her kin could she reclaim her battlefield. In her past life, she endured numerous tribulations and narrowly escaped death, earning her position as a demon empress through unwavering resolve. Yet now, she sensed her determination waning, corroded by Qin Feng, this human youth. From the perspective of a beast companion, Qin Feng was an ideal master. He provided all the finest resources for her development, and even expressed concern for her injuries. No more dwelling on this. Bai Wuyou, you are the empress of the demon clan. You must return to your own kind and reclaim all that is rightfully yours. You must also seek vengeance. How can you hesitate over an ordinary human? When a decision must be made, one must act decisively. The longer one delays, the worse it becomes for both parties. Ultimately, Bai Wuyou resolved to proceed. Commence the refinement. The host's beast companion is refining divine-grade blood essence, and the bloodline concentration is elevated by 2. The host's vitality, internal organs, bones, flesh, meridians, strength, and endurance are all significantly enhanced. Excellent, the familiar sensation returned. In an instant, Qin Feng felt as though he might burst forth with vitality. He promptly sat up from the bed, preparing to head to the blood-selling establishment. Crack! Unexpectedly, he exerted too much force. The solid wooden bed collapsed. What the? Qin Feng turned to glance back, then at his own hand, realizing that such a gentle press had caused the bed to fracture. His physical prowess had evidently undergone a remarkable evolution. Yet, why was he still bleeding from his nose despite possessing such incredible strength? Qin Feng did not dwell on the matter for long and made his way to the previously scouted blood-selling shop. By now, dusk had fallen. He wasted no time and began the extraction process immediately. Before the surge of vitality erupted, he aimed to draw several bags of blood. When the staff began to regard him with peculiar eyes, he concluded the session. After receiving payment and departing without a receipt, he donned a mask and headed to the next establishment. At last, after visiting several shops, the overwhelming surge of vitality finally subsided. Qin Feng had netted over 200,000, a modest sum, but certainly preferable to the waste of blood. Ah, what a relief! Qin Feng sighed contentedly before hailing a cab. As for the hotel bed, never mind. He had already paid the deposit. He was unconcerned about how the hotel staff would react upon discovering the collapsed bed the following day. Before returning home, Qin Feng exchanged the 300,000 acquired from selling blood for 3 pieces of primary spirit stones. Tomorrow, the hunt would commence. With this arrangement, Xiao Bai's strength could be further enhanced tonight. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng returned home. Xiao Bai, come fort, he called out mentally, summoning her. At that moment, the white fox appeared, seemingly larger and cloaked in a layer of yellowed fur that could easily shed with a gentle breeze. Beneath this outer layer lay her silvery new coat. Upon seeing her, Qin Feng knew it was time for Xiao Bai to bathe again. He promptly proceeded to fill the bathtub. Bai Wuyou, observing Qin Feng's retreating figure, understood his intentions. Yet in her current state, a thorough cleansing was indeed necessary. In addition to shedding old fur, the elevation of her bloodline concentration would expel numerous impurities through her pores. Soon, the water was ready. Without requiring an invitation from Qin Feng, Xiao Bai leaped into the tub. I can wash myself, Bai Wuyou began, but before she could finish, Qin Feng had seized her, rendering her unable to escape. What can a little fox do to wash herself? He remarked, disregarding her protests, and began to scrub her down. Afterward, he rinsed her off with a shower head, finally concluding the bathing session. Xiao Bai, you have become even more beautiful. While drying her fur, Qin Feng genuinely praised her. Bai Wuyou remained silent, allowing him to tend to her fur. After the enhancement of her bloodline concentration, her hair transformed from its initial pure white to a stunning gradient of silver. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, it also boasted commendable defensive capabilities. Once her hair was dried, Qin Feng gently placed Xiao Bai back onto the sofa. Subsequently, he emptied his pockets, revealing 3 spirit stones, a key, a wallet, and a receipt for blood selling. He placed these items on the nearby table, then set the 3 primary spirit stones before Xiao Bai, saying, "Take these, enjoy." "Where did you acquire these?" she inquired. "Of course I bought them. Now, I find myself truly at my wit's end. Tomorrow, I shall venture out to hunt." As he spoke, Qin Feng made his way towards the bathroom. "What about the money?" Bai Wuyou refrained from pressing further and began to consume the spirit stones. In stark contrast to Qin Feng, who felt invigorated and brimming with vitality after receiving his strength back, Bai Wuyou felt an acute emptiness in her body, desperately needing to replenish her energy. As for the hunting that Qin Feng mentioned, she indeed intended to partake in it. However, after the hunt, it would be time for them to part ways. She would willingly dissolve their contract and leave, should he be willing to wait for her for a few years. She could assist him in acquiring a king-level or even emperor-level beast as his pet, requiring no effort on his part to cultivate it, as it would be in its peak state. However, he must not contract a female beast. It had to be male. Bai Wuyou, what are you thinking? The little fox vigorously shook her head, attempting to cast aside her tumultuous thoughts. Soon, she finished the 3 spirit stones, licking her belly and feeling that she would soon enhance her level by 1 star. With the elevation of her rank, her need for resources was gradually increasing. However, where did his spirit stones originate? Could it be that he was secretly hoarding money? Then, Bai Wuyou glanced at the table beside her and leaped onto it. What caught her eye were several receipts. Selling blood? Bai Wuyou's pupils dilated in shock, her mind momentarily vacant. Chapter 10. Bai Wuyou's emotional breach. This man sold his blood for money, and all the spirit stones he purchased were consumed by her. The truth was simple and direct, piercing her heart like a sharp blade. In an instant, Bai Wuyou felt a pang of heartache. She wished to regurgitate the spirit stones she had consumed, but it was impossible. The spiritual energy of the stones had already been fully assimilated and was being absorbed by her. I truly am despicable. How could I be so ungrateful? Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, Bai Wuyou felt her defenses crumble once more. She wanted to ask him why he treated her so well when she felt unworthy. Yet, revealing that she could understand written language would expose her secret. Logically, a second-tier little fox at this stage should not possess the ability to read. However, could she still leave as if nothing had happened now? Bai Wuyou felt that she owed him far too much. At the very least, she must repay her debt to him. Otherwise, she could never advance with peace of mind. In her previous life, She had devoted a millennium to elevate herself to the emperor tier, completely focused on her goal. Yet this time, armed with her past experiences, overcoming the bottleneck would pose no issue. The real challenge lay in confronting her inner demons. She felt as if she had drunk Qin Feng's blood. I will accompany you to the king tier. After the king tier, we shall have no further ties. Bai Wuyou composed herself and resolutely made up her mind. Moving forward, she would not only cultivate herself, but also oversee Qin Feng's training. With her assistance, he would quickly reach the king tier. In a certain sense, it could be said that Qin Feng was indeed advancing with her help, albeit relying not on her innate talent, but rather on the return system. The host pet has ascended to the second tier, 2 stars. The host's strength has returned, elevating his rank to second tier, 8 stars. Qin Feng, what the heck? System, have you encountered a bug? Xiao Bai advanced from second tier, 1 star to 2 stars, while he surged directly from 5 stars to 8 stars. The disparity in resource consumption should be over 10-fold. However, the system did not address these trivial queries. Since it was granted, it was justified. This could only indicate that Xiao Bai's affinity for him had skyrocketed. Qin Feng delightedly deduced the correct answer. It seemed this was not an ungrateful little wolf. It recognized his kindness. Qin Feng recalled how, at the beginning, Xiao Bai had resisted bathing so vehemently. Now, she was exceedingly cooperative. The next day, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber. Beside him lay the little fox who insisted on sleeping outside the covers the previous night, providing ample justification. First, she disliked the emptiness of the pet space. Second, by staying outside, she could remain vigilant and simulate the wild environment. Yet, seeing her so blissfully asleep, it was evident there was no semblance of vigilance. I'm a little fox. It does not matter, she consoled herself. Xiao Bai, do you want something to eat? Qin Feng casually inquired. I do not consume non-nutritive food. I only eat spirit stones, demon cores, or magic beast crystals. All right, you are quite particular. Rest assured, I will hunt myself. You will no longer need to sell your blood. Haha, very well. With that, Qin Feng donned a waterproof backpack, filled only with basic supplies and tools, leaving the remaining space for his spoils. Although the discarded storage ring was quite convenient, Qin Feng dared not use it and preferred to discard it for peace of mind. After all, there would be ample opportunities to earn money ahead. Wait, in the wild, the most valuable items to be obtained were demon cores, crystal cores, or spirit stone veins. All of these seemed to be food for Xiao Bai. In that case, there was no need to sell them for money. They could simply be given to Xiao Bai. This way, there would be no middleman profiting from the difference. Should there be additional materials from other beasts, they could be sold for money, and then spirit stones could be purchased for Xiao Bai. In summary, Qin Feng would not squander a single resource on himself. Today, Qin Feng departed early. When he arrived at the gathering point outside the city, it was still before 10 o'clock. He chose the southern city gate once again. As Qin Feng walked away from the gathering point, the surrounding environment gradually grew desolate. Before reaching the dense mountain forests, there lay a vast expanse of scrubland, where demonic beasts often roamed. Compared to demonic beasts, magical creatures posed a greater danger at the same tier. Moreover, upon the death of a magical creature, it would leave behind only a crystal core, not a corpse. The higher the tier of the magical creature, the larger the crystal core. Along the way, Qin Feng did not retract Xiao Bai into the pet space. Instead, he allowed her to assist in monitoring their surroundings. After all, this marked Qin Feng's first foray into the wild to slay monsters in 2 lifetimes. Unlike the monster slaying and leveling up of games, this was the real world. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. As they left the gathering area, small groups could still be seen heading in the same direction. However, as they ventured deeper into the wilderness, human figures became scarce. Naturally, when hunting monsters, one preferred not to share the same area with others. The vast expanse of land was ample enough for many teams to seek fortune. The entirety of Binjiang City was surrounded by wilderness. The higher the tier of a martial artist, the deeper they could venture into the wild, avoiding the outskirts where novices fought over low-tier monsters. Qin Feng, there's something in the grass ahead. At that moment, Qin Feng received a message from Xiao Bai. Qin Feng responded, unsure of how to proceed. The small fox perched upon the shoulder opened its mouth and unleashed a sphere of white flames, which instantly coalesced and shot forth towards the thicket. With a resounding explosion, the underbrush ignited in a fiery blaze. In the next moment, a humanoid puppet, seemingly composed of mud, arose amidst the flames, emitting a silent roar. Soon after, it was engulfed by the fox fire, and mere seconds later, it was reduced to ashes. On the charred ground, only a small black crystal remained, a first-tier magic core, the corrupted mud puppet. Qin Feng recalled the description from his book as he bent down to retrieve the small first-tier core. In terms of market value, it was worth 10,000. However, if fed to the small fox, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than a first-tier spiritual potion. Yet, not all bees could consume magic cores directly. The small fox seemed capable of consuming anything, a trait Qin Feng attributed to its divine bloodline. How weak, Bai Wuyou voiced her dissatisfaction. In the realm of the demon race, such feeble magic creatures would never dare to appear openly. Low-tier magic beasts had long been eradicated or were too afraid to emerge from their underground hideouts. Wow, Small White, you're truly remarkable. Qin Feng praised his companion, eager to transform the small fox into a powerhouse, allowing him to rest easy. Necessary compliments were essential. Let us hunt creatures of a higher tier, Bai Wuyou suggested, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. For her, slaying such low-tier magic beings was a waste of time. Ideally, they would pursue third-tier demon beasts or magic creatures. However, Qin Feng's safety was a concern. Bai Wuyou found it bothersome, perceiving Qin Feng as a burden, wishing to bite him in frustration. There's no need to rush. We shall explore slowly, Qin Feng replied as he continued forward. After a few steps, he suddenly had a thought, muttering Small White, why not comprehend a skill to conceal your presence? That way, we wouldn't have to worry about alarming the magic creatures. Conceal presence? Bai Wuyou pondered, realizing it was indeed feasible. In her previous life, she could have created numerous such skills effortlessly. Furthermore, as the Empress, commanding respect in the demon realm, there was little need for her to conceal her aura. However, glancing at the boy beside her, she recognized the necessity. Thus, she resolved to create a second-tier skill for concealing presence to prevent him from attracting unwanted attention from magic creatures. What Bai Wuyou did not know was that Qin Feng was more concerned about scaring away the lower-tier demon beasts with his aura rather than his own safety. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. As he ventured deeper into the desolate expanse, he searched for newly spawned magic creatures. It was said that magic beings originated from the leakage of abyssal energy. Anything tainted by this energy could be transformed into a magic creature, be it lifeless stones and soil or living beasts and humans. Thus, the abyss became the common enemy of this world. Legend had it that in the dawn of existence, humans and demons were once ironclad allies against the abyss. This alliance led to the rule that warriors must sign a pact with a destined beast before embarking on the path of martial arts. However, after their victory in war, humans and demons began to part ways, occasionally clashing in conflict. Yet, whenever the abyssal creatures threatened to return, humans and demons would unite once more. Before long, midday arrived. Under the scorching sun, Qin Feng sought refuge in a shaded area to escape the heat. The timing and location were somewhat awkward. Continuing forward meant enduring the punishing rays, which could be quite tormenting. Ideally, he would seek shelter in the forest ahead, but entering the woods meant spending the night outdoors. Otherwise, there would be little point in venturing so far. For a warrior out hunting, returning the same day was nearly impossible. Some hunters took 10 days to half a month before returning to town for supplies. However, Qin Feng had not made such preparations, not even bringing a camping tent. On his first day out hunting, he and T planned to spend the night outside. But now confronted with reality, hunting in this outer wilderness offered little value. While it might suffice for novice first and second-tier hunters, it was a waste of time for the combination of Qin Feng and the small fox. On this journey, Qin Feng had witnessed the small fox's prowess firsthand. No matter how many stars a second-tier magic creature possessed, a single fireball could obliterate it. He surmised that even third-tier magic creatures might not withstand a fireball from the small fox. Moreover, he had his own advantages. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng devised a strategy. Just then, he received a notification. The host pet has comprehended the skill, Group Conceal Presence. The host has also comprehended the skill, Seamless Concealment. Seamless Concealment. Upon activation, your presence is reduced to the bare minimum. Whether still or in motion, you will swiftly blend with the surrounding environment, making it easy for beings below the king level to overlook you. Small White, you're incredible. Qin Feng exclaimed as he felt a gentle energy envelop him. Great! Our presence is now concealed. Magic creatures below the third tier won't detect us within 100 meters, Bai Wuyou communicated to Qin Feng. The illustrious Empress had created a seemingly trivial low-tier skill. Small white is truly remarkable. Qin Feng rejoiced, lifting the small fox and planting a kiss on it. Bai Wuyou replied, It's just a skill for concealment. Is it really that impressive? The Empress is not so easily impressed. Then let us proceed directly into the dense forest. Qin Feng declared, rising from the slope and taking a sip of water. Without hesitation, he hurried towards the nearby thicket. The sun was scorching, and entering sooner would yield greater rewards. A third-tier core would be worth more than all they had encountered thus far. If other novices knew how reckless Qin Feng was, they would likely think he was courting death. I should have thought of this method sooner, Bai Wuyou mused while perched on Qin Feng's shoulder, observing his swift movements. She believed that he was initially hesitant to move quickly out of fear. Now, with his newly acquired concealment skill, he dared to advance with speed. Yet, she only guessed half of the truth. Qin Feng indeed feared entering the woods, wary of higher-tier magic creatures and demon beasts. However, his earlier cautiousness in the wilderness was merely to avoid scaring away potential prey. Moreover, he had never intended to enter the forest on the first day. Now, with the newfound skill of seamless concealment, his safety was greatly enhanced. As long as the creatures were not above king level, Qin Feng felt confident in escaping. Outside, the vast wilderness lay open for exploration. As Qin Feng sprinted forward, empowered by the concealment skill, he unconsciously activated seamless concealment, even passing close to second-tier magic creatures. He evoked no reaction from them. Of course, he didn't waste time lingering. Even Bai Wuyou was astonished, realizing how effective her skill was. After 2 hours of rapid advancement, the endless expanse of forest loomed ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the thicket, and trees toppled. A colossal beast was charging toward them. Qin Feng was taken aback. Bai Wuyou remarked, Xiao Bai, your stealth technique seems rather ineffective. At this moment, Qin Feng still found the time to jest. He was acutely aware that the nearby beast had likely been disturbed by others. Fourth tier, we must retreat immediately. In a life-or-death situation, Bai Wuyou quickly sent a message to Qin Feng. Do not worry, you should rest for a while. With that, Qin Feng swiftly placed Xiao Bai into his beast space, as Xiao Bai's presence hindered his ability to conceal himself seamlessly. Chapter 12, Divine Bloodline. Subsequently, Qin Feng found a thicket. In the next moment, he activated his stealth technique with full force. He became entirely one with the surrounding environment. As long as he did not reveal himself, other creatures would instinctively overlook the thicket. Boom! 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 Ahead, the sounds of the beast crashing into trees echoed incessantly. A loud roar signaled the emergence of several figures from the forest. A total of 4 individuals, in a panic, fled towards the wasteland. Accompanying them were 2 of their contracted beasts, lagging behind and prepared to defend. Although losing a contracted beast would stagnate their cultivation, preserving their lives came first. Moments later, a gigantic shadow emerged from the forest. Qin Feng's gaze narrowed as he discerned the form of the colossal creature. It was a massive black bear, approximately 5 meters tall, charging towards the 4 with the force of a heavy armored vehicle. The cultivation levels of the 4 were unknown to Qin Feng, and it was of little consequence. Their expressions revealed that they possessed no means to confront the black bear. Even if one among them was a 4th-tier warrior, none could match the bear's prowess. As for their contracted beasts, they were equally disadvantaged. In this world, apart from Qin Feng, no one else would prioritize their beasts. Even those who had contracted divine bloodlines shared the same fate. Only Qin Feng remained unconcerned about his divine bloodline beast breaking the contract, tirelessly nurturing it with all available resources. Thud, thud, thud. Without the cover of trees, the black bear accelerated. What followed was a slaughter. The bear dispatched the 2 lagging beasts with a single blow. The faces of the 2 leading individuals changed, yet they did not hesitate. Instead, they quickened their pace. Alas, they could not escape the bear's pursuit. In their final moments, all 4 attempted to retaliate, but their efforts were in vain. They were all brutally slain, their bodies left in disarray. It was unclear what actions had provoked this 4th-tier beast's wrath. Merely sensing it might send a chill down Qin Feng's spine. This was the natural pressure emanating from a high-tier creature. The black bear did not consume the corpses. It merely smashed them to pieces before retreating into the forest. Once the bear departed, Qin Feng emerged from the thicket and approached the scene that resembled a slaughterhouse. Blood and flesh lay scattered, and the stench was overwhelming, almost making him retch. However, he had to suppress his nausea, for such scenes would become increasingly common. Before long, amidst the carnage, Qin Feng discovered several severed arms. Two of these arms bore rings on their fingers. Gritting his teeth against his disgust, he removed both rings. To his satisfaction, one turned out to be a storage ring. With its owner deceased, anyone could access it. Qin Feng held it in his hand and sensed the space within. It was not insignificant, roughly the size of a small room. It could adequately store supplies for a small team and their hunting spoils. Now, everything inside belonged to him. This ring was far superior to the one he had discarded, and he had no intention of letting it go. The spoils of scavenging from the slain seemed to yield far greater efficiency than his own arduous hunts. In that instant, Qin Feng appeared to grasp the ultimate survival principle of the wild. Of course, he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Qin Feng, at that moment, two figures emerged from another direction in the forest. It was none other than Yi Hao and Lu Xiaomei. What a coincidence for them to appear here. Did you not delete me? Why you still cling to me? Lu Xiaomei glared coldly. Encountering foolishness truly left one speechless. Moreover, she saw no need to converse with the dead. However, she was curious as to why Yi Hao was here. It seemed his luck was always remarkable. If she were not present, would that ring have instead belonged to him? Time and again, he encountered fortuitous events. Could it be that he truly was the protagonist of destiny? If that were the case, he ought to be eliminated. Furthermore, from Yi Hao's gaze towards him, Qin Feng detected a hint of murderous intent. During Qin Feng's process of scavenging, they must have witnessed it. Yet, Lu Xiaomei displayed no signs of the shock one would expect from a girl in such a grim scene. It seemed they had anticipated the deaths here, or perhaps had encountered similar scenarios before. Thus, were these individuals ensnared by the two before him? Hand over your belongings. You are the ones who caused their pursuit. Both Yi Hao and Qin Feng spoke simultaneously, followed by a shared chuckle, their laughter conveying the same sentiment. Why waste words with the dead? In the next moment, flame of the heart, an invisible fire surged from Qin Feng's gaze, directly penetrating Yi Hao's mind. Attack! Yi Hao shouted in alarm, only to suddenly clutch his head and scream, "Ah!" Simultaneously, a dark green giant python appeared beside him, while Lu Xiaomei summoned a spider the size of a basin. Without hesitation, both beasts charged towards Qin Feng. One began to spray venom, while the other unleashed a web. Qin Feng merely stepped aside, evading the range of their attacks. He then cast a fleeting glance at the two and their beasts. The invisible heart flame spread among them. Boom! In silence, their minds were scorched, leaving them in tatters. Without needing Qin Feng to intervene, the two writhed on the ground, utterly incapable of resistance. The python and spider fared no better, succumbing to pain and fainting, thrashing on the ground. How is this possible? Yi Hao's expression was one of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. What was impossible? Did he truly think himself the protagonist, capable of killing others while remaining untouchable? He had contracted a beast devoid of bloodline, yet before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in realization. In his final moments, he seemed to grasp the key. If Qin Feng had any chance of turning the tables, it would be related to that untested beast egg. A worthless beast? Qin Feng sneered lightly before stating, "While I strive to remain low-key, it matters little to converse with a dying man. Thanks to you, I was able to contract a divine bloodline beast." With each word Qin Feng uttered, Yi Hao's eyes grew wider. Hiss! Sounds of incomprehensible meaning escaped his throat. A divine bloodline beast, which rightfully should have belonged to him. Chapter 13. I am not called to the divine bloodline beast that should have been his was instead handed over to another, becoming the very force that led to his downfall. What difference was there between this and handing someone a knife to stab oneself? The blow to his psyche was more unbearable than death itself. Though he still lived, he was as good as dead. Lu Xiaomei, beside him, wore a similarly dazed expression, her gaze fixed upon Qin Feng. Filled with terror and pleading, it ultimately mattered little, for death awaited them regardless. There was no need for Qin Feng to take action. The scorching flames consumed their souls, and the two perished in an instant. In contrast to the other four, their bodies remained intact. Subsequently, Qin Feng searched through their belongings, but alas, found nothing of value. It seemed that Yi Hao's recent fortune resided with those 4 individuals. Should he manage to seize it, he could gain a significant advantage. Perhaps it could even facilitate his growth in the future. The thought of encountering fortuitous events every few days was rather chilling. As the two breathed their last, the 2 struggling beasts on the ground also met with sudden demise, ceasing their struggles. Qin Feng disposed of their corpses among the pile of flesh and blood before summoning Xiao Bai. The little creature was in a fit of rage, chastising Qin Feng for pulling it into danger and lamenting the risk of death. Moreover, it was demanding to dissolve their contract. Of course, Qin Feng understood that it was merely jesting, driven by concern for its own safety and speaking in haste. Truly, being a creature of divine lineage, even at the 2nd tier, its intellect was remarkable, unlike other beasts that numbly followed commands, even to their own demise. Xiao Bai's extraordinary intelligence was something Qin Feng appreciated greatly. As for the dissolution of their contract, he thought it worth a try. If it could be dissolved, then he would concede defeat. Xiao Bai, stop scolding. I apologize. Qin Feng quickly soothed the still fuming creature. Isn't this already resolved? If there is a next time, I promise to dissolve the contract. Xiao Bai, indifferent, bluntly threatened. You may not be aware, but as a creature of divine blood, I possess the right to dissolve our contract. I know. I am dignified. I beg of you, Xiao Bai, do not dissolve our contract. Do not leave me. Qin Feng pleaded, much like a child. Xiao Bai responded, you plead with me not to abandon you. What should I do? Fine. But you must not venture out alone next time. My strength surpasses yours. If you die, it matters not, but do not drag me down with you. Her tone, though seemingly heartless, was not lost on Qin Feng, who remained unfazed. He continued to smile and reassure her, understood. Xiao Bai, let us clean up this scene and then continue our hunt. At that moment, Xiao Bai finally surveyed their surroundings, exclaiming, what transpired here? While I was hiding, a massive black bear demon beast slaughtered several individuals. Then, these 2 fought over the spoils. Ultimately, I reaped the benefits. Now, I require your foxfire to cleanse the corpses. Qin Feng half-truthfully recounted the events. As for Yi Hao, Qin Feng certainly would not mention that he was supposed to sign a contract with the other party. It was best that Xiao Bai remained oblivious to his existence. Very well, Xiao Bai replied, unconcerned with the details, focusing solely on her and Qin Feng's safety. She then exhaled, and in the next moment, a particularly large burst of foxfire engulfed the pile of corpses, igniting them instantly. With that, Qin Feng severed all ties to the past. Even if the owner of that ring were to come after him, it would be exceedingly difficult to connect him directly to the incident. Of course, if the other party resorted to indiscriminate anger and citywide slaughter, that would be another matter. Such occurrences were possible, but highly unlikely. The Xia country also had imperial and saint-level guardians, who would not tolerate such chaos. As the pile of bodies crackled and burned behind him, Qin Feng carefully ventured into the forest with Xiao Bai. The sky gradually darkened. The pair deliberately circled around the path created by the black bear. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, Qin Feng finally discovered a rocky cave. Xiao Bai entered first, roasting all the serpents, insects, mice, ants, and bats hiding within. Once the temperature had cooled, Qin Feng entered to set up a tent. They intended to spend the night there. After completing the tent, Qin Feng noticed Xiao by gazing intently at him, or rather at the storage ring on his hand. She knew he had acquired a windfall. The tent and other living supplies were all complete, and undoubtedly, there were plenty of cultivation resources within. Xiao Bai was not greedy. She only desired the demon cores from her daytime hunt. I am hungry. Seeing Qin Feng also staring at her, Xiao Bai finally lost her composure and transmitted her message. I know. Come here, and I shall provide you with something delicious. Qin Feng patted the space beside him. He then glanced at the contents of the ring. Among the items were 20 to 30 demon cores ranging from the 1st to 3rd tier. As for the demon pills, they were fewer in number, only a handful. Demon beasts possessed significantly higher intelligence than magical creatures. Upon encountering a formidable enemy, they would swiftly flee. In addition to the demon pills and cores, there were dozens of low-grade spirit stones. If converted to currency, these would easily be worth several million. Moreover, there were various materials from the demon beasts. Altogether, reaching 10 million should pose no difficulty. With such abundant resources, Xiao Bai could likely ascend to the 4th tier. 10 million could purchase several 4th-tier demon beasts. for others, investing such a sum in cultivating a pet would undoubtedly seem unwise. However, for Qin Feng, nurturing a pet was the most lucrative endeavor. It was a venture with boundless returns. Then, Qin Feng retrieved all the demon cores. Xiao Bai, these are all yours. Is it sufficient for you? This was already several times what Xiao Bai had hunted, especially since there were third-tier cores among them. Though Xiao Bai had entered the hunt for third-tier magical creatures, she had not encountered a single one during the 2 hours of the day. It's too much. Not a problem. If you can't finish, you can save some for next time. After all, they belong to you. They are not my spoils. They are your trophies. Between us, what is mine is yours. Xiao Bai conceded. Qin Feng is right. I cannot refute that. Then, Xiao Bai silently approached the pile of cores and began to nibble on them. As she munched, a thought struck her. Earlier, in a moment of urgency, she had mentioned dissolving their contract. What was this fellow really thinking? Was he truly heartless? Or had he simply dismissed it? Reflecting on this, Xiao Bai felt unable to feign indifference while indulging in such luxuries. Hey, I do not respond to hey. You may call me Qin Feng or Master. Chapter 14. You pervert. Master? How delightful you are. The one with greater strength is the master. Therefore, it's more fitting that you acknowledge me as your superior. The little fox spoke with an air of arrogance, lacing her transmission with pride. Between a master and a pet, mutual harm was forbidden. Thus, the only means to ascertain who was stronger was through the dissolution of the contract. If she were stronger, she would simply terminate it. If she were weaker, she would be unable to do so. It was straightforward. Yet, she was reluctant to attempt it lightly. Or rather, she did not wish to dissolve the contract easily. She did not believe she was weaker than Qin Feng. However, she had quietly vowed to accompany him until he reached the king tier. Ah, you little fox. Do you aspire to usurp your master? Qin Feng could not resist snatching Xiao Bai up and indulging in her for a moment before setting her down. Xiao Bai huffed. I am the Empress. Very well, let it be unclean. Qin Feng mused on the formidable nature of divine bloodlines and the high intellect of Xiao Bai. He then inquired, Xiao Bai, what were you about to say earlier? I am of divine blood, and my innate contract cannot confine me. If you do not elevate your strength quickly and become a burden, I will truly dissolve our contract. As Xiao Bai continued to consume the cores, she threatened him telepathically. I know. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's reaction remained rather indifferent. From the moment I contracted you, I knew you possessed such capabilities. So why are you treating me so well? You are my pet beast. If I do not treat you well, who else shall I? I mean, my strength surpasses yours. Are you not afraid I might run away? Of course, I am fearful, which is precisely why I must double my kindness towards you. With such sentiments, you should not consider leaving, right? Xiao Bai grow swiftly, and then protect this weak and pitiful human. Qin Feng's tone resembled that of a man reliant on another's grace, at least in Bai Wuyou's eyes. Xiao Bai, will you abandon me? Qin Feng's tone remained pitiful. In truth, he anticipated the day when Xiao Bai might genuinely sulk and contemplate leaving home, only to find that departure was utterly impossible. A soft-hearted man, transformed into a dragon king upon return? Alas, it is likely a sight one could witness but once, preferably after Xiao Bai's transformation. Thus, Qin Feng needed to devise a plan to indulge his wicked whims. Finally, Bai Wuyou refrained from mental communication, instead opting to vocalize. Xiao Bai, please do not speak in that manner. I cannot comprehend it. If I cannot understand it, then so be it. While I shall ensure your safety, you must not be too weak, otherwise you will become a vulnerability. Rest assured, my realm shall undoubtedly not falter. As for the rest, I shall rely on you. Xiao Bai. With that, he produced all the demon cores. Here, let us change the flavor. Bai Wuyou mused. Let us consider this as a form of protection fee. Once I reach the king level and break the contract, should he still wish to accompany me to the demon realm, perhaps I could remain by his side indefinitely. As these thoughts swirled, the tips of the little fox's ears turned slightly warm, prompting it to swiftly dispel such distractions and focus on consuming its meal. Despite its verbal expressions, Xiao Bai devoured all the crystal cores. Its belly resembled an insatiable abyss. However, Qin Feng did not immediately receive a boost in strength. Perhaps the resources were merely temporarily stored within, yet to be digested. Qin Feng was not anxious. As long as the resources entered Xiao Bai's belly, he would receive returns several times over. The only unexpected aspect for Qin Feng was Xiao Bai's unusual sense of gratitude. If it had been another without a conscience, it would have consumed whatever was offered without a second thought, thus sparing him further consideration. Yet, that would have diminished much of the joy. Xiao Bai's perceptive nature made things quite intriguing. Little did he know that within, there resided the soul of an ancient fox, several millennia old. As night fell, Xiao Bai kept watch until dawn's light began to break, at which point it nestled in Qin Feng's embrace and fell asleep. It required merely 2 or 3 hours of slumber to regain its vitality and digest the consumed crystal cores. After 2.5 hours, the notification chimed. The host pet beast's realm has ascended to second stage. 3 stars. Strength returned. The host realm has reached the pinnacle of second stage. Excellent. Another advancement is imminent. Poor little Xiao Bai. Are you prepared to face the challenges of your wicked master? Yet, Xiao Bai truly was impressive. Merely by eating and sleeping, it could level up. It appeared that other pets experienced similar phenomena, albeit with less efficiency than Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, it is time to rise. The sun is shining on your backside. With that, Qin Feng gently patted the little fox's rear and playfully stroked its tail. In an instant, the little fox sprang up, leaping far away, and glared at Qin Feng with indignation. You pervert! Ahem, Xiao Bai, do not overreact. It was merely a reflex. Qin Feng managed an awkward smile. This little creature's intelligence was remarkably high. It seemed inappropriate to treat it as an ordinary pet. Imagine if one's household cat suddenly spoke. Would the owner dare to take it for sterilization? I apologize. How about I compensate you with 10 spirit stones? With that, Qin Feng produced 10 elementary spirit stones and offered them. Bai Wuyou, still fuming, did not outright refuse. Just keep them for me. I will take them when I wish to eat. There remains more than half of yesterday's crystal cores, sufficient for several days of digestion. All right, Xiao Bai, do not remain angry. Today we must hunt third-tier prey. Qin Feng felt that occasionally provoking the little fox's ire was an effective method to encourage its efforts in leveling up. At the very least, it alleviated any guilt it might feel regarding his provisions. Alas, the little fox was far too conscientious. Then do not touch me randomly in the future, Bai Wuyou thought, feeling both embarrassed and enraged. All of her several millennia of experience had been usurped by this fellow. Fortunately, he was not a pervert and held no unusual interest in foxes. However, after its transformation, that might not remain the case. As the Demon Emperor, he had some understanding of the nature of contracts with humans. After reaching the king level, a pet beast undergoes transformation. If the master and pet are of the same gender, they are akin to brothers or sisters. If they are of opposite genders, such relationships, barring extreme discrepancies, almost naturally evolve into intimate companions. Even if the other party has a human partner, it remains inconsequential, and most would not mind. Hence, Qin Feng's teasing, in Bai Wuyou's view, was merely a rehearsal for deeper interactions post-transformation. You scoundrel, a man of many devious schemes. All right, I shall not touch you indiscriminately in the future. Qin Feng verbally acquiesced, yet internally resolved to amplify his tactics. As for the sordid matters Bai Wuyou imagined, Qin Feng currently held no concept of such things. After all, he was a young man with a proper moral compass, not a scoundrel. Chapter 15, The Little Fox. Once again overwhelmed, the ring obtained from the corpse contained ample daily necessities, sufficient for a team to survive in the wilderness for 10 days to half a month. If Qin Feng were to utilize it alone, it would suffice for him to remain in the wild for an entire month without returning to the city. Presently, Qin Feng was indeed contemplating this. As long as the supplies were adequate, there was no need to return to the city. The subsequent rate of improvement would entirely depend on the efficiency of hunting. After organizing his belongings, he and Xiao Bai continued deeper into the dense forest. Throughout the journey, Xiao Bai took charge of vigilance and hunting, while Qin Feng served as a climbing apparatus for the fox. He also began to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. Due to their contract, Bai Wuyou did not perceive any shift in Qin Feng's presence. However, other creatures certainly did. As they traversed the forest, even mosquitoes chose to bite Xiao Bai. Bai Wuyou, this is quite bothersome. Soon, a day had passed. Qin Feng could not find a suitable cave, so he ascended a tall tree to spend the night. The following morning, the notification chimed. The host pet beast's realm has ascended to second stage. 4 stars. Strength returned. The host realm has reached third stage. 1 star. At last, another advancement had occurred. Qin Feng's ascension was silent and unassuming. since it was not achieved through cultivation. There was no commotion accompanying it. Qin Feng had delved deep enough into this territory. Venturing further could lead to encounters with fourth-tier demon beasts. Before commencing the day's hunt, Xiao Bai cautioned, "Well, I shall proceed towards the river's direction and find a suitable place to bathe." After 2 days in the wilderness, Qin Feng felt somewhat akin to a wild man. Humans tend to be excessively particular, wasting time on trivial matters. Then Xiao Bai, do not wash. Be cautious that you acquire a scent. Bai Wuyou, what scent could possibly exist? I can smell it, the scent of a fox. I shall bite you to death. The little fox was overwhelmed once more. Their journey was filled with playful banter and the occasional monster hunt. The duo's adventures in the forest proved to be more pleasant and relaxed than that of many smaller teams. Originally, Bai Wuyou was concerned that Qin Feng might become prey for the magical beasts or demonic creatures, but the reality was quite the opposite. Even though Qin Feng lingered nearby, those creatures showed no interest in him, solely targeting Bai Wuyou instead. Although this left her feeling somewhat vexed, it was ultimately to her satisfaction. It was preferable that Qin Feng did not require her care. He could merely spectate without interfering with her hunting endeavors. Furthermore, all the spoils of her hunts naturally filled her own belly without contention. The only aspect that slightly disappointed her was the level of the prey, most of which were merely around the second tier. Third-tier magical creatures had already caught the attention of some high-tier warriors. With the proximity to the city, high-tier warriors frequently passed through and easily harvested any low-tier beasts they encountered. Conversely, they held no regard for the lower-tier creatures. To encounter more advanced prey, one must venture deeper into the wilderness. At that point, the likelihood of encountering third- or fourth-tier creatures would significantly increase. Thus, Bai Wuyou's plan was to swiftly ascend to the third tier, which would give her a reasonable chance against ordinary fourth-tier beasts. Unfortunately, her bloodline concentration was still insufficient. If only it could be elevated to a concentration of 10, she would be confident even in challenging foes 2 tiers above her. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had passed. Bai Wuyou finally digested all the magical cores, elevating her rank to second tier, 8 stars. Simultaneously, Qin Feng's rank rose to third tier, 5 stars, consistently maintaining a pattern where he advanced 1 star for every star Bai Wuyou gained. However, the difficulty and resource consumption between the second and third tiers were decidedly not comparable. Regardless, Qin Feng was reaping substantial benefits. "Qin Feng, I am hungry," Bai Wuyou stated, marking the first time in days that she had actively requested food. Qin Feng understood her implication, as he still possessed 10 spirit stones. "All right, let's take a break," he replied, producing the 10 spirit stones and handing them to Bai Wuyou while he began to eat his rations. After just a few days, the blandness of his food had become tiresome. Although he adapted quickly to survival in the wild, it lacked excitement. However, he was not at ease letting Bai Wuyou hunt alone. Therefore, despite the hardships, he had to endure this initial phase. Unbeknownst to him, he was once again shouldering the responsibilities of a father figure, enduring hardship in anticipation of future rewards. Before long, Bai Wuyou finished her meal. The 10 spirit stones, however, were insufficient for her to level up again. "The moisture here is increasing. The river you have been longing for should be just ahead," she communicated. "Ah, splendid," Qin Feng exclaimed, unable to conceal his delight. Regardless of whether Bai Wuyou had a scent, he certainly did after days without a bath. Even a normal person would have an odor after such time. Not just Qin Feng, but Bai Wuyou had also been yearning to wash in the river, especially since Qin Feng had pointed out her scent days prior. She was determined to bathe every day. For the past few days, Qin Feng had not held her while sleeping. However, it was not that he found her unappealing. He merely felt himself to be dirtier. Once they had both cleaned up, he would certainly want to hold her again. Sure enough, Bai Wuyou's instincts were correct. They had not traveled far when the dense forest opened up to reveal a rushing river before Qin Feng. He was less than 100 meters from the water's edge. Ahead stretched a broad riverbank, perfect for camping, provided they were not concerned about being spotted by demonic beasts or magical creatures. Qin Feng had no worries on that front. Had he encountered any, he could have silenced a fourth-tier beast without a sound. Soon, he found a flat rock to serve as their campsite. There was no need to set up a tent, as it would obstruct their view. While Qin Feng sought a camping spot, Bai Wuyou had already discovered a clean puddle and jumped in. However, it was not as comfortable as the bathing services Qin Feng provided her. On the other hand, Qin Feng retrieved a wooden bathing tub, filled it with fresh water from the river, and immersed himself in it. The river water was icy, but for Qin Feng's physique, it was nothing to worry about, especially in the sweltering summer, where it provided perfect relief from the heat. All other bathing supplies were stored within his ring, ready for use. Soon, he finished preparing himself. After emptying the tub, he turned around and caught sight of Bai Wuyou perched on a rock behind him. Water still dripping from her fur not yet dried. She resembled a little stray dog, looking quite pitiful. At that moment, Qin Feng's heart melted. He hurried over to dry her off with a towel. Bai Wuyou, why did you jump into the water without waiting for me to help? Mind your own business. The proud Empress retorted. In her past life, she had dozens of maids to attend to her bathing. Why would she care for a filthy man as assistants? Do you not want to smell fresh? She added. Simply splashing around in the water does not count as a proper bath. Qin Feng continued to coax her. I want to bathe with hot water. Bai Wuyou insisted, making a demanding request. All right, I shall arrange that immediately. Coincidentally, Qin Feng had also intended to roast the magical beast meat they had hunted along the way. How could one survive in the wild without a barbecue? He had even prepared firewood in advance. Compared to hunting, he felt more like he was on an outing. Before long, Qin Feng had the bonfire roaring. It was broad daylight, and the surroundings were quite open and breezy, making it less conspicuous. While Qin Feng busied himself, Bai Wuyou remained vigilant, cautious of their surroundings. Why is this man so careless about starting a fire? Does he not realize it could attract enemies? However, the thought that she had requested hot water warmed her heart slightly. No one could disturb him. No, they could not disrupt her hot bath. Suddenly, an ill-timed eagle cry echoed from the sky. A black eagle circled overhead, possibly on reconnaissance. Third tier, Bai Wuyou sensed the creature's aura and made her judgment. She then released her own second-tier aura. If the creature dared to descend, they could add to their dinner. Unfortunately, the black eagle merely circled a few times before flying into the nearby dense forest. Bai Wuyou focused on that direction and then relayed to Qin Feng. You've been discovered by other warriors. That eagle was likely not a wild beast, but a warrior's pet. Not to worry. In such a vast area, can't we accommodate 2 teams? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Are you too naive? In the wild, the relationships between humans are no different from those with beasts. If someone is stronger than you, they will not hesitate to devour you. Bai Wuyou admonished, feeling it necessary to educate Qin Feng on the jungle's law of the survival of the fittest. In the wilderness, aside from herself, he could trust no one. Yes, he could only trust himself. Suddenly, Bai Wuyou felt a sense of responsibility to educate her junior. However, the next moment, Qin Feng's words caused her to lose her composure. No worries. You're here. After all, your strength can easily crush a third-tier team. Let's wait and see, lest they interrupt my helping Bai Wuyou to wash properly. Bai Wuyou retorted, what do you mean wash properly? Pervert. Subsequently, Bai Wuyou expanded her perception to its fullest, keenly observing the situation within the dense forest. Inside the thicket, a trio comprised of 2 men and 1 woman appeared. The ebony hawk that had just descended onto a tree trunk seemed to be communicating with the woman. One was a living creature, a tier 2 fox, while the other appeared to be a bathtub. The woman, upon receiving the hawk's report, initially displayed confusion, followed by a gleam of joy. It seemed there was a sizable catch ahead. It was likely that the opponent's strength was not formidable. However, possessing a storage ring suggested they might be a young master out for an adventure. Regardless, they decided to investigate further. The 3 reached a consensus and headed in the direction of Qin Feng. Should Qin Feng prove weak and vulnerable, a robbery would ensue. Conversely, if he were to encounter another team, he might act similarly. Before long, after Qin Feng had prepared his 3rd kettle of water, 3 figures emerged from the forest. They appeared cautious, glancing in this direction without rashly taking action. Logically, Qin Feng should have detected their presence by now. Yet he remained remarkably composed while boiling water for a bath. Was it possible he had some form of backing? However, the surrounding environment did not suggest any ambush. Did it mean he had confidence in his own strength? The trio found it puzzling. A novice who seemed to have just graduated, accompanied by tier 2 fox, could not be that strong, could he? Unable to comprehend, they approached cautiously. As they drew within 100 meters, a small fox blocked their path. A tier 2? Indeed. Haha, a mere tier 2 fox dares to obstruct us. 3 tier 3 warriors and 3 tier 3 beasts. The leading man could not suppress his laughter. In response, a ball of foxfire surged towards him. Yet, he was prepared, brandishing a large metallic shield to withstand the onslaught. However, the potency of the foxfire exceeded his expectations, far surpassing the capabilities of a typical Tier 2. Be cautious, this is no ordinary Tier 2. Perhaps it possesses a strong bloodline. They were not foolish and instantly deduced this possibility. Still, it was only a Tier 2. Subsequently, the three summoned their respective beasts, an eagle, a wolf, and a rock golem. They instructed their beasts to engage the small white fox while they charged towards Qin Feng. The battle had commenced, and there was no need for hesitation. They intended to kill swiftly. Qin Feng, Bai Wuyou felt anxious. A surge of foxfire shattered the rock golem that stood before her, and she prepared to defend herself. Yet, the golem did not perish instantly, but began to reform. Meanwhile, the black hawk above intermittently attempted to attack with its claws, but the small white fox skillfully evaded. Nonetheless, the interruptions hindered the fox's speed. As Qin Feng boiled water, he noticed the three warriors rushing towards him, his gaze sharpening. In the next moment, the three felt a sudden sharp pain in their heads, as if scalding oil had been poured directly into their minds. The searing agony caused their speed to plummet. Soon after, without any resistance, they were struck repeatedly by the small white fox's relentless stream of foxfire. Moments later, they were reduced to charred remains. Simultaneously, their beasts collapsed, lifeless. What transpired? The abrupt conclusion of the battle left Bai Wuyou utterly bewildered. She had not anticipated that her attack would hit so effortlessly. The three had suddenly become as immobile as wooden stakes, defenseless, and thus perished in flames. Perhaps it was the aura of my dominance that intimidated them, Qin Feng chuckled. TCH, Bai Wuyou found it hard to believe. Chapter 17. The inevitability of his resolve. Upon inspecting the spoils from the three, there was only a single storage ring. While its capacity was limited, only a third of Qin Feng's, it could still fetch a decent price. Such storage rings posed no concern regarding tracking their origins. Additionally, the demon cores from the three beasts were extracted by the small white fox, ready to serve as dinner. With these, it was highly probable that its strength would rise to Tier 3. Apart from the Black Hawk's corpse, everything else had been reduced to ashes by the small white fox. Gazing at the Black Hawk's remains, Bai Wuyou's thoughts swirled. If Qin Feng were to fall victim to treachery, and she failed to protect him in time, the fate of those three beasts would mirror her own future. A chill coursed through her heart. I have more pressing matters to attend to. I cannot be bound by this contract. Simultaneously, I cannot allow him to be a burden. Xiao Bai, what are you dawdling for? Come wash up. At that moment, Qin Feng's words interrupted Bai Wuyou's contemplation. In an instant, her focus shattered. Oh well, it has come to this. Let us wash up first. Upon entering the bathtub, the water was perfectly tempered by Qin Feng. The earlier incident seemed to have left no impact on him. He gently placed the small fox in the water, meticulously cleaning each tuft of fur. The little fox emitted satisfied sounds. Soon after, he dried the little fox thoroughly. Bai Wuyou, cradled in Qin Feng's arms, sent him a message. Do you have any idea how perilous that was? Had I not eliminated those three in time, you would have perished, dragging me down with you. After relishing the moment, rationality regained its hold. Thanks to you, Xiao Bai. To express my gratitude for saving my life, I've decided to gift you 20 spirit stones. What do you think? Qin Feng, unfazed, instead began showering her with resources in various forms. I do not want your spirit stones. I have demon cores to consume. Your spirit stones are for you to use for your cultivation. Bai Wuyou felt that she needed to encourage him to train, for with Xiao Bai around, she was sufficiently safeguarded, right? Bai Wuyou thought to herself, truly, he is impossible to contend with. I will certainly protect you, but you must also strive to improve. Otherwise, if I cannot save you in time, I will not hesitate to dissolve our contract. Bai Wuyou threatened again, feeling her threats lacked potency. Did he truly not fear her? Unexpectedly, Qin Feng replied earnestly, then it's a promise, Xiao Bai. If you cannot save me, be sure to dissolve our contract without hesitation. I do not wish for your demise either. Therefore, I shall take good care of myself. His previous words had been laid as a foundation of dark humor, but the last sentence was a solemn vow to her. If ever Qin Feng were to face a life-threatening crisis, it was likely that Xiao Bai would indeed accompany him to the grave. Her strength would inevitably fall short of his. Thus, Qin Feng must safeguard his own life, allowing Xiao Bai to handle dangerous tasks, while he would step in only when necessary. relishing the outcome. Xiao Bai, prepare to embrace your destiny as the chosen laborer. Qin Feng's serious tone left Bai Wuyou feeling somewhat stifled. He was well aware that he could dissolve the contract at any moment and had prepared for it. Even so, he allocated all his cultivation resources to her. Bai Wuyou's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sweet kiss from Qin Feng. Delicious Xiao Bai. Stinky Qin Feng, pervert. Scoundrel. Bai Wuyou struggled to escape Qin Feng's grasp, furiously cursing while pouting in indignation. However, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, walking to the riverbank to thoroughly clean the Black Hawk by eviscerating it before tossing it into the fire, allowing it to roast until the aroma wafted through the air. Regardless, Qin Feng could hardly consume much on his own, as he only required the prime cuts. While grilling the skewers, he also prepared a few other varieties. Seasoned to perfection, they were utterly delectable. However, when he invited Xiao Bai to partake in a meat, she adamantly refused, declaring to be nothing more than nutritionally void junk food. Was the flesh of a third-tier demon beast truly trash? Qin Feng mused that her palate was rather discerning. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for there was ample food available for Xiao Bai. After consuming those demon cores, she should be adequately equipped to ascend to the third tier. At that point, they could consider the possibility of hunting a fourth-tier demon beast. Then, this hunting expedition could reach its conclusion. The resources around Binjiang City were undeniably scarce. Henceforth, Qin Feng would need to contemplate his future path. Should he seek to maximize his hunting efficiency, the most extreme option would be to head to the front lines. The battlegrounds against monsters or demon clans were akin to a meat grinder. Endless combat awaited those who desired it. However, Qin Feng was certainly not inclined to recklessly plunge into danger. At the very least, the front lines would not be under consideration until he reached the royal level. If he were to avoid the front lines, he could settle for a city with higher-level monsters nearby. Typically, such cities would have small abyssal fissures surrounding them. These locations were perpetually in a state of readiness, their inhabitants fierce, surely lacking the tranquility of Binjiang City. Additionally, some secret realms harbored an exceptionally high density of prey. Indeed, certain realms led directly to abyssal rifts. Rather than being mere secret realms, they resembled cages sealing off the abyssal fissures. For instance, the imperial capital boasted numerous such locations. It was said that long ago, the imperial capital was the front line against monsters. Although the monsters had been driven away, occasional abyssal fissures still emerged. With such a vast city, relocation was not feasible, hence the choice to seal them. Moreover, they could serve as fixed points for monster spawning. With the presence of a saint-level guardian in the imperial capital, there was confidence in such measures, devoid of concerns about failure. Contemplating this, Qin Feng felt that hunting in secret realms was a path more suited to him, for he was both lazy and fearful of death. He merely wished to upgrade in a secure environment, avoiding unnecessary exertion. In the midst of his thoughts, a waft of savory aroma interrupted Qin Feng's reverie. He then retrieved the grilled Black Hawk, cutting a piece with a small knife and sprinkling it with seasoning. The flavor was quite satisfactory. The next moment, he received a notification. The host pet has reached the peak of the second tier. Returning to strength, the host level has ascended to the third tier, 7 stars. One demon core propelled Xiao Bai to the pinnacle of the second tier, and she had yet to fully digest it. Qin Feng, I am preparing to advance to the third tier. I may fall into a deep slumber for a while. Be careful not to be reckless. If an emergency arises, wake me. Bai Wuyou's eyelids grew heavy, and seizing the moment before slumber, she quickly instructed him. Rest assured, I would never gamble with my life. Qin Feng solemnly assured her. Afterward, he gently placed Bai Wuyou into the pet space. Chapter 18. Slaying a fourth-tier demon beast to Qin Feng's surprise. Xiao Bai was ready to advance so swiftly, it seemed he could begin his return journey. Having achieved all his objectives during this outing, there was no need to linger in the wilderness any longer. In fact, he deemed it unnecessary to prolong his stay in Binjiang City. The resources he could acquire there were insufficient to rapidly elevate Xiao Bai to higher tiers, let alone the royal tier. Even reaching the 5th or 6th tiers would prove challenging. For ordinary martial artists, whether training themselves or nurturing their pets, time was an essential factor. However, Qin Feng had no such constraints. His only deficiency lay in the resources available for Xiao Bai. Furthermore, her bloodline was remarkably potent. allowing her to swiftly digest anything without wasting time. Given this, there was no reason to delay further. He resolved to confront the black bear before heading home. Although twilight was approaching, Qin Feng decided to travel through the night. To him, whether day or night, the creatures within the dense forest would instinctively overlook his presence. His stealth was infinitely superior to that of the little fox's concealment technique. Within the vast expanse of the forest, numerous fourth-tier demon beasts were undoubtedly present. However, Qin Feng could accurately pinpoint the location of only one, the black bear. As for whether he could defeat it, he dared not guarantee success. Regardless, he was confident that no danger awaited him. After a satisfying meal, Qin Feng tidied up his belongings and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed back in the direction he had come from. Phantom movement technique. Not only was his movement agile, but his speed was also astonishing. Like a specter, he swiftly darted through the woods. Compared to his earlier pace, Qin Feng's return journey was now over 10 times faster. The dense foliage posed no hindrance to his swiftness. Instead, it served as a medium for his continuous zigzagging. This relentless journey carried him from night into dawn. At long last, Qin Feng discovered the marks left by the black bear's rampage. Following these signs, he had the option to either exit the forest and return to Binjiang City or delve deeper into the woods to track the black bear's lair. Qin Feng's choice was evident. Maintaining his swift pace, he transformed into a blur, plunging deeper into the forest. Until now, Qin Feng remained unaware of how the 4 individuals previously pursued by the black bear had provoked it. Yi Hao might possess that knowledge, but Qin Feng was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with him, having dispatched him summarily. Thus, he would have to explore this matter himself. After racing at full speed for over 30 minutes, Qin Feng finally arrived before a vast cavern. The entrance, over 10 meters in diameter, resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to devour anything that ventured too close. Qin Feng did not enter, but could already hear faint growls echoing from within. After contemplation, he resolved against recklessly entering. Instead, he discarded personal items from his storage ring, various clothing and shoes, before retrieving an unused mobile phone. Cranking up the volume to maximum, he tossed it into the cave entrance. All that was left was to wait. 4th-tier demon beasts possessed a strong territorial instinct, so there was no concern about them not taking the bait. In fact, as Qin Feng removed the clothing, its scent had already wafted into the cave. Unlike that of demon beasts, it bore the unmistakable scent of humanity. For the black bear, recently incensed by human presence, this was undoubtedly a significant provocation. Not to mention, the raucous noise added to the agitation. The 4th-tier black bear was enraged. Roar! Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled under the weight of its massive footsteps. Moments later, a shadow blocked the cave entrance. With a crunch, the black bear crushed the mobile phone underfoot, then scanned the surroundings, spotting the discarded clothing. However, it found no trace of the humans. The black bear sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent. It was reminiscent of the individuals it had smashed just days prior. Yet, had they not been obliterated by its might? Why did their scent linger here? Was it haunted? The black bear would not entertain such notions, but found the situation perplexing. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a wave of trepidation washed over it. Following that, a sharp pain surged through its head. Roar! The black bear let out a devastating roar, repeatedly pawing at its skull. Yet, it proved ineffective. The pain remained relentless. Thus, it began to ram its head against the surrounding rock walls. Bang, 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 in the expanse of the world. The only sounds were its relentless battering against the walls and the black bear's mournful cries. Qin Feng lurked in the shadows, launching a decisive strike. This blow was delivered without reservation. His spiritual power and skill potency increased by 400, bolstered by Xiao Bai's innate talent. Additionally, the blazing heart flame was not a skill typically possessed at this stage. The black bear's wails echoed for a full 10 minutes, a heart-wrenching sound that resonated for thousands of meters. Such brutality would instill fear in any other 4th-tier demon beast. It is estimated that all demon beasts within a 10,000-meter radius were driven away. Thus far, it seems that Qin Feng has only the means to ignite the heart flame, with no method of extinguishing it. In other words, he must endure the pain. Failure to do so would lead to death. In the few strikes he made, there were no survivors. As the black bear's cries gradually subsided, Qin Feng emerged from behind a tree and unleashed the blazing heart flame once more. The attempt failed. The soul of the black bear had been nearly incinerated. After such prolonged casting, Qin Feng felt somewhat weary, largely due to the incessant noise of the black bear's lament. Subsequently, he approached the corpse of the black bear, which had violently burst its brains out. Conveniently, Qin Feng extracted the demon core from its skull. What remained was the entirety of the black bear's carcass. Even without the demon core, this beast could fetch a considerable number of spirit stones. Thus, Qin Feng transferred all the items from his larger spatial ring to the smaller one, and then used the larger ring to contain the black bear's body. The space within the ring, large enough to fill a room, was now completely occupied by the black bear. The original owner of this ring had been crushed by the black bear, and now the black bear's corpse resided within it. One could only say that cause and effect are inexorable. Following this, Qin Feng activated the technique of concealment and entered the cavern. The entrance was vast, yet the interior space was even larger, resembling a colossal bomb shelter. The black bear was no dragon. It had no penchant for hoarding treasures. Inside the cave, aside from the scattered bones of demon beasts, there was nothing else to be found. However, at the deepest part of the cave, there seemed to be the sound of trickling water. Qin Feng ventured further inside. Indeed, there was a pool of water. Above the pool, a small aperture allowed light to filter through. Even so, the daily intensity of sunlight remained low, with direct rays only penetrating at specific times. Perhaps it was in such an environment that certain plants thrived, like the black lotus in the pool. Chapter 19. Yuyuan Academy? To be precise, only half of the lotus remained. The descent of the other half was self-evident. The black bear appeared to be significantly stronger than an ordinary fourth-tier demon beast, likely contributing to this phenomenon. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng did not hesitate to pluck the black lotus. After all, it was unlikely he would return to this place. Such a valuable item could not be left behind. After harvesting the black lotus, Qin Feng glanced at the small aperture above. Following the light, he seemed to perceive several strands of transparent silk. Spider silk? In that instant, Qin Feng seemed to comprehend why the black bear had flown into a rage. As for the connection with the other four individuals, he chose not to delve into it further. Regardless, the greatest victor now was him. With his gains in hand, Qin Feng did not linger and promptly began his journey back. Xiao Bai had yet to awaken. It seemed they had reached a critical moment. He wondered what her reaction would be when she discovered they had returned home. On the way back, Qin Feng refrained from using the phantom body technique, opting instead for a leisurely pace to see if there were any other potential prey. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be found. The black bear was the overlord of this region, having been mercilessly defeated. All demon beasts had been paralyzed with fear, and even the monsters had vanished without a trace. So be it. It was time to return. By midday, Qin Feng arrived at the gathering point near the South City Gate. Here, stalls were still plentiful, with some selling materials and others offering supplies before heading back to the wilderness. Qin Feng did not tarry here, but proceeded directly into the city. Before Xiao Bai awakened, he needed to cleanse all the resources on him, at the very least, to dispose of the black bear's corpse. The demon core could be kept. Soon, Qin Feng hailed a transport and arrived at the Warrior Commercial Street. After explaining his intentions at a recycling shop, he was led to the back courtyard. Young man, you can present the demon beast materials here for appraisal. Understood, Qin Feng replied. Immediately afterward, a 5-meter-long demon beast carcass was tossed out with a thud. TSK. A fourth-tier, mutated demon bear. The shopkeeper recognized the beast's uniqueness at a glance. Indeed, the demon core has been removed. The body is intact. Please make an offer. Young man, this demon bear isn't dead by your hand, is it? I lack such capability. I merely acted on someone else's behalf. I hope you can offer a fair price. Also, I only accept spirit stones. Understood. Qin Feng's response aligned with the shopkeeper's expectations. The shopkeeper, noting Qin Feng's youthful appearance, estimated he was not yet 20 years old. Such a person defeating a fourth-tier, mutated demon beast seemed implausible. He did not believe it. Therefore, there must be a skilled individual backing this youth. After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper offered, if you include the demon core, I can give you 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, without the demon core, I can only offer 50, considering the usable materials from this demon bear. Truly, as a mutated demon beast, its price was approximately 3 times that of an ordinary fourth-tier beast. Agreed. Qin Feng did not hesitate and accepted the offer. Soon, the transaction was completed, and without further delay, he exited the shop. He then transferred all items from the small ring, aside from the demon beast materials, to the larger ring before entering another shop. Boss, I wish to sell. The ring and all the demon beast materials inside are worth 6 million. The ring itself is valued at 2 million. I may incur a slight loss, but I do not mind. Securing the funds is paramount. This sum of over 2 million was not converted into spirit stones, but was saved as startup capital for future endeavors, such as relocating to another city. When Xiao Bai unlocks the ring and claims its contents, Qin Feng plans to execute this intention. Now that Qin Feng possessed a certain degree of self-defense strength and sufficient funds, Binjiang City was no longer suitable for his development. Thus, it was time to depart. After dining outside, Qin Feng returned home. Having been away for about a week, everything appeared unchanged. He retrieved his phone and connected to the internet. At that moment, a flurry of missed call notifications flooded in. An unfamiliar number had been calling him nearly every day for the past few days. However, it seemed they were aware of his wilderness excursions, as they only called at a fixed time each day. If the call went unanswered, they would simply try again the next day. Qin Feng checked the time. Today's call had not yet come through. He decided against returning the call, opting instead to wait for the other party to reach out. Looking at Xiao Bai in the pet space, he noticed a faint pink glow beginning to emanate from her. She was nearing the final stage of her advancement. Typically, a standard star-level upgrade would exhibit little to no phenomenon, but such significant tier advancements necessitated a period of slumber. After achieving the king level, slumber would be trivial. More daunting, yet, was the heavenly tribulation. However, it seemed that the pet's tribulation could be shared with its master. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of being a pet. Otherwise, it appeared that being contracted as a pet offered little advantage. When the time came for Xiao Bai to face her tribulation, one could only wonder what that scene would entail. Qin Feng slumped on the sofa, lost in daydreams. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Qin Feng's mobile phone rang once more. Upon checking, he discovered it was indeed that same number, this time hailing from the imperial capital. Without further hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, is this Qin Feng?" A woman's voice inquired from the other end. "This is I. What can I do for you?" She continued, "This is the admissions office of Yuyuan Shuefu. We would like to extend an invitation for you to join us." Yuyuan Shuefu? Qin Feng was familiar with the esteemed name of this institution, one of the 3 prestigious academies in Xia country. The other 2 were Daido Shuefu and Baijian Shuefu, all located within the imperial capital. Each academy had exceptionally stringent admission criteria, adhering to a philosophy of quality over quantity. Possessing a contract king-level bloodline beast was merely a basic requirement. There appeared to be additional expectations regarding one's capabilities. Among these 3 academies, Daido Shuefu was recognized as the comprehensive leader, while Baijian Shuefu specialized in training military officers. Yuan Shuefu, however, maintained a notably low profile, with minimal online presence and little in the way of sensational news or events. Nevertheless, the name itself suggested its purpose, Yuyuan, meaning to resist the abyss. Surely there must be additional criteria for your admissions? How could one be accepted outright? Qin Feng queried. You have already met the necessary condition of possessing a contract king-level bloodline beast, the woman replied, momentarily taken aback. She was unaware that Qin Feng had exchanged beast eggs with Yi Hao, a fact known to very few. I have researched that Daido Shuefu requires candidates to reach the 3rd tier within 2 months, and Baijian Shuefu mandates assessments in addition to tier requirements. Why then? Are you bypassing these conditions? By waiving these requirements, we aim to provide you with early admission, allowing you to benefit from the Academy's resources, the woman responded, her confidence wavering as she began to discuss alternative terms. I'm already at the 3rd tier and can reach the 4th tier within a month. Those prerequisites are negligible for me. Qin Feng interjected decisively. The line fell silent. Just as Qin Feng was about to shatter the awkward silence, a new voice emerged on the line, a man of considerable age. Greetings, Qin Feng. I am Liang Jian, the head of the admissions office at Yuyuan Shuefu. Hello, Teacher Liang. Please, speak plainly, Qin Feng urged. Your concerns are entirely reasonable. Our intention in offering you early admission is to secure your enrollment before other institutions can. However, it appears this has raised suspicions. Compared to the other 2 academies, We indeed have fewer advantages, Liang Jian candidly admitted. After a brief pause, he continued. You mentioned that you are at the 3rd tier and can reach the 4th tier within a month. Is that true? Absolutely. Achieving the 6th tier within this year is not out of the question, provided I have sufficient resources, Qin Feng asserted. Liang Jian audibly gasped, evidently astonished by Qin Feng's bold claims. A half-year journey from the 1st tier to the 6th tier? Such talent is indeed remarkable. Is this truly the case? You will know in due time. For now, I can only confirm my ascent to the 4th tier within a month. I will be heading to the imperial capital shortly, which is self-explanatory. Should Yuan Xuefu fail to act promptly, I could easily enroll in Daido Xuefu. Understood. Our academy's principal is currently on a business trip to Jiangzhou province, but I will arrange for him to meet you upon his return. Until then, I hope you will refrain from accepting offers from other institutions. Very well. I prefer to keep a low profile, Qin Feng replied, his meaning understood by Liang Jian. Once business was concluded, the call ended. Yet, Qin Feng remained puzzled as to why a mere king-level bloodline warranted such significant attention. After all, according to the rules of this world, regardless of how swiftly he cultivated, his potential was limited to that of a king-level being. Unless he encountered extraordinary circumstances that might provide a method for evolving his bloodline, his chances seemed slim. He speculated that Yi Hao, who had met an untimely demise, might have a higher likelihood of such an encounter. Thus, it appeared that the Academy sought a rapidly advancing king-level talent, with the upper limit of potential being of lesser importance. What their intentions were remained unclear until the principal's arrival, yet Qin Feng suspected it was more than merely enrollment and training. Furthermore, the principal's supposed business trip seemed a convenient excuse. Truth be told, Qin Feng was indifferent about which academy he attended. He was even unconcerned about attending at all, as he perceived no need for the institution's educational offerings. What truly mattered to him were the conditions presented. He would choose the academy that offered the most advantageous terms. As dusk fell, Qin Feng finished his evening meal. The host's beast has ascended to the 3rd tier, 1 star. The host's power has surged to the peak of the 3rd tier. Xiao Bai had finally advanced. Moreover, Qin Feng anticipated reaching the 4th tier within a day, rather than waiting a month. The host's beast has comprehended the skill, charm technique. The host has comprehended the skill, soul captivation. Soul captivation, immunity to mental control skills. When activated against targets with lower mental strength, it allows manipulation of their souls. The duration and number of targets are proportional to one's mental strength. Once again, Qin Feng had acquired a skill related to the soul and mind. This silent, insidious ability was a hallmark of cunning, making it nearly impossible to defend against, a trait that Qin Feng found particularly appealing. Although his physical prowess had been immensely enhanced, rivaling that of a humanoid beast, he still preferred the subtlety of covertly vanquishing foes rather than engaging in bloody confrontations. Xiao Bai, congratulations on your advancement, he exclaimed. It's not as if anything unexpected occurred. What is there to celebrate? If anything, I should congratulate you for still being alive, Xiao Bai retorted, expressing concern over the time she had spent in slumber, fearing Qin Feng might encounter danger in the wild. You underestimate me too much. Just wait. I have a surprise for you, he promised. What surprise? Before Xiao Bai could finish, Qin Feng summoned her. Ing. Sure enough, Xiao Bai was immediately flustered. How did you return home? I walked back, of course. I can't fly, he replied. Didn't I tell you to stay put and not cause any trouble? Yes. Home is the safest place. Isn't it better for me to stay there? She countered, exasperated by Qin Feng's insistence. All right, no need to be upset, Xiao Bai. I heard the ferocious roar of a 4th-tier black bear, which sent all the beasts into a frenzy, prompting me to flee as well. I didn't encounter a single beast on my way back. Qin Feng's explanation was truthful, save for the part about the bear's roar, which he had provoked himself. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xiao Bai relented, her anger dissipating. Then let us head out tomorrow and take down that black bear. The black bear's demon core is already resting in my ring. Its carcass has likely been stewed by now, Qin Feng responded, outlining his forthcoming plans. You're going to the imperial capital? Xiao Bai pondered, realizing the greater opportunities that awaited there. Just be careful, she advised. Certainly. The following day, at noon, lying on the sofa, Bai Wuyou suddenly focused her gaze and sent a message to Qin Feng. I wish to sleep in the space. Don't you dislike it in there? Don't mind me. Girls are just capricious. TCH, a little fox is still a little fox, not just a girl. Nevertheless, Qin Feng directly summoned Xiao Bai into the space. 2.5 minutes later, a figure materialized above Qin Feng's house, and then descended outside his door. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at Qin Feng's door. Upon opening it, he found a middle-aged man with gray hair and beard, clad in a long robe. Seeing Qin Feng, the man smiled slightly. Hello, Qin Feng. I am Nan Yunxian, the principal of Yuyuan Academy. Qin Feng responded. Principal Nan, you are quite efficient. Huh. If I hadn't been concerned about being too abrupt, I could have come yesterday. So, did you come directly from the imperial capital? Indeed. Well then, please come in. Qin Feng opened the door wide, inviting him to discuss matters. If what was said online was true, this principal, Nan, was undoubtedly a formidable figure at the imperial level. There was no need for airplanes or anything of the sort. Chapter 21. 20 years old, royal level. The fact that such a person had come in person demonstrated their emphasis on the matter. At the same time, Qin Feng sensed that there was something he would be asked to assist with. With his current understanding, he could hardly fathom what issue could not be resolved by the countless geniuses at the 3 major academies, requiring the assistance of a newcomer like himself. Soon, both parties took their seats. Qin Feng poured a cup of tea for his guest and awaited his words. I have heard that you are confident about reaching the 6th level within this year. Indeed, though it may sound a bit arrogant. Advancing in cultivation is not particularly challenging for me. As far as I know, your cultivation speed during your middle school years was rather slow. By the time of your graduation, you were only at the 1st level, 6 stars. On one hand, I devoted all my cultivation resources to a girl. However, I have now come to my senses. On the other hand, I have contracted a rather exceptional pet beast. Well, I'm not particularly interested in those past events. What I require from you is to reach the royal level before you turn 20. 20 years old, royal level. These 2 phrases are typically beyond the reach of most individuals. To ascend from the 1st level to the royal level within 2 years is a feat seldom heard of, even in the legends circulating online. However, for Qin Feng, it did not seem overly daunting. Is there more? You must have something you need me to do, right? Indeed. Within the abyssal secret realm guarded by our school, there exists a royal-level secret realm where several royal-level magical beasts have emerged and require extermination. The entry requirement is being under 20 years old. Qin Feng had previously lamented the scarcity of magical beasts and his need to hunt elsewhere. Now, a realm teeming with magical beasts was presenting itself, and they were willing to pay for his assistance. So, what you need is a royal-level warrior under 20. Precisely. In the past, there have been many such individuals, but they have all since aged out of the requirement. As of now, including you, we have only identified 3 who might meet the criteria. In that case, there is no need for me to join your academy, right? Once I meet the requirements, you can pay me to come over, and I will not refuse. No, to enter the secret realm of Yuyuan Academy, you must first join Yuyuan Academy. This is the first rule of the school. All right, what about the other 2 individuals? What levels are they at? They are both 1 year older than you and are currently at the 7th level. That is quite impressive. Qin Feng exclaimed, genuinely in admiration. They had no external aids, only their own hard-earned progress. One has a royal bloodline, and the other has an imperial bloodline. Including my own royal bloodline, that completes the trio. Returning to the main topic, what are the conditions you are offering? The 3 of you have the same conditions. Before reaching the royal level, you will receive 100 mid-level spirit stones each month as cultivation resources. Additionally, upon enrollment, and for each level you ascend thereafter, you will receive a bloodline potion as an incentive. Bloodline potion? Qin Feng's interest was piqued. What effects does it have? Quite simply, it stimulates the evolution of a pet beast's bloodline or enhances the concentration of its bloodline. As for the effectiveness of the enhancement, it varies for each pet beast. Saying this, Nan Yunxian produced a dark red potion and placed it before Qin Feng. You may allow your pet beast to try it. It will undoubtedly be irresistibly attracted to it. Is there a cost to try it? If you accept it, it signifies your agreement. Let me think. After joining Yuyuan Academy, will I need to enter the abyssal secret realm regularly to hunt magical beasts? Yes, Yuyuan Academy is committed to resisting the abyss. Every student of Yuyuan must keep this responsibility in mind and act accordingly. All right then, give me 2 potions. I am about to advance to the 4th level. Nan Yunxian glanced at Qin Feng and then produced another bloodline potion. Yuyuan Academy welcomes your joining. By the way, if someone resolves your issue first, will the others lose this benefit? No, this matter is not significant. In fact, the school can fully cover all resources needed for your advancement to the royal level. However, a warrior who has not personally experienced battle, regardless of their rank, is still ineffective. Although Qin Feng wished to have all resources covered, he found himself at a loss for words given Nan Yunxuan's statement. Observing Qin Feng accept the 2 potions without testing them on his pet beast, Nan Yunxian curiously asked, "You agreed to join, yet you're not going to try it?" "No rush. My Xiao Bai is currently sleeping. I will wait until it wakes up." "Well then, now that you have joined Yuyuan Academy, when can you go over? I just need to tidy up a bit, and I can set off." "Did you not come here personally to take me away?" Qin Feng suspected that if he refused, Nan Yunxian might forcibly take him. "Ha ha, you're quite clever." Nan Yunxian laughed heartily, then said, "So hurry up and pack. You can enjoy a meal at the Yuyuan Academy cafeteria tonight. Soon, when Xiao Bai comes out, we will be right in the imperial capital." Qin Feng anticipated that Nan Yunxian would surely be taken aback. With this thought, he looked forward to Xiao Bai's reaction. Before long, Qin Feng packed his belongings swiftly. He simply tossed them into his storage ring, which was quite convenient. After about 10 minutes, he was done. "I am ready. Principal, let us go. The school is well equipped. Essentially, you only need to focus on cultivation and slaying magical beasts." Is this not akin to taking it easy? No need for cultivation, and Xiao Bai can handle the magical beasts. With that, the 2 departed from the house. After Qin Feng closed the door, Nan Yunxian grasped his arm tightly. In the next moment, they vanished from their location. Qin Feng, a mere 3rd-level Kalami, was indeed experiencing a taste of being whisked away by a powerful figure. It was truly a flight. However, the scenery before his eyes was a blur of whiteness, rendering everything indistinct. By the time he could discern his surroundings, they were above a vast cluster of buildings. Soon after, Nan Yunxian led him into an office, where personnel assisted with registration and accommodation. Qin Feng needed only to follow and sign the necessary paperwork. Once he was left alone in the brand-new dormitory, he regained his senses. Wow, this efficiency is astounding. No wonder the principal made a special invitation. Everything was smooth sailing. Now, Qin Feng had officially become a new student at a prestigious academy. Naturally, he wanted to share this good news with Xiao Bai. Thus, he summoned Xiao Bai back. "Xiao Bai, are you awake?" Suddenly summoned, Bai Wuyou shivered all over. "Where's this place? Why are there so many powerful auras nearby? Most importantly, that imperial level fluctuation." Chapter 22. Can skills be enhanced? In the imperial capital, at the Yuyuan Academy, one of the 3 top-tier universities of the Xia Kingdom. How impressive, right? Qin Feng introduced with a smile. Bai Wuyou looked confused. "Wait, didn't you just say over an hour ago that you were coming to the imperial capital? How are you already enrolled? You do everything so quickly." Qin Feng was quite pleased with Bai Wuyou's expression. He briefly mentioned how the president of Yuyuan Academy, a powerful imperial-level expert, personally facilitated his enrollment. As for achieving the king level before turning 20, that could wait. It was a certainty, and there was no need for Bai Wuyou to worry. "Your talent has been recognized by the imperial-level president?" Bai Wuyou's tone was skeptical. "It's all thanks to you. They assumed I had contracted a king-level bloodline beast and admitted me directly." "Just a king-level bloodline?" "Yes, that's what I said. They are unaware of your divine bloodline." "That makes sense. A divine bloodline is formidable and could even attract the attention of the saint level. Especially now, I have significantly enhanced my bloodline concentration. I must not reveal. The host beast has comprehended the enhanced version of the concealment technique, allowing it to hide its bloodline level. The host has also comprehended the super-enhanced capability of the untraceable concealment, enabling passive concealment of its true rank." Qin Feng, skills can be enhanced? Unexpectedly, Bai Wuyou was startled enough to discover a new ability. In truth, Bai Wuyou was not only worried about her divine bloodline being exposed, but was even more concerned about her enemies discovering her, especially since they could very well be in the imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom. Their strength was at least imperial level, if not saint level. To prevent a new saint from the demon race, the human race would go to great lengths. Although in her past life, Bai Wuyou had not encountered significant conflicts with the human race, racial disputes are unavoidable. She simply wished to know who had leaked the location of her tribulation secret. Furthermore, after her demise during the tribulation, what had become of the Tianhu demon nation that once belonged to her? Had it already fallen apart? All right, don't be afraid," Qin Feng said as he picked up the little fox and gently stroked its furry back. Let us try to keep a low profile here, blending in for the subsidies and scholarships. We'll be invincible among peers, and as for challenging those above our rank, we'll do that quietly. The first part was somewhat reasonable. However, Bai Wuyou couldn't help but retort. Invincible among peers? Isn't that still conspicuous? Yes, I am quite formidable. Otherwise, would the president have specially admitted me? Qin Feng spoke a truth, but unfortunately, Bai Wuyou did not believe him. Since her birth, all of Qin Feng's resources had essentially gone into her own growth, and she had never seen him practicing. How strong could such a warrior possibly be? Even if he had some strength, it would be due to her own talent's influence. Nevertheless, Bai Wuyou did not discourage him, but instead said, "Since you're so capable, you can handle any public battles at school. I'll just focus on hunting monsters. No problem. I'll take down any little friends with a single punch." Though Bai Wuyou regarded him with disdain, Qin Feng paid it no mind and took out 2 bloodline potions. "Here, Bai Wuyou, this is the subsidy I secured for you." "What is this?" Upon seeing the 2 potions, Bai Wuyou instinctively wanted to consume them immediately. These are school subsidies. They contain the essence of a divine bloodline, albeit not very concentrated, but still not something easily obtained. They are giving you a new student a gift? I don't believe it. Qin Feng thought Bai Wuyou was far too clever. She could see through any information. All right, I did agree to a small condition with them. What condition? It's nothing difficult. Within 2 years, I need to help them deal with a king-level monster in a secret realm. The secret realm must be entered before turning 20. I believe you're capable of this, Bai Wuyou. Is that all? After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Bai Wuyou felt inexplicably relieved, expecting something far more significant. With enough resources over the next 2 years, reaching the king level would be a breeze. At that point, she could easily complete this small task and leave with peace of mind. Of course, it may seem easy for you, but for them, it is a pressing matter. Bai Wuyou thought critically. That is indeed the case. She then felt reassured enough to consume the 2 bloodline potions. This low-concentration divine bloodline substance probably wouldn't lead to any immediate enhancement. How do you feel, Bai Wuyou? The president said this might cause your bloodline to evolve. Indeed, even a trace of divine essence can yield astonishing effects. However, the effect is minimal for me. It would probably take consuming 10 of these to increase my bloodline concentration by 1. So little? After Qin Feng spoke, he realized the discrepancy. It wasn't that the potion was ineffective. It was that Bai Wuyou's bloodline level was too high for beasts below the divine bloodline. This was undoubtedly a rare treasure. But it's all right. We can obtain one for every rank we ascend. Additionally, the school seems to hold competitions from time to time. If there are rewards like this, I'll strive for them. Such resources are certainly not available on the market. They are valuable yet scarce. Bai Wuyou softly responded. Although the location had shifted from Binhai City to the imperial capital, the man before her remained unwavering in his dedication to helping her acquire resources. However, Qin Feng's next statement caused Bai Wuyou to lose her composure. I didn't expect we could attend university. All kinds of campus beauties, younger and older classmates. The little fox in his arms, witnessing his demeanor, lost its composure and jumped out of Qin Feng's embrace, exclaiming, "I'll bite you to death." As both Nanyun Xian and Qin Feng mentioned, dinner was indeed at Yuyuan Academy. For the next 2 years, if Qin Feng remained here, his accommodation and meals would be complimentary. Moreover, there would be substantial spiritual stone subsidies. For Qin Feng, who was intent on taking it easy, this was truly a comfortable arrangement. Of course, this was because Nanyun Xian valued Qin Feng's cultivation potential. Other students certainly wouldn't receive such generous subsidies. If Qin Feng failed to reach the 6th rank within a year, it would be interesting to see how Nanyun Xian would react. After entering Yuyuan Academy, Bai Wuyou preferred to stay in the B space rather than being outside. Qin Feng naturally had no objections and allowed her to consume the remaining 2 third-tier demon cores, letting her digest them in the B space. Chapter 23. The King-Level Secret Realm, a grave for freshmen the next day. The host beast has reached the 3rd tier. 2 stars. In return, the host's rank has risen to the 4th tier, 1 star. Bai Wuyou is impressive, leveling up as effortlessly as eating and sleeping. In total, since Qin Feng contracted the beast, it had been less than half a month, and she had already ascended from the 1st tier to the 4th tier. If this were to be shared, Bai Wuyou's bloodline level might indeed raise suspicions. Furthermore, there was the owner of the ring from Binhai City, along with the ancient token inside, which had directly enhanced Bai Wuyou's bloodline concentration by 3. If Qin Feng's talent became widely known, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Naturally, this was all contingent on the other party still being alive. Previously, Qin Feng's greatest desire was the demise of this individual. Regardless of who it was, their death would bring a sense of relief. Qin Feng had made an agreement with Xiao Bai to only summon it when the need arose to slay magical creatures within the secret realm. Thus, he refrained from disturbing it. After having breakfast, Qin Feng proceeded directly to the designated location, the entrance to the secret realm. Throughout the imperial capital, there are numerous secret realms. Some are designated for hunting demonic beasts, others for cultivation, and many more serve to seal abyssal rifts. Within the Yuan Academy, there exist several abyssal secret realms. Naturally, those intended for student combat practice feature creatures of relatively low levels. However, there is one exception, the Wang-level secret realm known as the Xinxing Tomb. Only individuals under the age of 20 are permitted entry, yet within, the magical creatures reach a maximum level of Wang. Furthermore, there's a considerable number of magical beings at other stages. Such a challenge is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary students. What is more concerning is that the higher-ups fear whether issues have arisen within that realm, potentially causing the abyssal rift to widen. If that were the case, it would not simply be a matter of abandoning a secret realm. The most dire outcome would entail the abyss leaking, necessitating the relocation of the entire Yuan Academy. Such an event would be tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the academy, an outcome that is utterly unacceptable. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of a square building where others were already waiting. "Good morning, Teacher Chun," Qin Feng greeted as he approached. "Good morning, Qin Feng. Let us proceed inside," replied the female instructor, Chun Ruyun, who had been calling him for the past few days to handle his preliminary arrangements. Although Qin Feng's current level was not particularly high, his significance was on par with that of the other 2 7th-tier individuals. No one could predict who might ultimately resolve the pressing dilemma at hand. Today, I will introduce you to 2 seniors. They will help you acclimatize to the environment within the secret realm, Chun Ruyun explained as they walked. Although this information had already been conveyed the previous day, she continued, "Of course, we are not the only 3 permitted entry." "Surely not. There will be others as well," she clarified. "However, due to the inherent dangers, only teams of 6th tier and above will venture into the perilous depths. Those at 6th tier have generally reached the stage of graduation. There is no need for unnecessary risks. This is not a matter of defeating monsters to gain experience. One need not challenge higher levels to improve. Steady cultivation and gradual advancement is the way to go." As they conversed, they entered the interior of the building, where a male and female were already waiting. The male stood tall and upright, akin to a sword, clearly a swordsman, as evidenced by the blade strapped to his back. The female possessed a beautiful visage, yet her demeanor was cold and indifferent, as if disinterested in everything around her. As they approached, a chill seemed to emanate from her presence. "Lin Xiao, Lung Yu, allow me to introduce you to Qin Feng. Your junior," Chun Ruyun stated. There was little more to say. Given the multitude of juniors, a special introduction was warranted only due to a specific circumstance. "Hello, junior," Lin Xiao offered, extending his hand for a handshake. Lung Yu merely glanced at Qin Feng, acknowledging him without further interaction. "Are you all entering the secret realm today? Perhaps the 3 of us could team up," Lin Xiao suggested, "and take Qin Feng to familiarize himself with the surroundings." "I prefer to be alone," Lung Yu flatly declined. "Ahem, why not team up with me, junior? We can stick to the periphery today. We won't venture too deep into the secret realm, so there should be no danger," Lin Xiao interjected, seeking to ease the tension. "Thank you, senior," Qin Feng replied gratefully. "All right, Qin Feng, you may enter and explore today. Additionally, your stipend can be collected from me once you emerge," Chun Ruyun instructed. "Understood, Teacher Chun," Qin Feng acknowledged without objection. The monthly stipend of 100 mid-level spirit stones was sufficient for Xiao Bai to advance to which tier? Perhaps 4th or 5th. However, given Xiao Bai's exceptionally high bloodline, the resource consumption per tier increase will be considerably greater than that of an average companion beast. Some resources yield immense talent enhancements and exceptional growth potential. Truly, it is a worthy investment. The entrance to the secret realm lay at the center of this building, specifically designed to isolate it. A milky white door stood erect at the center. As Qin Feng approached, it felt as if he was passing through a layer of water. In the next moment, their surroundings shifted and the trio entered the secret realm. Without the slightest hesitation, Lung Yu strode away into the distance, while Lin Xiao led Qin Feng around the vicinity. They arrived at a camp where personnel were stationed and supplies were available. Should this location fall, it would be akin to blocking the spring of magical creatures, rendering entry impossible. Junior, do not take Lung Yu's demeanor personally. That is simply her nature, Lin Xiao explained once they exited the camp. After all, their mission was united. Whoever could resolve the crisis within the secret realm would benefit everyone. Cooperation might be needed in due course. Do not worry, Senior. I could discern her character. Qin Feng reassured. He was no delusional hero, expecting admiration from the school's beauty. Everyone possesses their own agency. Maintaining distance is the norm. Good, then let us proceed. I will show you the magical creatures here. By the way, Junior, your current level is peak 3rd tier. Quite impressive. In under a month, you have reached peak 3rd tier. It is no wonder you were selected, Lin Xiao remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. Does that mean you have greater expectations than I do? Qin Feng asked, intrigued. It's hard to say. When I entered last year with Lung Yu, we were accompanied by a senior who had already reached peak 8th tier. He achieved that in just over a year, Lin Xiao recounted, his eyes reflecting admiration. What became of him? Qin Feng inquired, suspecting he had not reached Wang tier, or else his presence would still be required. Earlier this year, he made the ultimate sacrifice, Lin Xiao revealed. By then, he was at peak 9th tier, on the cusp of Wang tier, with less than 3 months until his 20th birthday. He perished while striving to challenge himself. Impressive, Qin Feng exclaimed. Junior, sharing this with you is not to impose pressure. Simply let things unfold naturally. Even if we cannot neutralize the threat here, we can still emerge intact to face the abyss after graduation. What about you, Senior? If you were but a step away from Wang tier, would you choose to challenge the breakthrough or let nature take its course? Qin Feng curiously asked. I would choose to challenge, Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. Qin Feng observed this youth, merely a year his senior, and sensed a maturity far beyond his 19 years. Enough of this. I only need to help you acclimate to the environment. I have said too much already. These matters should be imparted by the Academy's instructors, Lin Xiao stated as he walked purposefully toward the wild expanses ahead. Watching his figure retreat, Qin Feng quickly followed. Perhaps the deceased senior had spoken similar words. Within the secret realm, day and night were indistinguishable. At every moment, the atmosphere was shrouded in a murky gloom. However, it would not rain. In this unchanging environment, vegetation was exceedingly sparse, and correspondingly, the number of demonic beasts and small creatures was lamentably low. The most numerous were the magical beings that emerged from the abyss. Once tainted by the abyssal essence, even soil and stone could transform into magical creatures. This secret realm served as a prison to seal a rift in the abyss. After walking for a short distance, Lin Xiao suddenly halted in his tracks. Ahead, a withered tree was emitting thick black smoke. In the next moment, that very tree sprouted legs and began running towards the two of them, wildly flailing its gnarled branches like a deranged dancer. Lin Xiao stepped aside, leaving the matter to Qin Feng. This was a Tier 3 magical creature, likely the lowest grade of magical creature within the secret realm. The presence of a magical creature at such a low tier was indeed a boon for monster hunters. Little Bai was in for a treat. However, Lin Xiao was eager to showcase his skills, wishing to fulfill his own desire to demonstrate prowess. Perhaps he even needed to report back to Teacher Chun. Thus, Qin Feng clenched his fists and approached the enchanted withered tree without the need for any skills, charging straight in to deliver a swift punch. Boom! In an instant, the Tier 3 magical tree shattered into countless fragments. Afterwards, Qin Feng bent down to pick up the crystal core. Senior, does this really count as Tier 3? It feels somewhat weak. Lin Xiao replied, it is indeed Tier 3. However, it was quite unexpected that Qin Feng could dispatch a Tier 3 magical creature with such ease. Teacher Chun had previously introduced Qin Feng as merely having a royal bloodline pet. It seemed that being selected by the principal indeed indicated some level of strength. You are certainly capable enough to establish yourself here, which puts my mind at ease. Beyond that, there is little else to discuss. Focus on continual improvement and venture deeper into the secret realm. One thing to remember is not to act recklessly. You have time. There is no need to rush. Prioritize your cultivation. Qin Feng sensed the concern in those words and nodded. Rest assured, Senior, I will not act impulsively. You may continue to search for Tier 3 magical creatures to hone your skills, or you could practice outside. I will seek out Lung Yu. I worry she may take unnecessary risks. With that, he made his way towards the depths of the secret realm. Qin Feng mused. Could this senior be infatuated with that icy senior sister? It seems highly plausible. They had entered school together, shared a mission, and spent a year together. It was impossible for feelings not to have developed. However, with Lung Yu's aloof demeanor, Lin Xiao seemed to have a tough road ahead. Qin Feng dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind and surveyed his surroundings. The area was less than 1,000 meters from the camp. A veritable safe zone with minimal danger, which explained Lin Xiao's confidence. He then summoned Little Bai. So, this is the Royal Tier Secret Realm? Indeed, the lowest magical creatures here are all Tier 3. It is perfectly suited for us, Little Bai exclaimed. Truly, you humans have sealed away such a bountiful place. It is a flagrant waste. Little Bai inadvertently expressed her thoughts aloud. What did you just say? Nothing, I merely meant that if we had hunted here earlier, our progress would have been much faster. In the territory of the demon race, such small abyssal rifts are prime resource havens. It merely costs a multitude of low-tier demon lives to yield an endless supply of crystal cores. It is exceedingly profitable. In contrast, the human race seals these small rifts just to maintain a small patch of clean land. Is that not wasteful? Little Bai did not bother to comprehend or even care. Well then, let us explore in this direction slowly. No one will compete with us, so let us not be reckless. Qin Feng cautioned. That should be something I say. When have I ever been reckless? I am quite afraid of death. You had better be. Leave the hunting to me. Does that not make me kept man? Have you ever eaten a crystal core or a spirit stone? Little Bai retorted with a soul-searching question. Qin Feng fell silent. Indeed, one must consume to be a kept man. He had not partaken of any resources obtained by Little Bai. Rather, he had been investing his own. Nonetheless, Qin Feng understood that what Little Bai really wanted to convey was his own laziness in cultivation, or rather, his complete lack of it. Little Bai, I advise you not to underestimate me. When you're not watching, I am quite diligent. Sure, keep telling yourself that, Little Bai replied dismissively. With her innate talent, even a mere dog could soar. Yet this man did not cherish it at all and showed no effort in cultivation. It seemed he truly intended to rely on her. As a proud empress, sustaining a man was quite simple. However, she needed to restore her strength first. Come, Little Bai, open your mouth and eat the spirit stone. At that moment, Qin Feng's offering interrupted Little Bai's thoughts. Forget it. I shall let him fend for himself for now. 2.5 hours later, lunchtime arrived, and Qin Feng exited the secret realm. Initially, Little Bai felt a twinge of reluctance, but when she heard Qin Feng mention the 100 intermediate spirit stones waiting for her, her eyes sparkled with clarity. With 100 intermediate spirit stones, why would she still need to consume low-tier crystal cores? Only her bloodline was sufficiently elevated to completely neutralize the demonic energy and impurities within the crystal cores. Otherwise, the value of the cores would significantly diminish. Now that she had spirit stones, they were undoubtedly the superior choice. Chapter 25. Choosing a weapon after leaving the secret realm. Qin Feng ate a bit before seeking out Teacher Chun to collect this month's stipend. Although half the month had already passed, the stipend was fully dispensed. 100 intermediate spirit stones, neither more nor less. Intermediate spirit stones contain significantly more spiritual energy, approximately 5 times that of beginner spirit stones. However, as a martial artist's level increased, so did their consumption. Before reaching Tier 6, a monthly allotment of 100 stones would be more than sufficient. Yet, after Tier 6, it would become quite strained. At that point, high-grade spirit stones would be necessary. High-grade spirit stones were not included in the school's stipend. One could only rely on personal efforts to acquire them. By the way, Qin Feng, just as he was about to leave after receiving his stipend, Teacher Chen called him back. What is it? You are now a formal student and can choose to study the martial techniques and methods offered by the school. The school will arrange for teachers to provide guidance. Understood. Qin Feng was undoubtedly disinterested in learning martial techniques, but he still had to put on a facade. Additionally, when you have time, visit the forging area to collect your identity badge. You can also choose a suitable weapon there. Choose wisely. Our school's weapons are not available for purchase outside. Are they specifically designed for slaying magical creatures? Not exactly. However, Many metals are infused with demonic energy, endowing them with unique properties. In any case, they're simply more effective. Got it. Thank you, teacher. With that, Qin Feng left the comprehensive building. There was still time, so he decided to check out the forging area. This academy occupied a sizable area. Aside from a few buildings designated for secret realm entrances, the other structures served functions similar to those of any standard university: lecture halls, gyms, libraries. However, these basic facilities held little relevance for Qin Feng. The library, on the other hand, might be worth a visit. Acquiring useful knowledge was always a good idea. His understanding of this world still relied heavily on the memories of his former self. He was lacking in higher-level knowledge, particularly regarding the vast world outside, such as the demon race and the abyss. He even pondered where the limits of this world truly lay. While lost in thought, Qin Feng arrived at a spacious area. This was the innermost part of the school, leading further to a small hill. Ding, ding, ding. Before he could approach the workshop, he heard the continuous sound of hammering. Aside from master craftsmen, most of the workers were students. After all, forging was also a discipline. In this world, mastering the exquisite art of forging is undoubtedly a highly sought-after skill. Are you not eating? Put in some more effort. The fire is too weak. Shall I toss you in to stoke it? A group of students, reduced to humble subservience. Qin Feng, feeling overwhelmed, hurriedly concluded his business and departed. Upon entering a relatively quiet office, he promptly conveyed his purpose, and the other party swiftly retrieved the nameplate belonging to Qin Feng, indicating that it had evidently been prearranged. Qin Feng examined the nameplate. One side bore his name, while the other displayed a simplistic sketch, seemingly depicting countless individuals advancing forward to resist the abyss, or Yin. He carefully stored the nameplate and proceeded to the workshop area, where he was informed he could select weapons at will: swords, spears, halberds, all available for his choosing. The workshop area consisted of over 10 forging shops, all engaged in primitive hand forging, though each shop displayed numerous finished weapons hanging on the walls. Qin Feng sensed that none met his requirements. After all, he had not practiced wielding any blades. If he were to select, it would certainly need to be a weapon of exceptional utility. Furthermore, the blacksmiths within these shops appeared rather youthful, resembling the practice works of students. If compelled to choose, Qin Feng would undoubtedly prefer the creations of a seasoned master. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself back at the very first shop. An experienced master was laboring within, as the students who had been practicing and observing had already departed. Qin Feng stepped inside. After surveying the assortment, he perceived that the finished products indeed exuded a greater level of quality. Nevertheless, he felt conflicted about which weapon to select. Swords and spears were not to his liking. At that moment, the master emerged, wielding a pair of tongs that held a glowing piece of metal. What are you dawdling for? Pick up the hammer. Begin forging. Qin Feng, huh? Me? Quickly now, the unkempt master urged, seemingly anxious about the metal's temperature declining. Very well. I shall consider it a form of exercise. Subsequently, Qin Feng grasped the hammer on the table and, in the next instant, brought it down with force. Bang! In an instant, sparks flew. The glowing metal was flattened somewhat. The force was acceptable. Continue. Increase your strength. Bang! 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 Qin Feng's physique had undergone comprehensive enhancement, yet he lacked a clear understanding of its extent. He sensed that even a fourth-tier creature would likely not withstand a single punch from him. Now, as he devoted his full strength to forging, he found it served a purpose. Employing a wild hammering technique, he felt a rush of exhilaration after a flurry of strikes. It had been a long time since he had sweated so profusely. In his previous life, working 996 made it impossible to find time for exercise. In this life, he simply wished to take it easy. However, an occasional workout was of little concern. Yet, the master's gaze upon him seemed somewhat peculiar. He had not come here to become a blacksmith. As for the metal, after continuous hammering, it had begun to take shape, transforming from a regular chunk into a pockmarked short rod. That was all. It was unclear what weapon was intended to be forged. Moreover, the temperature had decreased, and no amount of hammering could alter it further. Nonetheless, the master displayed a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. It was unclear whether he referred to the crude rod or Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng quickly interjected, I am not a student of the forging department. I came to select a weapon. Let me see your nameplate. Here. Qin Feng then presented his nameplate, which the master glanced at before returning it. Then choose for yourself. As he spoke, he placed the crude rod back into the furnace for tempering. Qin Feng scratched the back of his head, realizing he might have been overly presumptuous. Having thought the master would take him on as a disciple and impart unparalleled skills, only to have him repeatedly decline, leaving the master with no choice but to tempt him with treasures. How foolish of him to think so. Thereafter, Qin Feng began to select weapons. The swords and blades felt too light and unwieldy. This scenario felt strangely familiar. Was he akin to the Monkey King borrowing treasures from the Dragon Palace? Thus, his destined weapon should also be a rod. Shaking his head, he dismissed the errant thoughts and resumed his selection process. Soon, Qin Feng had tested each weapon hanging above him, but the results were consistently the same. None were suitable. After a while, the master reemerged, clutching another fiery piece of metal. Come, continue hammering. Without further ado, Qin Feng commenced hammering once more. However, he soon noticed a peculiar issue. This piece of metal appeared to be a collection of irregular iron fragments enveloping the previous rod. Was the master attempting to forcibly forge a mass of metal together? Why not meld it into liquid form and then cast it into shape? Wouldn't this method risk it fracturing at any moment? With such thoughts in mind, Qin Feng hammered away tirelessly. This time, 20 minutes passed. Even with his formidable physique, he found it quite taxing. If he could crush a fourth-tier magical creature with a single blow, then the energy expended in this short time would have likely felled hundreds of such creatures. The final form of the metal remained a long, twisted rod, resembling a tree root. Master, may I inquire what weapon you intend to forge with this? After finishing the hammering, Qin Feng casually asked. This, I am merely hammering for the sake of it, not planning to forge any weapon. Qin Feng, that is absurd. My fists have hardened. Are you saying you have me hammering away for half an eternity without any intention of crafting a weapon? You came here to select a weapon, did you not? Have you made your choice? If you have finished, then leave. There are no weapons here suited for me. Do you have any superior options? Oh, many have sought the weapons here. How can you find none to your liking? Well, they are too light. They do not feel right in my hands. You, my boy, do indeed possess some strength. The master nodded and replied, Then there is nothing more to be done. Your options are limited to the weapons within this shop. Very well. Qin Feng then glanced at the crude rod on the table and reached for it. He could not lift it at first. After exerting himself, he finally managed to grasp the item. Though it did not weigh tens of thousands of pounds, it certainly bore the heft of 1,000. You there. Do not touch recklessly. The master could only watch as Qin Feng held the metal rod. It's fine. I can manage it. Is it a matter of being able to lift it? This item should not be handled thoughtlessly. Is it dangerous? Qin Feng sensed no abnormalities. This is unrefined magic iron. Magic iron? Unrefined? Yes. Magic iron is a general term for the metal obtained from the bodies of magically transformed golems. Unrefined means removing the magical properties within. Master, are you not experimenting with some forbidden weapon? Qin Feng inquired cautiously. Such endeavors often mark the beginning of tragic tales. He contemplated whether he should report this to Nan Yunxian or if he could even leave this forging shop. Nonsense, what forbidden weapon? Retaining the magical properties for forging aids in the fusion of metals. Have you not noticed how perfectly the amalgamated mass has fused? So, this means it can continually increase in weight? Yes, but it is of little use. Ultimately, it must be cut into iron blocks before it can be forged into a weapon. This method is merely my approach to fusing and creating alloys. Therefore, is unrefined magic iron unfit for handling? Indeed, not only should it not be touched by hand, but even with tongs, it should not be manipulated. Otherwise, why would I require your assistance in hammering? What dangers lie within? The lingering allure of the enchanted object can affect one's consciousness. It seems that, aside from possessing great strength, you also exhibit commendable mental fortitude. Quite impressive. It appears I have acquired a fine apprentice this year. What are you doing? Before the master could finish his words, he noticed Qin Feng had already stowed away the iron rod. This will be my weapon, he declared with a sense of inevitability. Are you kidding? That is not a weapon. You cannot choose that. You stated that anything in this shop can be selected. Moreover, I exerted considerable effort. This is the one. Qin Feng felt a profound connection with the unsightly rod. Do you think it was easy for me to shape it into this form? Furthermore, if you take this rod out and others discover that it was forged by me, my lifelong reputation would be tarnished. I could always claim that I forged it myself. That won't do. Then set a condition. You may take it, but it cannot remain in this state. I cannot present a half-finished product. So, what you mean is that you are willing to assist me in refining it to perfection. You wishful thinker. You must gather the enchanted iron yourself and return here to forge it. All I can provide are the furnace and hammer. So, it still amounts to me forging it myself? You may claim it as your own work. However, everything leaving my shop must be a finished product. What do you say? If you disagree, even if it escalates to Nanyun Xian, I will have my say. This old man is unafraid, even a principal Nan. Nevertheless, Qin Feng believed he held little sway in Nanyun Xian. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I agree to your terms. Good. You're to come by at least once every half-month. If you do not find any enchanted iron, you may still hammer that material. If I find it satisfactory, it shall be entirely yours. Fine, then grant me another hammer so I can practice in my spare time. As he spoke, he stealthily took another large hammer under the astonished gaze of the master and then departed the blacksmith shop. Conceding to the terms was no great burden. After all, Qin Feng usually had little to occupy his time. He could consider it a physical training session. As for seizing this rod, it was merely a whim. A rod imbued with enchantment that can endlessly absorb other enchanted iron sounds exceedingly cool. Additionally, its weight is substantial, making it suitable for striking others. It is perfect for someone like Qin Feng, who is too lazy to learn any martial skills. Brother Monkey, you truly are remarkable. Qin Feng hummed the theme song of Brother Monkey as he returned to his dormitory. He went to select a weapon and ended up choosing a rod. Oh no, now I've truly become Brother Monkey. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, come out for dinner. Why did it take so long? I was held up for a bit while forging. With that, Qin Feng briefly recounted the events that had transpired. He then took out the spiritual stones he had acquired. A total of 100 mid-level spiritual stones, all of which he surrendered. Want you keep some for yourself? No need. I only require low-level spiritual stones. Otherwise, Xiao Bai would insist on sharing some with Qin Feng. Having such a considerate companion beast is truly a blessing. However, Qin Feng would not keep a single mid-level spiritual stone. Only by surrendering all of them for Xiao Bai to absorb could he maximize his benefits. Very well. Bai Wuyou understood Qin Feng's intentions and ceased her objections. From now on, she would nurture him. After ascending to the third tier, Xiao Bai seemed to have opened a space within her belly for storing food. Whether spiritual stones or crystal cores, they could all be tossed in together, then slowly digested and absorbed. This was exceedingly convenient for Qin Feng. All that remained was to await the transformation of the 100 mid-level spiritual stones into Xiao Bai's strength. Subsequently, Qin Feng would receive a substantial return on his investment. By the way, Xiao Bai, before returning her to the beast space, Qin Feng retrieved a half-blooming black lotus. Can you consume this? Where did you acquire this? I picked it. Bai Wuyou was perplexed. What exactly had this man done unbeknownst to her? The Yuming lotus is a remarkable supplement for the spirit. With this, Bai Wuyou believed her mental prowess could see a significant enhancement, and many of her skills would gain in potency. It could even assist in her future transformation. Ultimately, Bai Wuyou replied nonchalantly, "It should be of some use, but do not take unnecessary risks in the future. Rest assured, I truly picked it in a cave. There are no demonic beasts inside, because I killed them all. Well, I may need to enter a deep slumber for a while. Do not venture into the secret realm before I awaken." No problem. The little fox cast a deep glance at this unreliable man, and then swallowed the black lotus from his hand in one gulp. Following that, Qin Feng stored her back into beast space. Bai Wuyou's concerns were entirely unfounded. Before she awakened, how could Qin Feng dare to take risks in the secret realm? Striving diligently in cultivating? Working hard to slay monsters? Not a chance. The little fox had matured, and it was time for her to fend for herself. Unfortunately, Qin Feng still felt uneasy about letting the little fox forage for food in the secret realm. Otherwise, he could lounge in the dormitory until the end of time. In the afternoon, Qin Feng went to the library to pass the time, while also supplementing his basic knowledge. In the grand scheme of things, the Xia country is merely a minuscule fragment of the world. In contrast, the territories occupied by the demon race are significantly larger. Moreover, humans do not solely exist within Xia country. Numerous regions governed by the demon race also feature cities where humans and demons coexist. However, the standing of humans within them is far from certain. In fact, some may not even identify themselves as part of the human race. Regardless, Aside from the shared threat of abyssal monsters, humans and demons are generally intertwined. Once humans enter into a contract with demons, they can share the potential for bloodline growth. The speed of this growth can often surpass that of the companion beasts themselves. In other words, a companion beast with a holy level bloodline may not necessarily ascend to the holy level. However, the human who contracts with it, leveraging their cultivation talent, has a much greater chance of reaching that pinnacle. This advantage allows humans to contend with demons, despite their lesser numbers. As for what lies beyond the outer edges of the demon territories, Qin Feng could not find relevant information. Additionally, he was most intrigued by the news concerning divine-level bloodlines and the methods of enhancing them. The simplest method involves utilizing the essence blood of other divine-level bloodlines. Other possibilities exist only within the realm of legends. It is said that during ancient times, numerous divine beings existed among humans, demon beasts, and monsters. However, following a great war, all divine beings perished. Their essence was absorbed by the world, transforming into all manner of life. In essence, it is possible that within every living being resides the potential to elevate to a divine-level bloodline, albeit in varying quantities. If there were a colossal furnace capable of refining a sufficient number of living beings, it might induce a qualitative change, allowing a divine being to emerge. Of course, this remains merely a theoretical notion and is unlikely to be realized. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had flown by. On the surface, Qin Feng appeared to be diligently cultivating in his dormitory, yet in reality, he spent his days indulging in watching enchanting women dance. Moreover, there were quite a few exotic and captivating performances. The allure of royal-level female demons was hard to resist. Who could withstand such temptation? The gains from this endeavor undoubtedly surpassed those of hunting in the wild. However, it was quite demanding on the modeling front. For those lacking in skill, it is best to stick to mundane tasks. Xiao Bai remained in a deep slumber, seemingly benefiting greatly from the dark lotus flower. Qin Feng felt no urgency, as any enhancement Xiao Bai experienced would reflect back to him tenfold. The longer she slept, the greater the benefits. Furthermore, during her slumber, her level did not stagnate. As long as she continued to absorb the spirit stones, her rank would automatically increase. That night, a notification echoed. The host pet has ascended to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. In return, the host level has risen to the 4th tier, 8 stars. The host pet has consumed the ethereal treasure, the Yuming Lotus, significantly enhancing her soul and mental power. In return, the host's soul and spirit have also been greatly fortified, rendering him immune to all soul-targeted attacks. In astonishment, Qin Feng dropped his phone and leaped from his bed. His previously lethargic state, due to a week of despair, was instantly revitalized. Now, enduring another 10 sleepless nights was of no concern. He summoned Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, come here. I miss you dearly," he exclaimed, scooping up the still dazed Xiao Bai into his arms, followed by an affectionate embrace. Before long, Bai Wuyou was fully awake. After sensing her condition, she ceased her struggles. The resources Qin Feng had provided her would take months for her to hunt on her own, not to mention the invaluable Yuming Lotus. After all, they had shared countless affectionate moments. Soon, however, Bai Wuyou heard an incongruous voice. "Thank you, brother, for the gift. Ali is so happy." Moo. With that, Bai Wuyou sprang from Qin Feng's embrace and leapt onto his bed, gazing at the screen in silence. Coincidentally, the streamer on the phone was also a transformed fox demon. "Ahem, Xiao Bai, you cannot watch this. It is not suitable for children." Qin Feng quickly snatched the phone and turned it off. Not suitable for children? Bai Wuyou thought, her spiritual age far exceeding Qin Feng's by a factor of 200, although her actual experiences could indeed be deemed juvenile. "Is this how you perceive me?" The little fox communicated to Qin Feng, her tone melancholic. "Of course not. She pales in comparison to you." Qin Feng replied swiftly, his gaze unwavering. Bai Wuyou's heart raced, momentarily fearing Qin Feng had seen her past self. However, he continued, "No one can compare to our Xiao Bai. Besides, you're a little fox. While she's a fox spirit, you are far more adorable." At that moment, Qin Feng gave no thought to how Xiao Bai would appear once transformed. He regarded her purely as a cherished pet or daughter. Chapter 28. Borrowing your fox for fun in the future. I shall also transform into a fox spirit. Oh, indeed. What will Xiao Bai look like after her transformation? Surely, she will be stunning. Upon receiving Xiao Bai's message, Qin Feng could not suppress his anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, a faint pink glow emanated from Xiao Bai's eyes. Sham technique. Yet, Qin Feng showed no reaction whatsoever. Bai Wuyou pondered, despite their inability to harm one another. This spell did not constitute an attack. Perhaps it might even be interpreted as a form of flirtation. But why did he not respond at all? Was it possible that she had no allure for him? Logically, he should have displayed some reaction upon seeing her, even as a fox. Bai Wuyou felt dejected. So much so that when Qin Feng took the little fox for a bath, she was somewhat glum, refusing to engage in affectionate gestures. The following day, after a week of seclusion, Qin Feng finally emerged once more. To be honest, lying around had lost its appeal. Alone in this place, he had no one to converse with save for Xiao Bai. Hence, as soon as she awoke, he prepared to take her out for some physical activity. Xiao Bai seemed to have adapted to the environment of the Yuyuan Academy, shedding her initial shyness and willingly staying outside. Of course, it was also likely that she wished to avoid Qin Feng's interactions with other female fox spirits. In any case, as Qin Feng walked through the academy, Xiao Bai nestled in his arms. Those admitted to Yuan Academy were at least of royal bloodline, and many brought their pets along. However, few could rival Xiao Bai in terms of beauty, for she possessed a divine bloodline. A creature of such high lineage and remarkable charm naturally attracted attention. Wow, what an adorable little fox. I want to pet her. On their way to the entrance of the secret realm, Qin Feng heard many such exclamations. However, most merely gawked from a distance. No girl approached him to pet the fox. Xiao Bai, you're quite popular. Oomph. Bai Wuyou, confident in her beauty, whether in her true form or after transformation, felt that remaining outside was ironically counterproductive. Originally, she intended to deter Qin Feng from flirting with schoolgirls. Yet she inadvertently drew their attention instead. Determined, Bai Wuyou resolved that if Qin Feng dared to utilize her to attract girls, he would pay dearly for it. Fortunately, Qin Feng behaved commendably, keeping his eyes on the path ahead and not glancing at other girls. However, the girls, too shy to approach, did not represent the same restraint in their admirers. Spotting a girl showing interest in something, a boy boldly approached Qin Feng and blocked his path. Hey, can I borrow your fox for a bit? Qin Feng, Bai Wuyou. In a single sentence, he offended two individuals. Unperturbed, the boy continued. How about 5 minutes and a junior spirit stone? I refuse. If you want to play, use your own. Hey, you're pretty cocky. Do you not know who I am? With that, the boy rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready to fight. At that moment, a girl's voice rang out from behind him. Zhang Xiaotian, what are you doing? Rushue, don't interfere. I'm going to teach this guy a lesson today. Zhang Xiaotian, feeling humiliated before the girl, was determined to proceed. Yet, as he approached Qin Feng, his gaze suddenly turned blank, and he began to undress without a care. Halfway through, he turned toward the girl, saying, Rushue, I think it's more important to sleep with you. Come here, darling. You're insane. What ensued was a public spectacle of a lecherous man harassing a girl. Subsequently, with assistance from bystanders, the girl managed to turn Zhang Xiaotian into a swollen mess. Such commotion was far more captivating than the little fox. As for Qin Feng, he seized the chaos as an opportunity to slip away from the scene. Xiao Bai, wasn't he agreed that you would handle matters within the school? The recent debacle was undoubtedly Bai Wuyou's doing. Given her temperament, she would have reduced that boy to ashes had it not been for the school's regulations against violence. What do you plan to do? Show off your strength and win the girl's heart? Oh man, Bai Wuyou understood this tactic all too well, as it mirrored the mating rituals of demon beasts. Xiao Bai, that is a bit excessive. I don't even know that girl. Is it necessary to know her? Qin Feng, he began to grasp Xiao Bai's perspective, viewing matters through the lens of a demon beast, where mutual attraction led directly to procreation. Xiao Bai, I am human. Regardless, there must be some emotional foundation, mustn't there? If that enchantress had emerged from the screen last night to tempt you, would you require an emotional foundation? Apparently not. Ugh. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Wang-level secret realm with Xiao Bai. By chance, he encountered Lin Xiao, who was carrying a sword on his back. Junior, you have arrived, Lin Xiao greeted first, glancing at the little fox in Qin Feng's arms. Senior, what a coincidence. Is this your pet? Indeed. It has been nurtured quite well. Lin Xiao complimented, then proceeded to enter the light gate. Once inside the secret realm, Qin Feng initially assumed Lin Xiao would allow him to act independently, but unexpectedly, he was accompanied throughout the journey. until they encountered a magical beast. Junior, be cautious. This magical beast is of the 4th tier. Clearly, Lin Xiao wished to witness the limits of Qin Feng's strength. Do not worry, Senior. Subsequently, Qin Feng tossed the little fox forward. Go for it, Xiao Bai. Lin Xiao had originally thought that Qin Feng cherished his pet dearly, only to witness the next moment when Qin Feng hurled it towards the 4th tier magical beast. The contrast was too stark. However, what astonished him even more was yet to come. The little fox adjusted its position and unleashed a dazzling white fireball that hurtled towards the magical beast. Boom! After the explosion, the previously formidable 4th tier beast was reduced to ashes, although the beast had slowed down due to Qin Feng's intimidating presence. To be dispatched by a 3rd tier pet in such a manner was utterly implausible. Lin Xiao felt that his junior was remarkably extraordinary in every aspect. Chapter 29. A stick infused with demonic essence. In truth, the 4th tier magical beast was not only intimidated but also ensnared by Xiao Bai's charm technique. It was practically a living target, obliterated by a single fireball. Then, Lin Xiao heard Qin Feng murmuring behind him, "Is this really a 4th tier? It doesn't seem particularly strong." Just as he had once annihilated a 3rd tier beast with a single punch. Lin Xiao harbored considerable doubt that Qin Feng could now similarly dispatch a 4th tier beast with ease. After all, if the pet was so powerful, how weak could its master possibly be? Cough. Junior, this truly is a 4th tier beast. However, as the tier increases, the disparity in strength becomes more pronounced. One should not become complacent simply because one can challenge higher tiers at lower levels. Our objective is not to challenge the Wang tier, but to ascend to the Wang tier ourselves before confronting those Wang-level magical beasts. Lin Xiao, concerned about Qin Feng becoming overconfident, began to advise him. Rest assured, Senior, I will not act recklessly. I will definitely avoid any beast that Xiao Bai cannot handle. Qin Feng promptly assured. In other words, he would leave all the work to Xiao Bai and was too lazy to intervene. Ah, that is perfect. As for Bai Wuyou, he was quite pleased with Qin Feng's assurance. As long as this fellow did not place himself in dangerous situations and continued to grow steadily, he would soon reach the Wang tier. 2 years, not at all necessary. Lin Xiao left, still concerned about Lung Yu's safety. Qin Feng had little interest in the emotional entanglement between the two. Changing direction, he began his journey deeper into the secret realm. This time, the objective was to help Xiao Bai ascend to the 4th tier. 100 mid-level spiritual stones could elevate most pets to the 4th tier. However, Xiao Bai still required a bit more. Yet, it was not much, just a final push for a breakthrough. Every 3 tiers represented a significant threshold, akin to the transition from low to mid-tier. Consequently, Qin Feng was filled with anticipation for Xiao Bai's ascension to the 4th tier. That individual was rather intriguing. At that moment, Xiao Bai communicated with Qin Feng. He is a year ahead of me, and his task is the same as mine. To reach the Wang tier before turning 20, he should be able to accomplish it. His pet is quite remarkable. Oh, where is the senior's pet? Did you not notice the sword on his back? Huh? That sword? Qin Feng had assumed it was merely a tool for Lin Xiao to appear impressive, not realizing it was, in fact, a pet. More accurately, it was a sword spirit. As a pet, a sword spirit certainly possessed its own peculiarities. However, whether it was of royal or imperial bloodline remained uncertain. Perhaps it was of the imperial tier. Bai Wuyou's gaze flickered, as if contemplating something. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at a rugged valley strewn with rocks. The terrain on both sides was rather low, composed entirely of lifeless gray-black rocky surfaces. The only semblance of life was the occasional magical beast that emerged from the crevices of the rocks. The magical beasts here primarily consisted of stone puppets, both 3rd and 4th tier, although they were not a match for Xiao Bai. After selecting this training spot, Qin Feng allowed Xiao Bai to play independently while he retrieved the iron rod. The stick resembled a tree root, aside from its shape. It bore little resemblance to a traditional stick and was far from straight. There was no choice, it was pure. If this were taken out as a weapon, it would indeed appear rather unsightly. No wonder that old man adamantly refused. Before coming here, Qin Feng had researched that magical beasts infused with demonic iron were not rare. They were especially common in mines tainted by demonic energy, such as the area he currently occupied. The landscape was rife with rocks. It was not an exaggeration to call a mine. Perhaps the stone puppet magical beasts contained demonic iron within them. As for the erosion of spirit and soul by demonic iron, Qin Feng felt no such effects and likely never would. After all, his mental power was formidable, rendering him immune to mental attacks and control. To a certain extent, he was developing a trend of becoming a living progenitor for all magical beasts. Take that, Qin. As Qin Feng adapted to the weight of the iron rod, he used it to practice against the disturbed magical beasts. Bang! With a single strike, the stone puppet was shattered into fragments. Subsequently, Qin Feng searched the debris for crystal cores and any potential traces of demonic iron. Unfortunately, all he found were rocks that had been corrupted by demonic energy, devoid of any metallic presence. However, what Qin Feng failed to notice was that after he defeated the magical beasts, a faint demonic aura seeped into the iron rod. While others might have keenly sensed the changes occurring within, Qin Feng remained completely oblivious. It was akin to a person wearing heat-insulating gloves, being unable to perceive the difference between 30 and 40 degrees. Not to mention 40 degrees. Even 100 degrees would elicit no sensation from him. Perhaps only when the rod emitted black smoke would he finally perceive the difference. Yet, for him, this was a fortuitous occurrence. Additionally, Qin Feng remained unaware that the crystal cores dropped by the magical beasts he had struck down would be slightly smaller. This object was, in fact, taking a cut. Qin, what are you holding? Qin Feng's oblivion did not extend to Bai Wuyou, who had observed him after he had just slain a few fourth-tier magical beasts and was in the process of consuming their magical crystals. He had not yet had the chance to digest when he saw the man wielding a stick that emanated demonic energy. The demonic essence was only intensifying. This man, could he not be a bit more prudent? Bai Wuyou was on the verge of losing his mind. Did he not realize how troublesome it was to become tainted by demonic essence? At best, one would suffer from demonic erosion and fall gravely ill. At worst, they would be transformed into a magical beast. On the battlefield against the abyss, aside from the bizarre-looking magical beasts, there were also many that resembled humans. Those were individuals who had been transformed into magical beasts or were demonized members of the demon race. Demonic humans and demons possessed significantly greater combat prowess than ordinary magical beasts, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. Yet here was this man, voluntarily treading the path of self-destruction. This, indeed, is a stick imbued with magical properties. Impressive, isn't it? Qin Feng proclaimed, showcasing his toy to Bai Wuyou. Bai Wuyou responded with a perplexed expression, questioning, "You are aware of its magical essence, and yet you wield it? Rest assured, my master assured me that my mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, so there is no cause for concern." The other party seems to disregard even the principle. Perhaps they're a hidden powerhouse. Qin Feng recalled his master's demeanor, which certainly had an air of grandeur. At this moment, he did not even know the other party's name. Is that so? Xiaobai was also taken aback by Qin Feng's confidence, contemplating that it was indeed possible this opportunity was bestowed upon him by an exalted being. However, his master's intentions were undoubtedly not for Qin Feng to use it against monsters just yet. At the very least, it needed to be fully forged before the magical essence could be purged. Chapter 30. A transformer? Surely, there is no mistake. Qin Feng did not wish to alarm Xiaobai, feeling that the little creature was frightened by the magical essence. He casually remarked, "To be honest, I personally forged this. My master entrusted me with a block of iron and instructed me to create a weapon. Thus, I've been gathering magical iron, preparing to forge an extraordinary divine weapon for myself." He made no mention of how he had persistently demanded it. After hearing Qin Feng's words and observing his demeanor, Bai Wuyou realized he did not appear to be affected by the magical energy. Therefore, she felt reassured and curiously inquired, "What kind of weapon do you plan to forge?" "A stick." Bai Wuyou could not contain her laughter. Even her fox form emitted a series of giggles. "Your stick is simply too ugly. I've already stated it is a semi-finished product. All right then, take your time to forge it. However, I must warn you, it truly contains magical essence. Moreover, it will absorb the magical essence from other slain magical creatures. Once it accumulates to a certain degree, it could transform into a magical being. Essentially, what you're holding is a nascent magical creature." A nascent magical creature? Qin Feng finally began to take this seriously. Are you implying that consciousness might emerge within it? Indeed, once it becomes a magical being, its form will no longer be under your control. It may even transform into a magical metal puppet. Do you intend to engage in combat wielding a magical creature? The thought of such a scenario struck Bai Wuyou as rather humorous. Why does this man always harbor such bizarre notions? He dares. Qin Feng waved the iron rod in his hand. He certainly would not allow his painstakingly forged weapon to ultimately transform into a magical being, unless it could freely change its form. A transformer? Very well. Enjoy your playtime. I will consume some crystal cores and then commence my advancement. All right, I shall give you the crystal cores I have collected. No need. Keep them to nourish your iron rod. I am rather curious to see what this thing will look like as a magical creature. With that, Xiaobai resumed her search for fourth-tier magical creatures. Nourish the iron rod? Qin Feng glanced at the iron rod in his hand. Can this object consume crystal cores? After some contemplation, Qin Feng tentatively took out a third-tier crystal core and placed it atop the iron rod. Upon meticulous observation, he indeed noticed the crystal core gradually shrinking. Goodness, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. He did not need to cultivate or practice martial arts. Engaging in something intriguing was indeed a splendid way to pass the time. In fact, Qin Feng grew impatient with how slowly the iron rod absorbed the essence and smashed the third-tier crystal core to smithereens. Subsequently, he sprinkled the crystalline powder evenly over the iron rod, akin to the flux used in weapon forging. Just this action surpassed the understanding of many. After all, grasping the crystal powder with bare hands is quite perilous. Thus, for the next while, Qin Feng alternated between slaying or puppets and nourishing the iron rod while also searching for magical iron. As he ventured deeper into the valley, he indeed discovered several pieces of magical iron in various hues. Additionally, Xiaobai had found quite a bit for him as well. However, under the refinement of her foxfire, the magical essence within the magical iron had been completely scorched away. Originally, Qin Feng had intended for Xiaobai to act as a furnace, but it seemed that would not be feasible. It appeared he would require his Master S forge to properly forge the rod. Finally, after several hours, Xiaobai concluded her hunting and returned to Qin Feng's side. I am preparing to advance. You be cautious. Do not worry. I will remain right here in this valley while you are outside. When you emerge, we shall continue. Qin Feng nearly swore an oath. Bai Wuyou surveyed her surroundings, noting that the magical puppets had been mostly eliminated. Even if she were to slumber for several hours, it was unlikely she would encounter any danger, provided Qin Feng did not venture deeper into the secret realm. Based on her understanding of Qin Feng, he did not seem like the type to willingly delve into perilous territory. I shall enter to advance now. Very well. I wish you success in your advancement in advance. Rest assured, there is no difficulty involved. Xiaobai is truly remarkable. Qin Feng sincerely praised. He then placed Xiaobai into the beast space. Once Xiaobai ascended to Tier 4, Qin Feng estimated he would also be close to Tier 5. With Xiaobai advancing and most of the magical creatures around vanquished, Qin Feng found himself growing bored. He gazed into the depths of the valley, formulating a plan, since it was stated he would not leave this valley. Entering deeper would not be a breach of his word. After traversing 100 meters, he still saw no living magical creatures. Many areas bore the scorched traces left by Xiaobai's foxfire. Xiaobai's strength made it seem effortless to challenge foes of higher tiers. Perhaps she might not even need to ascend to the king tier to confront king tier magical beings. Qin Feng held considerable confidence in this regard. Hence, he began to fantasize about the rewards he might receive from Nan Yinxian should he resolve the issues within. Surely, asking for 100 or so bloodline potions would not be too much to expect. As he indulged in his daydreams, he activated his stealth ability and proceeded towards the innermost part of the valley. This area had yet to be traversed by Xiaobai. Surrounding him, the silhouettes of fourth-tier magical creatures began to reappear. However, Qin Feng refrained from engaging them in combat. Fighting monsters was Xiaobai's responsibility. He was merely taking a leisurely stroll. Moreover, there were more intriguing matters ahead. At the valley's end, a cave emerged. Typically, such locations signify the presence of a formidable boss. While not necessarily of high level, it should at least be no lower than Tier 5. In fact, there might be more than one. Fourth-tier magical beings did not pique Qin Feng's interest. As for Tier 5, it was worth a try. After all, he was merely a step away from Tier 5 himself. Challenging a Tier 5 opponent hardly constituted a leap in levels, given his array of extraordinary skills. Confronting a Tier 5 opponent should be akin to bullying them. With the stick stowed away, he maximized his stealth and approached a fourth-tier magical creature. Giving it a gentle shake, the effect was remarkable. It completely ignored him. In the next instant, he executed soul seize. From within Qin Feng's consciousness, a control chain emerged, firmly binding the awareness of the fourth-tier magical rock puppet. In an instant, this fourth-tier magical creature was under his control. Subsequently, Qin Feng employed it as a scout, swaying unsteadily as they advanced toward the cave. As for Qin Feng, he maintained a leisurely distance of 10 meters behind the magical puppet, never compromising his caution. Chapter 31, 8th Tier. As he entered the cave, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. However, once he adjusted to the environment, through the sporadic glimmers of or embedded within the rock face, one can scarcely discern their surroundings. This cavern is considerably smaller than the Hexiongdong that Qin Feng had previously explored. Nonetheless, it is ample enough for a single person to traverse. The structure of the cave exhibits a typical shape, narrowing at the top and widening towards the base. As one ventures deeper, the internal space becomes increasingly spacious. With the descent, Qin Feng distinctly feels a rise in the surrounding temperature. Could it be that this place reaches the very core of the earth? Moreover, a continuous sound resonates from below, akin to countless stones striking the ground. Qin Feng estimates that although he has been traversing a gently sloping path, he is likely 100 meters away from the surface. At last, after rounding a small bend, Qin Feng is greeted by an expansive view, awash with light. Below lies a river ablaze with a dark red flame, which can also be referred to as an abyssal fissure. It is not a crack per se, but rather a wound-like gap. The flames above burn incessantly, with the rocky soil serving as fuel. The temperature is not excessively high, yet it has the capacity to transform the materials of this world into soil conducive to nurturing magical creatures. The abyssal fissure represents a means of eroding this world, where everything serves as nourishment. Simultaneously, Qin Feng observes the source of the sounds. Countless magical or puppets are engaged in primitive excavation around the cavern. They wield their own arms as hammers, shattering the rock walls and casting the debris into the abyss for smelting. Qin Feng witnesses newly birthed magical creatures emerging from the magma, subsequently joining this automated production line of magical beings. To his astonishment, has the magical entity learned to proliferate autonomously? Qin Feng is inwardly astounded. Previously encountered creatures lacked intelligence. He had never witnessed such hive-like organization. The magical beings remain unchanged, yet there is something orchestrating their actions. What tier could it be? Perhaps the royal tier? Consequently, Qin Feng conceals himself from a higher vantage point, searching for any potential high-tier magical beings while remaining ready to flee. Royal tier beings are not something he can afford to provoke at this moment. Yet, the royal tier is likely the ultimate boss of this secret realm. It seems illogical for him to encounter it so soon. Gazing at the abyssal fissure below and the organized production line of magical beings, Qin Feng surmises he has begun to grasp the unfolding events within this secret realm. However, he remains uncertain whether this turmoil is instigated by the royal tier being or if it is a consequence of its actions. One thing is certain. Should these creatures continue their relentless excavation, disaster is inevitable. Furthermore, it is likely not limited to this location alone. The consequences could extend beyond merely breaching the original seal, potentially threatening the entirety of the imperial capital. Thus, Qin Feng retrieves his mobile phone and documents the scene below for several minutes. Next, it is time for his performance. Controlling a fourth-tier puppet, he guides it to the lowest level, not to work, but to disrupt the other or puppets. He either topples those transporting rocks or kicks the newly birthed magical creatures back into the magma. What a ruckus! However, this behavior soon incurs punishment. A shadow flashes past, crushing the fourth-tier puppet beneath its foot. With a resounding crash, the puppet is shattered and discarded into the fiery river. Soon, a brand new fourth-tier puppet will emerge. As for the creature that dealt the blow, it is at least twice the size of a fourth-tier being. Qin Feng estimates it to be at least sixth tier, but certainly not royal tier. Although he has never encountered a royal tier being, he has seen descriptions. In essence, to behold a fully unleashed royal tier presence is to be overwhelmed with the urge to bow in submission. Naturally, this reaction pertains to those beneath the royal tier encountering one. Additionally, humans typically suppress their presence, while only the demon race and magical creatures exhibit their aura without restraint, intimidating both kin and foes alike. Since it is not a royal tier being, Qin Feng feels a sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, he decides to employ his soul-binding technique. This skill is contingent upon the strength of his mental power, and Qin Feng believes his mental prowess is formidable. In the next moment, the shadow halts abruptly and falls directly under Qin Feng's control. He is surprised by how effortlessly he has succeeded in this endeavor. It seems he has significantly underestimated his own capabilities. What tier are you? Qin Feng tentatively inquires with his mental energy. A fragmented thought responds. 8th tier. 8th tier. Qin Feng is astonished that he can so easily control the soul of an 8th tier being. Is he extraordinarily strong, or is the soul of the magical creature particularly weak? Could the royal tier also be within reach? Setting aside that thought, he continues to inquire. Who has commanded you to mine incessantly? The reply is simply, the king. Where is he? Unknown. What is the purpose? Unknown. Eliminate all magical creatures here. Unable to extract further information, he decides to engage in combat. The next moment, the 8th tier being transforms into a black scythe, commencing a relentless harvest of all magical creatures within the cavern. Regardless of whether they are 5th or 6th tier, none stand a chance against it. Furthermore, these magical beings do not resist. They are slain before they comprehend their situation. Qin Feng need not lift a finger, merely circling the cavern's edge to collect fallen crystal cores and the occasional magical iron. In less than 10 minutes, he has gathered several hundred crystal cores, including dozens from 5th and 6th tier beings. However, none from 7th tier creatures are found. Additionally, the 8th tier being is not a product of the local or puppets, but rather resembles a black gorilla, likely originating from elsewhere, tasked solely with overseeing this area. Qin Feng believes his suspicions are correct. This place should not serve as a habitat for 8th tier beings. Suddenly, the 8th tier creature under Qin Feng's control begins to emit a sense of resistance. It appears something is vying for control over it. Noticing that there is nothing of value left, Qin Feng swiftly unleashes a fiery mental assault. Subsequently, he hastily vacates the cavern. Before he can distance himself significantly, agonizing screams echo from within the cave. Chapter 32. Jiuyou Lianshu Yen. Deep within the secret realm, there lies another lava-strewn landscape. However, there are few visible flames, only thick clouds of black smoke. This state indicates that the fissure is nearing stabilization. Creatures from the abyss can traverse the passage into this area. Yet the size of the fissure imposes restrictions on the level of beings permitted to pass. It seems that only royal tier beings can navigate through, as this small area hosts 3 royal tier creatures, including 1 demon. The demon, with a dark red complexion adorned with twisted magical patterns, is easily distinguishable from a regular human, if not concealed. At this moment, the demon, who had been absorbing magical energy for cultivation, suddenly opens its eyes, a fleeting expression of pain crossing its face. Who is scheming against me? In the next instant, it uses its hand as a blade, digging into its own heart. Soon, a small crystal core is extracted and swiftly discarded. The crystal core had yet to touch the ground when it was reduced to a pile of ashes. The blazing heart of the flames astonishingly spread through the tether of mental control, directly reaching this king-level demon. Such an effect was perhaps beyond even Qin Feng's imagination. What is wrong with you? Inquired a nearby king-level demon, its tone lacking in finesse. Nothing, came the reply. A fissure had been exposed. Despite the immense pain coursing through its body, the demon showed no signs of weakness. After all, among demons, they were both predator and prey. Hunting one another was a common occurrence, especially among higher-tier demons. The survival conditions in the abyss were 1,000 times harsher than in this world. Anything that could move was fair game for predation. Then let us seize the exit. No, that would compel the opponent to adopt more aggressive measures, forcibly severing this area. Then let us hasten our pace. We are already at our maximum speed. It will still take half a year. By then, all the fissures will merge into one, fully opening the abyssal passage. The other 2 demons, disinclined to think critically, generally obeyed the demon's commands, provided its strength remained intact. The demon surveyed its surroundings. They harbored no suspicion. It then closed its eyes to begin healing. That mysterious fire had nearly engulfed it entirely. Fortunately, it had managed to forcibly sever the flow of flames. Someone was capable of using the puppets it controlled to plot against it. Was such a method truly feasible for those below king level? Or had the humans outside discovered new countermeasures? With this thought, a shadow flickered across the demon's heart. After Qin Feng exited the cave, he did not venture far. He lingered nearby, listening to the commotion within. The sounds of shrieks and collisions were incessant. Likewise, the nearby demon puppets were driven into a frenzy, scattering in fear. The screams persisted for 2 hours. Once the din began to subside, Qin Feng activated his stealth and returned to the cave. After all, it was an 8th-tier crystal core, not to be squandered. Qin Feng never doubted the power of the blazing heart. So far, no creature had survived such an assault. Of course, he was unaware that a king-level demon had survived by severing its tail. In Qin Feng's understanding, being struck meant death. Thus, he only needed to ignite his enemies with a heart of flames and wait for them to succumb in madness. He also had to be cautious not to be inadvertently harmed by the frenzied enemies. Soon, Qin Feng returned to the cave's depths. The scene within was as he had anticipated. As far as the eye could see, there lay only ruins and debris. Naturally, there was little of value to begin with. Aside from a rift to the abyss, only shattered rocks remained. However, due to the 8th-tier demon's destructive rampage, the surrounding rock walls had been substantially shattered, revealing many luminous ores. Qin Feng could not identify their type and could not extract them. He could only leave them for illumination. The immediate priority was to locate the crystal core. Upon the death of a demon, not even a corpse remained. Thus, Qin Feng did not see the body of the 8th-tier demon resembling a black gorilla. Consequently, searching among the rubble for that 8th-tier crystal core felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After a thorough search, amid the dim red light, Qin Feng found it indeed challenging to locate. Therefore, he decided to exit the cave and wait for Xiao Bai to awaken before sending it to search. Although it was a fox, it should be able to function as a hunting dog. Hours slipped by swiftly. The host pet has ascended to the 4th tier, 1 star. The host power has been returned, elevating the host to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. This time, Xiao Bai's slumber was notably shorter. Perhaps, with the elevation of its tier, Xiao Bai had become increasingly adept at mastering its abilities. The host pet has comprehended the skill, Lian Zhu Bao Yen. The host has comprehended the skill, Jiu Yu Lian Su Yen. Jiu Yu Lian Su Yen melts all corporeal and ethereal entities. Its power correlates with the current realm. At the pinnacle realm, it can refine causality. Qin Feng. Powerful. Too powerful. This ability, for the current Qin Feng, was akin to a child operating a tank. He could not yet unleash its full potential. The ultimate realm, refining causality. What did that mean? Qin Feng did not know. He simply felt it was formidable. However, for the present Qin Feng, he casually retrieved a crystal core. In the next moment, a dark purple flame erupted from his fingertips. Upon contact with the crystal core, it was instantly engulfed by the flames. Subsequently, it rapidly shrank, condensing into a small droplet in the palm of Qin Feng's hand. If he desired, he could directly absorb it, converting it into energy for his body. However, it was unnecessary. Absorbing any resource for himself would be a waste. Thus, he took out an iron rod. Without any delay, the droplet was cast upon the iron rod. Instantly, the droplet was absorbed by the rod. Oh, this seems quite convenient. Then, Qin Feng retrieved all the collected demon iron. He decided to use one piece for an experiment. The dark purple flames, under Qin Feng's control, descended upon the demon iron. In an instant, the demon iron transformed into a metallic liquid. When Qin Feng touched it, he felt no change in temperature. Yet, the material melted fluidly. Subsequently, Qin Feng intensified the flames, allowing them to continue scorching. Moments later, that metallic liquid was reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The metal had been incinerated to nothingness. This scene exceeded Qin Feng's understanding. However, this was not the original world. No scientific rationale was required. It sufficed to know that it was incredibly impressive. Chapitre 33, Instant Refinement. Qin Feng subsequently grasped another piece of demon iron. In an instant, it was refined. Following this, dark golden droplets fell upon the iron rod. Indeed, just like the droplet from the crystal core, these metallic droplets were swiftly absorbed by the iron rod and perfectly merged into it. There was even a tendency for the rod to automatically compensate for certain dents and imperfections. This trend was undoubtedly not induced by Qin Feng's flames, but rather stemmed from some instinct or awareness formed within the iron rod itself. If it could absorb, then that was sufficient. Next, Qin Feng directly fused all the demon iron into the iron rod. The rod, which was not particularly thick to begin with, began to swell in size. Moreover, its weight rapidly increased at a rate perceptible to the body, inching closer to 2,000 pounds from an initial 1,000. The ability to fuse indicated that the magical essence of the melted demon iron still lingered within. The refining flames seemed to merely alter the structure of the material, from the tangible to the intangible, facilitating absorption. Further down, it could be entirely refined. Through these experiments, Qin Feng gradually grasped the mechanics at play. Just then, Qin Feng received a message from Xiao Bai. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Let me out." Bai Wuyou had been waiting in the pet space for quite some time, and Qin Feng had yet to summon her, causing her to grow anxious. Was he up to no good again? Typically, he would summon her at the first opportunity. Encountering trouble? Unlikely. He would summon her even more in such cases. Could it be that he was avoiding her for some reason? Surely he wasn't flirting with women? If Qin Feng knew the myriad thoughts that had raced through Xiao Bai's mind in those brief moments, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood. "I haven't done anything. I'm quite honest." With that, Xiao Bai was summoned forth by Qin Feng. Bai Wuyou surveyed her surroundings and confirmed that she was indeed still within the valley she had previously occupied. Instantly, a sense of relief washed over her. Why did it take so long this time? You just awakened, so I'll let you rest a bit longer. After all, I'm not in any danger. Well, I suppose you were obedient. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Bai Wuyou felt no further doubts. However, Qin Feng chuckled and remarked, "Xiao Bai, why does it feel like you're the master here? You are meddling too much." "Umph, my strength is formidable. Shouldn't you heed my words?" Indeed, indeed. Xiao Bai is the mightiest." Qin Feng readily played along, realizing that the more he flattered her now, the less awkward it would be later. "Nevertheless, how did you end up here? We are deep within the valley, where there should be higher-tier magical beasts." Xiao Bai scanned her surroundings, puzzled. The situation unfolded as follows. Qin Feng began to fabricate a tale. "I was originally waiting for you to awaken in the previous location, but suddenly, the ground trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck. Many fourth-tier magical beasts were fleeing in all directions. This chaos lasted for 2 full hours while I waited outside for you to awaken, gauging whether you would dare to enter. Is that so?" Bai Wuyou had no skepticism towards Qin Feng's words. "What is there to fear? You waited outside while I went in to investigate." Indeed, after hearing Qin Feng's provocative words, Xiao Bai hesitated not at all and resolved to enter. Listening to Qin Feng's description, it was as if she had encountered a fortuitous event, making it difficult for her to contain her excitement. "Very well, just be cautious." "Understood," Xiao Bai replied and transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting into the cave. "Moments latte." She returned triumphantly, clutching a remarkably large crystal core in her mouth. Subsequently, she gazed at Qin Feng with a complex expression. "Your luck is truly extraordinary." For some unknown reason, an 8th-tier magical beast perished inside, leaving behind an 8th-tier crystal core. Looting the corpse, the Yuming Lian, and the 8th-tier crystal core. How many times has this happened? Could it be that this fellow is indeed the child of destiny? Furthermore, there was the contract binding her to him, as well as the ancient ring with its archaic token and divine blood. In that moment, Bai Wuyou genuinely believed that Qin Feng was endowed with extraordinary fortune. Alas, this fellow is entirely uninterested in cultivation, appearing rather laid back. Otherwise, his achievements would undoubtedly rival her own. Wow, an 8th-tier crystal core. Xiao Bai is indeed fortunate. Can you digest this? If you cannot, I will hold on to it for you until later. Bai Wuyou initially intended to encourage him to strive harder, but as expected, this fellow displayed his usual apathetic demeanor. "Well, I suppose I will have to nurture him myself. Once I regain my identity as the Empress of the Demon Clan, it will surely astonish him. Of course, I can digest it, but it will require some time and focus to refine it, and I cannot hunt during that period. Naturally, refining it takes precedence. One 8th-tier crystal core is worth how many 4th-tier ones? While Qin Feng could assist Xiao Bai in the refining process, it would expose his enigmatic Jiulian Shuyan. At this stage, it was best not to let her know. Otherwise, she would surely refuse to accept any resources from him. Qin Feng could only continue to act nonchalantly so that Xiao Bai would feel justified in accepting all resources and striving for improvement. Sigh, having a pet that is too understanding is quite troublesome. Even gifting her a bit of resources requires some thought. All right, I shall refine this crystal core first. It may take some time. You should leave the secret realm for now. Once I complete the refinement, I will take a bath. After uttering this final sentence, Bai Wuyou felt her ears burning. Thankfully, she was in her fox form. Otherwise, she would have found it utterly impossible to speak such words. However, there was no other choice. She did not wish for Qin Feng to remain in the secret realm and take unnecessary risks, so she had to coax him out. Rest assured, Xiao Bai, I will leave the secret realm today. I will not fall into a deep slumber while digesting the crystal core. If there is any danger, call me at any time. With that, Bai Wuyou swallowed the 8th tier crystal core. Originally, she had planned to begin hunting 5th tier magical beasts as soon as she advanced. However, with Qin Feng's incredible luck in acquiring an 8th tier crystal core, she could significantly save time. Thus, she decided to focus on her advancement first. Do not worry, Xiao Bai, Qin Feng replied, then stored Xiao Bai in the pet space. Sigh, Xiao Bai is so diligent. I must find something to occupy myself with. Although Qin Feng felt a bit bored, the thought of Xiao Bai's efforts for his sake filled him with renewed vigor. And that, an idea suddenly struck Qin Feng, and he once again made his way toward the cave. Inside the cave, everything remained unchanged, just as before. Qin Feng estimated that Xiao Bai had encountered little difficulty in locating that 8th tier crystal core. As for the abyssal rift, it was a topic too enigmatic for magical beasts, so he refrained from discussing it further. Now, Qin Feng had returned with the intent of investigating the abyssal rift. He wanted to discover what would transpire if his Jiuyou Lianshu Yin were to come into contact with it. Chapter 34. Refining the abyssal rift subsequently. Qin Feng retrieved the iron rod. It should no longer be referred to as an iron rod, but rather an iron bar, as it was now the thickness of his arm and hardly practical. If it were to serve as a weapon, it would need to be reduced by at least half. Originally, I intended to toss you in to soak for a while and observe the results, but now I have a different notion. Qin Feng paid no mind to whether the iron bar could comprehend his words and spoke to himself. This new idea was somewhat audacious. He intended to refine the abyssal rift, or rather, to refine the essence of the abyss that seeped out along the rift. Whether it be demonic energy, demonic flames, or demonic essence, as long as it existed, be it real or illusory, it could be refined. To ensure he would not run low on spiritual energy, Qin Feng had even prepared some spirit stones as a rare supplement, acquired from the sale of the black bear carcass after his last hunt. However, upon returning, he was immediately taken to the Yuan Academy by Nan Yunxian, leaving him no time to give any to Xiao Bai. Now that Xiao Bai had reached the 4th tier, these novice spirit stones were no longer sufficient. In any case, today he was determined to refine the abyssal rift. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng flicked his fingers, and a dark purple flame erupted, resembling a black lotus as it fell onto the dark red river of flames. Boom! Boom! The demonic energy leaking from the abyss responded to the flames like natural gas, meeting an open flame, erupting into a violent blaze. The Jiuyou fire was instantly replenished, requiring no further fuel from Qin Feng. In the next moment, it rapidly spread throughout the entire abyssal rift. Inside the cave, the previously dark red glow transformed into a profound dark purple hue. Surely, nothing disastrous will occur. Qin Feng pondered anxiously. What if something unexpected happens? Would he be able to escape in time? Fortunately, that eerie color did not persist for long. Soon, Qin Feng observed that the abyssal rift was swiftly contracting, as if some creature's body was closing up in response to stimulation. Faintly, he seemed to hear a roar. Moreover, unbeknownst to Qin Feng, at the instant the abyssal rift closed, it appeared as though a purple mass was drawn in along with it. Presently, Qin Feng had no time to attend to other matters, for on this desiccated riverbed, he had discovered his latest prize, a concentrated, blood-red liquid, akin to molten lava. Even though Qin Feng had become entirely immune to mental attacks, he could still feel the overwhelming demonic essence encroaching upon him. This mass was the essence distilled from the entire river. It resembled demonic blood. This substance would likely be of no use to an ordinary person. In the best-case scenario, it would be best to destroy it outright. However, is Qin Feng an ordinary person? Certainly not. Thus, he directly thrust the iron rod into it. Since this object was refined using the Jiuyou Lianshu Yin, it implies that it can absorb. However, it essentially means that the abyssal substance has been absorbed into the iron rod. Moments later, The concentrated essence of the abyss from the riverbed was entirely drawn into one end of the iron rod. Dimly, Qin Feng seemed to perceive vein-like patterns forming within the rod. Could it truly transform into a being akin to a transformer? Subsequently, Qin Feng left the cave with the iron rod, embarking on his journey home. Nonetheless, he would not depart so easily. At the very least, he needed to ascertain what this object had transformed into. After all, he still had to report back to the master craftsman. This appearance was certainly unacceptable. Initially, Qin Feng had mentioned that the other party was forging some forbidden weapon. Yet now, it was he who possessed a truly forbidden weapon. By concentrating the essence of an abyssal rift within this iron rod, Qin Feng was certain that it would unequivocally become a demonic entity. The only uncertainty remained whether it would remain under his control. If not, it would have to be reforged. With the Jiu Linshu Yin at his disposal, Qin Feng was confident that there was no weapon he could not forge. However, compared to an ordinary iron rod, he hoped that this entity would provide him with some surprises. Shortly after, Qin Feng halted at the valley's exit, sitting upon a rock with the iron rod before him. At this moment, the rod had reverted to its original dark golden hue. Its luster was subdued, and its shape had become exceedingly regular. It appeared to be an ordinary piece of steel. What do you say? Shall I forge you or refine you? Qin Feng spoke to the iron rod, as if in a daze. However, what he uttered mattered little. What was significant was that a dark purple flame flickered in his hand. With a gentle flick, regardless of what lay within the iron rod, it would transform into molten iron or even nothingness. He was not conversing with the rod. Rather, he was threatening it. Admittedly, this seemed rather foolish. Yet, Qin Feng proceeded with this act, and it yielded results. Suddenly, a surge of blood energy erupted from the iron rod. This blood energy appeared to possess a will of its own, actively rushing towards the flame. In the next moment, all of the blood energy was completely refined, leaving only a crimson imprint in the air. Qin Feng reached out to grasp the imprint, which he could choose to absorb or not. If it were the concentrated essence of the abyss, Qin Feng would certainly refrain. However, such a small imprint posed no problem for him. Subsequently, the blood-red imprint melded into the palm of Qin Feng's hand. In that instant, he comprehended the function of this entity. Within the iron rod, an awareness had indeed been birthed, or rather a soul. In a bid for survival, it voluntarily relinquished half of its soul, which was refined by Qin Feng. To some extent, it constituted a master-servant contract, far more domineering than the destiny contract he had signed with Xiao Bai. If Qin Feng so wished, he could extinguish its consciousness in an instant. It too was gambling, wagering that Qin Feng would choose to spare it, for it had no other options. Quite audacious indeed. Qin Feng tightened his grip, offering a word of praise. Typical demonic entities do not possess such a strong will to survive. Master, I am not a demonic entity. I am a demon. At that moment, through the soul imprint, Qin Feng heard its response. Its current state resembled that of a spirit bound to the iron rod. Demon? What differentiates you from a demonic entity? I do not know. I only know that I'm a demon. Beyond that, I have no memories. Very well. It seems I have inadvertently created something remarkable. So, what utility do you possess? I can consume. Qin Feng replied, Isn't having Xiao Bai the glutton enough? What do you eat? Demonized metals, crystal cores, and so forth. I'm not picky. Sensing Qin Feng's disdain, it added, You lack the qualification to be picky. Chapter 35. The liquid metal robot, it is merely an iron rod. How could enjoy Xiao Bai's treatment? Aside from consuming, what else can you do? If that is all, I might as well melt you down. My form can change at will. As it spoke, the rod before Qin Feng began to twist, seemingly on the verge of transforming into a humanoid shape. Stop. You wouldn't dare attempt to take on my appearance, would you? That would be utterly revolting. After all this, it is not a transformer, but rather a terminator. What a liquid metal robot. Transform into a thinner, conventional weapon size. Understood. The iron rod promptly transformed into the shape of a standard 8-trigram staff, albeit weighing over 1,000 pounds, infused with an indeterminate amount of demonized metal. As for its strength, there was no need for concern. This entity would undoubtedly configure its body with the optimal alloy ratio. By sheer coincidence, Qin Feng seemingly accomplished the master craftsman's wishes with ease. Can your body be segmented? Yes, but my demon soul can only exist within one part of it, and it cannot be too small. All right, split it into 2 halves as it is now. Qin Feng believed that the rod containing the demon's soul could not be revealed in public. The dense demon energy would be impossible to conceal from anyone with even a modicum of discernment. In public, he would use the rod devoid of a demon's soul, while in private, he would wield this adaptable one. Understood. The demon's soul exhibited no hesitation in following Qin Feng's orders, executing them with precision. In moments, two identical alloy rods appeared before Qin Feng. Whether used as weapons or for forging new arms, they were perfect materials. Excellent. I shall place you both in my storage ring. Behave yourselves, do not move about recklessly, and do not pilfer anything inside. Understood. After securely storing the two rods, Qin Feng rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. Upon emerging from the secret realm, he encountered his teacher, Chen Riyun, waiting at the exit. Upon seeing Qin Feng, she immediately approached him. Qin Feng realized she had been waiting specifically for him. Teacher Chen, did you need something from me? Is not I seeking you? Rather, the principal wishes to see you. Come with me. All right. Indeed, Chen Riyun rarely sought him out on her own initiative. If she did, it was typically at the principal's behest. Teacher, do you know what this is about? Perhaps he wishes to assess your progress. Do not worry. It should not be anything unfavorable. Understood. Qin Feng nodded. This was a perfect opportunity to claim his reward for reaching the 4th tier. Additionally, he could mention the matter of the Abyssal Rift and see if he could earn any further rewards. Soon, Qin Feng was brought to the office of Nan Yinxian. Please, take a seat. Nan Yinxian rose and sat across from Qin Feng on the sofa. Principal, what is the matter? Do not be anxious. As the principal, it is only natural for me to show concern for my students. Principal, it would be better if you spoke plainly. You certainly do not shy away from benefits. Here you go. Nan Yinxian jokingly chided as he tossed Qin Feng a vial of bloodline potion, then continued. Providing you with these resources is not merely to facilitate your cultivation. You ought to understand that, right? Of course, it is to slay demonic entities. I understand the responsibilities that come with the privileges granted by my lord. Where did you learn such eloquent speech, you little rascal? Now tell me, how many demonic entities have you slain? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Were it not for the fact that he had consumed the 8th tier crystal core, he would have taken out to frighten you. Slaying magical beasts was one aspect of the matter. Headmaster, I have another matter that requires your attention. If you find it useful, surely there must be a reward? Oh, pray, tell me what it is, Nan Yunxian inquired with curiosity. This is footage I captured in a cave within the secret realm. As he spoke, Qin Feng produced his phone and unveiled the recorded images. Abyssal fissures? Indeed, upon viewing, Nan Yunxuan's brow furrowed immediately. It is not unusual to find abyssal fissures within the secret realm. However, those magical rock puppets are systematically excavating within the realm? Absolutely. I suspect that those abyssal fissures were unearthed by them. It is possible, but more likely it is a scheme orchestrated by a king-level magical beast within. If multiple abyssal fissures are simultaneously being excavated, a surge of alarm surged through Nan Yunxian. This matter transcended the concerns of the Yuan Academy and pertained to the entire imperial capital. It could even jeopardize the stability of the whole Xia kingdom. Either we sacrifice the Yuan Academy, imploring the saint-level entities to completely relocate the secret realm along with the surrounding land to the front lines of the abyss. Consequently, the Yuan Academy would need to find a new place to rebuild, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. Alternatively, we must devise a way to thwart this crisis within the secret realm. However, the threat of king-level magical beasts already loomed within the secret realm, and now we are tasked with addressing such an undertaking. It is indeed a predicament. Are we to deploy students en masse for a thorough search? Such an action would utterly sever the roots of the Yuan Academy. Sending students under 20 into such peril would be akin to sacrificing lives. In that moment, even Nan Yunxian, a formidable imperial tier expert, found himself in a dilemma. He then glanced at Qin Feng, who was eagerly awaiting his reward. Wait a minute. How did this fellow manage to infiltrate the lair of the magical beasts and return? Nan Yunxian then spoke. This matter is of great significance. I must verify it first. Provide me with the location, and I will send Lin Xiao to investigate. No need for that. I have already resolved the situation there. How did you manage that? Simply by eliminating all the magical beasts, of course. Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for words. Disturbing so many magical beasts. Even if Lin Xiao were to enter, he might not return unscathed. How did you resolve it? Quite simply, one by one. Qin Feng did not wish to dwell on such details, promptly producing the crystal cores. Behold, a fresh batch of several hundred crystal cores. After extracting all the cores below the 6th tier, he added, "Headmaster, I assure you, I did not slack off." Nan Yunxian mused. If these 4th and 5th tier magical beasts were indeed all slain by Qin Feng alone, then he truly has little to answer for. It appears I have genuinely stumbled upon treasure. With the talent and strength to challenge magical beasts beyond his tier, if Qin Feng were to cultivate to the king level, wouldn't he have a firm grasp over the king-level magical beasts within the secret realm? At that moment, the surprise brought by Qin Feng somewhat alleviated the anxiety stemming from his earlier revelation. As long as there are capable individuals to counter the abyss, even if the Yuan Academy must be rebuilt, it would not be a grave concern. Chapter 36. I prefer to swing a stick at people. In light of the news you have brought, I shall reward you with a vial of bloodline potion. As he spoke, Nan Yunxian produced another vial of potion for him. Such rewards can only be dispensed by the headmaster. Just one. I also dealt with the magical beasts within. Dealing with magical beasts is inherently your responsibility. Furthermore, I do not encourage you to take such risks at present. However, I can exchange the 5th tier crystal cores you possess for spirit stones, and at a rate higher than the school's logistics department. In the future, you may exchange any higher tier crystal cores with me. With a flourish, Nan Yunxian collected all the 5th tier crystal cores. He then stated, a total of 54 5th tier crystal cores, and I shall give you 30 mid-level spirit stones. Soon, a pile of mid-level spirit stones appeared on the coffee table. However, Qin Feng did not display any particular joy on his face. From a transactional standpoint, he had profited. Nan Yunxian's offer was 50% higher than the market price. After all, crystal cores require processing to be transformed into potions or similar items for utilization. It is akin to the difference in price between grains used for feed and those used for pastries. Nevertheless, in terms of energy alone, he felt he had suffered a loss, for he had indeed fed them directly to Xiao Bai. However, Qin Feng soon remembered something and quickly stashed away the remaining crystal cores and spirit stones. Thank you, headmaster. These 5th tier crystal cores cannot be given directly to Xiao Bai, or else she would certainly inquire about their origin. It is better to cleanse them through Nan Yunxian. Indeed, I will only grant you such a rate for the spoils you personally hunted within the secret realm. I understand, and if I happen to hunt a king-level crystal core, I will be the first to seek you out for an exchange. Qin Feng was well aware that the headmaster intended to monitor his progress through this means. Presumably, Lin Xiao and Lung Yu received similar benefits. Once formal matters were concluded, and just as Qin Feng prepared to take his leave, Nan Yunxian spoke again. By the way, there's one more thing. At the beginning of next month, the 3 schools will hold a joint welcome event, and you are to participate. A welcome event? Do we have such leisure? In the past, I did not participate. However, this year I might as well join the festivities. As he spoke, Nan Yunxian regarded Qin Feng. Go and bring back first place. What reward? 2 months' worth of subsidies. Why not give me the reward in advance? My strength could improve even further, and I would have more assurance. Over 100 mid-level spirit stones a month is not sufficient. Do you think you can eat spirit stones for sustenance? Haha, considering it is a reward that is essentially free, wouldn't it be more reassuring to obtain it in advance? Indeed, though it is true one could consume spirit stones as sustenance. It is not Qin Feng, but Xiao Bai who does so. You should prepare well. Do not falter. As for the reward, we shall speak of it once you achieve it. Very well. I shall take my leave now. With less than a week until next month, Qin Feng could afford to wait. After exiting the headmaster's office, Qin Feng made his way once more to the forging place. Upon arriving at the familiar forge, he once again heard the familiar sound of scolding. A group of apprentices was being reprimanded harshly. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Feng leisurely entered the forge. Seeing Qin Feng enter, the master craftsman wasted no time. You actually remember to come? I thought you had forgotten the promise you made. Coming once every half-month is not a breach of promise. Is it? Enough. Where's that scrap iron? Quickly return it to the furnace for remelting. It vexes me just to think of it. Here. Qin Feng produced the pure magic iron rod devoid of any magical essence. Instantly, the master's eyes lit up. Is this the same ugly stick from last time? It seemed he could hardly believe it had originated from his forge. It was not that the stick was particularly aesthetically pleasing, but rather that the metal was perfectly fused. This was the flawless material he had longed for. In other words, to merely use it as a stick would be an utter waste. Forged into a sword or blade, it would undoubtedly slice through iron like mud. Of course, I did add quite a bit of magic iron to it. This item, taken out, should not tarnish the reputation of your forge, right? Of course not. But others will call me a fool. Such excellent material, used as a stick. Hand this over to me, and I shall forge you an extraordinary weapon for free. At this point, the master craftsman was no longer focused on imparting any forging techniques to Qin Feng. Rather, his desire was solely fixated on this exceptional forging material. No need. I prefer to wield my stick to teach a lesson. You, young one, are quite ungrateful. I am the esteemed director of the forging department, a master of the royal rank. As he concluded, the elder's imposing demeanor gradually diminished. Within this, at least, lies the carefully selected magic iron ingots, extracted from the core of a royal-grade, magically imbued metal puppet. I do not ask for much. Merely half will suffice. No problem, Qin Feng readily agreed. However, you must exchange it for magically imbued metal. For instance, you should have quite a bit of that royal-grade, magically imbued metal left, correct? I wouldn't dare to ask for too much of that. It would be far too perilous for you. Then let it be. Saying this, Qin Feng pretended to leave. Wait. The master quickly detained Qin Feng. If I am not mistaken, you must have obtained this stick using the molten casting method, rather than forging. As long as it serves its purpose. I do not mean to belittle casting, merely that it is difficult to grasp the optimal ratios, temperatures, and most importantly, to retain a hint of magic. In this regard, I'm not your equal. After a pause, the master continued, I can provide you with all the magically imbued metal you require, and I will not ask for this half-stick in return. However, you must promise to furnish me with a new finished material. What if I fail with the new material? If it fails, it fails. Bring me the waste as well. Very well. Subsequently, the master revealed a collection of magically imbued metals in various hues. Among them, particularly striking was a dark red metal resembling a heart. It faintly glowed from within. This phenomenon couldn't possibly be some form of radioactive reaction, could it? Much like the luminescence of nuclear radiation. Calm yourself. This is another world, where science holds no sway. Moreover, the erosion of magic is far more lethal than nuclear radiation. In total, there are over 2,000 pounds of refined magic iron here. I do not require much, just 500 pounds of finished alloy will do. The proportions of this batch, aside from this royal-grade heart, are identical to the ingot I previously provided you. As for this heart, if you are not afraid of danger, you may take it as well, considering it your reward. It's a deal. I shall deliver it to you next month. With such terms, Qin Feng had no reason to refuse. By the way, in the future, if I wish to forge swords or similar items, can I still have you forge them for free? A weapon forged by a royal-grade master should not go unclaimed. Get lost. Chapter 37. Brother, I am a male snake. Before departing from the forge, Qin Feng learned the master's name, Qin Feng. Though unassuming in his modest forge, the weapons he crafted were highly sought after. Many imperial-level warriors wielded weapons forged by him. Naturally, such tales circulated only in the school forum. It was within the school that ordinary students could encounter such masters, whether in the past life or this one. Many would find their closest brush with greatness during their school years. Beyond the campus, the disparity in levels becomes stark. Qin Feng is a true master. He can forge weapons for imperial-level warriors and is willing to craft ordinary swords for novices. The disparity largely arises from the materials used. No matter how skilled a master is, he cannot turn a mere iron block into a legendary weapon. The prerequisite for creating a legendary weapon is the quality of the materials. Thus, this explains why Qin Feng placed such importance on Qin Feng's iron stick. Unexpectedly, a casual act led this newcomer to achieve something remarkable. There is no denying that the emergence of new materials indeed involves an element of serendipity. Masters may not necessarily surpass the ingenuity of newcomers. After a meal in the cafeteria, the sky had darkened. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Feng summoned Bai. Bai, I obeyed and left the secret realm as instructed. Bai Wuyou responded, then continued to meditate and refine the 8th grade crystal core. Qin Feng took a shower, scrolled through his phone for a while, then went to sleep with Bai nestled in his embrace. The two, a man and a fox, slept peacefully together. The next day, the host pet beast has advanced to the 4th rank, 5 stars. Power returned. The host's rank has elevated to the 5th rank, 3 stars. In less than a month, it had progressed from the 1st rank to the 5th. It seems that within half a year, it may very well exceed the 6th rank, possibly even reaching the royal rank. In fact, it might not even take that long. With the increase in power, the prey that can be hunted also rises in rank. The pace of advancement will only accelerate. Rank is one aspect, the other is skills. Qin Feng could distinctly feel that as the rank increased, the skills Xiao Bai comprehended became increasingly sophisticated. Correspondingly, the skills returned to him also grew more advanced. However, due to the limitations of rank, they could not unleash their full potential. Nevertheless, with his 4th rank, Qin Feng could effortlessly slay an 8th rank magical creature with a single fire of heart flame. This undoubtedly surpasses everyone's expectations. Even a saint rank would find it hard to fathom such an occurrence. This is no longer a matter of being invincible within the same rank or even surpassing ranks. Below the royal rank, there are likely no rivals. As long as Qin Feng does not recklessly challenge any royal or imperial ranks at this stage, and focuses on steady development for a few years, he will undoubtedly dominate. Thus, there is no need for Xiao Bai's warnings. Qin Feng is quite cautious about his life. Is Xiao Bai awake? Let us go take a shower. Bai Wuyou. Soon, the little fox was pampered into a clean and fragrant state by Qin Feng. A kiss on the little fox's cheek has become routine. To this, the Empress Bai Wuyou had long since lost her temper. After all, she is currently a fox. If she were to take her true form, and he dared to act so boldly, she would first dissolve their contract and then confine him in a small dark room. Come, Xiao Bai, it's time for dinner. Qin Feng's voice interrupted Bai Wuyou's thoughts. Intermediate spirit stones? The principal believes my strength is commendable and allows me to showcase it. Once I secure first place among the newcomers, there will be additional rewards. These will serve as a portion of my advance payment. Fabricating such nonsense, Qin Feng can now do it effortlessly, without a hint of flaw. After all, Xiao Bai cannot verify this with Nan Yunxian. Then you should keep some for yourself and enhance your strength. No worries, I have enough primary spirit stones. Having Qin Feng use the intermediate ones is too extravagant for him. Moreover, dealing with a group of newcomers who have just reached the 3rd rank, I am more than capable. There is no need for further enhancement. Bai Wuyou agreed with Qin Feng's statement. After all, she had witnessed him effortlessly smashing a 4th rank magical creature with a single blow. This man, despite not consuming any rare treasures, possesses tremendous strength. Furthermore, his mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, rendering him immune to allure. Bai Wuyou gradually felt fortunate. Had this man been a martial arts fanatic, she would surely receive no resources and have no chance to dissolve the contract. Therefore, she would not urge Qin Feng to cultivate diligently. In her heart, Qin Feng was undoubtedly gifted but lacked ambition, merely coasting through life. Should he truly be spurred into unleashing his potential, it would be she who ultimately weeps. Even if she were to encourage Qin Feng to strive, it would have to wait until after the contract was dissolved. If at that time, she were to abruptly and unjustifiably terminate the contract, this man would surely feel heartbroken. He would resent her and then regret not having made an effort. For some reason, the thought of that scene left Bai Wuyou feeling somewhat suffocated and pained. There are still 3 days until the so-called orientation event. Just enough time for Qin Feng to visit the secret realm. Qin Feng gave all 30 intermediate spirit stones to Xiao Bai, who obediently went to Cultivate in the pet space. After Qin Feng ventured into the secret realm, he decided to call forth his devoted pet. He had grown quite fond of this diligent creature. However, it was also possible that he wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Drawing from his previous experience, Bai Wuyou felt that being publicly embraced by Qin Feng merely served to create a topic of conversation between him and other girls. Witnessing Qin Feng flirt with others in her presence would be more painful than death itself. Therefore, she resolved to keep her distance, trusting that Qin Feng would not betray her. Thus, Qin Feng set off alone towards the secret realm. However, midway through his journey, he was intercepted once more by Zhang Xiaotian, the same individual from their last encounter, accompanied by 2 male companions who appeared to either be followers or classmates. Their gazes directed at Qin Feng were anything but friendly. "Hey, we meet again," Zhang Xiaotian exclaimed. "What do you want this time? Apologize, and then lend me your fox for a day. Why not play with your own pet?" Qin Feng murmured, surveying the trio. Zhang Xiaotian then summoned his pet, a black python, which emitted a series of hisses upon its arrival. However, in the next moment, Zhang Xiaotian wrapped his arms around the creature from behind, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar fervor. "Hey, I'm a male snake," the black python protested internally. The other two boys embraced each other, sharing their innermost thoughts, and even began to engage in more intimate gestures. The sight was quite disturbing and soon drew a considerable crowd of students. It took them 3 minutes to regain their composure after Qin Feng's departure, only to erupt in 3 earth-shattering screams. In the following week, the campus forum's headlines were dominated by the incident. Salt in broad daylight, such acts toward the snake. Life is fleeting, but one must avoid social death. As the instigator, Qin Feng paid little heed to their plight. They should count themselves fortunate that this was merely a school environment and not the wild, or else they might have met a silent demise. Setting the farce behind him, Qin Feng entered the secret realm once more, this time opting for a different direction, steering clear of previously hunted areas and mainstream routes. Though few ventured into this secret realm, some still did. Danger lurked, yet so did ample prey. Hunting 3rd and 4th tier magical beasts on the periphery proved to be quite lucrative. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Feng found himself undisturbed. He retrieved 2 iron rods and all the enchanted metals he had collected. The materials acquired from a royal tier powerhouse should significantly enhance the quality of these iron rods. Master, one of the rods communicated, conveying the essence of the magical soul within. Qin Feng sensed a hint of its excitement. "You understand what I wish to do, do you not? You haven't consumed any of these materials, have you?" "Not at all. Without your permission, I wouldn't dare absorb even a trace of magical energy." The magical soul quickly reassured him, fully aware of the terror embodied in the human before it. It was a shudder that resonated deep within the soul. Even the true abyss itself would tremble in fear. "Follow me, and I shall ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. In due time, I will refine a few abyssal rifts for you," Qin Feng promised. "Look at that. Using the abyss as sustenance, what more could I desire? Stealing? Impossible." The magical soul understood that its existence, though coincidental, was not irreplaceable. With the right materials combined with an abyssal rift, it could easily create another magical entity. No, absolutely not. The thought of such a possibility filled the magical soul with dread. It must become the soul's strongest magical being. The solution lay before it. Loyalty to this man was the key. "Thank you, Master. I will meld all these materials with you. You merely need to adjust your state to the optimal ratio. Can you manage that?" "Rest assured, Master, it is quite simple." Qin Feng felt similarly confident, having completed this process before. In the next moment, he activated the Jiu Lianshu flame, transforming the enchanted metals into liquid form, which he then infused into the rod housing the magical soul. Even the royal tier metal heart was similarly integrated. As the dark red metallic liquid dripped onto the rod, Qin Feng distinctly felt the surge of excitement from the magical soul. The act of mutual consumption among magical beings was indeed a reality. At that moment, the rod fused all the metals into a singular entity, occasionally expelling excess metal to ensure the perfect composition. Ultimately, what lay before Qin Feng was a dark red iron rod weighing over 3,000 pounds. Quite impressive, Qin Feng praised, then instructed, "Now, divided into 3 segments. One segment should weigh 500 pounds, another 1,000 pounds, and the remainder will be your main body." "Understood, Master." The iron rod obediently segmented itself into 3 parts. The 1,000-pound rod would serve as Qin Feng's publicly wielded weapon. Although imbued with magical attributes, it lacked a magical soul, thus avoiding the classification of forbidden weapon. Only those carrying a magical soul were deemed true magical artifacts. Qin Feng awaited a worthy opponent to match it. The 500-pound segment was promised to Jin Chengfeng next month. Sufficient material for him to forge a fine blade worthy of a royal tier identity. Having completed these tasks, Qin Feng stored the 3 segments in his ring before summoning Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, which tier of magical beast shall we hunt this time?" "Definitely 5th tier. As a divine bloodline, challenging beyond our tier is merely routine." "Xiao Bai, you are truly remarkable." In front of Xiao Bai, Qin Feng felt like a boastful leader in a human-shaped fox climbing frame. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the morning of their outing, Qin Feng gathered at the school gate, where 3 large buses awaited. After nearly a month at the academy, This was Qin Feng's first venture beyond the school grounds. On one hand, he had been quite reclusive. On the other, there had been little worth leaving for. With meals and lodging provided, there was no need to step outside, even for monster hunting. Life in these prestigious institutions was exceedingly convenient, allowing him to focus solely on enhancing his abilities. After exchanging greetings with Chen Ruyun, Qin Feng boarded a bus and found a seat. The 3 buses could accommodate over 100 individuals, yet, in comparison to the thousands of royal-tier pet bloodline contractors each year, this number was relatively small. Most royal-tier bloodline contractors prefer to attend the Imperial Capital Academy or the 100 Battles Academy. If not, the Yuyuan Academy would not have had to lower its admission criteria to merely require royal-tier bloodlines. This condition alone could filter out 99 of graduates. Only those with royal-tier bloodlines could barely gain entry into the 3 major academies. Such a harsh selection mechanism seemed to tie an individual's fate forcibly to the randomly assigned pet bloodline. Yet, for the majority, it felt fair. Everyone relied on luck. Those fortunate enough soared to great heights, while those less so faded into obscurity. As the bus gradually filled, the murmurs of conversation grew lively. Some were still confused, believing they were attending some welcoming performance, while others had resolute expressions, determined to showcase their prowess in the first battle. Naturally, many remained indifferent, detached from the unfolding events. Many individuals, unable to meet the stringent requirements of Daidu, Xuefu, or Baijian Xuefu, have opted for this alternative path. Within just 2 months, attaining the 3rd level may seem as effortless as the act of eating or drinking for Qin Feng. However, for a portion of the students, this remains a formidable challenge. Whether due to external or internal factors, the end result is that they can only gain admission to Yuyuan Xuefu. Nan Yunchuan's decision to encourage Qin Feng to secure first place also serves to bolster morale. It would undoubtedly astonish all factions within the capital. Although Yuyuan Xuefu has maintained a low profile for some time, it has not vanished. The prestige of being one of the 3 major academies in Daidu could be reclaimed at any moment. As the personnel assembled, 3 large buses made their way toward Daidu, Xuefu. In recent years, the welcoming ceremonies have seen Daidu, Xuefu clinch the first position for 3 consecutive sessions. Naturally, Yuyuan Xuefu has not participated for several years, as it has been preoccupied with addressing the monstrous threats lurking within the abyssal secret realm. They simply lack the leisure to engage in any new student competitions. However, this time is different. Qin Feng's emergence appears to be a gift from the heavens for Yuyuan Xuefu, capable of resolving its crisis and reclaiming former glory. Before long, the 3 buses entered the campus of Daidu Xuefu. It must be noted that Daidu Xuefu excels in terms of its facilities, boasting a larger area and more modern architecture, exuding an air of refinement and grandeur. In contrast, Yuyuan Xuefu emphasizes practicality. Upon disembarking, Qin Feng spotted Nan Yunchuan at the entrance of the venue. While other students might have chosen to circumvent the principal, Qin Feng approached him directly. "Principal," he remarked, "how curious it is that I cannot discern your realm." "Huh. I recently acquired the skill of concealing my realm. What do you think? Is it not quite practical? At your young age, why engage in such subterfuge? Young people should shine brightly." Nan Yunchuan retorted dismissively. Qin Feng responded, "If I unleash my full power, I fear you may not be able to withstand it. Is there a reward for being conspicuous? None. Then it seems I shall simply secure first place with ease." "Very well. That is your assertion. I have heard that the other 2 schools will have new students at the 5th level." "5th level? New students? How could you overlook such talent?" "Such matters cannot be succinctly explained. You will understand in due course. Now let us proceed." With that, Nan Yunchuan led Qin Feng into the venue. Accompanying the principal into the arena made it impossible for Qin Feng to remain inconspicuous. Almost instantaneously upon their entrance, he felt numerous probing gazes directed towards him. Alongside the leaders of the 3 major academies, there were representatives from various influential families in the capital. Many new students hailed from these powerful factions, rendering the welcoming ceremony more of an exchange among competing forces. You may descend. You need not be the first to compete in the arena. Wait until no one dares to step forth, and then you may intervene. Understood, Qin Feng replied, making his way to the designated area of Yuyuan Xuefu and finding a seat. This was a sports arena, featuring a triangular platform at its center. the implications of which were self-evident. Each academy occupied a corner, with the option to participate or abstain entirely at their discretion. Once on stage, there existed the possibility of being thrown off, or even facing two opponents simultaneously. The rules were ostensibly fair, but the reality seldom reflected such equity. If one side hesitated to send a representative, the platform would remain vacant, watched by thousands. Some new students, just beginning to comprehend the situation, appeared visibly pale. Although some were bonded to royal bloodlines, their levels remained at the second tier. Qin Feng sat in silence, engaging in mental conversation with Xiao Bai, which alleviated his boredom. Over the past 3 days, Xiao Bai had ascended by 2 stars, and he too had progressed to the 5th level, 5 stars. Initially, he had concealed his realm, believing the presence of 5th-level new students to be somewhat absurd. Yet, it appeared there were indeed formidable talents. Both Daidu Xuefu and Baizhan Xuefu boasted 5th-level newcomers. Consequently, Qin Feng no longer considered his advancement to be excessively extraordinary. Still, the true measure of his opponents would only be revealed in combat. On the observation platform, the principals of the 3 major academies were seated. The imperial-level powerhouses had the luxury of participating in such new student activities, enjoying their leisure. Nonetheless, their roles as principals were largely to serve as stabilizing forces. The mundane tasks that required their direct involvement were nearly non-existent, particularly since their martial potential had mostly been realized. Their current existence resembled that of retirement. It would be more prudent to focus their energies on nurturing the next generation. Yunxuan, it seems you have discovered some promising talent this year, remarked Xia Songrui, the principal of Daidu Xuefu, with a casual tone. Though his gaze briefly swept over Qin Feng, one cannot deem him a remarkable talent, merely bonded to royal blood. However, his diligence is commendable, hence his rapid progress. Non-Yunxuan responded coolly. Were Qin Feng aware of Non-Yunxuan's assessment, he would surely feel a pang of embarrassment. Diligence? Spending time in the dormitory admiring beauty, leisurely strolling through the secret realm. If that could be considered diligent, then truly no one would be deemed indolent. Clearly, you are still seeking a solution to that issue. Is it worth it? After all, it is merely an old site. Relocating it is a trivial matter. Without the abyssal secret realm, what remains of Yuan Xuefu? However, your point holds merit. If there is no progress within 6 months, we shall implement the second plan. Yunxuan, why the sudden urgency? Is that new student not the one you prepared for this very purpose? Non-Yunxuan fell silent, refraining from a response. Could it be that the bomb buried beneath Daidu was being ignited? Moreover, this bomb was discovered by them. A bomb might be tolerated, but one with a lit fuse is intolerable. Resisting the abyss is the responsibility of all, not solely that of Yuan. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang, the principal of Baizhan Xuefu, finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Indeed, you raise valid points. Yet, since its establishment, Yuan has embraced this mission. Should it lose this faith and purpose, its existence would be rendered unnecessary. Non-Yunxuan smiled nonchalantly, then shifted the topic. However, it seems both of you have begun to recruit half-demon bloodlines, which is somewhat unorthodox. Upon mentioning this, both other principals revealed fleeting expressions of discomfort. Qing Xue carries the blood of the Xia family. She is my descendant. My wolf cub was raised under my care, thus also qualifies as my descendant. Non-Yunxuan scoffed quietly, choosing not to engage further. Yet, anticipation glimmered in his eyes. 2 old fellows who disregard martial ethics. Let us see how they will be humbled. On the ground, the host commenced the introduction of the rules, emphasizing fairness, impartiality, and voluntary participation. Once a participant concedes or falls, lethal force is strictly prohibited. After all, this is a welcoming ceremony, not a life-or-death battle. Several judges took their positions, ready to intervene should any calamity arise. Moreover, with a few imperial-level powerhouses seated on the platform, no one dared to cause trouble under their watchful eyes. Soon, as the host declared the commencement, representatives from each academy began to take the stage. Initially, it was not necessary for participants to possess overwhelming strength, for the atmosphere resembled that of a performance, allowing everyone an opportunity to showcase their skills. Only at the final moment will true masters make their appearance. Chapter 40. Does that stick possess a magical quality? Bang, bang, bang. On the arena, the 3 factions engaged in a fierce exchange. Under the circumstances of being at the third tier, it was not insignificant. Some even hesitated to summon their beasts for fear of inadvertently causing harm. Nevertheless, the number of participants from Yuyuan Shuefu was quickly dwindling. The number of third-tier freshmen from the other two schools was at least several times greater than theirs. Finally, as Chen Riyun cast her gaze this way for the third time, Qin Feng rose from his seat and strode towards the arena. The previously hesitant second-tier comrade beside him suddenly appeared enlightened. Wait, is there actually a master sitting next to me? One corner of Yuyuan Shuefu had already become vacant. Without hesitation, Qin Feng leaped up. He then retrieved his 1,000 gene iron rod. Boom! The iron rod struck the ground with a dull thud. In the other two corners stood the third-tier students from the Imperial Capital Academy and the 100 Battles Academy. They exchanged glances. Should Yuyuan Shuefu's last participant eliminate the opponent first? Certainly. Subsequently, both rushed toward Qin Feng in unison. He casually selected one fortunate soul and approached him quickly. With a swing of the 1,000 gene iron rod, bang. The opponent's long blade meant to block shattered instantly. Following that, the entire person was sent flying off the arena. As for the other, upon seeing Qin Feng's gaze, he hastily jumped down from the arena. Immediately, the entire venue erupted in a stir. The true master had finally appeared. No longer was it a mundane exchange of punches and kicks. A true master always secures victory in an instant. The other two directions fell into a brief silence, with no one daring to step forward. At this moment, the host seized the opportunity to inquire. It seems you are this year's first newcomer from Yuyuan Shuefu. Could you please introduce yourself? Qin Feng, he replied succinctly. The host then asked, and your strength? Strength cannot merely be proclaimed. It must be demonstrated in combat. However, my rod weighs 1,000 genes. Feel free to challenge me. With that, Qin Feng flashed a smile and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, upon hearing the weight of the rod, many students gaped. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The force of 1,000 genes surpassed the full strength of many newcomers' punches. The sheer weight, wielded so effortlessly as a weapon, meant that when it struck a person, the impact would be beyond 10,000 genes. A blow to the head could very well be fatal. This was precisely the effect Qin Feng wished to achieve. He preferred to be seen as a barbarian with innate divine strength. Moreover, he truly could only strike. Whether it was the Liao Yuan Xian Yin or the Jiu Yu Lian Su Yin, both were lethal moves unsuitable for dealing with these newcomers. What remained were his agility and mental control skills, one allowing him to strike faster and the other ensuring greater accuracy. Thus, in the public's perception, Qin Feng would likely be viewed as a violent individual with a penchant for smashing things. Moments later, a burly newcomer from the 100 Battles Academy leaped onto the arena. Though he was merely a freshman, he appeared no older than 18, with a muscular build and a full beard. The age he projected seemed to be 18 multiplied by 2. I am Luo Hu, a 4th tier, 1 star. Come, let me experience your 1,000 gene iron rod. Qin Feng did not wish to bully newcomers, but since the opponent had made his entrance, he would send him off with dignity. Subsequently, Qin Feng sprang into action, charging toward Luo Hu. The latter drew 2 solid copper hammers, appearing to be a true power-type warrior. In mere moments, the distance between them was reduced to less than 3 meters. Qin Feng swung down his rod directly at Luo Hu's head, who crossed his hammers to defend. Bang! With just one strike, Luo Hu's entire body sank down, a single knee hitting the ground as he struggled to withstand such force. When he attempted to retaliate with a hammer, he realized that the Qin Feng before him was merely an illusion. The real opponent had already circled behind him, ready to claim his life. You are not a 3rd tier, Luo Hu exclaimed in frustration, retracting his hammers. When did I ever claim to be a 3rd tier? I concede. Luo Hu was surprisingly straightforward, quickly exiting the arena. A 4th tier. Our school has a freshman who has reached the 4th tier. Incredible. Such an individual had not gone to the Imperial Capital Academy. It was because he had ideals, dedicating himself to resisting the abyss. Instantly, Yuyuan Shuefu erupted in cheers, while the other 2 academies saw a male and a female begin to prepare to take the stage. The farce could come to an end. However, before they could appear, another student from the Imperial Capital Academy approached. As soon as he arrived, he kept his distance from Qin Feng and summoned his beast, a flying centipede with 3 pairs of wings. I'm also a 4th tier, and my beast is 4th tier too, he declared with pride. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng understood the opponent's intentions. A flying beast against a power-type warrior? All right then, let your beast come and try. Qin Feng said leisurely, eager to discover where his true opponent lay. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found them. From the Imperial Capital Academy. A girl with a cool demeanor seemed to regard the world with indifference. Meanwhile, from the 100 Battles Academy, a boy clad in animal skins stood out as a novelty. Qin Feng did not possess any means of detecting their tears. Rather, he had simply slain too many 5th-tier magical beasts, allowing him to easily discern the subtle differences in their auras. As for these two, they bore little difference from the 5th-tier magical beasts he had dispatched with a single strike. On the arena, while Qin Feng was lost in thought, the boy opposite had already urged his flying centipede to attack. It was likely to be a ranged or toxin-based assault. However, the centipede hesitated, refusing to move. Go on, little flyer. Hiss. The flying centipede emitted a shriek, flying behind the boy and urging him to descend. What? Does that stick possess a magical quality? The boy's face turned pale, clearly apprehensive of any magical attributes. The other students began to murmur among themselves. I am from Yuan. What is wrong with using magically infused metal as a weapon? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The stir caused by this rod was nothing compared to what would ensue should he reveal the true essence of the magic soul. This was a toy he had painstakingly crafted, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. However, your weapon is unpurged of its magic. Isn't that a bit dangerous? The referee interjected. I can handle it just fine. Moreover, this weapon was forged for me by Master Qin Feng. If you have any issues, take them up with Master Qin. Qin Feng had completed the alloy fusion with Qin Feng's assistance, borrowing the latter's name, which was entirely reasonable. The referee glanced at the judging panel, noting that the senior figures had no objections and thus chose not to elaborate further. The competition resumed. Chapter 41. Both human and demon, that student, seeing that he could not leverage the advantage of his flying beast, had no reason to remain on stage and promptly exited. After witnessing 2 4th-tier newcomers defeated by Qin Feng, the remaining students finally came to a realization. This year's top newcomer would not be taken by Yuan. Would it? However, their speculation did not last long. Soon, they observed 2 figures simultaneously making their way onto the stage. Wow, there are more masters. What's happening this year? So many prodigies. All things considered, they had only just contracted their beasts less than 2 months ago. Indeed, attaining the 3rd tier at 5 or 6 stars already seemed impressive. Amidst the audience's discussions, a male and female duo stepped onto the arena. Xia Qingxue, at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, spoke with an air of indifference, introducing herself. I am Lang Zhan, also at the 5th tier zenith. A boy clad in animal hide scratched the back of his head, emulating the introduction. The atmosphere erupted instantly. 2 5th-tier peaks. Are they new students? Many newcomers were left speechless. Could they ascend to the 5th or 6th tier in just 2 years? 5th-tier peak, quite impressive. Then I need not introduce myself. I thrive in the face of strength, Qin Feng declared, which elevated the atmosphere to a new peak. His assertion signified not only his confidence, but also his determination to confront even 5th-tier foes. Thus, this individual could also be a 5th tier, 3 prestigious academies, 3 5th tiers. The current cohort of new students is indeed formidable. To thrive in the face of strength. Quite intriguing, Xia Songrue mused, stroking his beard. Pure-blooded human clans. To produce such talent. No wonder Brother Yunxian chose to participate in this year's welcoming event. That lad would not rise early without profit in sight. He would hardly reveal his true capabilities if there were no rewards, Nan Yunxian jested. Oh, it seems you have great faith in him. Indeed. Why do you believe he can claim first place? My wolf cub is no easy prey. Let us wager. Let each of us produce a drop of divine bloodline essence. Shall we? Regardless of who triumphs, the victor shall gain the opportunity for bloodline evolution. Such a genius should not be confined to a king-tier bloodline. Nan Yunxian finally revealed the true purpose of his venture. He had no interest in the mere hundreds of spirit stones as a reward. There was no need for such trivial pursuits. Wagering so boldly? You mentioned he possesses only a king-tier bloodline pet. I believe it would be more fitting to cultivate an emperor-tier bloodline instead. This is his hard-earned opportunity, and it rightfully belongs to him. Moreover, do you assume you cannot win without competing? Who does not know that you, Nan Yunxian, would not act without certainty. Are you daring enough? There is nothing to fear. If he truly can defeat two fifth-tier half-demon bloodlines, he indeed deserves greater resources. Spirit stones and crystal cores are merely the most ordinary consumables. The real top-tier resources are primarily held by the upper echelons. 3 drops of divine bloodline essence should suffice to elevate a king-tier bloodline to emperor tier. Let this remain our secret. We need not broadcast it. Otherwise, we may provoke unwanted attention. Agreed. However, his talent has been exposed, and it is inevitable that some will take notice. Rest assured, I shall keep a watchful eye on him. On the platform, several dignitaries were enhancing the rewards for this event. Meanwhile, on the arena, following a brief introduction, the battle was set to commence. Xia Qingxue drew a long sword, directing its tip to the ground, which immediately crystallized with frost. In contrast, Lang Zhan engaged in unarmed combat, his nails elongating and sharpening like iron. His entire form seemed to begin transforming into that of a wolf. A beast? Qin Feng's expression reflected perplexity. Just as he uttered that word, Lang Zhan let out a fierce roar and charged at Qin Feng like a wild beast. Shadow step. In an instant, 5 or 6 apparitions of Qin Feng materialized in the arena. Each semblance was strikingly lifelike, making it nearly impossible to discern the genuine one. Lang Zhan, missing several strikes, grew increasingly furious. Regardless of their authenticity, he relentlessly assaulted Qin Feng's surrounding illusions. Although each blow shattered an apparition, the speed of his strikes could not match the rate at which Qin Feng's illusions were created. In other words, he could not even brush against the hem of Qin Feng's garment. Their figures darted across the arena, leaving no trace of their shadows. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue stood as an observer, seemingly ignored amidst the fray. A chill coalesced around her, suggesting a storm was brewing. Finally, unwilling to remain a bystander, she unleashed a wave of sword energy that enveloped the entire arena. The frost howled. In mere moments, the entire platform was encased in ice, challenging them to compete in speed, only to have them all slip away. Qin Feng's agility remained unhampered, while Lang Zhan began to slow. Enough of this, Qin Feng murmured. The next moment, with a series of thuds, he struck Lang Zhan 3 times as he lunged forward. Instantly, Lang Zhan emitted a muffled groan before soaring off the platform, his clarity intact. He felt, with certainty, that had his opponent exerted full force, a single blow could have been fatal. As for Xia Qingxue, she quickly distanced herself from Qin Feng, her gaze wary. The power Qin Feng had briefly revealed startled her, the unique perception of a beast. Subsequently, Xia Qingxue sheathed her sword, choosing not to engage Qin Feng further. She then brought her palms together, gathering energy for a moment before conjuring icy blades around her. The next second, she launched them toward Qin Feng, yet still found herself unable to discern which was his true form. In fact, in her perception, it seemed as though Qin Feng did not exist on the arena at all, until an icy sensation grazed her neck. How is this possible? His iron staff has reached my neck without my awareness? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Xia Qingxue's forehead. Had this been a life-or-death struggle, she would have perished 10 times over. What realm are you at? She could not help but inquire before stepping down. The details of my strength remain elusive. I thrive in the face of strength, Qin Feng replied with a light chuckle. To define strength by realm is rather superficial. Moreover, Qin Feng had also detected a hint of demonic energy from this young woman. She was both human and demon. It was not difficult to ascertain her nature. As for the specifics, he could simply inquire with the principal later. The title of first among the new students was effortlessly secured, and he had not revealed too much. Qin Feng surveyed the audience, accepting the admiration of the new students and the scrutiny of various factions. He wondered if among them was the individual who had lost the ring. Chapter 42. Can someone truly take action against a beast in its original state? Although Qin Feng thrived at Yuyuan Academy, he had not forgotten this latent threat. However, he was not excessively concerned. Since the individual had been compelled to abandon such a treasure, their strength likely did not exceed the Emperor tier. In the absence of the Saint tier, an Emperor tier already represented formidable combat prowess. Thus, as long as he remained within Yuyuan Academy, his safety was assured. Additionally, aside from his rapid growth and strength, Qin Feng could not identify any other exposed vulnerabilities. The greater possibility was that the individual lurked in the shadows, seeking opportunities. Finding someone connected to Bijiang City would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At such times, the emergence of a prodigy from Bijiang City would undoubtedly attract the attention of the discerning. Nevertheless, Qin Feng harvard no regrets. Only by coming to the imperial capital could he seize greater opportunities. Only by appropriately revealing his strength could he attract more resources. Acceptable risks within a controllable range were permissible. For instance, in this moment of basking in the audience's cheers, Qin Feng believed that Nan Yunxian would undoubtedly place greater emphasis on him. Of course, the acceleration of his strength was also imminent. Upon returning, he could instantly acquire 300 medium-grade spirit stones. At that time, Xiao Bai could stabilize at the 5th tier, perhaps even approach the 6th tier. The distance to the king tier was narrowing. Once he becomes the savior of Yuyuan Academy, even if the matter of the ring were to be exposed, Nan Yunxian would surely protect him. Given a little time to develop, he would be more than capable of confronting any crisis. At that moment, no one dared to disturb him as he lay back and reflected. Qin Feng returned to the vicinity of Yuyuan Xuefu. Who could have imagined that this newly crowned top student was solely intent on taking a laid-back approach? His greatest aspiration was for his pet beast to be self-sufficient and support itself, allowing him to simply enjoy the fruits of its labor. With Xiao Bai's obedient nature, she should agree to this arrangement, right? There was no need for Qin Feng to give a speech of gratitude, nor was there any award ceremony. The experience of the arena battle was enough to leave an indelible mark on all the freshmen, especially those students from Yuan Xuefu who initially felt inferior. It seemed that Qin Feng had instilled in them a sense of belief. What of Yuan Xuefu? Though the magical creatures posed dangers, they also represented opportunities that many sought. For instance, the weapon in Qin Feng's possession was so formidable precisely because it was forged from magical metal. Thus, the question arose, where does one acquire magical metal? Naturally, one must venture into the abyssal secret realm to hunt magical creatures. As Qin Feng emerged, Nan Yunxian awaited him at the entrance. On his return, there was no need for a bus ride. The principal personally escorted him back. Such was the privilege of being first in rank. Principal, are you not afraid that someone might intercept us along the way? Qin Feng joked as he was led back to Yuan Xuefu. Indeed, if we linger too long, that old coot will offer an exorbitant sum to poach you, Nan Yunxian replied. So, you believe the offer I received was too low? Qin Feng inquired, his expression reflecting anticipation. 3 drops of divine blood essence, Nan Yunxian stated unflinchingly. Is that truly the case? Qin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected delight. He then cautiously asked, could I receive in advance? This could potentially expedite his enhancement of strength. Certainly, Nan Yunxian responded, producing 3 small vials and handing them to Qin Feng. Take these. They contain 3 drops of divine blood essence. Although derived from an imperial tier beast, they will undoubtedly allow a royal bloodline to undergo evolution. Wait, I was merely jesting. Why are you so quick to part with them? Qin Feng hesitated, feeling reluctant to accept the gift. You little rascal, receiving good fortune yet hesitating. Do you want or not? If not, I'll take it back. Of course I want it. A few royal tier magical creatures? Just watch me deal with them. In an instant, Qin Feng was filled with fervor. Regardless of any hidden strings, he resolved to accept the reward. Unbeknownst to him, this reward was always intended for him. However, it was also Nan Yunxuan's effort to secure it. So a minor condition seemed reasonable. Had Qin Feng been aware, he would have urged Nan Yunxian not to hold back. As long as the rewards were adequate, he would gladly negotiate. After carefully storing the 3 vials, Qin Feng rubbed his hands together and asked, Principal, what about the spirit stone rewards in this month's stipend? You shall not be shortchanged, Nan Yunxian replied, tossing a storage ring to Qin Feng. Inside were 500 intermediate spirit stones, 200 as the original reward, and an additional 200 from him. Thank you, Principal. Qin Feng's smile widened with the overwhelming joy of such generous gifts. Although it may seem a bit hasty, I believe the responsibility of resolving the crisis in that secret realm will likely fall upon your shoulders. Achieving the 6th tier within this year is far from sufficient. Do you understand what I mean? Rest assured, I comprehend. Haste is commendable. Principal, feel free to expedite. The prospect of receiving such rewards while maintaining a relaxed demeanor filled Qin Feng with exhilaration. By the way, Principal, what is the situation with those 2 peak 5th tier freshmen? They seem somewhat Unusual? Indeed, they are likely half-demons, Nan Yunxian confirmed. Correct, they possess half-demon blood. From birth. They can elevate their realms without waiting until the age of 18. Isn't that a bit overpowered? Humans typically cannot progress beyond the first tier before forming a contract with their pet beasts, while half-demons can directly cultivate without restrictions. Of course, there's a cost. They are neither human nor demon and cannot form a contract with a pet beast. In essence, half of their pet beast is their own demon blood. Furthermore, if their beastly nature overwhelms their humanity, they may lose their sanity and revert entirely to a beastly state. Generally, we do not accept half-demons into our institution. I see. They must have connections, Qin Feng mused, deducing from their names that they were likely brought in by the principal. But principal, the advantages of half-demons seem quite significant. Why have I not heard much about them? Whether for better or worse, information has been scarce. Only royal-tier beasts can bear half-demons, and the male's cultivation must exceed that of the female for conception to have any chance. Thus, it is inherently a low-probability event. It is quite normal. Without reaching the royal tier, they cannot transform. Is there really anyone capable of dealing with a beast in its original state? Nan Yunxian sighed, clearly exasperated. Enough. Before next month, I expect to see 106-tier crystal cores. No problem. I guarantee completion. With that, Qin Feng quickly departed. He understood Nan Yunxuan's conflicting feelings, wishing for Qin Feng to quickly advance while fearing his lack of combat experience. Yet time was of the essence. Nevertheless, he was adamant that he would not forfeit any benefits due to these complications. Chapter 43. The scent of her before returning to the dormitory. Qin Feng visited the forging shop. Under Qin Feng's eager gaze, he presented the 500-pound alloy. Old Qin, here is your material. Qin Feng accepted the alloy, his eyes gleaming with admiration, akin to a love-struck individual gazing upon a beauty. He could not help but express his awe at its appearance. He then took out a knife and struck the material. With a resounding crack, the blade shattered. Excellent. Truly exceptional steel. Qin Feng exclaimed with a grin. Turning to Qin Feng. Now I understand why you opted for a staff. As the saying goes, great skill often appears clumsy. Old Qin, if you manage to find sufficient magical metal in the future, I can continue assisting you with your forging endeavors. Qin Feng offered. You have quite the imagination if you think I would turn into your unpaid laborer, Qin Feng retorted. Feel free to analyze the material's composition and forge it yourself, if you wish. I must take my leave now. With that, Qin Feng turned it apart. Forge it myself? Do you think I have that kind of time? Qin Feng scoffed. But to underestimate my analytical skills would be a grave mistake. Once I decipher the composition, I can have those fools handle the forging work for me. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Feng eagerly summoned Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, we're going to strike it rich. He embraced her and showered her with affectionate kisses. Are you out of your mind? You creep, she squeaked, her voice betraying her fox-like nature. Eventually, once Qin Feng regained his composure, Bai Wuyou, exasperated, inquired, what exactly did you obtain? If he failed to explain, she would certainly make a note of it for future reckoning. 500 intermediate spirit stones. That should be enough for you to reach the 6th tier, right? Qin Feng nonchalantly remarked. 500? Bai Wuyou's heart raced. Indeed, that was a substantial sum. These resources were beyond monetary value. Given her hunting efficiency, it would take her at least half a year to accumulate such wealth, even in a resource-rich secret realm. In the wilderness, acquiring resources equivalent to 500 intermediate spirit stones would necessitate discovering a small vein of ore. Otherwise, one must frequently locate large clusters of formidable beasts. However, the larger the population of such clusters, the more likely it is to encounter higher-tier leaders. For instance, if a beast cluster comprises 25th-tier beasts, the leader could very well be the 7th or 8th tier. Conversely, if the population is too small, there may only be 1 or 2 5th-tier beasts. Thus, as Qin Feng aptly remarked, this indeed constitutes a substantial sum. At least for the current stage of Bai Wuyou, it could significantly shorten her developmental timeline. Consequently, Bai Wuyou resolved to temporarily overlook some of Qin Feng's impulsive actions, for she understood that he would undoubtedly offer all his resources without reservation. Upon this realization, a gentle glimmer appeared in her eyes. Even if Qin Feng was overly excited, it was for her sake. Moreover, Qin Feng's voice interrupted Bai Wuyou's reverie. The next moment, He produced 2 vials of bloodline elixirs. Here, take these 2 bloodline elixirs to whet your appetite. After all, there's more to come. Bai Wuyou rolled her eyes. You've got it backward. The bloodline elixirs hold greater value for me. Regardless, any increase, even by a mere fraction, would be a significant advancement. Nevertheless, she was not surprised that Qin Feng had procured the bloodline elixirs, as he had mentioned them previously. Furthermore, the rewards for the new student competition could hardly be limited to spirit stones alone. That would be rather paltry. Subsequently, Xiao Bai consumed both elixirs. Together, they could only enhance her by 2,000ths. For one whose divine bloodline concentration had already reached 4, the process of refining and absorption posed no challenge. Thereafter, Bai Wuyou eagerly awaited further offerings from Qin Feng, expecting a substantial amount of spirit stones. At that moment, Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Xiao Bai, something significant is coming. Isn't it just spirit stones? Before Bai Wuyou could finish, she noticed Qin Feng withdrawing 3 small vials. A familiar aura wafted from them, causing her heart to tremble. For within them was her essence, specifically the bloodline aura of the 9-tailed celestial fox from her past life as the Tianhu Yaodi. In that instant, gazing at one of the vials felt akin to staring at her own corpse. Her fur stood on end, overwhelmed by a wave of dread, fear, and hatred. The individuals who had once conspired against her were indeed present in the imperial capital. They had even refined her remains. Such enmity was unforgivable. Xiao Bai, what is wrong? Qin Feng noticed something amiss with her and quickly inquired. It's nothing. Bai Wuyou forced herself to regain composure. I was simply overwhelmed to see the divine bloodline essence. These 3 vials seem to contain 3 distinct types of divine bloodline essence. Where did you acquire them? Bai Wuyou felt a twinge of concern that Qin Feng might have interacted with those who had plotted against her, potentially exposing her existence. In such a scenario, both of them could be in grave danger. These were an advance payment from the principal for my efforts. He wishes for me to swiftly deal with those royal-level magical creatures and restore tranquility to the secret realm. The principal is too gracious. I had already agreed to do this. Qin Feng nonchalantly explained. In that case, we need to work harder. However, the mixed aura lingering on these vials suggests they have passed through multiple hands, likely within a short time frame. Are you certain this was prepared specifically for you? Now that you mention it, I also believe he wouldn't be so generous, considering I haven't done much. After some contemplation, Qin Feng remarked, it almost seems like this is the true reward for the first place. Each of the 3 schools contributed a drop of essence as a prize. In that moment, Qin Feng deduced the reasoning behind it. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Bai Wuyou's gaze flickered, feeling considerably reassured. At least, the likelihood of that person being in Yuyuan Academy had diminished significantly. Moreover, divine bloodline essence could inherently serve as high-end currency, not necessarily tied to their own actions. Nevertheless, caution remained paramount. It was undoubtedly prudent to have Qin Feng engage in battle in public settings. Well, it matters not. Whether it is the reward for first place or an advance payment, it ultimately comes from the principal. I shall not shirk my responsibilities, Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. Then eagerly inquired, Xiao Bai, how much can these 3 drops of essence enhance your bloodline concentration? Can it reach 3? You're overestimating. The effects of consumption diminish between different species. Only consumption among the same lineage can maximize the inheritance of each other's divine bloodline concentration. At this point, Bai Wuyou seemed to have an epiphany. The initial thought she deemed impossible. Could it truly be the case? Had they betrayed her solely for the divine bloodline? Chapter 44. The Strong Brother, is that so? If unrestricted consumption continues, wouldn't it ultimately lead to the extinction of divine beasts? Not necessarily. The diminished divinity does not vanish entirely. It merely returns to the cosmos. Eventually, it may re-emerge in other forms, like undigested refuse. Qin Feng's remark left Bai Wuyou momentarily speechless. Then, she broke her silence. You are truly repulsive. Xiao Bai, you are a familiar beast. What is there to find repulsive? On another note, don't speak. I refuse to listen. With that, Bai Wuyou promptly swallowed all 3 vials from Qin Feng's hand. I shall enter seclusion to refine this essence. Very well, Qin Feng replied, then extracted all the intermediate spirit stones. You might as well digest these stones too. All right. Please refrain from taking unnecessary risks while I am away. I understand. However, I still wish to explore the secret realm, just avoiding dangerous locales. You can summon me at any time. Understood. Having said that, Qin Feng placed Xiao Bai into the familiar space. The next day, upon awakening, Qin Feng received a notification. The host familiar has refined the divine bloodline essence, increasing bloodline concentration by 1. Strength has been returned. The host's bloodline has been tempered and enhanced. This time, it was not an extraordinary enhancement, but rather a simple refinement. Furthermore, the flesh, organs, bones, and blood had all transformed into bloodline. Do humans also possess bloodline strength? Qin Feng was perplexed, yet he could distinctly feel an indescribable power coursing through him. It was not merely an enhancement of strength. It was a self-sustaining cycle of energy flowing from within to without. Is this the power of a bloodline? The demon race, due to their bloodline, inherently possesses a physique far superior to that of humans. Moreover, human warriors require the bloodline of their familiars to reach their martial potential. However, he had yet to hear of any human spontaneously developing such attributes. Qin Feng only paid a moment's thought before dismissing it. After all, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Bai's bloodline concentration had now reached 5, and the road ahead remained long. The recent essence appeared to resonate harmoniously with her, allowing for further enhancement after the initial increase. Additionally, 500 intermediate spirit stones awaited her consumption, contemplating the substantial boost to her strength. Qin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction. Xiao Bai strive onward. However, Qin Feng could not afford to rest. He still owed Nen Yunxian 106-tier crystal cores, a mandate imposed to ensure he would not become a mere facade of strength. To outsiders, it may seem somewhat absurd. However, Qin Feng believes that the greatest challenge lies not in the act of killing, but in locating such a multitude of 6th-tier magical creatures. After all, for him, encountering an 8th-tier magical beast is merely a matter of a fleeting glance. Thus, after preparing himself, Qin Feng set forth towards the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, he undoubtedly attracted countless glances. Thanks to his performance yesterday, he had become an overnight sensation among the students in the imperial capital. The phrase, unknown strength, stronger when challenged, had swiftly become the latest trend. Moreover, he wielded an imposing 1,000-gene magical iron staff, which further distinguished him. As a result, he acquired several new titles, strongman and staff guy. When Qin Feng first encountered these titles, he nearly lost his composure. Who on earth came up with such names? They are utterly unappealing. Nonetheless, the popularity of these titles cannot be altered by personal sentiment. Fortunately, they were all genuine fans and had yet to create any derogatory nicknames like Strongman Lockdown. Otherwise, Qin Feng would truly be on the verge of breaking down. Finally, as he approached the entrance of the secret realm, he was once again obstructed by someone, Zhang Xiaotian. Qin Feng chuckled. What an ironic twist of fate. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's menacing smile, Zhang Xiaotian felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly begging, "Big brother, please don't make a move. I am here to apologize." "Oh, an apology?" "Yes, I specifically came to express my regret for my earlier offensive remarks, hoping you would overlook my transgressions." "All right, you may leave. If you hadn't appeared before me, I might have forgotten you entirely." The unexpected apology caught Qin Feng off guard. Shouldn't the usual script involve continuous provocations from the other party, followed by a series of defeats and exchanges of equipment to aid my development? Instead, he had merely caused him to suffer social humiliation twice, after which he chose to back down. Haha, Strongman is magnanimous. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. What do you mean? Could it be that I helped you realize your true self? Do you feel that you prefer playing with snakes? No. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head vigorously, his complexion paling. One such experience was more than enough. Having undergone complete social death, I have thoroughly transformed. Furthermore, it seems that Xue is willing to accept me now. Get lost. Qin Feng dismissed him outright. Why on earth would he be subjected to such dog food this early in the morning? Subsequently, he entered the house at the entrance of the secret realm, where Lin Xiao and Lung Yu were also present. It appeared they were waiting specifically for him. Surely, they weren't going to feed him more dog food, were they? Good morning, senior brother and sister. Good morning, junior brother. Do you have something to discuss? Indeed, there are mainly 2 matters. First, we believe that your strength has reached a sufficient level. You can accompany us to gain a deeper understanding of the conditions within the secret realm. Having explored for so long, they knew far better than Qin Feng which areas were dangerous and where magical creatures were abundant. The second matter, before Lin Xiao could finish, Leng Yu interrupted. Allow me to speak. I would like to ask junior brother to help me request Master Jin to forge a weapon. The sword I selected last year has broken. At this point, a trace of disappointment flickered in Leng Yu's eyes. Forging a sword? Qin Feng understood immediately and replied. That's simple. I will just have a word with old Jin. Old Jin? Lin Xiao and Leng Yu exchanged glances, realizing that Qin Feng's relationship with Jin Qingfeng was surprisingly close. Initially, they had speculated that Qin Feng's possession of 1,000 Jin magical iron staff indicated a favorable relationship with Jin Qingfeng, hoping for a stroke of luck. They had not anticipated that Qin Feng and Jin Qingfeng were this close. It is worth noting that even royal-tier warriors seeking a weapon might not receive preferential treatment. At this moment, Qin Feng continued, however, you will need to prepare the materials yourself. Magical metal will suffice. Of course. Lin Xiao nodded and then inquired, Junior brother, did you gather the materials for that iron staff yourself? 1,000 Jin of magical metal seems a tad excessive for a newcomer. No, it was a gift from old Jin. Lin Xiao and Leng Yu were taken aback. Qin Feng put on a bit of a show before following the two into the secret realm. Whether or not the other party had magical metal was inconsequential. Qin Feng could easily have the magical soul spit out dozens of pounds of alloy if needed. By having them prepare the materials themselves, he could at least ease any feelings of indebtedness. Such trifles were insignificant to Qin Feng. Following this, he accompanied the two along their already established route, venturing deeper into the secret realm. Junior brother, there's a cave over there. It should house 8th-tier magical creatures, so do not approach. Understood. I will remember that. I will visit another day. There's a depression over there filled almost entirely with 7th-tier magical creatures. It is quite terrifying. Impressive. Once Xiao Bai emerges, we should be able to execute a high-low strategy with him engulfed in heavenly fire. After Xiao Bai's bloodline concentration is fully enhanced, the power and ceiling of his fundamental skills will increase twofold. That is remarkably formidable. While others' pets experience a boost of 10 to 20%, Xiao Bai can achieve a 1 or 2-fold enhancement. Moreover, he can even bolster his laid-back master. Truly the epitome of an ideal pet. As Qin Feng explored the secret realm, tales of his exploits had already spread throughout Binjiang City. Such occurrences could not be concealed. Those with intent would swiftly begin investigating Qin Feng's origins. It would soon be revealed that such a prodigy emerged from small city. Furthermore, he was not the only royal bloodline newcomer from Binjiang City. Others had also attended the welcoming event yesterday. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's prowess in battle, they felt an uncanny familiarity and promptly recorded videos to verify within their student groups. Word spread rapidly, and soon, the school's leadership and local authorities were informed. After all, he was a top student from this area, and he might hold great promise in the future, even if he were to become a royal-tier warrior. It would be considered returning in glory, especially since the high school Qin Feng graduated from had begun to promote him as a key figure. They touted him as exceptionally gifted, having drawn the supreme royal bloodline pet. Glimmering with gold, amidst celestial phenomena, it was claimed that in the future, the royal bloodline would undoubtedly evolve into a holy bloodline. While other claims may be dubious, the notion of bloodline evolution struck a chord with certain individuals. At this moment, amidst the clouds of Binjiang City, a figure stood suspended in midair. Although his aura was somewhat unstable, the ability to maintain this position indicated he was at least a royal-tier powerhouse. In his hand, he held a ring. Should Qin Feng lay eyes upon it, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the very ring he had lost. This ring had recently been retrieved from the Canglong River. Thus, the identity of this individual was self-evident. The ring's owner had indeed survived and was filled with fury. The divine bloodline essence he had risked his life to acquire, along with that crucial secret realm token, had been stolen. He had chosen to discard the ring here, believing that no one in this small city would be capable of unlocking it. Moreover, he deemed them weak and not a threat. If he had perished, that would have been one thing. However, having miraculously survived, he found the ring empty upon recovery, which fueled his rage. I should have lost the ring right here. No matter how it fell, it could not have ended up in that river. The man murmured, simulating the conditions of that night. With a swift motion, he cast the ring according to those prior conditions. Subsequently, the man's gaze intensified, fixated on the direction in which the ring had fallen. Ultimately, he observed the ring landing within a courtyard. Therefore, he descended directly into the courtyard. After retrieving the ring, he forcefully broke through the door. It appeared that this place had long been abandoned, as a layer of dust had accumulated on the floor. Had the inhabitants fled? The man searched the interior thoroughly, discovering only the young man named Yahao had once resided here, who had just completed his high school education and recently contracted a pet beast. Beyond this, he found no clear leads. Based on his deductions, the ring could not possibly be opened by an ordinary high school student. In his understanding, how could anyone unlock a sealed ring? That would lead to chaos. Such a mechanism was bound at the soul level, unlikely to be broken. Otherwise, this seemingly inconspicuous ring could not possibly be worth tenfold that of an ordinary storage ring. Even if the ring were completely destroyed, he could have accepted that. However, the contents had been taken, yet the ring remained intact. Nevertheless, even if the ring were to be destroyed, he could utilize this simulated method to locate Yahao's residence. Thus, whether or not the ring was destroyed held little significance. With Yahao's demise, the clues were largely severed. At that very moment, news began circulating throughout Binjiang City, heralding the exploits of another high school prodigy. Qin Feng? The man squinted, pondering whether there might be a connection. The imperial capital was not a place he could visit at present. He would have to recuperate first. However, he could investigate any potential links. Both Yahao and Qin Feng had recently graduated from high school. One had taken possession of his own ring, while the other had claimed the title of the nation's top freshman. Even the pinnacle of fifth-tier half-demons had been easily subdued. Such remarkable accomplishments could not help but awaken his sensitive instincts. Talents often require extraordinary encounters to soar, with over 1,000 royal bloodline contractors each year. Why was he the one who shone so brightly? Thus, he resolved to investigate further. After all, there was no escaping the truth. The man returned once more to Yahao's home, commencing a renewed search for any overlooked clues. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, the situation surrounding the ring was evolving in a manner he had foreseen. Nevertheless, he had long been prepared for such outcomes. So even if he were aware, it mattered little. If one desired the contents of the ring, they should consult the headmaster of his esteemed academy. At that moment, he was accompanying Lin Xiao and Leng Yue as they ascended a towering rock formation several hundred meters high. Beyond this point, they dared not venture further. Junior, this is the limit, Lin Xiao informed him. Beneath the dark crimson clouds ahead lay the chasm of the abyss. Not a few royal tier monsters were gathered there for their training. Lin Xiao explained. Along the way, both were astonished by the rapid enhancement of Qin Feng's abilities. Even 6th-tier monsters posed little challenge. Provided their attributes were not particularly unique, they were easily dispatched by Qin Feng, innate divine strength. Witnessing it firsthand was far more exhilarating than viewing it on video. Such immense power rendered Qin Feng's wielding of a 1,000-pound staff as if it were but a mere twig. With a single strike, he sent debris flying in all directions. They had witnessed that unparalleled strength could indeed bridge the gap between tiers. Chapter 46. It is more than mere consumption. The royal tier monsters training within made no effort to emerge and obliterate their camp. Qin Feng pondered aloud. Why don't they simply come out and block our camp? Ahem. Junior, why are you considering the matter from the perspective of the monsters? Lin Xiao replied. If they were to act in such a manner, we would be utterly finished. I am merely contemplating the irrational aspects, assessing whether they are concocting some scheme. Qin Feng believed that Nan Yunshuan must have had similar suspicions, which is why he was eager to find someone to clear the area. During their initial entry into the secret realm, Qin Feng had contemplated the possibility of the exit being blocked. It was simple. If the exit were sealed, there would be no reason for them to enter. What do you think the school would do? They would abandon the secret realm entirely. Indeed, they always had a contingency plan. At worst, they could relocate the entire secret realm to the abyssal front lines. However, that would be a mutually destructive approach, inflicting significant damage on their academy. Thus, it was precisely because those royal tier monsters possessed intelligence that they chose to gradually wear them down, correct? Indeed, Lin Xiao replied, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. Our rate of growth still fails to keep pace with that of the monsters. After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Qin Feng felt an alarm ringing in his heart. It was likely that the situation was far more complex than mere exhaustion. Based on his observations of the abyssal fissure and the multitude of monsters tirelessly excavating underground, it was evident that those royal tier monsters were planning something significant. Their reluctance to confront them directly was merely a tactic to avoid alarming the prey. The last time Qin Feng had controlled an 8th tier monster, he had distinctly sensed another force of mental energy vying for control. Presumably, that royal tier monster had already realized that the excavation of the abyssal fissure had been exposed and disrupted. In such a case, if further damage were inflicted, they might force the opponent into a desperate situation. Conversely, if they refrained from destruction, they could only watch as the opponent gradually executed their plans. Contemplating this, Qin Feng found himself in a rather precarious predicament. The best solution was to accelerate his own rate of advancement. If he could directly eliminate those royal tier monsters, everything would be resolved. You need not worry too much, you still have ample time. If we cannot achieve it, you surely will, Lin Xiao remarked. Sensing Qin Feng's unease, rest assured, senior, there is no need for you to rush. Leave it to me. Qin Feng, appreciating the goodwill of his companion, hoped he would not one day hear of him seeking out royal tier monsters for a one-on-one duel in pursuit of a breakthrough. The outcome of such solitary challenges had already been tested by predecessors. Challenging above 1's tier was no simple feat, especially when one sought to confront a royal tier adversary while still beneath that tier. Such challenges were far more daunting than those faced by those within the same tier. Haha, I shall await your success with great anticipation. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Let's continue exploring in various directions, and you may carefully plan your hunting objectives to avoid wasting excessive time. With a carefree smile, Lin Xiao led the way toward another direction. Ling Yue silently followed, offering no further comments. Throughout their journey, Qin Feng had gained a general understanding of their strengths. As expected, Lin Xiao was slightly stronger, with a pet beast of imperial bloodline known as the Sword Soul. With his 7th tier prowess, he could effortlessly slay 8th tier monsters. As for Ling Yue's pet beast, it was an imperial bloodline Ice Phoenix. Although its combat strength was somewhat lower, its practical value was remarkably high. If not for the fear of attracting the attention of numerous flying monsters, it could easily serve as a flying mount, allowing for unhindered travel within the secret realm. A flying mount? An idea suddenly sparked in Qin Feng's mind. However, it could not be attempted just yet. He would wait until he was adequately prepared. For the remainder of the day, Qin Feng accompanied the two as they surveyed the various congregations of monsters within the secret realm. Such entities resembled wild monsters that respawned automatically, in stark contrast to the beastly creatures. Most perished without leaving behind even a corpse. Anything that remained bore some utility. With the aid of Ling Yue's Ice Phoenix, they meticulously marked the areas frequented by monsters within the 8th tier and below. This information would be updated annually, as the congregations of monsters could change at any moment. Bringing newcomers to update the spawn points was a tradition of the veterans. Although this year's timing was exceptionally early, upon completing their survey, Qin Feng obtained a detailed map of monster spawn points, albeit only for those within the 8th tier and below. To slay magical beasts of the 8th tier and above is likely to provoke the wrath of royal tier monsters. Nevertheless, this endeavor will undoubtedly save Qin Feng a considerable amount of time, sparing him the effort of searching for monster respawn points. Upon exiting the secret realm, it was still morning outside. Senior, please hand over the enchanted metal and the broken sword to me. I will have Lao Jin forge an identical one. All right, thank you. Cold Moon said as she produced a long sword that had been shattered into 2 pieces. Additionally, she presented roughly several dozen kilograms of enchanted metal, all of which had been dropped by the 7th tier enchanted stone puppets. Qin Feng took the broken sword, weighing it in his hand. It was approximately 30 pounds, light enough to be described as weightless. I shall take my leave now. You all carry on with your tasks. Qin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xiao before bidding farewell. The situation of the two was perplexing. Had it not been for the need to accompany Qin Feng in surveying the monster respawn points, Lin Xiao would likely not have found an opportunity to team up with Cold Moon. Typically, he merely played the role of a silent guardian. Could it be that the senior's lifelong matters also depend on me? How absurd, Qin Feng mused, still a single man himself. With a mixture of frustration and determination, he made his way to Jin Xingfeng's forge. Qin Feng was accustomed to promptly fulfilling his commitments without delay. At that moment, a notification interrupted his thoughts. The host pet has refined divine-level blood essence, increasing bloodline concentration by 1. Strength has been restored, enhancing the host's bloodline. Just like the previous morning, Xiao Bai refined divine-level blood essence, elevating its bloodline concentration by 1. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to refine his own bloodline. The ultimate form this refinement would take remained uncertain, but the ongoing enhancement was the primary goal. Furthermore, Qin Feng no longer needed to alleviate excess vitality through bloodletting. Unbeknownst to him, his power had increased significantly once again. At this juncture, Xiao Bai's attributes were as follows. Name, Xiao Bai. Realm, 4th tier, 7 stars, bloodline level. Divine nine-tailed celestial fox, bloodline concentration. 6. Talent, celestial fox blessing. Enhancing spiritual capacity, skill potency, and cultivation speed by 600, shared with the master as bloodline concentration increases. Divine beast majesty, can voluntarily terminate the contract if its power surpasses that of the master without adverse consequences. Skills, foxfire technique, phantom steps, enhanced breath concealment technique, charm technique, and erupting flame. As for Qin Feng's panel, it was even more splendid. Name, Qin Feng. Realm, 5th tier, 5 stars. Skills, scorching heart flame, mirage movement technique, enhanced concealment, soul capture, and 9 nether refining flame. Pet, Xiao Bai. Chapter 47. 6th tier, omniscience of the heart domain. Despite the grandeur of Qin Feng's panel, it scarcely reflected his true might, perhaps capturing less than 10% of it. After all, his mental fortitude, physical constitution, and bloodline attributes had undergone tremendous enhancement. Not to mention, the potency of his skills was bolstered by Xiao Bai, yielding a 600-point boost. Were it not for prudence, Qin Feng would have eagerly tested the strength of royal tier monsters. Without a doubt, he could effortlessly vanquish 8th and 9th tier beasts, provided he avoided being harmed by rampaging monsters. Ideally, he would prefer to ambush them as he had done previously, trapping them in a cave. According to Nan Yunxuan's suggestion, it would be best to resolve the matter within this year, leaving less than half a year to accomplish this. Fortunately for Qin Feng, that was ample time. Xiao Bai, I did not anticipate that 3 drops of essence could elevate your bloodline concentration by 2. It seems that this essence is quite compatible with you. Qin Feng conversed with Xiao Bai telepathically as he walked. Indeed, normally, a single elevation would be impressive. Perhaps, it would be prudent to inquire with the principal about the source of this essence and consider future dealings. No need for that. Bai Wuyou hastily interjected, explaining, it could lead to exposure. There is no rush regarding the bloodline concentration enhancement. She was genuinely concerned about her identity being revealed. Very well. Qin Feng replied without further suspicion, acquiescing. Furthermore, the resources available were sufficient for a typical royal tier bloodline to ascend to imperial tier. Therefore, if questioned in the future, one could simply state that his bloodline had evolved, and he now possessed an imperial tier silver moon fox bloodline. Your foresight is commendable. Although Qin Feng believed Nan Yunxian would not harm him, it was always wise to exercise caution. As they spoke, Qin Feng arrived at Jin Qingfeng's forge. This time, the workshop was filled solely with the sound of metal striking metal. Lao Jin was finally not cursing anyone, as he was engrossed in his work. A piece of red-hot iron was gripped in his hand, which he struck vigorously with his hammer, undeterred by the intense heat. Sensing someone approaching, Lao Jin impatiently declared, "Do not disturb me for the next 3 days." Lao Jin, have you already forgotten me? Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Lao Jin paused his work and turned to inquire. What brings you here, brat? I'm here to request a sword. Is the sun rising in the west? You've changed your tune. No, I'm helping a friend secure a blade. With that, Qin Feng revealed Cold Moon's broken sword. Lao Jin recognized it immediately after a glance. This seems to be one I forged. You dare come to me for a new sword after breaking it? Are you trying to insult me? Enough of that. Just tell me what you need, Qin Feng retorted. Your sword broke, and you still have the audacity to complain? It's hardly my fault if the materials were subpar. This time, use better materials to avoid further embarrassment. Qin Feng was unabashed if Lao Jin refused. He could simply have the magic soul craft a blade shape and refine it himself. While it wouldn't match Lao Jin's craftsmanship, at least it wouldn't break. You have guts. This is the first time in my life I've been scolded like this, aside from my master. Yet I find myself oddly pleased. Leave it to me. When I have the time, I'll forge you a sword from the leftover materials. Thank you. If there's anything I can do to assist, please let me know. You brat. Qin Feng indeed had something on his mind. He could not fully analyze the composition ratios of the material Qin Feng had provided. Even more astonishing was that a 100-pound sword and a 10-pound sword could be identical in volume. With proper forging, he could create a weapon that perfectly matched his desires. The ability to precisely control weight and shape was the dream of every blacksmith. Previously, he had boasted that he would need Qin Feng's help to melt the materials. But now he found himself seeking assistance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seizing the opportunity that Qin Feng owed him a favor, he thought it would be easier to ask for help in the future. A mutual exchange would strengthen their bond. With this matter settled, Qin Feng did not linger any longer and returned to his dormitory. As for entering the secret realm, there was no rush. He would wait until Xiao Bai had fully digested all the spirit stones. 2.5 days later, the notification rang out. The host pet has reached 5th tier, 1 star. Strength has been restored, elevating the host to 6th tier, 1 star. Much of the time had been spent breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th tier. Moreover, the multiplier for strength restoration seemed to have increased significantly. Previously, they could not achieve simultaneous tier elevation, yet the gap was now narrowing. Based on Qin Feng's calculations, the restoration multiplier appeared to be over 10 times. At the very least, that was how it manifested in terms of realms. Now, the gap had widened once more. The increase in the multiplier suggested that their bond was strengthening. The host pet has comprehended the skill, spiritual insight, strength has been restored, and the host has comprehended the skill, omniscience of the heart domain. Xinyu Chuanji, within a certain range, one can passively perceive all desires, emotions, and hostilities directed towards oneself. The scope of perception is related to one's mental strength. One can choose to block specific types of emotions. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt as though countless threads were intertwined with his being. Whether it was admiration, jealousy, or curiosity directed at him, all these sentiments surged into his consciousness, nearly overwhelming him. Goodness! At that moment, Qin Feng felt like a deity seated upon a Buddhist altar, listening to the myriad voices of his devotees. It appears that being divine is not an easy task. Subsequently, Qin Feng chose to block all those chaotic thoughts, leaving only the passive perceptions of hostility and inquiry. There is no need for admiration, curiosity, or reverence to taint his perception. He is acutely aware of his own strength and does not need their infatuation. Do not be enamored with me. I am but a legend. Qin Feng, what just happened? At this moment, he received a message from Xiao Bai. Even within the pet space, Bai Wuyou could sense the intense fluctuations in Qin Feng's consciousness. Nothing, I just overexerted myself in my training, Qin Feng replied casually. You train hard? Then there are no lazy individuals. Bai Wuyou was keenly aware of Qin Feng's character. Xiao Bai, is the remaining spirit stone enough for you to advance to the 6th tier? Almost, I might need a bit more time during the advancement. Then let us venture into the secret realm together. Qin Feng said, eager to test his current abilities. Bai Wuyou sensed that Qin Feng was likely bored, and thus wished to accompany him into the secret realm. Chapter 48. Absolutely not seeking women. In ordinary circumstances, the master would be diligently cultivating outside, while the pet remained obediently within. Now, however, the roles had completely reversed. Xiao Bai was busy cultivating within the pet space, while Qin Feng remained outside, resembling an empty nester. Very well, it is time to harvest a wave of crystal cores. Hearing Xiao Bai's suggestion, Qin Feng had no objections. I have mapped out the locations of most of the 6th and 7th tier monster gathering spots in the secret realm. Xiao Bai can harvest to her heart's content. Upon hearing Qin Feng's enthusiastic description, Bai Wuyou became increasingly convinced of her assumption. Qin Feng was indeed bored. This fellow was surprisingly obedient, not attempting to flirt with women or take risks, but rather staying home like a good boy. However, remaining cooped up was not a solution. Bai Wuyou concluded that her own strength was insufficient to allow him the freedom to go wherever he pleased. Thus, she needed to cultivate even harder. One day, the vastness of the world would allow him to roam freely. Of course, seeking women was absolutely out of the question. If Qin Feng were to learn of Bai Wuyou's thoughts, he would likely choke on his own blood before feeling a sense of relief. Regardless, as long as Xiao Bai diligently cultivates, he harbors no other thoughts. With ease, he could ascend to the divine tier. In Binjiang City, within a small villa. The atmosphere was saturated with blood. A middle-aged couple and a young boy lay lifelessly on the floor. Had Qin Feng been present, he would recognize this as the residence of Liu Xiaomei. The three deceased were her parents and younger brother. The perpetrator, naturally, was the master of the ring. In pursuit of clues, under his merciless interrogation, the other party finally recalled. His long-lost daughter had once complained, stating that Qin Feng was both greedy and disgusting, having taken her money and Yahao's ring. At this point, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. The owner of the ring had finally identified the thief of his treasures. The process was not particularly arduous. Many were familiar with Qin Feng's past, as he had once been Liu Xiaomei's devoted admirer. Now that he had suddenly turned the tables, many still reminisced about that time, lamenting that Liu Xiaomei had been blind. The most evident link between Qin Feng and Yahao was none other than Liu Xiaomei. A cursory investigation yielded the desired results. However, this only confirmed his suspicions. The distance to reclaim his possessions was still far. After all, his divine bloodline essence had likely already been utilized by Qin Feng. Retrieving it would require considerable effort and would undoubtedly incur significant losses. As he pondered this, the man seethed with rage. The only thing he could not comprehend was how Qin Feng managed to break his ring, but it was of little consequence. He simply needed to capture Qin Feng and conduct a thorough interrogation. Capturing Qin Feng, however, would not be as simple as apprehending others. Careful planning was essential. Qin Feng, my belongings are not so easily acquired. The shadow murmured softly before departing the crime scene. As for those he had slain, their deaths were inconsequential. No one would advocate for them here. 2.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the secret realm, it was midday. Inside the secret realm, however, the environment remained perpetually gray, devoid of day or night. During this time, Qin Feng and Xiao Bai had been hunting 6th-tier monsters, remaining within. With the map marking monster gathering points, their efficiency was remarkable. After clearing one location, they promptly moved on to the next. Most of their time was spent traveling. Nevertheless, their bounty was substantial, gathering hundreds of 6th-tier crystal cores. The resources for Xiao Bai's promotion to the 7th tier had vastly exceeded expectations. All that remained was for Xiao Bai to gradually digest the crystal cores. Fortunately, Xiao Bai possessed an incredibly powerful digestion system, capable of converting crystal cores and spirit stones into her own strength through relentless consumption. At the edge of a basin, Xiao Bai stood elevated, continuously conjuring fiery orbs. Subsequently, the fireballs rained down upon the cluster of monsters below. Boom! Each fireball, upon striking a monster, would erupt in a blaze, instantly devouring the creature and ensnaring the surrounding monsters. Utilizing group skills for monster hunting was undeniably exhilarating. The crucial point was that, for Xiao Bai, the consumption was minimal. The expended spiritual energy was replenished even faster. In an area teeming with hundreds of monsters, a few minutes of relentless bombardment sufficed to collect the crystal cores before advancing to the next location. Not all monsters present were 6th tier. A significant portion were below that tier. Regardless, they would be swiftly eliminated. Soon, the flames in the basin gradually extinguished. Xiao Bai leaped down, swiftly consuming all the crystal cores before returning to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng, I'm about to advance to the 6th tier. I may need to enter a deep slumber for 2 days. Xiao Bai, you are remarkable. Rest assured and advance. Qin Feng was elated, as this meant he would soon attain the 7th tier. The distance to the king tier was growing shorter. Soon, he would be able to test the quality of the king tier monsters within the secret realm. Be careful. Bai Wuyou believed that most 6th tier monsters had already been defeated. With Qin Feng having little else to do, he would likely return on his own. As for the 7th tier, she felt that he would not dare to challenge them. In Bai Wuyou's estimation, Qin Feng's tier was at most the 4th or 5th tier. After all his resources had been given to her, relying solely on absorbing the spirit energy of the world. Even with her innate advantages, progress would not be swift. In any case, it was impossible for him to surpass her. Thus, Bai Wuyou felt at ease as she entered the pet space, closing herself off for cultivation. In the next moment, Qin Feng retrieved the rod containing the demonic soul. Master, speaking of which, can you cultivate and advance? According to external assessments, this entity should be classified as a demonic creature. Thus, it is undoubtedly subject to hierarchical distinctions. However, Qin Feng did not perceive the same pronounced level of intensity as with other demonic beings. There was no need for cultivation. Mere consumption sufficed. Then consume this, he stated, tossing a 6th-tier crystal core to it. A fissure opened on the iron rod, allowing the crystal core to meld within. Master, I am now a 6th-tier being. How convenient. The demonic creature absorbed the crystal core without any energy depletion, achieving a 100% utilization rate. Yet that was the extent of it. Regardless of whether it was 6th, 7th, or 8th tier, it was all a matter of a mere snap of the fingers or a burst of flame. I ask you, can you sense the locations of other abyssal fissures? Indeed, Qin Feng sensed a wave of jubilant emotion emanating from the entity, seemingly quite eager to consume other abyssal fissures. Chapter 49. The remaining 36 abyssal fissures. That's good. At least it has some utility now. Please ascertain the locations and quantities of the other abyssal fissures. Understood. The demonic soul now effectively counted as an abyssal fissure itself, having developed its own consciousness and subsequently defected. Thus, it held a keen interest in consuming other abyssal fissures. Moreover, only Qin Feng could assist it in devouring and refining those fissures, or even the entire abyss. The Jiuyou Linshu flame was something it feared, etched deep within its soul. Moments later, the demonic soul reported, Master, in this space, there remain a total of 36 abyssal fissures. Their distribution follows a distinct pattern. At the center lies the largest fissure, surrounded by 6 medium-sized ones, and encircling them are 30 smallest fissures. However, there are only 29 remaining in the outermost ring. It sounded akin to a circular magical array. Should it be entirely opened, it was estimated that the vast expanse of this secret realm would instantaneously transform into a colossal abyssal passage, rivaling the human front against the abyss. It was no wonder that Nan Yunxian was in such a hurry. Even without knowledge of the specific circumstances, he promptly advanced the deadline to 6 months, or potentially even less, as the evacuation of students and facilities here, along with necessary measures, could commence at any moment. 36 is indeed impressive. Subsequently, Qin Feng recalled his earlier concept and commanded, since you now qualify as a 6th-tier demonic creature and can change forms, transforming into a flying entity should not pose a challenge, correct? Not at all, the demonic creature affirmed, and the entire iron rod began to flow like a viscous liquid. Moments later, it transformed into a metallic bat. Make the form slightly larger to accommodate my weight. Understood. The demonic soul exhibited no hesitation in executing Qin Feng's command. Soon, a metallic bat with a wingspan of over 10 meters appeared before Qin Feng, even generating a seat for him. Qin Feng promptly sat down, and the bat ascended gracefully into the air. Now, he possessed his own flying mount, crafted by his own hands. Compared to others' flying pets, it bore no significant difference and was even more convenient, serving as both a mount and a weapon. Now, take me to the locations of the outer abyssal fissures. As he spoke, Qin Feng concealed all his presence to avoid attracting the attention of other flying demonic creatures. Understood. Indeed, having a flying mount was quite advantageous. Had he known earlier, he would have showcased his prowess before Xiao Bai. The efficiency of these past few days would have surely been enhanced. However, it was not too late. There would be ample opportunities in the future. He wondered if Xiao Bai would be left astounded. Before long, Qin Feng arrived above the first abyssal fissure. Is this the location? Are you certain? He inquired, observing the flat rocky terrain. Yes, it lies beneath. Qin Feng's greatest concern had indeed materialized. The abyssal fissure was concealed underground, and without an entrance, how could he descend to address it? On to the next location. Qin Feng retrieved a map and marked this situation before commanding, proceed. Understood. Soon, the remaining 20-odd fissures had all been located and annotated by Qin Feng. The situation appeared rather grim. Only 5 of the locations offered direct access through caves, while the rest were predominantly buried underground, some even hidden within mountain masses. Initially, Qin Feng had intended to strike swiftly, launching a blitz before the king-tier demonic creatures could react. Compared to the rampage of king-tier beings in the secret realm, the threat posed by the abyssal fissures was evidently more pressing. He would first address the immediate crisis, dealing with the king-tier creatures later at a more leisurely pace. Even if he faced a blockade, Qin Feng possessed the confidence to breach it. His concern lay in the possibility of alarming the enemy, prompting desperate measures. Although he believed he could resolve the situation within a few months, he could not be sure that Nan Yunxin shared that confidence. Regardless, the circumstances here must be conveyed accurately. Let us investigate the fissure at the central position. Very well, but there is a strong demonic presence in that area. We shall observe from a distance for now, just to gain a general sense. Agreed. Once again, the metallic bat took flight. As Qin Feng had anticipated, the fissures in the central region were primarily situated within an area densely populated by 8th-tier demonic creatures, also within the rapid support range of king-tier beings. The largest fissure, unsurprisingly, was personally guarded by several king-tier entities, who likely reveled in the magical energy seeping from it. Qin Feng merely glanced at it from the air and quickly grasped the situation. Regardless of whether the other fissures were underground, the largest one was undoubtedly exposed at the surface. When the time came, he would strike decisively. Qin Feng had little faith that the formation could remain intact if the largest fissure were destroyed. After assessing the conditions of the abyssal fissures, Qin Feng instructed the demonic soul to lead him to a nearby gathering of 7th-tier demonic creatures. He soon fixed his gaze upon a specific 7th-tier being. Liao Juan Xinzang. Expand. In the next moment, the 7th-tier creature and several others around it let out a chorus of furious wails, then proceeded to attack indiscriminately. Beyond mutual assaults, they relentlessly slaughtered the surrounding 5th and 6th-tier demonic beings. Approximately 10 minutes later, the entire assembly of demonic creatures was utterly exterminated. Sigh. Hunting alone is indeed rather dull. Qin Feng lamented as he collected all the crystal cores from the ground. He also fed the demonic soul a 7th-tier crystal core. Upon reviewing the quantities, he noted a dozen 7th-tier cores and several dozen 6th-tier ones. He still fell short of the target set by Nan Yunxian by several dozen cores. At the very least, he needed to clear another gathering. Let us proceed to the next. Regardless, it was essential to demonstrate his capability to resolve matters. After spending some time clearing multiple 7th-tier creature gatherings, Qin Feng exited the secret realm. He held little interest in grinding or cultivating. He merely wished to conduct a casual sweep before preparing to rest. As he departed the secret realm, the sky had dimmed considerably. Qin Feng returned directly to his dormitory, washed up, and then retrieved his phone. There were numerous notifications awaiting him. Lao Jin had taken great care to inform him that the 30-pound blade had been forged and was ready for collection. Such a task was undoubtedly trivial for him. Qin Feng, feeling disinclined to fetch it himself, replied that he would have someone else retrieve it. Opportunities to personally collect and deliver blades were better suited for Lin Xiao. Qin Feng had few contacts, and this was the only matter that could be deemed somewhat official. As for other matters, the influx of new friend requests is indeed significant. Many of them are from former classmates from Binjiangcheng High School. Now, with Qin Feng soaring to great heights, it is only natural that numerous individuals seek to forge connections with him. Chapter 50. Comprehending the skill, True Illusion. Qin Feng wishes to sever all ties with Binjiangcheng. Even in his previous life, he held no affinity for those classmates. Consequently, he promptly declined all requests with a single click and exited all class groups. The messages within those groups were incessant, even resurrecting past gossip about him, Liu Xiaomei and Yahao. Little do they know, those two have been obliterated by Qin Feng, reduced to ashes. Thus, it is best to completely sever these connections. In the secret realm, having gone 3 consecutive days without sleep, Qin Feng soon sought rest. A night passed without incident. The following day, at noon, Xiaobai remained in slumber, allowing Qin Feng to indulge in watching the live stream of the fox-eared beauty without reservation. Just as he was enjoying himself, a message from Lin Xiao arrived. Qin Feng, your classmates are looking for you. Would you like to meet them? Huh, my classmates? They found their way to the school. In this cohort of Binhai City, there are only 7 individuals with a contract to royal tier bloodlines. If all goes as expected, they should be in the imperial capital. However, Qin Feng does not seem to be well acquainted with them. Initially intending to decline outright, he reconsidered. Perhaps they indeed had matters to discuss. Based on his previous night's actions of rejecting friend requests, he assessed that he had left the secret realm. So, they came directly to the school today? Of course. They might also belong to Yuyuan Academy. Soon, Qin Feng tidied himself up and arrived at the agreed location. 2 individuals stood before him, one being Lin Xiao, who had recently retrieved a long sword for Lin Yue. The other, he had a vague recollection of, though they were not particularly familiar. Senior, is this sword all right? Qin Feng greeted Lin Xiao first, who occasionally glanced at the sword in his hand. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder if this was nostalgia triggered by the object. It is indeed. This sword is the finest weapon I have ever encountered. Thank you, Junior. Should any issues arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. No need for formality. You have aided me considerably as well. Now, quickly deliver it to your senior sister, Qin Feng teased with a smile. Well, I shall take my leave then, Lin Xiao said without delay, bidding farewell. Turning his attention to his high school peer, Qin Feng inquired, You are Dagong, right? What brings you to seek me? The young man, upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, as if being scrutinized by a high-tier demon beast. There is a senior from 2 grades above us who organized a gathering. He wishes to invite all new students from Binjiangcheng to meet and mingle. A hometown gathering? Qin Feng did not anticipate such an occurrence here. In this world, one would expect a knife in the back when fellow townsfolk meet. Yes, that is precisely the intent. But I have little interest, Qin Feng replied as he prepared to depart. Hey, we all came from the same school. Can't you give a little face? Clearly, Qin Feng's demeanor irked the other party. What invitation for all new students? They likely sought to invite only Qin Feng. He was fully aware of this. Qin Feng paused, slowly turning around, not due to the other's words, but because he sensed a fleeting hostility and other negative emotions emanating from him. Subsequently, he employed Ninghan Shishin. Without any obstruction, the other's spirit was directly manipulated by Qin Feng. Is there anything you are concealing from what you just stated? That senior primarily wishes to meet you and offered me 10 mid-tier spirit stones as compensation. He insisted that I must invite you. Tagang replied with vacant eyes. Who is he? Liu Jinyang, from the Imperial Capital's Academy. What realm? Uncertain, perhaps around stage 6. A stage 6 Kalami attempting to target me? Do you know what he intends to do? I believe he might want to establish a good rapport with you. Tagang's response appeared to salvage his life. Such a minor errand boy was not worth Qin Feng's effort. Forget everything that just transpired. All right, in the next moment, Tagang appeared dazed for a moment before regaining consciousness. As he saw Qin Feng had turned away, he was about to speak but was interrupted by Qin Feng. I'm quite busy lately. If that senior wishes to arrange a gathering, he can contact me directly next time. Have him add me as a friend. Sure, that works too, Tagang thought with delight, feeling that he had accomplished his task and could receive his reward. After adding each other as friends, they parted ways. It was impossible for Qin Feng to leave the school now. Currently, there is no place in Xiaogui safer than this. The 3 major academies are akin to 3 top-tier sections. As long as one remains within, there is no need to worry about external threats. At present, Qin Feng remained unaware of Liu Jinyang's intentions towards him. However, he did not mind speculating the worst about the other's motives. If the individual merely wished to make an acquaintance, Qin Feng would be somewhat disappointed. He decided to delay and find a way to draw the individual closer, intending to personally interrogate him to uncover the truth. Dismissing this minor episode from his thoughts, Qin Feng took a detour to the cafeteria for a bite to eat before returning to his dormitory to await the awakening of Xiao Bai. The following day at noon, while Qin Feng was engrossed in a live stream, he suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body. Instantly, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power enveloping him. Such a transformation could only be experienced during a significant breakthrough, especially when ascending from stage 3 to 4 or from 6 to 7, both of which denote major tier advancements. Stages 1 to 3 are considered low tier, 4 to 6, mid tier, and 7 to 9, high tier. Now, Qin Feng had officially ascended to the high tier stage. The host pet beast has reached stage 6, 1 star. Power returned, elevating the host to stage 7, 1 star. The host pet beast has comprehended the skill. Clone technique. Power returned. The host has comprehended the skill. True illusion. True illusion. Manifest a clone that possesses identical strength to the host. The illusionary clone requires the host's intent to control with all items, skills, and spiritual energy consumption shared. Only one illusion may exist simultaneously. Incredible. After reviewing the skill description, Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement to experiment with this new ability. True illusion. In an instant, a clone identical to Qin Feng materialized within his bedroom, even possessing the same storage ring. Within the host perspective, a new window appeared, allowing Qin Feng to inject his intent at will, facilitating control through the clone's viewpoint. He could also issue simple commands for the clone to act freely. Subsequently, Qin Feng directed the clone to retrieve an iron rod from the ring, immediately checking his own ring to find the iron rod had indeed vanished. The concept of shared items is rather impressive. This ability would render him invincible in logistics and remote transport. Chapter 51. Who seeks to harm you? After testing the skill and feeling significantly empowered, Qin Feng was exceedingly satisfied. He then dismissed the illusion and summoned Xiao Bai. However, Qin Feng seemed to overlook something. Xiao Bai, congratulations on your advancement once again. Truly remarkable. You are indeed my little Xiao Bai, he exclaimed, attempting to scoop Xiao Bai up for affectionate nibbles, only to be dodged by Xiao Bai, which transmitted its thought, disgusting. Subsequently, Qin Feng heard that familiar voice. Thank you, brother, for the sports car. Ali is so happy. Moi. Qin Feng remarked. Oh no. Xiao Bai is still young. I hope she won't be tainted by such things. If Xiao Bai transforms in the future and becomes like that, I certainly cannot accept it. He then promptly turned off the live broadcast on his phone and awkwardly smiled at Xiao Bai, saying, Xiao Bai, those in there are all wicked fox spirits. You must not learn from them. Bai Wuyou retorted. How could this esteemed empress of the demon race be so shameless? Is this man implying something? This is the second time now. It seems he has a penchant for this type. Does he want me to perform for him after I transform? Dream on. I would rather bite him to death. While Xiao Bai was lost in thought, Qin Feng seized her and said, Xiao Bai, you've been sleeping for so long. We must hurry and clean you up. He then carried the little fox towards the bathroom. Although Bai Wuyou knew that she bore no unpleasant scent, if anything, only the aroma of flowers, she still could not refuse whenever Qin Feng insisted on cleaning her. After all, the Empress is one who cherishes cleanliness. After their bath, Qin Feng briefly mentioned to Xiao Bai that someone had recently been trying to arrange a meeting with him. Lu Jinyang had added him, and the implications were clear. He wanted to meet Qin Feng. There is something off about this person, Bai Wuyou stated directly. I know, but I am uncertain of his intentions. It's quite simple. What secrets do you possess that others would covet? Quite a few, actually. At least 90 of people are curious about how Qin Feng has risen so rapidly. The reason is sheer talent. Even if others wish to seize it, they cannot. Additionally, there is Xiao Bai's divine bloodline and the ring that has enhanced it to this concentration. In an instant, Qin Feng formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. Xiao Bai, the worst-case scenario is that the owner of that ring has come looking for it. However, Xiao Bai was not surprised at all. Unless the other party is dead, they will undoubtedly suspect you. Moreover, the trail of how you acquired that ring cannot be entirely erased. If they wish to investigate, it will be impossible to conceal. Indeed, without any evidence at all, the mere fact that I, an unknown rookie, claim the top spot in the new student rankings is shocking enough. After all, how could an ordinary royal bloodline crush those of imperial and emperor rank? So, you absolutely must not go out. As long as you stay here, nothing will happen. Rest assured, I had no intention of going out. I initially wanted to lure him here, but it seems he is not easily fooled. Qin Feng replied, glancing at his skill panel. True illusion. This matter seemed to have some operational leeway. I have no choice but to seek help from the principal to uncover the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, being constantly watched is quite bothersome. Bai Wuyou did not respond. She did not fully trust Nan Yinxian. After all, he could very well be the one who attacked her. All the emperor-level powerhouses of the human race were her suspects. From the perspective of the former demon emperor, these were all enemies. Yet, she could not prevent Qin Feng from seeking assistance and remain silent. Ultimately, it was her own weakness that she despised at this moment. Qin Feng, I must continue my seclusion to refine those 6th-grade crystal cores. Although she wished to accompany him for a while longer, she did not want to waste any more time. Since resources were ample, she would continue her refinement. All right, Xiao Bai. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief seeing Xiao Bai's determination. He then took out 27th-grade crystal cores. Here, 7th-grade crystal cores. Where did you get these? They were given by senior students. Qin Feng fabricated a story without a hint of hesitation. The senior S sword was broken, so I helped find a royal-level forging master to make a new one. I then left the opportunity to retrieve the sword for the senior. Then you are quite generous. Of course, I am still single. I'm playing matchmaker for the seniors. Ah, when will I ever find someone who likes me? Bai Wuyou thought, this guy can infuriate me with just a few words. I must transform quickly, sever our contract, and then confine him. Xiao Bai resumed her seclusion. With the 6th grade crystal cores obtained from her last hunt and the numerous 7th grade crystal cores Qin Feng provided, she would easily reach the 7th grade. However, since crystal cores were more challenging to digest than spirit stones, the process would take a bit longer. This conveniently allowed Qin Feng to arrange some matters in advance. Stepping out of the dormitory, Qin Feng once again visited Nan Yinxian's office. Naturally, he had given prior notice. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for such a powerful figure to remain cooped up in an office. Speak, what brings you here? Is it really so dire? Of course, someone wishes to harm me. If I were to perish, who would address the crisis in the school's secret realm? Who wishes to harm you? Moreover, as long as you remain in the school, you will undoubtedly be safe. I also wish to know who seeks to harm me. Nan Yinxian was speechless. This lad couldn't he possibly be suffering from paranoia, could he? However, ever since Qin Feng made his remarkable debut, numerous individuals had indeed aimed their sights on him. Yet, all had been kept at bay beyond the school's borders. Those sordid affairs outside should not affect the school. My fellow townsfolk and alumni have continually attempted to lure me out. I suspect they have ulterior motives or that they themselves are being threatened. Then simply do not go out. That won't do. I must know who is watching me. Additionally, I cannot stand by while my beloved classmates and townsfolk are endangered because of me. Nan Yinxian thought, if it weren't for knowing this lad is only motivated by self-interest, I would have believed his nonsense. Just tell me plainly what you want from me. I plan to use myself as bait to draw them out. Then, you can wait in the shadows to catch them. Not happening. Nan Yinxian flatly refused. In his eyes, Qin Feng, who was below the king rank, was as fragile as an egg. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Even if they were to capture the mastermind, it would not be worth the risk. Chapter 52. Where did you learn such dark arts? Nan Yinxian's rejection was anticipated by Qin Feng. Principal, do not rush. Let me finish. He then ceased his idle chatter and, right before Nan Yinxian, conjured a new illusionary avatar. Principal, how about this? The illusionary avatar spoke directly. Nan Yinxian exclaimed, where did you learn such dark arts? It was somewhat absurd that he, with his realm, could not distinguish between the real and the fake. Principal, how could a dignified, emperor-level figure tarnish my reputation without basis? This is hardly dark arts. Qin Feng feigned great grievance and continued, thanks to your divine bloodline. My pet has evolved. Consequently, I have gained this new skill. Oh, an imperial bloodline? Indeed. Nan Yinxian's attention was immediately captured. By the way, I have yet to see your pet. Why don't you summon it for me to see? It's currently asleep after consuming some crystal cores. Nan Yinxian was speechless. Do not recklessly feed it high-grade crystal cores. They have a certain demonic nature and are difficult to digest. You've only just managed to upgrade to an imperial bloodline. Do not let it perish. Rest assured, Principal, these are merely low-level crystal cores for play. Both Qin Fengs replied simultaneously. Enough, enough. I feel dizzy. Please dismiss your divine abilities. Nan Yinxian, with no choice, tacitly acknowledged Qin Feng as planned. As long as Qin Feng did not take unnecessary risks, he was willing to indulge him in his endeavors. After all, he hadn't encountered such an intriguing individual in many years. Very well. Subsequently, the illusionary clone dissipated. This ability is remarkable. At the very least, it grants an exceptional means of self-preservation. Is it wise to reveal oneself like this? What if the opponent is not deceived, or worse, escapes? Thus, I require the principal's assistance. With your intervention, who could possibly evade capture? Do not flatter me excessively, nor underestimate the heroes of this world. Since you possess such bewildering techniques, do you presume others lack their own means of survival? The talents of pet beasts are innumerable. One must never celebrate too soon before achieving the final outcome, Nan Yinchuan cautioned. Understood, Principal. And what about this matter? Very well. I shall accompany you in this grand play of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. After all, the danger appears minimal. Moreover, judging by Qin Feng's reaction, it seems he has stirred up some trouble. As long as Qin Feng can meet his requirements, he would not mind being a swift blade against his enemies. Once this matter concludes, you shall dedicate yourself to training diligently in the secret realm. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Nan Yinchuan responded. However, a hint of gloom still lingered in his eyes. Ascending to the royal tier within half a year is something even he dared not imagine at his age. Now, he must rely on such a young individual. If Qin Feng fails, he must accept reality. Wait for me a moment. With that, Nan Yunxuan exited the office, returning shortly thereafter. He handed Qin Feng a small vial. This contains a tracking potion. Once you identify the mastermind, apply this potion to them before your clone dissipates. No matter where they flee, they cannot evade the tracking. Such a marvelous item. Qin Feng accepted the vial and remarked, if I were to apply it to myself, would it not prevent the risk of being abducted? Cough, you'll be safe at school. There is no need for such precautions. Very well, Qin Feng replied, somewhat disappointed. Since Nan Yunxuan had suggested it, he would not recklessly apply it to himself. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Feng promptly messaged Liu Jinyang, informing him he was free this afternoon. Moreover, it was only available today. Latecomers need not apply. Naturally, Liu Jinyang had no objections to Qin Feng's request. Even through the screen, one could sense the excitement emanating from the other side. A grown man, so eager to meet him, was indeed rather off-putting. Yet, he wondered what price the other party had paid to persuade him to undertake this task. The agreed meeting place was a plaza situated between the two academic institutions. The other party seemed aware of Qin Feng's suspicions, opting for a public venue, as if to convey, in broad daylight, you need not fear danger. However, for Qin Feng, the distinction between public and private spaces was negligible. If the owner of that ring truly intended to harm him, such considerations would matter little. Once prepared, Qin Feng summoned his real, illusionary clone. He then directed the clone to leave the school and take a taxi to the designated location. Soon, the clone arrived at the appointed spot. Before long, he spotted a man and a woman approaching. The man was Liu Jinyang, while the woman was unknown to Qin Feng. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, Liu Jinyang resembled a sycophantic lackey. Instantly, Qin Feng surmised the situation. The other party had indeed gone to great lengths, employing all manner of seduction. Upon locking eyes with the woman, Qin Feng sensed her hostility towards him. Now, the main figure should make an appearance. Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not display any unusual reactions. As the two drew nearer, he directly inquired, Senior, were you not to come alone? Who is she? No need to be anxious, Junior. I sought you out, which is why I enlisted his help. The woman then gestured, Liu Jinyang. May I have a few words alone with Qin Feng? Certainly, Jiao Jiao. You two enjoy your chat. With that, Liu Jinyang departed, not casting a single glance in Qin Feng's direction. Qin Feng was unconcerned with the other's attitude. It seemed reminiscent of a state of being under control. After all, he was quite the expert in mental manipulation himself. Qin Feng, Jr., you are indeed difficult to approach. The woman's voice was sultry, laced with a hint of allure. Do I know you? My name is Yu Jiao Jiao, and I am also a student at Dai Shuefu. So what is your purpose? There is no need to rush, Junior. Why don't we find a quiet place and share a drink? The implication was unmistakable. I ask, does your skill take so long to prepare? What do you mean? Whether through hypnosis or mental control, or even direct confrontation, be swift and spare me your distractions. I am pressed for time. Jiao Jiao momentarily faltered, unsure how to respond. It was as though the young man before her had seen right through her, leaving no room for concealment. This unfolding was not as she had anticipated. After all, she had come with a mission. Yet, the boy appeared to possess a clear understanding of the situation. Could it be he had someone secretly protecting him? How else could he be so audacious? But how did he know of her mental manipulation? Chapter 53, Yaoshan Jiao, an evil cult that must be eradicated by all. Junior, Donotist, I merely wish to engage in a deeper conversation with you. Yu Jiao Jiao defended herself while scanning her surroundings. She suspected that perhaps a teacher from Yuan Shuefu was covertly safeguarding Qin Feng. Enough of this dilly-dallying. I must take matters into my own hands. With that, she invoked soul binding. To be concise, who sent you? What is your purpose? And what do you intend to do with me? Elder Zhou Sheng of Yaoshan Jiao tasked me with bringing you out of Daidu. The rest, I do not know. Yaoshan Jiao? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng understood they were not benign. It seems that by acquiring their belongings, he had inadvertently done a good deed. Indeed, I am also a disciple of Yaoshan Jiao. Very well, the matter at hand is crucial. Qin Feng had no time to delve into this absurd cult. For now, let us proceed as if I am under your control and continue with the next steps. All right, follow me. With that, Yu Jiao Jiao headed toward a nearby car, producing her phone to make a call. Once Qin Feng was inside, she started the vehicle and drove directly towards the outskirts of the city. The journey was remarkably smooth. In the original plan, the most challenging aspect was successfully luring Qin Feng out. Thus, considerable effort had been expended to navigate a convoluted route. Now, they merely awaited Elder Zhou Sheng's arrival. A figure of elder status, his power should exceed the royal tier. Hence, it was prudent to consult Nan Yunchuan first. Back in the dormitory, Qin Feng contacted Nan Yunchuan directly. Principal, the fish has taken a bait. Oh, you are quite efficient. Of course, I am known for my promptness. The final word was promptly curtailed. Principal, the small fish is taking my clone to meet the big fish. They claim that Elder Zhou Sheng of Yaoshan Jiao seeks me out. Are you familiar with this individual? The three-tailed scorpion king, Zhou Sheng? I indeed asked the right person. Nan Yunchuan recognized the name. Just a royal tier? You should be able to handle that. Yes? Well, he is not just any royal tier peak. It appears you have indeed hooked a big fish. What can you tell me? His pet beast is the Xianling three-tailed scorpion. Whenever the master dies, it sacrifices a tail in his place. The master then randomly revives at a different location, granting him a total of 4 lives, making him exceedingly difficult to kill. Wow, that is incredibly formidable. In an instant, Qin Feng perceived that his true illusion appeared rather mundane. I have long warned you not to underestimate any opponent. Even if you can eliminate him this time, it is unlikely to eradicate this hidden threat entirely. On the contrary, your own cards will be significantly exposed, and next time, the adversary will target you with even greater caution. So, do you wish to proceed? Yes, if I can sever even a part of him, I shall do so. I wonder how many lives he possesses that are sufficient to kill. Speaking of which, how did you provoke the Yao Shan Jiao? How would I know? This is the first time I have heard of this organization. What is its significance? A cult that everyone aims to eradicate. They may have captured you in hopes of forcibly transforming you into a half-demon. Can I truly be forcibly transformed into a half-demon? It is quite simple. All they need to do is transplant the heart of your spirit beast into you. Many warriors whose spirit beasts have perished choose this path merely to continue their ascension. However, this method of transformation often results in half-demons that are prone to losing control. Most become neither human nor beast. Damn, that sounds utterly repulsive. To transplant the heart of a demonic beast into a human. Wouldn't that be akin to having a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs? However, once I am transformed into a half-demon, what then? Surely, that cannot be the sole purpose? After hearing Nan Yunchuan's speculation, Qin Feng believed that Zhou Zheng might not be the true master of the ring. Firstly, it could incapacitate a genius. Secondly, it could confine you to breed with demonic beasts. Perhaps your offspring would inherit your talents. Many disciples and spirit beasts within the Yao Shan Jiao have come into existence through such means. At this point, Qin Feng was genuinely repulsed. To forcibly transform a person into a demon and use them as a breeding tool, it is indeed too sinister. Just this single example elucidated Qin Feng on the operational style of the Yao Shan Jiao. As for the unspoken matters, they would likely be even more cultish. If this time you can aid in severing Zhou Zheng's tail, you would have accomplished a commendable deed. According to their modus operandi, they are unlikely to let it rest. In any case, those targeted by them typically face a relentless end. Very well, await my news. I am preparing to leave the city. With that, the two ended their conversation. Qin Feng then redirected his attention to the perspective of his avatar. The vehicle continued northward without pause. 2.5 hours later, the vehicle passed through the towering city gates and headed toward the outskirts. The area outside the imperial capital was not as desolate as Binjiang City. Even within the several dozen kilometers beyond the city walls, no demonic beast dared to roam freely. After all, the imperial capital was home to countless high-tier powerhouses. Even a mere hint of their aura would be enough to terrify any beast below the king level. Thus, even outside the imperial capital, there were still numerous residential clusters. Under the shade of large trees, one could enjoy the protection of the imperial capital while incurring far lower costs than within the city. However, Yu Jiaojiao showed no inclination to stop. It seemed that the destination chosen was in the wilderness. Finally, when the road suitable for vehicles reached its limit, the two disembarked. Qin Feng made no unnecessary movements. Resembling a puppet under control, it was quite simple. He merely needed to withdraw from the primary perspective of his avatar. Then, Yu Jiaojiao led the way into an ordinary house. Upon entering, Qin Feng saw an elder dressed in black seated on a chair, facing the door. Elder, The person has arrived. Releases control. You may leave. Yes. Subsequently, Yu Jiaojiao swayed in front of Qin Feng before stepping outside. As for Qin Feng, he feigned a dazed expression. Who are you? Where am I? Qin Feng, capturing you is quite a challenge. Who are you? Why do you want to capture me? Why capture you? That is to inquire whether you have taken something that does not belong to you. Saying this, the elder produced a ring, precisely the one Qin Feng had discarded into the Songlong River. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. It felt as if the proverbial boot had finally dropped. It was far better than living in constant anxiety. Simultaneously, he was grateful that he had arrived at the Yu Yuan Academy in time. Otherwise, he might have been trapped in Binjiang City or in any other place, potentially confronted by this individual. Oh, you mean this ring? At that time, Yihao used it to settle a debt. And the next day, I sold it to a pawn shop. In fact, this was the most logical course of action. After all, who would believe that a high school student could unlock a soul-locked storage ring? However, Zhou Zheng certainly did not believe Qin Feng's words. He was nearly 100% certain that Qin Feng had utilized the divine bloodline essence within the ring to suddenly rise to prominence. That substance was the hope for his Samway Scorpion to break through to the Emperor-level bloodline. It was also his hope for achieving the Emperor rank. Now that it had been utilized by Qin Feng, he could not let this go easily. Nevertheless, Zhou Zheng did not directly turn hostile, but instead said, "If what you say is true, then summon your spirit beast so I can have a look. If it is merely an ordinary bloodline, I will let you go." Huh? Do you take me for a fool? Since the other party had already determined that he had taken something, Qin Feng was too weary to argue further. He directly sent a message to Nan Yunxian, informing him of his location. As for his avatar, it remained focused on Zhou Zheng. Congeal soul, captivate heart. Ineffective. The mental power of a peak Emperor-level powerhouse was beyond what Qin Feng could challenge at this moment. So, you admit you have taken my possession? Whether I did or not, you will not allow me to leave, will you? Hence, how could I possibly cooperate with you? Very well, you possess quite a sturdy backbone. Let us see if your resolve remains so unyielding. With that, he prepared to take action against Qin Feng. At that moment, Zhou Zheng's expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed a hint of danger. The next second, he seized Qin Feng and burst through the door, fleeing towards the wilderness. As for Qin Feng, he did not resist, allowing Zhou Zheng to grasp him. He merely discreetly brushed a damp corner of his clothing against the other. The tracking potion that Nan Yunxian had given him was a certain liquid. He had smelled it before. It had a peculiar odor. Before coming, he had anticipated that such a scenario might unfold. He had not expected Zhou Zheng's level of vigilance to exceed his expectations. At this time, Nan Yunxian should have just received the news and prepared to act. Moreover, he would surely make an effort to conceal his aura while moving. Even so, Zhou Zheng had detected the danger almost instantaneously. This degree of sharpness seemed to stem not from sensing an aura, but from some sixth sense. It remained unclear whether this was a learned skill or an innate talent of his spirit beast. No wonder he was so difficult to kill. However, no matter how formidable he would never suspect that today's events were a scheme meticulously orchestrated by Qin Feng. He wished to lay hands on Qin Feng, but Qin Feng was equally intent on eliminating this threat. The swift winds howled, and the wilderness beneath their feet seemed to retreat in an instant. Zhou Zheng, grasping Qin Feng, changed directions multiple times, yet could not escape the feeling of being locked onto by a looming threat. Finally, he perceived something was amiss. He decided to halt abruptly. "Is it you? Did Nan Yunxian place a tracking device on you? As the top genius of this generation, is it unreasonable for the principal to take special care of me? Thus, I advise you to release me and flee for your life. In your dreams, even at the Emperor level, trying to kill me is not so simple. Since they value you so highly, I certainly cannot let you go." Zhou Zheng ceased fleeing, seemingly intending to negotiate with Nan Yunxian. From his perspective, Nan Yunxian was coming to rescue Qin Feng and would surely be cautious in his actions. Hence, there remained room for negotiation. Moments later, a colossal shadow materialized before the two individuals. It was a giant wolf, dark red in hue, adorned with a pair of imposing wings, its crimson eyes resembling blazing flames. Upon the back of the great wolf stood a figure, Nan Yunxian. "Yao Shendao Zhou Zheng. I never imagined you would dare to approach the imperial capital. I have refrained from causing any disturbances here, extending you a courtesy. Now, I merely wish to discuss a private matter with this prodigy. Once resolved, he shall be released. Otherwise, the implications are self-evident. Principal, such nefarious scoundrels deserve to be eradicated. Qin Feng shouted fervently, embodying the spirit of self-sacrifice. Observing Qin Feng's theatrics, Nan Yunxuan's lips twitched slightly. Zhou Zheng, on the other hand, allowed Qin Feng's outburst to unfold, doubting anyone could genuinely fear for their life, nor did he believe the adversary would disregard Qin Feng's fate. Subsequently, he witnessed Nan Yunxian nodding. Qin Feng, your sacrifice will forever be remembered by the Academy. As he spoke, he waved his hand, unleashing a blade of light. Simultaneously, the giant wolf expelled a sphere of crimson energy, hurling it towards Zhou Zheng. What the? Zhou Zheng exclaimed, bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a negotiation? Why start with such a powerful attack? He pondered the possibility that Nan Yunxian and Qin Feng harbored animosity. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Zheng's mind. He even considered rescuing Qin Feng, but regrettably, he was unable to secure his own safety. In the end, Zhou Zheng narrowly evaded a fatal strike and swiftly retreated, while Qin Feng was reduced to ashes. In his dormitory, Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Although it was merely a projection, facing the onslaught of an Imperial tier attack still stirred a profound sense of dread. There was no escape, no survival. Even Zhou Zheng, at the royal tier, could easily crush him. Ultimately, witnessing the confusion in Zhou Zheng's eyes brought a smile to Qin Feng's face. This time, let us see if you live or die. A Sandway scorpion, is it? I shall take one of your lives first. As dusk approached, Qin Feng retrieved a substantial storage ring containing all his vital possessions, including an ancient token. He speculated that Nan Yunxian might have begun to suspect Zhou Zheng's intentions for seeking him were not merely to capture him and transform him into a half-demon breeding machine. If questioned, should he speak or remain silent? Even if compelled to speak, he could simply claim to have acquired the divine blood essence of his opponent. This token might hold even greater value. Ideally, the best scenario would be to avoid any inquiries, with both parties tacitly understanding one another. After a little over 10 minutes, Qin Feng distinctly sensed a powerful aura approaching, returning to the academy. Soon after, he received news from Nan Yunxian. Zhou Zheng had lost a life. His Sandway scorpion presumably had only one tail remaining, meaning he still had 2 lives left. The principal is remarkable. Given his injuries, he cannot possibly escape once his position is locked. Prepare yourself for the impending retaliation. For some reason, Qin Feng sensed a hint of schadenfreude. Did Zhou Zheng truly dare to invade the academy? He did not even have the courage to enter the imperial capital, let alone the academy. However, the lower-tier disciples of the Yao Shundao were numerous and could infiltrate various corners. Besides capturing students from the imperial capital's academies, it was difficult to ensure none of their members lurked here. Well, that is of no concern. As long as Zhou Zheng does not dare to come, we shall be fine. Nan Yunxian, puzzled by Qin Feng's confidence, refrained from responding. Aside from Qin Feng, the entire Yuan Academy might soon face the Yao Shendao's targeting, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Chapter 55. 2 pinnacles of the 9th tier. The Yao Shundao was akin to rats in the gutter, regardless of their strength. They were repulsive. Moreover, their reproductive rate was alarmingly fast. They first transformed individuals into half-demons before breeding them with demon beasts. Such actions were beyond the scope of humanity. The upper echelons of the Yao Shundao naturally dared not enter the imperial capital. However, if the lower-tier disciples, those below the royal tier, were to stir up trouble, it would be difficult to guard against. Nevertheless, the overall balance still favored the academy. The Yuan Academy stood firm against abyssal creatures. How could it possibly fear a horde of gutter rats? In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days passed. Qin Feng remained obediently within the academy, occasionally entering the secret realm to inspect the situation regarding the abyssal rifts. However, he refrained from taking direct action. The 5 abyssal rifts accessible through caves mirrored the one Qin Feng had refined. Numerous puppets were tirelessly excavating within. Qin Feng made a rough assessment. At this rate, in less than 3 months, the outer rifts would begin to connect. By then, it would be too late to turn back. In a few more months, the formation would be fully established. It seemed the principal's estimate of 6 months was overly optimistic. 6 months merely marked the death knell. In 3 months, life would enter a countdown. Once that time came, Relocating the secret realm would only accelerate the formation of the passage. The minor rift Qin Feng had damaged appeared to have little impact. Such an extensive project would certainly have built-in redundancies. Who could withstand the cunning of the abyssal creatures? As for Nan Yunxian, he surprisingly did not inquire into the grievances between Qin Feng and Zhou Zheng, seemingly uninterested. Conversely, Qin Feng sensed an increase in hostility surrounding him that day. Initially, it stemmed from external scrutiny. However, as he made his way to the cafeteria, he felt subtle glances scrutinizing him. Has that guy resurrected? Qin Feng realized that this shift could only be attributed to Zhou Zheng. Upon his revival, he would undoubtedly have reviewed the entire incident and issued orders to his spies, merely needing to confirm Qin Feng's fate. Qin Feng could vividly imagine Zhou Zheng's furious expression upon discovering he was still alive. As for remaining hidden, there was no need. The ones who should conceal themselves were the rats of the Yao Shindao, not him. Moreover, this place was a safe zone for him. If he dared to scheme against Zhou Zheng, who was at the pinnacle of the royal tier, how much less would he fear a pack of small rodents? Yet, the persistent malice he sensed was indeed bothersome, especially when he noticed that even the cafeteria lady serving him bore an air of hostility. It became increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. These hidden pawns could remain concealed for a lifetime, waiting for the most crucial moment to strike. An ordinary character sacrificing a genius from the Yuan Academy would yield substantial gains. Qin Feng roughly counted those within the campus who harbored evident malice toward him. Only a little over a dozen, fewer than 20. As for the surrounding area, there were likely more. Among them, not all were necessarily affiliated with the Yao Shindao. Perhaps some merely wished for Qin Feng's demise? Well, that was even more repugnant. Thus, he sought out Nan Yunxian once more. Principal, I can no longer endure this. What is happening? Nan Yunxian initially thought Qin Feng was experiencing some sort of issue with his cultivation. I am constantly being monitored by the Yao Shindao spies. It makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. Nan Yunxian remarked, Indeed, this fellow's thought process has never been normal. You only shuttled between the secret realm and your dormitory. How could Yao Shindao spies be tailing you? He suspected this individual might be suffering from some form of paranoia. While Nan Yunxian was well aware that spies from the Yao Shindao lurked within the academy, pinpointing them was another matter. How could there not be? The cafeteria lady serving food is undoubtedly one. Let us get straight to the point. What scheme do you intend to concoct now? I can sense the hostility of others towards me within a certain range. It perplexes me why someone with whom I share no connection harbors such animosity. The only plausible explanation is that they have ulterior motives. Surely, it cannot be a case of mere insanity, can it? Such a conclusion cannot be reached based solely on subjective conjecture, especially in deeming another a spy of the Yao Shenzhiao. Although Nan Yunxian is also keen on rooting out these rodents, he disapproves of Qin Feng's reckless methods. Principal, how about we conduct an experiment? Instead of using individuals from the school, let us randomly apprehend someone from the vicinity. I suspect that perhaps the Yao Shenzhiao has dispatched its agents from the capital to our location. Observing Qin Feng's confident demeanor indeed lends some credibility to his assertions. If what he claims holds true, we might successfully eradicate a portion of Yao Shenzhiao's influence in the capital. Very well. I shall accompany you to witness the validity of your perception. Nan Yunxian too can gauge the intentions of others through their gaze. Yet he has never encountered someone capable of identifying hostility without direct interaction. Is it truly the case that the mere existence of hostile thoughts towards Qin Feng can be sensed? If so, that would indeed be rather unsettling. In that case, Qin Feng could serve as a mirror to expose the Yao Shenzhiao. In contemplation, Nan Yunxian soared away from the school with Qin Feng. As they glided through the air surrounding the Yuan Academy, Qin Feng promptly stated, Principal, choose a direction. Left or right? Right it is, replied Nan Yunxian, as they veered towards the right. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng pointed at a nearby building there on the 3rd floor, the windows facing us. There are 2 individuals inside. Without hesitation, Nan Yunxian swiftly transported himself and Qin Feng into the room. The occupants were caught off guard and were quickly subdued by Nan Yunxian. Each was a pinnacle-level practitioner of the 9th rank, easily lifted by Nan Yunxian, a testament to their moderate strength, which was limited to advanced bloodline capabilities. In the grand scheme, they were relatively accomplished among the common populace, given that the odds of forming a contract with a royal bloodline are less than 1%. In truth, reaching the royal tier is not attainable for all. Thus, ninth-rank warriors represent a significant force within society. Under the pressure exerted by Nan Yinxian, the two men dared not resist and fervently pleaded, "Senior, we have done nothing wrong. Surely, this is a misunderstanding? Whether it is a misunderstanding or not will be determined by the investigation team. Do you truly believe I could locate your hiding place without any effort? You are but rodents of the Yao Shanjiao." Upon hearing Nan Yunchuan's words, the two men fell silent, their eyes betraying their shock. After hiding for so many years, how had they been exposed upon arrival here? Chapter 56. To kill and to expose the heart. Indeed, they had not managed to execute any plans. Their orders had merely instructed them to lurk outside the Yu Yuan Academy, seeking opportunities to target the students within, particularly aiming to capture Qin Feng. They were well aware of Qin Feng, the top freshman this year in the Xia Kingdom, a prodigy of considerable repute. Some had even predicted that he would ascend to the royal tier before turning 20. Should his beast's bloodline evolve further, he could very well become the youngest royal in the Xia Kingdom. Reaching the royal tier signifies a position of considerable influence. Thus, it was only natural for them to be tasked with pursuing Qin Feng. However, they had not anticipated being exposed within a mere day of their arrival. Their silence was, in essence, an admission of guilt. After all, Nan Yunxian had merely bluffed them. To his surprise, it had been so effortlessly achieved. At that moment, the two exchanged glances, and in unison, summoned their beasts. Not for the sake of their own escape, but rather to target Qin Feng in the room. However, by the time their ninth-rank beasts materialized, Qin Feng had already made a hasty retreat. Subsequently, both ninth-rank beasts were swiftly eliminated by Nan Yunxian. "Why'd you run so far? With me here, would an accident befall you?" Nan Yunxian admonished Qin Feng, who had sought refuge by the window. "Well, I have a healthy fear of death," Qin Feng retorted. "All right, let's remain here for a while. I shall summon assistants to clean up this mess." With that, Nan Yunxian knocked the two men unconscious and retrieved his phone to make a call. The scene on the floor was gruesome, the remains of the two ninth-rank beasts dismembered. Nan Yunxian appeared to have wielded a sword, but he required no weapon. His hands sufficed to deal with such minor nuisances. Moments later, after making the necessary arrangements, Nan Yunxian addressed Qin Feng. "Within this room lie two ninth-rank Yao Dan. Go ahead and extract them." Qin Feng had been eagerly awaiting those words. "Thank you, Principal. I feel quite embarrassed." Nevertheless, he wasted no time and retrieved a small knife to begin excavating the Yao Dan. Since arriving at the Yu Yuan Academy, Qin Feng had predominantly hunted magical creatures, never having encountered any beast fur. Now, acquiring two ninth-rank Yao Dan would certainly provide a lavish meal for Xiao Bai. Regardless of the circumstances, Yao Dan are undoubtedly more suitable as nourishment for beasts than crystal cores. Before long, two fist-sized Yao Dan, resembling agate, were collected by Qin Feng. Their worth was substantial. Often, a beast's progression hinges on the availability of a high-tier Yao Dan. To utilize them as ordinary sustenance would be excessively extravagant. However, for Qin Feng, such concerns were trivial. All resources were dedicated to Xiao Bai, and it could consume them as it pleased. Less than a quarter of an hour passed before a knock echoed from outside the door. Nan Yunxian opened it to reveal a middle-aged man standing there. "Greetings, Principal." The man stood stiffly, offering a respectful salutation upon seeing Nan Yunxian. "Guomin, Principal, what has transpired here?" Upon entering, the man surveyed the scene. Yet he did not display much surprise. Given the principal's prowess, any issue would hardly require his involvement. Two rodents of the Yao Shenjiao. The Yao Shenjiao? Upon noticing Qin Feng in the room, the man quickly understood they dare to act so recklessly near the Yu Yuan Academy. They truly seek their own demise. If these two were still conscious, they would undoubtedly feel immense regret. They had barely begun their tasks. "I recently severed a tail of the Sanwei scorpion, Zhou Shang. They must have come seeking revenge." Nan Yunxian refrained from elaborating further and introduced Qin Feng. "This is Zhang Yunyang, your senior, serving in the investigation team in the capital." "Hello, senior." "Haha, I know you." "Qin Feng, you truly bring honor to our Yu Yuan Academy." "Very well, let us address business matters. Have you gathered sufficient manpower?" 50 brothers should suffice, I presume?" Zhang Yunyang replied with uncertainty. "That should be adequate. After all, they are merely a couple of rodents. The true big fish would not dare to cause a ruckus here. Come, take these two with you." "Understood." Zhang Yunyang produced specialized handcuffs. securing the two men before escorting them downstairs. Below, several teams were already on standby. Brothers, it's time to work. These two are mere fish from the Yao Shunjiao. Send 2 men to bring them back for interrogation. The rest, follow me. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to be guided by Nan Yunxian. Flying through the air, he served as a living mirror to expose the malice of others. The man selling trinkets, the elderly vendor grilling skewers, the occupants of that building. One by one, those who bore significant hostility toward Qin Feng were identified. Qin Feng observed that Nan Yunxian did not utter a word. Yet once he had finished pointing, Zhang Yunyang immediately dispatched personnel to apprehend those individuals. He speculated that perhaps they were communicating telepathically. Those individuals harbored treachery in their hearts. Upon encountering the regular army, they instinctively resorted to desperate measures. However, the members of the enforcement team were far from naive. Only those with formidable strength could be admitted. Moreover, with Nan Yunxian serving as a steadfast anchor, should the adversaries prove to be powerful, Zhang Yunyang would be dispatched to confront them. According to Nan Yunxian, possessing peak Wang tier strength was merely mediocre. After all these years, failing to ascend to the Huang tier was truly a mark of ineptitude. Before long, through the flawless collaboration of the three, the hidden operatives of Yao Shunjiao were swiftly eliminated. They managed to ensnare all of them before they could execute any schemes against the students of Yu Yuan Shuefu. After a thorough sweep, over 30 individuals were apprehended, all of whom possessed strength below the Wang tier and lacked any bloodlines above it. Allowing even one of them to replace a student from Yu Yuan Shuefu would be a catastrophic loss. These individuals, uprooted from their hiding places, should yield even greater rewards. At the very least, they would bring some tranquility to Yu Yuan Shuefu. More accurately, they would grant Qin Feng some peace. Every moment, he felt the piercing gaze of hostility surrounding him. Although they could not infiltrate the school, their presence was still unsettling. Qin Feng had little interest in eradicating the influence of the Yao Shunjiao entirely. However, any who bore animosity towards him must be eliminated. Out of sight, out of mind. With the external threats neutralized, it was time to turn attention inward. Principal, you truly are remarkable. Every capture was precise. I doubt I could have apprehended so many Yao Shunjiao vermin in an entire year. As the team prepared to withdraw, Zhang Yunyang approached Nan Yunxian to express his gratitude. These are all achievements. The remaining tasks are yours. Spread a rumor that Zhou Zheng pleaded for his life on his knees and leak all the Yao Shunjiao's arrangements in the imperial capital. Nan Yunxian stated lightly, the truth is inconsequential. We must tarnish his reputation first. After all, many Yao Shunjiao disciples were indeed acting under Zhou Zheng's orders. They came and were promptly captured. Qin Feng cast a surprised glance at Nan Yunxian. This old man possessed quite a cunning mind. To kill was one thing, but to strike at the very heart of one's spirit was another. Chapter 57. What sorcery is this? Zhang Yunyang departed with Nan Yunxuan's directives in mind. It would not be long before news of Zhou Zheng betraying his subordinates to save himself spread far and wide. As for Qin Feng, he accompanied Nan Yunxian back to the school. Next, it will be time to address those within the institution. Principal, I cannot guarantee that everyone inside the school is affiliated with the Yao Shunjiao. Furthermore, the Yao Shunjiao members outside may not be entirely eradicated. After some contemplation, Qin Feng decided to offer a word of caution. If a Yao Shunjiao member received a task unrelated to him, they might not harbor deep-seated animosity towards him. That is fine. Everyone we can uproot is a victory. Of course, if you don't mind the trouble. You could further provoke the Yao Shunjiao by attributing the credit for this operation to yourself. The leader of the Yao Shunjiao, what level is he? The D tier. Ah, never mind, I should remain low-key. Qin Feng opted not to attract attention. There was no rush to incite hatred. In time, when his strength was sufficient, adversaries would abound. At this stage, having a peak Huang tier, Zhou Zheng scheming against him was already more than enough. Lost in thought, Qin Feng followed Nan Yunxian to the school as security office, or rather, the institution's own enforcement team. The facilities here were even superior to those of the enforcement team. Following this procedure was their greatest mercy, for at least it did not involve executions without trial. Soon, under Qin Feng's guidance and Nan Yunxuan's instructions, those students or staff members who bore hostility toward Qin Feng were captured by the enforcement team. Ultimately, Over 10 individuals were brought to an expansive venue. There were only 8 students present, which implied the immediate downfall of 8 potential Wang-tier warriors. Upon being brought in, some appeared anxious while others feigned calmness. Indeed, a few showed genuine confusion, seemingly unaware of why they were being apprehended. As Nan Yunxian entered the venue with Qin Feng, a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. "Principal, what is the purpose of this?" Someone inquired. "Yes, why have I been brought here?" Upon seeing Nan Yunxian, the crowd could not help but voice their questions. "It is nothing of great concern. Among you are individuals affiliated with the Yao Shenjiao. I merely wish to expose them." "What is the Yao Shenjiao? I have never heard of it." "Indeed, I am completely unaware." Some continued to protest their innocence, while others seemed resigned to their fate. With over 1,000 individuals, to pinpoint them so accurately indicated the possession of irrefutable evidence. "Principal, I actually possess some interrogation techniques. Shall I give it a try?" Given the setting was a school, Nan Yunxian would undoubtedly require solid facts before taking action. "You can do this? Then go ahead and try. I have already confirmed quite a bit." Nan Yunxian needed not extensively interrogate. The slightest change in expression could not escape his keen eye. Subsequently, Qin Feng approached the cafeteria lady, employing his skill of soul manipulation. "Are you affiliated with the Yao Shenjiao?" "Yes." "What was your task?" "To poison at opportune moments and create chaos." "Name all the individuals you know affiliated with the Yao Shenjiao." "Old Zhang from the horticulture room. Zhao Chong from the 3rd year." Among the names divulged by the cafeteria lady, many were indeed present in this group. Naturally, some were not included. Once all had been revealed, Qin Feng released his hold. "Principal, the results are quite satisfactory, are they not? What sorcery is this?" "Let it be sorcery at this moment." The cafeteria lady regained her senses, her face pale. "Well, I just said it was not my own will. I was controlled." "Whatever. Who among the rest wishes to come next?" The remaining individuals looked at Qin Feng as though witnessing a ghost. They could never have imagined that he would be 100-fold more terrifying than the legends proclaimed. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but he also wielded such inscrutable abilities. Yet, no amount of fear would change their fate. Soon, everyone underwent interrogation. Qin Feng's intuition proved accurate. No one was wrongfully accused. After all, this was a school, and there were no irrational individuals seeking to kill him without reason. Besides, Qin Feng had not crossed paths with anyone, let alone offended anyone. Even those who had once followed Zhang Xiaotian in social disgrace felt more fear than animosity towards Qin Feng. Afterward, the enforcement team followed leads and apprehended a few more suspects. Thus, the hidden operatives of Yao Shenjiao within Yu Yuan Shuefu were nearly eradicated. Some of them had not even received tasks concerning Qin Feng and were merely caught up in the net. Everyone was taken away. Those who needed to be captured were apprehended, and those deserving of punishment faced their fate. None were virtuous. Mercy was unwarranted. In the venue, only Qin Feng and Nan Yunxian remained. I feel so much better now. I no longer sense so much hostility." Qin Feng wore a relaxed expression, feeling immensely relieved. Nan Yunxian observed Qin Feng with a mixture of exasperation and satisfaction. "The Yao Shenjiao truly drew a short straw by crossing paths with you. Indeed, I merely wish to remain quietly within the school. Why provoke me? Perhaps it was you who first instigated them." Chuckling, Qin Feng feigned ignorance. And Nan Yunxian did not press further, instead stating, "Now that this minor issue has been resolved, you can finally focus on your cultivation. Your time is limited. Rest assured, Principal, I rather enjoy my time here. I will never allow this place to be destroyed by the abyss." "You have it backward. This place exists primarily because of the abyss. Well, I hope that one day I can harness the abyss for my own purposes." "Ha ha ha. I hope to live to see that day." After their light-hearted banter, the two parted ways. Although it was due to Qin Feng's inability to endure the malicious waves that surged forth, he indeed assisted Nan Yunxian in resolving a considerable predicament. He had his own matters to attend to and could not continuously devote his energy to such trivial issues. If the members of the Yao Shenjiao were to take turns causing a ruckus at the school, it would indeed be rather distasteful. As for Qin Feng, he returned to his dormitory to patiently await Xiao Bai's awakening. Once Xiao Bai ascended to the next level, he would achieve the 8th rank, bringing him closer to the royal rank. At that point, he could commence implementing his plans, lest the night grow long and dreams multiply, in a Yao Shenjiao stronghold. The number of captured members this time was the highest in recent years. It was reported that Elder Zhou Sheng provided this information, as he sought to save his own life. Bang! Upon hearing the fabricated news broadcast on screen, Zhou Sheng smashed the device in fury. Nan Yunxian, you are insufferable. Qin Feng, you shall pay for this. Zhou Sheng was seething with rage in his room, while some members outside exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Indeed, many disciples in the imperial city had been apprehended, causing widespread panic. This elder, it was said, had also suffered setbacks in the imperial city and had fled back. It was hard not to raise suspicions. Chapter 58. The opening of the Yao Shun's secret realm approaches. Inside the room, Zhou Sheng received a phone call and instantly calmed down. Master, Zhou Sheng, what brings you to the imperial city? Some personal matters, nearly resolved. Master, you don't suspect me of betraying those low-ranking disciples, do you? Of course not. However, have you truly resolved it? The opening of the Yao Shun's secret realm is imminent. Do not let trivial matters delay important affairs. Rest assured, Master, I will not neglect my duties. This time, I will surely obtain the essence of the Yao Shun blood and break through to the imperial rank. You're the one I value most. You should not stop at the royal rank. If you can ascend to the imperial rank, our Yao Shan Jiao will soar to new heights. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Until the call ended, Zhou Sheng dared not exhibit any signs of abnormality. If the Master were to discover that he had lost the order token, his demeanor would certainly not be so placid. Whether it was the divine bloodline essence or the secret realm token, both represented Zhou Sheng's hope of ascending to the imperial rank. Yet, due to his negligence, they had been intercepted by Qin Feng. Had he known this, he would have refrained from provoking that fire dragon Yao Emperor. Zhou Sheng's divine bloodline essence had been acquired by slaying the offspring of his adversary. Unfortunately, before he could refine it, he was pursued and had no choice but to abandon it. Had he foreseen this, he would have preferred to sacrifice a life to swiftly return to Binjiang City to retrieve the ring, rather than being hunted for so long, only to lose the most crucial item. In the end, he still lost a life. Contemplating this, Zhou Sheng's heart was consumed by two words: regret. Hatred. Due to the distance, Qin Feng was oblivious to Zhou Sheng's overwhelming animosity towards him, living blissfully, eating well, and sleeping soundly. 2.5 days had passed since the last sweep, and Qin Feng estimated that Xiao Bai would soon awaken. However, as a pet beast, Xiao Bai must also be quite content, for each awakening brought forth Qin Feng's varied offerings. Would 2 9th rank Yao Dan elevate Xiao Bai to the 8th rank? As Qin Feng pondered, his notifications chimed. The host pet beast has ascended to the 7th rank, 1 star. Returning power. The host's rank has risen to the 8th rank, 1 star. The host pet beast has comprehended the skill. Instant movement. Returning power. The host has comprehended the skill. Flowing light escape. Flowing light escape. Transforming into flowing light. Moving without a trace. Within your perception range, you can consume spiritual power to continuously teleport. The perception range is proportional to mental strength. This skill, too, was related to mental strength. However, since it allowed for continuous teleportation, the requirements for perception range were not exceedingly high. Teleporting 10 kilometers could be converted into 10 instances of 1 kilometer teleportation, yielding a similar effect. Beyond the high ranks, the disparity between the two would become significant. Nonetheless, for dealing with mere royal rank magical creatures, it should be more than sufficient. However, as Qin Feng possessed numerous skills tied to mental strength, it would be prudent to focus on enhancing his mental capacity next. When he next encountered Zhou Sheng, a mere glance would suffice to exert control. Xiao Bai, it's time to wake up. With that, Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the 8th rank. It had only been 2 months since he had contracted Xiao Bai. As for Bai Wuyou, she couldn't help but reflect. 7th rank. In my previous life, it took nearly 10 years to ascend from the 1st to the 7th rank. Reaching the royal rank took almost 50 years. In the realm of magical beasts, this was not considered swift. Even the divine bloodline awakened only after reaching the royal rank. Fortunately, I was relatively lucky, surviving several crises. Surviving brings infinite possibilities. In this lifetime, my speed has skyrocketed, while my previous life's experience and the early awakening of my divine bloodline contributed to this. It is undeniable that Qin Feng's influence accounts for at least 70 to 80%. Countless resources have been poured into this endeavor. Even for my own offspring, I cannot offer such treatment. Could it be that he treats me like a daughter? Qin Feng, do you prefer sons or daughters? In a daze, Bai Wuyou posed this question. Qin Feng, Xiao Bai, are you still asleep, or are you dreaming? Bai Wuyou instantly realized that she had been rambling and quickly feigned unconsciousness. Right now, I am a fox. Xiao Bai. The little fox acted adorably and pretended to have just awakened. Qin Feng, what is it? I wish to take a bath. All right, go take your bath. Indeed, Qin Feng's attention was swiftly diverted, and he carried Xiao Bai to the bathroom for a cleansing. After the wash, Qin Feng bestowed 5 tender kisses. Xiao Bai had been in seclusion for 5 days, making up for previous deficiencies, 1 kiss per day. For this, Xiao Bai had long since surrendered. Resistance was futile. This fellow was remarkably strong. Xiao Bai, are you hungry? As soon as Xiao Bai awakened, Qin Feng felt compelled to offer her sustenance. There were still crystal cores left to digest, which he estimated could elevate him to the 7th rank, 5 stars. Well then, shall I wait until I'm hungry to eat? Qin Feng lamented. What delicacies do you have? Bai Wuyou began to doubt this fellow. For every time she entered seclusion, he managed to procure superior resources. Yet, these were completely beyond Qin Feng's capabilities. High-tier resources could not be obtained through mere spirit stones or the sale of blood. Not to mention selling blood. Even selling oneself would be futile. Wait, selling oneself? This fellow, could it be? Bai Wuyou's thoughts spiraled. If Qin Feng were to discover, he would surely spew a mouthful of blood several meters away. Yao Dan, would you care for some? I think you have consumed plenty of spirit stones and magical creature crystal cores. A change in flavor would be delightful. The effects of Yao Dan were indeed superior, but it depended on the rank. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Qin Feng produce 2 orbs resembling agate. 9th rank? Her premonition was proven true. Qin Feng had acquired resources far exceeding his capabilities once again. Could it be that he was truly being supported by a wealthy benefactor? Where did you get these? The principal rewarded me. What reward? It's a long story. There is an evil organization called Yao Shenjiao. You should not concern yourself with their activities. Just know that they are malevolent. And then? Bai Wuyou certainly knew what sort of organization Yao Shenjiao was, whose activities spanned from the human race to the magical race. The disciples ranged from humans to magical beings, though the majority were of the half-human, half-demon variety. In particular, within cities inhabited by both humans and demons under the control of the Yao tribe, there exists a substantial base of followers from the lower echelons. However, the Qianhu Yao kingdom of Bai Wuyou does not welcome them. They dispatched 2 9th-tier individuals with the intent to kidnap me, but I saw through their scheme. I then devised a counter-strategy, enlisting the help of the principal to eliminate them. These 2 Yao Dan are my reward. Qin Feng succinctly recounted the events. Bai Wuyou did not perceive Qin Feng's deception, yet she sensed something was amiss. Indeed, it was compared to the truth. Qin Feng's narrative represented no more than a mere fraction of the reality. There was no mention of illusions or royal-tier experts. Most importantly, Bai Wuyou genuinely doubted Qin Feng's ability to handle those adversaries alone. Whether royal or even 6th or 7th tier, he would likely find himself in dire straits. Thus, when Qin Feng mentioned seeking assistance from Nan Yinxian, Bai Wuyou did not question it. After all, if he was reaching out to an imperial tier powerhouse, it was not unreasonable for the latter to casually bestow 2 9th-tier Yao Dan upon Qin Feng. 9th-tier Yao Dan would facilitate my breakthrough. 1 for each of the 8th and 9th-tier bottlenecks. As she contemplated this, Bai Wuyou gradually grew excited, envisioning her imminent ascension to the royal tier, entering a brand new stage. However, she quickly regained her composure. Would her advancement to the royal tier signify the time to depart? She needed to encourage this fellow to ascend as well. With her talent augmenting his, even a mere pig could achieve the royal tier in a year or so. When the time comes, she would address it. Xiao Bai, what are you thinking about? Qin Feng interrupted her reverie, waving the 2 Yao Dan before her eyes. Since they are useful, you should consume them and store them. After all, your stomach can surely accommodate them. As he spoke, Qin Feng poked her belly with his finger. Bai Wuyou thought, does he imply that I eat too much? I'll bite him. The night passed in silence. The next day, Qin Feng awoke to find the little fox, who had promised to remain vigilant, nestled in his arms again. Xiao Bai, rise and shine. Today we venture into the secret realm to procure materials. We aim to secure the crystals needed for your ascension to the 9th tier. Yes, I am ready. Xiao Bai exclaimed as she emerged from Qin Feng's embrace and leaped onto his chest. Her lively eyes gazed at him, seemingly harboring a multitude of emotions. However, Qin Feng soon shattered this moment. Xiao Bai, are you anticipating a good morning kiss? Absolutely not. In an instant, Xiao Bai vanished from the bedroom, teleporting to the living room, employing her instant movement technique to evade Qin Feng's grasp. Since reaching the 5th tier and acquiring sufficient 6th-tier crystals in the secret realm, she had not returned. With the assistance of her clone and instant movement techniques, Bai Wuyou believed that even 9th-tier magical beasts would pose little threat to her, while royal-tier adversaries were still considerably formidable. Upon reaching the royal tier, she would undergo a transformation, with her power significantly surpassing that of a 9th-tier being. The extent of this enhancement remained uncertain. It could be tenfold or even several dozen times. Should her basic attributes merely increase without awakening any special traits? She was confident in her ability to challenge royal tier enemies from the 9th tier. Having escaped, Qin Feng soon rose as well. After tidying up, he proceeded directly to the secret realm. Upon entering, he did not summon his flying mount, but opted to utilize his new skill, Luminous Shadow Escape. Selecting a direction, Qin Feng transformed into a streak of light, instantaneously appearing several kilometers away. This distance marked the limit of his perception and the extent of his heart domain's omniscience. Within this range, he could automatically receive various desires and emotions directed at him. Fortunately, he could filter these. The prospect of receiving them all would be overwhelming. He set a threshold for harmful intentions towards him, while indifference prevailed regarding whether others liked, admired, or envied him. Although this skill consumed spiritual power, its speed far exceeded that of a flying mount transformed from a magical soul, offering greater convenience. No wonder teleportation ranks among the top skills in any realm. In comparison, Xiao Bai's instant movement technique seemed trivial. Only upon her ascension to the royal tier could her technique potentially match the efficacy of Qin Feng's luminous shadow escape. However, by then, it remained uncertain how much more powerful he could become. Thus, Xiao Bai, you cannot escape your master's grasp. As Qin Feng mused, he swiftly made his way toward the nearest concentration of 7th-tier magical beasts. After several explorations, he had memorized the general geography of the secret realm. His objectives were clear: to eliminate the royal tier magical beasts, thereby not only resolving the crisis within the secret realm, but also accumulating resources for Xiao Bai's ascension. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at a barren expanse. The terrain was unremarkable, yet it was home to a sizable cluster of magical beasts, led by around 10 7th-tier entities. No longer merely magical mineral puppets, these creatures displayed a variety of odd forms. However, Qin Feng knew that beneath this area lay a small abyssal rift. Countless magical beasts were excavating underground to expand the fissure. The magical energy seeping from this rift gradually permeated the air in the region, resulting in the higher tier of magical beasts present here compared to other locations. All phenomena have their origins. What truly astonished Qin Feng was the notion that such a minuscule amount of energy could spawn so many magical beasts. How vast must the number of creatures be in the true abyss? Surely, even the royal tier beasts would be akin to slightly larger ants. No wonder, in ancient times, the human and Yao tribes needed to join forces to halt the abyssal invasion. Even at the cost of countless divine beasts and deities, they could only stem the tide, never entirely obliterating the threat of the abyss. Lost in thought, Bai Wuyou had already launched her attack. Clone technique. In the next moment, two small foxes appeared simultaneously on the ground. Despite their resemblance, subtle differences were evident. The illusory fox lacked authenticity. However, this was inconsequential, as the illusion was not meant to deceive the enemy, but rather served as a second mobile artillery platform. Xiao Bai's clone inherited her skills, and soon, the two platforms unleashed a relentless barrage. 6th-tier creatures fell at the slightest touch, while 7th-tier beasts were relentlessly bombarded. In no time, the entire area was thrown into chaos as Xiao Bai wreaked havoc, resembling a flock of chickens being pursued by a fox. Qin Feng selected a rock to sit upon, contentedly overseeing the scene. It was no wonder that so many leaders in his past life enjoyed idling around the office without a care in the world. Just then, a 7th-tier magical beast seemed to notice Qin Feng, charging toward him. Roll away. Do not disturb me while I fish. In response, the seventh-tier creature abruptly altered its course, colliding with one of the fireballs Xiao Bai had launched. It met its demise. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The seventh-tier magical beast within the secret realm had been nearly eradicated. Only 2 or 3 gathering points frequented by Lin Xiao and his companions remained untouched to ensure they had suitable locations for future rendezvous. Indeed, slaying magical beasts at these gathering points had become their unique dating method. During this period, Lung Yu entrusted Lin Xiao to deliver several 6th and 7th-tier crystal cores to Qin Feng as a token of gratitude. It seems that the other party has also recognized the extraordinary nature of the new blade. Qin Feng accepted the gift without hesitation, thus ensuring he had not deceived Xiao Bai. The 7th-tier crystal cores he received were indeed a reward from others. It appears that before reaching the 9th tier, there is no need to enter the secret realms. The 8th-tier magical beasts are perilously close to the king tier. Therefore, rest assured once you advance, we shall hunt the king tier together. Bai Wuyou asserted, what I mean is, I can handle it myself. Battling a king tier beast is far too dangerous. You should refrain from joining. Is this man truly unafraid of death? Xiao Bai, do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable. I acknowledge your strength, yet I am not weak either. Thus, hunting the king tier requires only my presence. Only by successfully challenging the king tier alone can one ascend to that rank. Bai Wuyou, not wishing to further bruise the man's pride, chose a different approach. Oh, is there such a notion? Qin Feng recalled the senior mentioned by Lin Xiao, who chose to confront a king tier magical beast alone when on the verge of that rank. While it is not the only method, it is indeed the quickest shortcut, applicable to both demon and human races alike. Very well, we shall discuss it later. If Xiao Bai wishes to venture alone, that is acceptable. However, Qin Feng can discreetly follow to ensure she remains undetected. All right, I shall enter seclusion now. My rate of advancement is rather swift, and I might require additional time to assimilate these resources. Qin Feng discerned the underlying implication in Xiao Bai's words and responded directly, do not worry, I will remain outside. Good. Bai Wuyou cast a deep glance at Qin Feng. After the seclusion, she would emerge as an 8th tier. The next step would be the 9th tier, followed by the king tier. 3 more periods of seclusion remain, 3 months or perhaps 3 years. This man seems perpetually at ease. If only were possible, yet it cannot be. She harbors a deep-seated vendetta that must be avenged, and it is fraught with danger. Hence, the optimal course would be to part ways after reaching the king tier. Qin Feng was oblivious to the emotions swirling in Xiao Bai's gaze, unaware that it concealed the soul of a true fox spirit empress. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat awkward. After all, he had always regarded her as a genuine pet to be cared for, affectionate gestures and all. The relationship between a master and a pet is, after all, perfectly natural. After placing Xiao Bai into the bee space, Qin Feng proceeded directly to the office of Nan Yunxian. What do you want this time? Upon seeing Qin Feng, Nan Yunxian felt a twinge of apprehension, as it signaled yet another unforeseen occurrence beyond his control. Whether it was good or bad remained uncertain, and this was what troubled him most. Fortunately, thus far, Qin Feng's performance had been commendable. The surprises had outweighed the shocks. Principal, there is no need to be so tense. I am not here to cause any trouble. Honestly, I believe my contributions to our school have been substantial thus far. Well then, what is it? Did you not assign me the task of hunting magical beasts? I have come to report my achievements. Report your achievements? More like you are here to ask for spirit stones. Nan Yunxian sighed in relief, grateful that Qin Feng had indeed been hunting magical beasts in the secret realm without any shenanigans. Show me. You managed to hunt 106-tier crystal cores so quickly? Indeed. With that, Qin Feng laid out all the 6-tier crystal cores he had gathered. The magical beast gathering points had been abundant, and Xiao Bai had become somewhat overindulgent. So she left the remaining cores with Qin Feng. A mountain of crystal cores now adorned the coffee table, numbering at least 400 to 500. Nan Yunxian? No way. Did you really go into the secret realm to stock up? But did you activate some sort of one-click sweeping feature? 3 question marks hung over Nan Yunxian's forehead. These? Do not doubt it. I hunted them myself. 6-tier crystal cores are hardly a challenge for me. I'm not doubting you. I am merely astonished. You exude an aura of improbability. Principal, do not be so quick to be amazed. The best is yet to come. Qin Feng set the stage before asking, How much are these worth? Nan Yinxian understood that Qin Feng was specifically here to amass gold coins. The task he had set for him entailed only 106 tier crystal cores, yet here was Qin Feng presenting 4 to 500. Do you prefer mid-grade spirit stones or high-grade spirit stones? May I request other resources? Speak. Resources that enhance mental strength. Soul power potions? Something of that nature. But nothing of too low a grade. Nan Yinxian pondered. Given Qin Feng's previous displays, which hinted at mental manipulation, his request for mental resources seemed reasonable. Very well. I shall find a way to assist you. Thank you, Principal. Curious, Qin Feng inquired, Principal, are there any tasks forthcoming? Within a month, 57th tier crystal cores will suffice. Understood. Qin Feng then turned his gaze to Nan Yinxian, who looked back with equal curiosity. What is it? Is there more? Please collect these crystal cores. Nan Yinxian instantly comprehended. He knew that if this lad had nothing to discuss, he would not seek him out. In the next moment, with a casual wave, several hundred 6th-tier crystal cores vanished. However, moments later, a small pile of 7th-tier crystal cores appeared on the coffee table. The quantity was not as staggering as the previous 6th-tier cores, merely a little over 100, most of which had already been consumed by Xiao Bai. After Qin Feng's recent sweep, the King-tier secret realm had become relatively safe. However, the resources of 5th to 7th-tier magical beasts had been nearly exhausted. What remained were those of 4th tier or below, or 8th tier and above. Additionally, there were magical beasts near the abyssal fissures. The resources you seek to enhance mental strength will be prepared for you, Nan Yinxian promised as he collected the 7th-tier crystal cores. Thank you, Principal. So, does my next task involve hunting 8th-tier magical beasts? Nan Yinxian fell silent. Hunting 8th-tier magical beasts could very well lead to encounters with King-tier beasts. Yet, he felt an inexplicable confidence in Qin Feng. Given Qin Feng's previous groundwork, he could hardly muster any feelings of apprehension. Chapter 61. It is better to continue hiding. Is indeed quite terrifying. The locations of the 8th-tier magical beasts should not be far from the King-tier, correct? Indeed, they're not distant. Do you feel confident? Not yet regarding the King-tier, but I am confident in facing the 8th tier. Without waiting for Nan Yinchuan's response, Qin Feng continued. Moreover, I do not need to take matters into my own hands. Have you forgotten that I have a clone? Nan Yinxian, by heavens. I truly forgot you possess such a cheeky ability. So, you intend to rely on your clone to engage with the King tier while seizing the opportunity to hunt the 8th tier magical beasts? Roughly. However, hunting magical beasts is secondary. As he spoke, Qin Feng produced a sketch map. Principal, this marks the locations of all the abyssal fissures I have sensed. Aside from the one I cleared last time, there are still 36 remaining. Nan Yinxian. Goodness, I knew you wouldn't come to me without a reason. All this talk of 6th, 7th, and 8th tier. What you truly wish to discuss is this matter? ISNT it? That is not all. Resources for enhancing mental strength are equally important to me. Fine. I will prepare them as soon as possible. Now let us focus on this matter. What is going on? As indicated on this map, the magical beasts in the secret realm are secretly plotting something significant. I suspect they are preparing to breach the secret realm and create a vast abyssal passage. Moreover, the duration should not extend too long, roughly around 3 months, before entering the final phase. At that time, 3 months? Nan Yinchuan's brow furrowed tightly. Initially, he had estimated about 6 months, as abyssal fissures are not exceedingly rare. Upon observing the scale of the abyssal fissure captured by Qin Feng, he deduced the final timeline. Indeed, 3 months later, it would likely be too late to salvage the situation, leaving them merely as spectators. After a prolonged silence, Nan Yinxian had to concede that Qin Feng's inference was accurate. So, have you been preparing for this matter all along? One could say that. First, I must convince you that I possess some capability to handle this situation. Even if I cannot contend with royal-tier demonic entities, managing those abyssal fissures is relatively straightforward. However, once I take action against those fissures, the royal-tier demonic beings will undoubtedly intervene. They may very well assault the encampment within the secret realm, blocking its entrance. Therefore, I need you to evacuate everyone inside, leaving only my avatar to act. What tier are you currently at? Does it matter? Do you distrust me? You have invested so many resources into me. Naturally, you would not wish me harm. Moreover, we have faced the Yao Shun Jiao together, so what is there to distrust? I merely fear startling others. With that, Qin Feng lifted the concealment of his aura. An 8th-tier presence was unmistakable. Nan Yinxian was rendered speechless for a long while. After a moment, he finally spoke. It would be best to continue concealing it. It is indeed rather intimidating. 2 months to ascend to the 8th tier. If this were to spread, it would certainly cause quite a stir. Qin Feng remarked. The way you say it makes it sound as if I am some sort of freak. Ascending from 1st tier to 8th tier in 2 months. Is that not monstrous? So, you acquired Zhou Zheng's belongings? Nan Yinxian was no fool. Zhou Zheng targeted Qin Feng alone. And if it were not related to the Yao Xinjiao, there could only be one motive, personal vendetta. The reason for a royal tier peak to take such drastic action is not hard to guess. He lost his storage ring while fleeing from pursuers. Ha ha. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Nan Yinxian could not help but burst into laughter. He did not press further for additional details. If he wished to know, he did not need to rely on Qin Feng. Very well, you should rest for 2 days. During this time, I will clear out the secret realm. I will also prepare the resources you requested. Thank you, Principal. If you can truly resolve this matter, it is I who should be expressing gratitude. Is there a reward? Rest assured, you will be satisfied. Now be gone. Nan Yinxian waved his hand dismissively. This lad truly only acts when there is profit involved. However, if the task is accomplished splendidly, the rest is inconsequential. Qin Feng did not return directly to his dormitory. Instead, he first went to Qin Feng's forge. The latter had crafted an excellent blade and had boasted about it to Qin Feng several times. However, Qin Feng had ignored him. He had no knowledge of swordsmanship and was not particularly interested in blades or swords. As for resuming martial training, forget it. He could not muster even a modicum of effort. His visit to Old Qin was to inquire whether he had procured any high-tier demonic metal. It seemed that Old Qin also had matters to discuss with him. Upon nearing the forge, he could already hear familiar scolding from afar. In Qin Feng's eyes, these apprentices were likely fools. Ironically, the one he held in high regard, Qin Feng, showed no interest in blacksmithing. Old Qin, spare the insult for now. What do you need from me? Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Qin Feng dismissed the other apprentices to practice on their own. He then produced a gleaming treasure blade. What do you think? This is my most outstanding work in the past decade. It is satisfactory. Can it slay an emperor-tier being in a single strike? Qin Feng's question left Qin Feng at a loss for words. If an emperor-tier could be slain instantly, it would not be solely due to the weapon's prowess. Although this may be a harsh truth for a master blacksmith, it is nonetheless a reality. Forget it. You simply lack appreciation. With that, Old Qin retracted the treasure blade and continued. I am aware that you prefer wielding heavy weaponry, but it does not have to be a stick. Provide me with the materials, and I shall forge you a great sword weighing 2,000 pounds. Your suggestion does have some merit. Qin Feng stroked his chin and nodded. A weapon with a sharpened edge, under equivalent weight and force, would undoubtedly yield greater power. However, he did not require Qin Feng's forging. He could have the magic soul form it directly. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, and various other weapons could be transformed at will by the magic soul. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together, preparing to begin forging a new weapon. No need for that. If you wish to forge materials, give me the metal, and I will assist you in smelting it. Very well. I sought you out primarily for this matter. Besides me, there are a few other old-timers who are quite envious. Saying this, Qin Feng produced a storage ring. Inside, apart from the demonic metal, there are various other ores. Many of these were collected from the battlefield at the abyssal front, making them exceedingly precious. How many pounds in total? Not too much, only 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds of metal amounts to merely 5 tons. If it were ordinary steel, it would naturally hold little value. However, what if it were rarer than gold? 10,000 pounds. The finished product should weigh less than 10,000 pounds. If the quality surpasses the last batch, we would only require 4,000 pounds. The remainder shall be yours. Chapter 62. The Essence of a High Martial World. You trust me so readily? What if this smelting fails? Qin Feng chuckled. It matters not. After all, it is not my possession. Surprisingly, Old Qin was entirely unconcerned. He then added, in any case, you will only have to contend with 2 Emperor-tier and 3 Royal-tier beings. You need not compensate excessively. 10 times the equivalent weight in high-tier spirit stones will suffice. Qin Feng remarked, 10 times that amounts to 50 tons of high-tier spirit stones. Up until now, Qin Feng had yet to see a single high-tier spirit stone. It is said that the exchange rate with mid-tier spirit stones is tenfold. Although old Jin's words were exaggerated, Qin Feng did not fear failure in smelting. His purpose for coming here was precisely this. Next, he would need to refine more abyssal fissures. With so much demonic material to be refined together, the corresponding vessel naturally needed enhancement. Very well, but I require my original piece of material to be included in the smelting process. That is inconsequential. My materials are also of top-tier configuration. The specifics are not important, but the quality must be assured. This time, if I can satisfy the two Emperor-tier beings, the future benefits will undoubtedly be substantial. Forget it. Just claim it as your own achievement and do not mention me. Qin Feng did not intend to engage deeply with unfamiliar Emperor-tier powers. Very well, old Jin did not hesitate to agree. The reputation Qin Feng had already garnered was ample. There was no need to layer on additional accolades. The abyssal secret realms within Yuyuan Academy are numerous, varying in size and entrance rules. Most merely restrict entry by tier, such as those limited to tiers below 3, 5, or 7, and so forth. This location is special, as there is no shortage of secret realms designated for hunting abyssal demonic creatures. Therefore, the restriction on royal tier secret realms for individuals under 20 years of age did not elicit much reaction from students. The greatest impact fell solely on Lin Xiao and Lung Yu. It appeared there were no Venus left for dating, at least as far as Qin Feng was concerned. After all, it was due to his actions that this situation arose. Thus, when Lin Xiao invited Qin Feng for a drink, he did not decline. The location was within Yuyuan Academy. Junior, I raise my glass to you. Senior, congratulations on reaching the 8th tier. A young martial artist of merely 20 years, possessing an 8th tier prowess and an imperial lineage of cherished beasts, stands at the precipice of a promising future. Yet, Lin Zhao's demeanor betrays a lack of enthusiasm. The sudden closure of the Wang tier secret realm suggests that the Academy has decided to eliminate it entirely, likely due to unforeseen circumstances. Regrettably, my abilities remain insufficient. With that, Lin Xiao downed his drink in one gulp. Qin Feng discerned that he was momentarily adrift, having lost his sense of purpose. It was akin to scaling a lofty peak. Despite the arduous journey, one perseveres. Now, with the summit almost within reach, the abrupt announcement to cease climbing leaves one feeling disoriented. However, the necessary lockdown must still be enforced. If Qin Feng were to provoke the Wang-tier magical creatures within, any other presence would likely meet a grim fate. Additionally, Qin Feng believed that Nan Yunxian would soon dispatch individuals to investigate the veracity of his claims, rather than relying solely on his word. Senior, the road ahead is still long. Do not confine yourself to the triviality of a single Wang-tier secret realm. Moreover, you have not been idle. You have consistently devoted yourself to the Academy's tasks, and this should ease your conscience. Indeed, the principal conveyed a similar sentiment to me. I shall soon depart from the Academy and proceed to the abyssal frontline for training. Qin Feng reflected. The abyssal frontline had once been among his alternative goals. It is teeming with magical beasts, a never-ending cycle of challenges. The level of danger far surpasses that of a secret realm. At the very least, it would be wise to wait until after attaining Wang-tier status. Senior, why the haste? With your talent, you can certainly afford to wait until after achieving Wang-tier. Precisely because I lack Wang-tier status that I require this training. Very well, what a cold Shiuejia. Have you yet spoken to her? I have not found the opportunity. Qin Feng was left speechless. Aren't you two on a trajectory towards marrying right after graduation? Why does it now seem as though you are fervently raising flags? Cold Yu's sentiments were likely akin to his own. Moreover, she had vowed to avenge her senior. Qin Feng, what does this entail? So, does that mean she harbors feelings for someone else, perhaps that late senior? Indeed, I surmise as much. However, it is best not to gossip about her private matters. Then, are you not together? I did not voice it. Qin Feng was thoroughly at a loss. Buddy, if a girl has no interest in you, would she still team up with you daily to hunt monsters? Is that so? Lin Zhao's expression resembled that of a fool. If you remain silent, by the time you ascend to Wang-tier, she may have already borne 2 children. Since you are about to head to the front line, why not speak up? What if you perish? Coughing, Lin Xiao nearly choked on his drink. He then slammed the table, seemingly emboldened. All right, I shall confess tonight. Best of luck. 2.5 days later, Qin Feng received news from Nan Yunxian and arrived at the venue at the entrance of the secret realm. It had been cleared. devoid of any staff. Presumably, everyone from the camp inside had also been evacuated. Here, this is a bottle of soul-nourishing pills, which can be immensely beneficial to Imperial-tier martial artists. Upon their meeting, Nan Yunxian handed Qin Feng a vial. "Thank you, Principal." Qin Feng eagerly accepted it, then smiled as he inquired, "What about the Imperial-tier ones? Are there any? Can you not use Imperial-tier ones yourself? Would I still provide them to you?" "That sounds quite reasonable. Such high-tier resources cannot merely be measured by currency." Qin Feng's meager wealth would likely fall short of acquiring this vial of soul-nourishing pills. Securing this was undoubtedly reliant on Nan Yunxuan's influence. "I have already arranged for an investigation into the situation inside, and it aligns closely with your account. It is not a matter of disbelief. I merely wish to ascertain if there is anything I can do. Alas, it seems you must rely on your own strength." "I understand. Nevertheless, I assume some personnel were lost within, correct?" "It matters not. They are merely controlled death row inmates." Qin Feng acknowledged. "Indeed, this reflects the true nature of a high martial arts world. Lives hold little value, whether it be in Yunxian or Old Jin. These powerful beings treat me kindly solely because I possess value to them. Then I shall commence." Saying this, Qin Feng immediately conjured a clone, guiding it into the secret realm. Astonishingly, the clone possessed strength equal to his own, a capability well suited for the battlefield of the abyssal frontline. "Principal, I'm still quite young. Must you urge me to the battlefield? The resources at the abyssal frontline far surpass those of the secret realm. Let us wait until after I attain Wang tier. That is of no consequence. It is entirely voluntary." The two then exited the venue. Outside, there were guards stationed to prevent unauthorized entry, while Nan Yunxian eagerly anticipated the magical creatures emerging. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Feng focused intently on manipulating his clone. Regrettably, Xiao Bai was still in seclusion. Otherwise, he could have directly consumed the soul-nourishing pill to enhance his spiritual power. Nevertheless, the origins of this pill would require Qin Feng to concoct a plausible narrative. Within the secret realm, the clone did not hasten towards the abyssal rift, but instead retrieved the iron rod harboring the magical soul through the ring. "Master, prepare yourself. You will need to fuse a substantial amount of high-tier metals. Henceforth, your body shall become the most elite weapon." "Thank you, Master. I am ready." "Very well." Subsequently, Qin Feng extracted all the high-tier metals. 9 Hell's refining void flame. A dark purple flame manifested in Qin Feng's hand, a flame capable of melting the abyss, radiating tranquility akin to a blooming lotus. However, before refining the abyss, he first needed to melt down the metals. One by one, the metals transformed into molten iron in Qin Feng's grasp. Remarkably, the molten iron maintained a low temperature, as if it had transitioned into a unique state. Qin Feng harbored doubts about whether his body could absorb this liquefied metal post-refinement or even the substances following the melting of the abyssal rift. Yet, these were mere fleeting thoughts. Naturally, Qin Feng would refrain from attempting such a venture. His rate of growth and the peculiarity of his skills had already surged towards an inhuman trajectory. Thus, he could not permit his body to transcend humanity. As all the high-tier metals amalgamated, the iron rod's weight increased 5-fold, yet retained the dimensions of an ordinary stick. Although considerable impurities and excess metals were expelled, this rod now approached a weight of 10,000 pounds. When Qin Feng reached for it, he found it impossible to lift. A rod weighing 1,000 pounds could be wielded effortlessly, yet a 10,000-pound weapon posed a challenge for him at this moment. Qin Feng speculated whether a full-force strike could obliterate a Wang-tier opponent. "Remove 4,000 pounds, leaving the remainder as your core." "Understood. By the way, can you transform into a creature capable of burrowing?" Qin Feng suddenly envisioned another potential use for it. "Yes." Thereafter, the iron rod began to morph before him. Moments latte. A colossal metallic, mutated worm, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, materialized before Qin Feng. "Let us test its efficacy." "Very well." The metallic, mutated worm plunged its head into the ground, and the hardened rock surface yielded as effortlessly as tofu, creating a sizable cavity sufficient for a person to traverse. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable outcome. When he initially discovered the multitude of abyssal rifts concealed underground, he had not conceived of such a method. Instead, this ingenious notion emerged in the present moment. Primarily, Qin Feng believed that having absorbed such a vast amount of high-tier metals should enhance its utility, prompting him to experiment. Enough. Revert to your original form. I may require you later. Yes. In response to Qin Feng's commands, Mo Han expressed no dissent, merely awaiting execution. Once the tasks were completed, Qin Feng stowed away the staff and made his way towards a deep chasm, specifically selecting one concealed beneath the earth. Having discovered a new utility for Mo Han, it was only prudent to prepare adequately before proceeding. Moments later, Qin Feng arrived at the chasm's precipice. Let us commence. Penetrate the surface and assess the situation. If we encounter any magical creatures, withdraw immediately, he instructed, retrieving Mo Han. Understood, came the reply. In the next instant, the metallic burrowing worm activated, creating a 2-meter-wide opening directly beneath him. The shaft descended vertically, its depths unfathomable. Suddenly, the entire cavern illuminated, casting a bright glow that painted the walls a dark crimson hue. This color was familiar to Qin Feng, reminiscent of the abyssal rifts, akin to rivers of flame. Once the metallic worm breached the surface, it changed direction and returned above ground. Peering over the edge, Qin Feng discerned shadows of magical entities below, and he could sense a hostile gaze directed upward. However, they remained steadfast in their duties, not rushing to confront him. Qin Feng remained unfazed, choosing not to engage at that moment. Should he decide to strike, he would aim to inflict maximum destruction in one decisive blow, leaving little room for retaliation. Onward. To the next location, he declared, leading Mo Han away towards the subsequent hidden chasm. In under 2 hours, Qin Feng successfully opened a network of over 20 concealed small abyssal rifts without drawing the attention of the sovereign magical creature. Alternatively, it seemed the creatures below were indifferent to the sudden breach above, unable to communicate the disturbance to their master. Qin Feng surmised this was the most plausible explanation. The sovereign magical entity might discern the turmoil through the struggle for control over the creatures, yet could not directly receive mental transmissions from the subjugated beings. This reality facilitated Qin Feng's meticulous preparations before taking action. At this juncture, the final cavern was breached, one that Qin Feng once deemed exceedingly challenging, hidden within the mountains without any accessible caves. Yet now, lacking a cave, he had created one for himself in mere minutes. Qin Feng anticipated that he would remain here for several days, perhaps weeks, to exhaust this sovereign magical entity. Thus, he had ample time at his disposal. Upon Mo Han's return, Qin Feng commanded it to revert to its staff form and stowed it away. It was now time for his performance. In the next moment, his clone activated the flowing light escape, entering the mountain's depths while simultaneously engaging in a state of seamless concealment. It could be said that Qin Feng was teleporting while remaining invisible. Regrettably, this invisibility was only effective against entities below the sovereign tier. Otherwise, he would have simply infiltrated their lair. For now, he would settle for collecting some interest, positioned atop a rock. Qin Feng observed the bustling activities of the magical creatures below. Without hesitation, he unleashed the blaze of conflagration, causing a dozen magical beings to erupt into chaos, attacking their surroundings and one another. The cavern descended into pandemonium. Shortly thereafter, an 8th-tier magical creature emerged, trampling the frenzied entities with brutal force. With a mighty roar, it restored order. As it prepared to retreat and rest, a searing sensation coursed through its mind, akin to having hot oil poured into its skull, scalding, agonizing, and frenzied. After igniting this conflagration, Qin Feng moved on to the next site, intent on igniting as many flames as possible before the sovereign magical entity could react. The operation proved simple. He merely needed to descend into the subterranean cavern, locate the 8th-tier creature, and glare at it. The enraged 8th-tier being would then mercilessly eliminate the other creatures within the cavern, making the task exceedingly effortless. In the heart of the secret realm, the recently recuperated sovereign magical being suddenly felt a pang of trepidation, followed by the familiar searing sensation rising from its core. What is happening? Is he here again? Time was of the essence. Any delay could lead to its magical essence burning to ash. Without further deliberation, it plunged its hand into its chest cavity, extracting a small crystalline core. This core was the means by which it controlled other 8th and 9th tier creatures, solidifying its dominance in this realm. Yet now, This small core had transformed into a potential ignition source, a perilous element capable of drawing lethal flames toward it. In the midst of contemplation, the small crystalline core ignited to ash, inflicting yet another wound upon it. However, there was no time to lament this minor injury. A greater threat loomed. With swift precision, it extracted and discarded another 10 small cores, some accompanied by fragments of internal organs. The two nearby, sovereign magical beings observed this spectacle, bewildered. This magical entity appears not to be particularly astute. Why do we still heed its commands? Magical entity, what ails you? Do not call me magical entity. I have a name. A name? Another sovereign magical being chuckled. You are a magical entity, no longer of the human race. In the abyss, only true upper-tier demons are worthy of a name. If an upper-tier demon were present, you would be dead. The two sovereign beings exchanged jests, their dark crimson eyes glinting with menace. Enough, the magical being roared. Without me, Jiang Yin, you would still be scurrying in the shadows below. Without my plans, do you think you could breach this abyssal passage? A mere dream. At least 3 demon emperors have responded to my call, including your master. From now on, Jiang Yin shall be my name. Do you comprehend? As Jiang Yin endured the agony of his self-inflicted wound, he scolded the two sovereign magical beings. The preceding chasm was still far from stable, necessitating the temporary presence of these two sovereigns. However, this arrangement sufficed. If higher-tier beings were to arrive, it would spell disaster for him. Furthermore, the appearance of royal-tier entities would undoubtedly provoke the higher echelons outside, prompting them to swiftly relocate the entire secret realm. Jiang Yan's plan was mere months away from fruition, yet unexpected complications had arisen. The 8th-tier creatures overseeing the outermost 30 abyssal rifts had turned against him in a remarkably short span. Jiang Yin understood that the counteroffensive from Yuan Academy had officially commenced. His dark crimson skin flushed with rage, veins bulging as he teetered on the edge of fury. Jiang Yin is Jiang Yin. There is no need for such agitation. Indeed, this is not the abyss. We could call you by your title if you wish. The two magical beings, accustomed to bullying the weak, were merely testing the waters. Upon witnessing Jiang Yan's fury, they quickly capitulated. This was the survival of the fittest within the abyss. One moment they were allies, and the next, a display of weakness could lead to betrayal and demise. They recognized that Jiang Yin was visibly injured and had experienced a setback in his cultivation. Should he not assert himself, these two fools might conspire against him, jeopardizing his grand designs. Our plan has been thoroughly exposed. Someone is sabotaging the excavation progress, and I need you to eliminate them. Additionally, one of you should block the entrance. Block the entrance? Did you not say you would drive them to relocate the secret realm? These two demonic creatures, as soon as they emerged from the abyssal rift, clamored to seal the entrance and completely occupy this place. However, they were subdued by Jiang Yin before they could act. Otherwise, with the intelligence of these demons, they would have rushed out to their demise at the first opportunity. Once they breach the secret realm, they will discover that the formidable beings of the Imperial tier are waiting to greet them with smiles. The passage has been opened to 90%. If they were to make a significant move to relocate the secret realm now, it would destabilize the space even further, ultimately accelerating the opening of the passage. The only variable now is that they may spare no effort in sending someone to stop us. Therefore, one of you should go and seal the entrance, and do not leave the secret realm. The other must pursue the saboteurs. In Jiang Yan's view, the ability to disrupt over 20 abyssal rifts in such a short period indicates a considerable number of individuals involved, all capable of slaying 8th-tier demons. Clearly, since the last exposure of the abyssal rifts, the human race outside has been preparing in secrecy. Not only have they identified the locations of all the peripheral abyssal rifts, but they have also recruited so many skilled fighters. It is reasonable. Had they shown no reaction upon discovering the abyssal rifts, Jiang Yin would have found it perplexing. Very well, we shall proceed. Finally, I can stretch my limbs and catch a few small insects to feast upon. With that, the two king-tier demons laughed sinisterly and departed. After their exit, Jiang Yin could no longer contain himself and spewed a mouthful of dark red blood. The backlash from nearly 30 8th-tier demons had inflicted severe injuries upon him. His demonic heart was now riddled with wounds. This was a power he awakened after transforming into a demon, yet it almost became his death knell. What kind of method is this? Jiang Yin rose and murmured to himself. This technique can remotely counterattack through such subtle mental connections. It can only be attributed to luck under normal circumstances. Qin Feng using the heart of conflagration against him would not yield such effective results. Then, Jiang Yin sensed his condition. No, he cannot stake his life on those two fools. At this moment, Jiang Yin is the most delectable prey for the king-tier demons, especially since he is gravely injured. They may not be able to resist. Dealing with demons is akin to scheming with a tiger for its skin. Unfortunately, his control methods have little effect on the king-tier demons. Otherwise, those two would have become his sustenance. That way, his strength could have advanced even further. Now, the most pressing matter is to heal his injuries. As for the progress of excavating the other abyssal rifts that can be slowed down, nothing is more important than one's own life. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yin no longer hesitated. He began to summon the 8th tier and 9th tier demons under his control to gather around him. Chapter 65, King Tier, Pursuit Within the Secret Realm. Atop a small hill, Qin Feng stood with his hands on his hips, gazing into the distance. The sky there was a dark red hue. This was the very center of the secret realm, the domain of the king-tier demons. Qin Feng's position was situated between this spot and the exit of the secret realm. If those king-tier demons were to make a move, they would undoubtedly head in this direction. As for refining the abyssal rifts, there is no rush. He will wait for the frenzied 8th-tier demons to eliminate the demons within the cave, and only then will he act. This process is likely to take 1 to 2 hours. With such a straightforward solution at hand, Qin Feng naturally would not waste time engaging the 8th-tier demons in combat. The only concern worthy of his attention is the king-tier demons. After teleporting continuously over 100 times in such a brief span, even with an abundance of spiritual energy within him, Qin Feng felt a tinge of fatigue. After all the consumption of his clones counts against his true self. Thus, the original Qin Feng, who remained in the dormitory, began to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. The remaining several dozen primary spirit stones were just enough to replenish his losses. After all, Xiaobai does not consume them, so they are of no use left untouched. Meanwhile, his clones continued to conceal their presence, awaiting the movements of the king-tier demons. Finally, after waiting for about 10 minutes, a violent tremor suddenly resonated ahead. Boom! 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 The sounds were akin to explosives detonating. Subsequently, Qin Feng saw a towering shadow striding towards him. Each step covered dozens of meters, and its target was none other than the exit of the secret realm. The hill where Qin Feng stood was directly in its path. At a height of several dozen meters, the demon could easily leap over it. However, Qin Feng had no intention of retreating. He stood his ground, eager to observe the creature up close. After a brief moment, the king-tier demon was within arm's reach. Qin Feng made a rough assessment. The creature stood over 10 meters tall. Apart from its menacing visage, the rest of its form retained a humanoid shape. Referring to it as a demonized giant would be entirely apart from Qin Feng, then offered a gesture of basic courtesy. Heart of conflagration. Soul-devouring grasp. It cannot be said to have had no effect. Rather, it had a counterproductive outcome. After all, it was a king-tier demon, possessing a fundamental level of spiritual power. Otherwise, how could it claim kingship? Thus, Qin Feng's attack did not inflict damage, but instead revealed his position. Of course, such necessary attempts are required to ascertain his own level of strength for future plans. Furthermore, Qin Feng had procured pills to enhance his spiritual power. He only awaited Xiaobai's advancement to proceed with his enhancement. Insects? Qin Feng's attack captured the attention of the demonized giant. Its enormous eyes, akin to footballs, fixated intensely on Qin Feng's direction. The next moment, the demonized giant leaped into the air, soaring over 100 meters high. Boom! It landed heavily where Qin Feng had just been standing. However, Qin Feng had already evaded, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters. It seemed he was intentionally toying with it. Roar! Indeed, the demonized giant let out a furious roar. Its body did not continue to expand, but rapidly shrank to a normal size. Then, like a cannonball, it propelled itself toward Qin Feng. Its speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Furthermore, it created a sonic boom. During normal combat, its speed could surpass the sound barrier by a significant margin. This is the fundamental strength of a king-tier demon. However, compared to Qin Feng, its speed still fell short. although the basic values of a king-tier demon are high. Qin Feng's skills represent a dimensional strike. What does it matter if you move at supersonic speeds? I wield the power of teleportation. We are not on the same level. After several fruitless attempts, the demonized giant, in its smaller form, grew increasingly agitated. Yet, it did not abandon its pursuit of Qin Feng. Even in futility, it relentlessly charged at him. Initially, Qin Feng had entertained a sense of playful engagement. Suddenly, a potent malice enveloped him from all directions. An ambush. He swiftly teleported in the direction of the demonized giant, evading its trajectory. Once he felt a safe distance from the sources of malice surrounding him, Qin Feng turned to look back. There, in the sky behind him, a dark cloud had formed. That is not a cloud, but rather a multitude of diminutive flying creatures, seemingly a species of insect the size of a bat. Subsequently, these tiny insects gradually coalesce into a singular entity, another king-tier demon. It is undeniable that it lives up to its rank, employing various methods. It proves to be far more formidable than the clumsy giants beneath the king tier. You block the entrance. I shall pursue it. The king tier demon insect proclaimed to the demonized giant. Understood. The demonized giant replied, then disregarded Qin Feng and continued its charge towards the entrance of the secret realm. The earlier fury appeared to be a mere facade, crafted to lower Qin Feng's guard. Regrettably, Qin Feng's perceptive abilities are also of the highest caliber. Otherwise, he would have indeed fallen prey to their coordinated efforts. One must not underestimate king-tier demons. In truth, any being that ascends to the king tier should not be taken lightly. Each king-tier entity, regardless of race or lineage, holds at least a vestige of the former divine tier. Alas, their bloodlines have merely diluted over time. At present, Qin Feng finds himself ill-equipped to contend with these two king-tier demons. Thus, there is no necessity to engage with them further, wasting precious time. The notion that this king-tier demon insect could capture him was nothing short of fanciful. Consequently, Qin Feng seized his delay and instantaneously accelerated to his utmost speed, distancing himself from the area. Can you truly escape? The king-tier demon insect murmured. It then divided its body once more, even more minuscule than before. Countless ant-sized insects began to spread out in all directions throughout the secret realm. Given such a scale, they could easily saturate the entire domain. Its target was not merely Qin Feng, but rather every soul within this secret realm. After all, Jiang Yin had mentioned that many individuals had entered. The one just encountered was likely a somewhat exceptional case, possessing extraordinary speed. However, it was inconsequential. As long as he remained within the confines of the secret realm, escape was impossible. If the exit were blocked, retreating to the abyss would be the only option. In truth, its assumption was quite accurate. Qin Feng was indeed making his way deeper into the secret realm. In his reasoning, since two king-tier demons had emerged, the defensive forces must be significantly weakened. With this in mind, he seized the opportunity to disrupt a few medium-sized abyssal rifts. Even if he could not refine them in time, he must at least halt their excavation efforts. The process of refinement could be undertaken gradually. There was no rush. Although facing the possibility of being trapped within the exit, Qin Feng could not afford to falter. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the king-tier beings to force their way in later, introducing numerous uncertainties. Chapter 66. The essence of the abyss. Qin Feng circumnavigated a mountainous region, swiftly entering the territory of 8th and 9th tier demons. However, as he approached a cavern housing a medium-sized abyssal rift, he sensed no overwhelming aura. What is amiss? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of high-tier demons. The highest tier present was merely a handful of 7th tier beings. Aside from the greater width and length of the abyssal rift, the layout bore no distinction from that of smaller rifts. Countless demons toiled day and night, striving to connect these abyssal fissures into a singular whole. Moreover, being closer to the center, they were on the verge of success. Without hesitation, Qin Feng opted to bypass the lower-tier demons, unleashing a plume of Jiu Lian Su Yin upon the medium-sized abyssal rift. Boom! In an instant, the subterranean river of fire transformed from a blood-red hue to a dark violet. The entire cavern took on an eerie quality. The demons were momentarily taken aback. Some seemed to break free from their control, fleeing towards the cave's mouth, while others, in a state of confusion, rushed into the dark purple flames of Jiu. In an instant, they were refined, Shortly thereafter, a familiar scene unfolded. The medium-sized abyssal rift reacted even more intensely, contracting rapidly like a muscle laced with blood, retreating back into the abyss. Qin Feng also heard a shriek, though it seemed not to originate from his ears, but rather from a level of consciousness deeper than the corporeal. This time, he distinctly observed a mass of dark purple flames, akin to a festering wound, being drawn into the abyss alongside the rift's contraction. This must be made sure, he pondered. Nonetheless, it would not affect Qin Feng in the slightest. The vast abyss could not possibly extinguish such a small flame. As Jiu Lien Su Yin refined the abyssal rift, Qin Feng swiftly cleared the cave. The lower-tier demons either perished or fled. Before long, the medium-sized abyssal rift had been completely refined by Qin Feng. The once surging dark red river of magma had now run dry, leaving only a desolate riverbed and a pool of lava resembling blood. Without hesitation, Qin Feng retrieved the magic soul staff, driving one end into the substance. Master, within this lies the essence of the abyss. Upon absorption, I shall grow stronger. The magic soul conveyed its excitement. Thus, the essence of the abyss is what is referred to as magic. I am unsure. This is merely my instinctive understanding. No matter. Let's absorb it. There are still several remaining. As you command. At that moment, the magic soul felt an overwhelming thrill. Fortunately, it had been born first and pledged its allegiance before being consumed. Otherwise, it might have been the one devoured, potentially reduced to ashes, with no chance of integration. As the essence of the abyss accumulated, its desire for it intensified. It even yearned for the day when Qin Feng would refine the entirety of the abyss for its consumption. At that time, even as a servant, it would be the most formidable servant in the world. Moreover, to become Qin Feng's servant was not a humiliation, but an honor. Unaware of the magic soul's thoughts, Qin Feng withdrew it once it had absorbed the substance. Why does it feel lighter? Originally weighing 6,000 pounds, Qin Feng found it somewhat burdensome to wield. However, it now seemed significantly lighter. Master, my strength has increased considerably. I can slightly control my own weight. So you can make it feel as if it weighs only 1,000 pounds while striking with the force of 10,000? Once I absorb a bit more, I should be able to do even more than that. Implicitly, it sought to prove its worth. It aspired to fulfill roles beyond merely being a flying steed or a mining tool. It yearned to serve as a crucial weapon. Only a weapon could be a warrior's most vital companion. The magic soul was eager to advance. Indeed, quite impressive. Qin Feng commended, then stored the staff away. Even if the magic soul lacked this capability, he had no choice but to let it absorb. One must not squander such opportunities. Thus far, everything refined by Jiu Lien Su Yin had proven valuable. Anything that remained after being tempered by the Jiu flames contained the essence of its utmost utility. As for who could wield it, that remained uncertain. For instance, if Qin Feng were to absorb the essence of the abyss, he would instantly transform into a demon. Soon, Qin Feng progressed to the remaining 5 medium-sized rifts. The outcomes mirrored that of the first medium-sized rift. Only a multitude of lower-tier demons diligently toiled as miners. The high-tier demons that should have been supervising had vanished. Qin Feng showed no restraint, refining each one in turn. Upon his exit, he still felt somewhat unreal, as if he had struck a punch in a cotton. Was it not supposed to be a frantic chase, a tug-of-war? What of feigned retreats, luring the snake from its hole, and clandestine maneuvers? He had prepared to engage in their games with the utmost earnestness. As a result, 6 medium-sized, deep abyss fissures were effortlessly refined and absorbed by him. Could there be some hidden conspiracy? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Or perhaps, they deemed the proximity to the domain of the king-tier monsters too close, rendering the need for overseers unnecessary. Alternatively, they might not believe anyone could disrupt the deep abyss fissures. Qin Feng felt that the latter hypothesis was the most plausible. However, it still did not elucidate why all the 8th and 9th tier monsters had vanished without a trace. To uncover the truth, the most prudent approach would be to venture to the very center. Unbeknownst to him, through sheer happenstance, he had already gravely injured Jiang Yan, the most formidable among the 3 king-tier monsters, forcing the latter to resort to devouring 8th and 9th tier monsters to mend his wounds. Thus, the high-tier monsters in this vicinity were summoned back to meet their demise. Otherwise, these ninth-tier beings would undoubtedly have been dispatched to search for humans within the secret realm. Nevertheless, the fact that these high-tier monsters were consumed by Jiang Yin may not necessarily bode well for Qin Feng. After all, those numerous monsters were originally his quarry, and the high-tier crystal cores were meant to nourish Xiao Bai. Could this sensation be the erosion of demonic energy? As Qin Feng approached the heart of the secret realm, he gradually experienced a sense of discomfort. The air seemed thick with a maddening energy. It was only due to his formidable mental prowess that he could feel it as he neared the abyss fissure. An ordinary person might struggle even with the slightest seepage of demonic energy from the smallest fissure. Only through continuous adaptation and rigorous training could one gradually cultivate resistance to the abyss. This was the paramount function of the Yuan Academy. Regrettably, as peace endured over the years, the number of talented individuals willing to embrace such trials had dwindled, regardless of whether it was the flesh or the soul. Proximity to the abyss fissures led to the erosion of demonic energy. Those with poor resilience would be directly transformed into monsters. Thus, most individuals found it challenging to approach the abyss fissures, let alone launch a counteroffensive within. The greatest achievement in resisting the abyss was merely to halt its encroachment, sealing or blocking the infiltrating fissures. In this manner, patching and repairing, nearly 10 millennia had passed in relative stability. Ironically, the prevailing theme had become the confrontation between the human race and the demon race. Amidst his contemplation, Qin Feng's avatar gradually drew near to within 10,000 meters of that abyss fissure. His mental strength held firm, while his physical form, a mere illusion, was not a source of concern regarding abyssal erosion. At last, he sensed numerous high-tier monsters in existence. Those 8th and 9th-tier monsters, for reasons unknown, were congregating towards the center. At the core, there emanated an exceptionally potent aura. Once again, it was a king tier. Moreover, this one exerted an even stronger oppressive force upon Qin Feng than the previous 2 king tier monsters. It seemed that the intensity of this pressure was not solely due to strength, but also to mental prowess. The mental power of this king-tier monster surpassed that of the other 2. Therefore, attempting to confront it with his Liao Yuan heart flame would prove even more challenging. At least, that was Qin Feng's assessment. Unbeknownst to him, he had already succeeded twice, albeit indirectly. His indirect success had not inflicted fatal harm upon Jiang Yin, but had merely reflected back through the mental bond he shared with the 8th-tier monsters. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly surmised. A hulking, demonized giant, a bug, and this presence here should constitute all the king tiers within this secret realm. The other 2 did not quite fit the profile. Thus, it must be this one that had once commanded the 8th-tier monsters and contended for control. In an instant, Qin Feng deduced a portion of the capabilities of the monster station behind. Possessing formidable mental strength, it could manipulate such a multitude of monsters. One could assert that the majority of 8th and 9th tier monsters within the secret realm were under its dominion. At least, Qin Feng was currently incapable of simultaneously controlling so many targets. In an instant, a strong urge to retreat surged within him. After all, only those who wielded the power of mental control truly comprehended the terrifying nature of such abilities. The opponent's mental prowess far exceeded his own, coupled with the capacity for mental control. It was entirely plausible that a mere encounter could lead to his subjugation. This was a most reasonable deduction. However, Qin Feng remained unaware that the opponent's control over so many monsters did not stem solely from mental strength. Rather, it was facilitated through his demonic heart, crystal cores, and other external means. Yet, as the saying goes, now that one has arrived, it would be remiss not to take a glance. Thus, Qin Feng withdrew most of his consciousness while retaining a small fraction to guide the advance of his avatar. Upon ascending to the nearest low hill, he finally beheld the scene before him. There lay an immense open cavern, its depths unfathomable, perpetually shrouded in dark red mist. The mist wafted through the air, with even the dark red clouds above originating from it. Qin Feng shifted his gaze and observed the scene at the cavern's edge. Hundreds of high-tier monsters were obediently lining up and gathering there. A figure stood at the forefront of the line, reaching out to seize the crystal core of a nearby 9th-tier monster, consuming it in a single bite. The monster appeared not yet fully lifeless, merely discarded into the cave as if it were refuse. The entire process unfolded with remarkable smoothness, evoking in Qin Feng the thought of 3 words: cracking seeds. A 9th-tier monster was akin to a plump seed, effortlessly cracked open with a husk tossed into the trash bin. This was somewhat absurd. Qin Feng found himself profoundly astonished. In the midst of this mental upheaval, his presence became unmistakably evident. Or rather, the moment Qin Feng's perception enveloped this region, he had already been detected. However, Jiang Yin had no time to pay him any mind. He was taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity to draw so near. This proximity had nearly set a record for the closest a human had ever approached the abyss fissure within this secret realm. A record previously held by Jiang Yin himself. More accurately, the version of him before he became a demon. Human? Demon. Qin Feng finally uncovered a revelation even more shocking. The most powerful of the king-tier monsters was, in fact, a demonized human. A demon can only arise from the transformation of a human. One end of this secret realm leads to the abyss, while the other connects to the Yuan Academy. Therefore, the origin of this demonized human is all too apparent. Did the Yuan Academy send you here to meet your demise? At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly heard a man's voice. The source of the voice was none other than the demonized human. However, Qin Feng did not sense any hostility emanating from him for the time being. He certainly did not believe that the other harbored any fondness towards him or retained any vestige of humanity. It merely indicated that he was indifferent to Qin Feng's presence. Who would bear any animosity towards an ant that suddenly appeared by the roadside? Who are you? Qin Feng inquired casually, remaining vigilant. I am Jiang Yin. You should address me as senior. By the calculations, I am roughly 10 generations above you. It seemed that Jiang Yin had not conversed with a human in quite some time, as his demeanor relaxed considerably. This junior before him appeared to be quite different from the average individual. Who in their right mind would venture here? What ordinary person could maintain such composure in conversation upon encountering a king-tier demon? Thus, Jiang Yin found himself with a favorable impression of this junior. If the latter were willing to undergo transformation into a demon, he would not mind offering assistance. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to send him to his death. Regrettably, while corpses could also be transformed, they bore no distinction from ordinary monsters, merely existing as soulless husks. Senior? I shall not concede that the demon is my senior. If you had experienced what I have, you would undoubtedly make the same choice. However, this is not the moment for such discussions. Before I take action against you, do share your name. Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied calmly, displaying no sign of agitation despite the impending confrontation. Qin Feng, I shall remember that name. Surely, you must be a remarkable talent within the academy. Unfortunately, before the words could fully escape his lips, his expression shifted abruptly. That familiar, searing sensation akin to flames scorching the heart returned once more. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while his opponent hesitated, Qin Feng was already poised for action. If I cannot deal with you, how could I not handle your minions? No, they're the 8th and 9th tier demons under Jiang Yan's control. Regardless, Qin Feng was determined to annoy you even if he could not defeat you. Ignite the heart of the inferno at full force. Spread. Chapter 68. After showing off, he escapes. What a thrill. By now, Qin Feng had reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier, even without employing the heart of the inferno. A mere strike with a stick could fell a 9th tier demon. There was no pressure whatsoever. Now, facing a multitude of 8th and 9th tier demons gathered together, he unleashed the heart of the inferno at full force. The results were beyond compare. The scene resembled dousing ants in gasoline. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Originally, after igniting this blaze, Qin Feng had intended to withdraw. However, he soon realized that Jiang Yan's condition seemed rather peculiar. I clearly set those minions ablaze. Yet Jiang Yan appeared as if a dog with its fur ignited, convulsing uncontrollably. Moments later, Qin Feng witnessed Jiang Yan extracting his entire demon heart. Immediately thereafter, Qin Feng saw that heart ignited with a loud roar, reduced to ashes. At this point, Qin Feng began to grasp the situation. He had merely intended to vex his opponent, preventing him from enjoying his leisure too much. For instance, he had hoped to roast his seeds a little more. To his astonishment, the fire had directly engulfed his opponent. This implied that his previous attacks had likely inflicted considerable damage as well. Hence, Jiang Yan had summoned these demons to their demise, seeking to replenish his energy and recover from his injuries. In an instant, Qin Feng connected all the illogical dots. You shall pay dearly. On the other side, Jiang Yin was not faring as well. His injuries had nearly healed, which was why he had the leisure to converse with Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng showed no regard for martial ethics, launching a surprise attack that left his demon heart utterly ruined. Consequently, he had lost the means to control lower-tier demons. Jiang Yin roared in fury, disregarding his injuries as he charged toward Qin Feng. Having gained the upper hand, Qin Feng naturally had no intention of lingering, let alone engaging in a protracted battle. He unleashed his full offensive, employing the speed of light to make his escape. Jiang Yin was even more enraged, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Taking advantage of the two other king-tier demons not noticing, he first focused on recovering from his injuries. Upon glancing back, he saw hundreds of 8th and 9th-tier demons attacking each other. Being at the edge of that abyssal chasm, many demons fell directly into it. Damn! Jiang Yin, witnessing this, was filled with even greater rage. Subsequently, he plunged into the fray, beginning to slay those frenzied demons, recovering whatever he could. These demons were among the few remaining high-tier ones in this secret realm. If he could not kill and consume them, he would find it impossible to recover from his injuries in the short term. What should have been a leisurely time snacking had turned into such a debacle due to Qin Feng's casual strike. Jiang Yan's heart brimmed with hatred. Nevertheless, he chose the most prudent response in the short term. He did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment, instead opting to pursue Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you wait for me. Even if this passage does not open, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust. The passage not opening would merely mean he could not continue to ascend, remaining trapped in this secret realm for life. However, as long as he remained within the secret realm, he would be its undisputed sovereign. As long as he blocked the exit, Qin Feng would ultimately find it impossible to escape death. Ideally, he would exhaust all his resources and be transformed into a demon by his own hands. Qin Feng departed the center of the secret realm far more swiftly than when he approached. After showing off, he escapes. What a thrill. However, when it comes to true showboating, it is undoubtedly that demon named Jiang Yin. What audacity to allow someone of Qin Feng's caliber to approach so closely. Qin Feng need not lift a finger to kill. A mere glare would suffice to cause an explosion. With a sigh, Qin Feng expelled the discomfort brought on by nearing the abyssal chasm. The physique of his clone perfectly mirrored his true self. Thus, despite experiencing some effects, it was not significant. It did not hinder his usage. Even under normal circumstances, such physical erosion could shorten one's lifespan by decades. Yet, this was merely a clone. It was of no consequence. No wonder Nan Yinxian remarked that Qin Feng's ability was exceptionally suited for shining brightly on the battlefield of the abyss. Whether charging in a battle or scouting the enemy, it could prove remarkably effective. Regardless, no matter how recklessly he acted, he could emerge unscathed. Allowing the clone to take risks while the true self remained safe certainly aligned with Qin Feng's philosophy of relaxation. Moreover, following Jiang Yan's antics, it seemed unlikely for Xiao Bai to acquire resources from 9th tier to king tier through this secret realm. However, that was of little concern. He could always request the principal to provide some high-grade spirit stones. After all, by that time, the crisis posed by the abyssal rift should have been resolved. As a significant contributor, how could he be deprived of his cultivation resources? While pondering, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of a small abyssal chasm. Inside, there was no sound whatsoever. Clearly, the low-tier demons had either perished or fled due to the rampaging 8th-tier demons. The only solace was that the geological structure here was sufficiently sturdy, preventing any collapses. Subsequently, Qin Feng swiftly entered. Indeed, the scene inside was chaotic, with debris scattered everywhere. They were not entirely devoid of life. Some low-tier demons, likely just birthed from the abyssal rift, were scavenging for crystal cores, hoping to grow to the 7th or 8th tier with a stroke of luck. Qin Feng could not be bothered with these demons. He preferred to leave some seeds for future students. Thereafter, a 9-nether fire lotus blossomed within the abyssal rift. Moments later, the rift began to retract, taking with it a small token. All that remained was a pool of so-called abyssal essence. Qin Feng retrieved the demon soul's iron staff, allowing it to absorb the essence entirely. Without a moment's pause, he proceeded to the next location, seizing the opportunity before these demons could react. He aimed to refine more abyssal rifts, lest they initiate any countermeasures. From another perspective, if someone were to wreak havoc in the house one had painstakingly built, yet one was powerless to stop it, Qin Feng's only option would be to explode alongside them. A simple principle: mutual destruction is preferable to allowing the other to win alone. As for whether Jiang Yin had any contingencies, Qin Feng was uncertain. However, if he did, they would undoubtedly lie within these abyssal rifts. After all, such orderly arrangements resembled some form of formation. Thus, Qin Feng employed the simplest and most direct method to refine and absorb all of them, since it was established that the opponent was a venomous serpent. Regardless of whether it would bite, it was prudent to remove its fangs first. Before long, a significant portion of the small abyssal rifts had been refined by Qin Feng, turning them into sustenance for the demon's soul. Chapter 69. Who truly is the demon? Mo Hun, this fellow, has been enjoying a lavish life alongside Qin Feng. His strength is ascending at a remarkable pace, just one Wang-level crystal core away from reaching the Wang tier. This rate of enhancement surpasses even that of Qin Feng. However, this creature belongs to the realm of demons, existing outside the bounds of conventional cultivation systems. If one were to place a Wang-level crystal core alongside a pile of stones within the abyss, it wouldn't be long before it transformed into a Wang-level demonic puppet. Such is the unreasonable nature of demons. Beyond their tiers, Mo Hun has absorbed an essence from the abyss, imbued with a power that Qin Feng cannot articulate. A force uniquely tied to the abyss. Only after reaching the Wang tier can Mo Hun fully unleash this strength, which will undoubtedly surpass that of most Wang-level demons. Presently, Qin Feng finds himself at a loss for words to describe the existence of Mo Hun. Is he a demon? Demons cannot be stored within spatial rings. No living being can. Is he a weapon? A conventional weapon lacks the mastery of myriad martial arts. It can only be said that the Mo Hun, refined by Qin Feng by chance, is an unprecedented entity in this world. Many rules simply do not apply to him. Suddenly, as Qin Feng emerged from a newly refined abyssal rift, preparing to venture to the next location, an attack surged towards him, which he narrowly evaded. It was undoubtedly the creature he referred to as Mo Chong. Qin Feng need not rely on sight to evade attacks within his sensory range. He need only be aware of the source of malice and murderous intent. Regardless of the method of attack, it is impossible to completely conceal such murderous intent. Previously, during his journey, Qin Feng had felt as though he was being followed almost constantly. However, due to the adversary's inferior speed, they could only trail behind, consuming dust. The ability to accurately target Qin Feng now was merely a result of having deciphered his patterns of movement, having nearly refined 30 small abyssal rifts. If they still failed to grasp Qin Feng's intentions, he would genuinely begin to question their intellect. This time, Qin Feng did not hastily flee. Instead, he remained composed, observing the direction from which the attack had come. In the sky, a humanoid figure composed of countless tiny insects approached menacingly. "What have you done?" Montauk Chung demanded in Anga. It had sent its minions to investigate the caverns Qin Feng had traversed, and the results were shocking. The abyssal rifts had seemingly vanished. It wasn't merely a disappearance. It was as though they had been drained of life. Not a trace of abyssal energy remained, resembling an ordinary subterranean gully. Not only was there no trace of the abyss, but the rifts had even filled themselves in. Given the significance of this matter to the demon emperor, how could it not be alarming? Moreover, Qin Feng was the only human active within the entire secret realm. Therefore, it must have been this human who had wrought such havoc. You dare to dig indiscriminately on my doorstep and not allow me to fill it in? How could a mere human beneath the Wang tier possess such abilities? Who says I'm the only one? Are demons not considered beings? Qin Feng's tone carried an inexplicable implication. Do you wish to sow discord among us Wang-level beings? You think too highly of yourself. Once one becomes a demon, any connection to humanity is severed. Thankfully, Jiang Yin has eliminated all demons above the 8th tier, facilitating my actions. Only you two fools would foolishly cooperate with Jiang Yin. Even against a Wang-level demon, Qin Feng showed no restraint in his scorn. After all, they could do nothing to him. Rather than waste time here with me, you should return and see what Jiang Yin has done. Your insects may track me, but can your speed keep up? Save your breath. Without waiting for a response from the Wang-level Mo Chong, Qin Feng teleported away. Mo Chong lingered in the air, conflicted. Qin Feng's assertions were not without merit. Even though he could deploy his insects throughout the secret realm to constantly track Qin Feng's whereabouts, what did that matter? Neither he nor his colossal companion could match Qin Feng's speed. The ability to teleport was simply too extraordinary. Moreover, the vanishing abyssal rifts were the gravest concern. Those rifts had not merely suffered setbacks in excavation. They had been uprooted entirely. Could it truly have been that humans doing? That was utterly despicable. Who was the real demon here? Mo Chong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The two Wang-level demons had been tasked by the higher demon emperor to traverse the largest abyssal rift, collaborating with Jiang Yin to excavate a passageway through the abyss. These rifts were not simply created from nothing. They had consumed a significant amount of the demon emperor's resources. Now it seemed, perhaps, they had bungled it. In an instant, Montauk Chong Shudat. If the demon emperor wished to eliminate him, it would only take a single thought. Why was Mo Hun so familiar with the process of soul binding? Because it was etched into the very depths of the abyssal soul. What now? Should he confront Jiang Yin? Or should he report to the demon emperor, shifting all blame onto Jiang Yin? Or perhaps he should join forces with the colossal demon to capture Jiang Yin first. For a moment, this Wang-level demon's mind nearly smoked from overthinking. Ultimately, his intellect prevailed, and he refrained from reporting directly to the demon emperor, instead opting to rendezvous with the demonic giant to devise a strategy. As for that human, there was no longer any need to entangle with him. The critical point was that capturing him was utterly impossible, which was infuriating. Harassing Jiang Yin was merely a trivial endeavor for Qin Feng. Whether Mo Chong believed it or not was inconsequential to Qin Feng. After all, the crisis within the secret realm had been averted. All that remained were these Wang-level demons. Once they were eradicated, Qin Feng's task would be complete. Moreover, he was preparing to depart from Yuyuan Academy. 100 mid-tier spirit stones per month had once been a substantial sum when Qin Feng was merely at the 3rd tier. However, now that he was on the verge of reaching the Wang tier, it was hardly significant. Typically, after reaching the 6th tier, most students would graduate. Lost in thought, Qin Feng carelessly approached another small abyssal rift. Indeed, he sensed no indication of Mo Chong approaching him. Presumably, it had gone to confront Jiang Yin. Regardless of the truth, several demons would need to regroup. After all, their scheme to breach the secret realm had utterly collapsed. Subsequently, Qin Feng, undeterred, began refining the remaining small abyssal rifts. Even if his avatars were destroyed, it mattered little. He could summon another. Even if the entrance were blocked, he could forcibly break through. Chapter 70. Echoes of Death at the Heart of the Secret Realm. Only Jiang Yin remained at the entrance. The high-tier demons had all vanished. Some had been consumed by Jiang Yin, while others had fallen into the abyssal caverns amidst the chaos. With his eyes closed, Jiang Yin digested the recently devoured crystal cores while absorbing the demonic energy emanating from the entrance, striving to recover from his injuries swiftly, having transformed into a demon. His appearance had not changed significantly. His skin had taken on a dark crimson hue, intricately woven with a network of black veins resembling some form of pattern. At that moment, the two Wang-level demons he had dispatched returned from behind. Their demeanor suggested ill intent. Jiang Yin rose and turned, regarding them with a cold, indifferent expression. "What brings you back?" The transformed giant retains a size comparable to that of an ordinary human, save for its non-human visage, resembling that of a demon. It was summoned back by the magic insect with utmost urgency, a matter of life and death. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, it followed. During their return, they inspected a medium-sized abyssal rift, only to discover that the creatures within had vanished entirely. The rift itself had also run dry. Most crucially, as Qin Feng had stated, all high-tier magical creatures had completely disappeared. This was indeed dire news. The significance of the 6 medium-sized abyssal rifts far surpassed that of the 30 smaller ones on the periphery. Now that they had all dried up, it meant that their years of effort had been utterly in vain. "Jiang Yin, how dare you question us? You conspired with outsiders, slaughtering all the high-tier magical beasts." The magic insect was the first to voice its accusations. Jiang Yin did not deny the act of devouring magical creatures, sneering coldly. "Those were merely livestock I raised. Slaughtering and consuming them is my prerogative. Do you dare question me over such a trivial matter? Have you forgotten the orders I entrusted to you?" Do not let outsiders enter, nor allow those who would cause destruction to escape. As he uttered the final words, Jiang Yin nearly ground his teeth in fury. Qin Feng, I will hunt him down to the ends of the earth. And now it seems these two fools have ruined everything. At the thought of this, Jiang Yin wished to eliminate these two imbeciles and consume their core. Sensing the fleeting, killing intent from Jiang Yin, the two royal-tier magical beings quickly heightened their vigilance. Jiang Yin, we have no objection to your devouring of those magical creatures. However, you have jeopardized the grand plans of the demon emperor. That human, while you were diverting those high-tier creatures, destroyed several medium rifts. Destroyed? What do you mean? In Jiang Yin's perception, Qin Feng could at most kill a few magical creatures below the royal tier. Even if he were injured, it would merely be a case of collateral damage. In a direct confrontation, Qin Feng was no match for him. Thus, he understood the destruction to simply mean that Qin Feng had eliminated the creatures within, merely delaying the excavation process. Even when he first sensed that someone had discovered the outer abyssal rift and killed the overseer of the 8th-tier magical creature, he did not venture out to investigate. One reason was to recuperate, and the other was his belief that it would not have significant repercussions. However, now, upon witnessing the expressions of the two magical beings across from him, it appeared that the matter was far more grave than he had assumed. The two royal-tier beings looked as if they had lost their mother. Such expressions on magical creatures were indeed a rarity. They were dried up, vanished, gone. Do you comprehend? The magic insect bellowed. It had heard the echoes of death, not from Jiang Yin, but from the distant demon emperor in the abyss. In that moment, Jiang Yin seemed to grasp the essence of their fear and despair. Take me to see it. He shall remain here to guard against that human's interference. He possesses the ability to teleport, so we must be cautious. If he truly has the power to make the abyssal rift disappear, it would undoubtedly become his target. Jiang Yin indicated the transformed giant, calmly assigning tasks. The two royal-tier magical beings, witnessing Jiang Yin's demeanor, did not genuinely believe he had colluded with humans. However, the blame for their failure was a burden no one wished to bear. The two beings emerging from the abyss could perish 100 times without lament. Conversely, if Jiang Yin could evade the demon emperor's control, he might yet survive. If Jiang Yin could not provide them with an explanation, then they would have no choice but to perish together. Jiang Yin quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, thus remaining calm in his arrangements. At the very least, he had to prevent the two royal-tier beings from uniting. Very well, let us proceed. The magic insect had no objections. It still acknowledged Jiang Yin's intellect. Otherwise, it would not have followed his commands all along. If Jiang Yin could find a solution, that would be most fortuitous. Qin Feng refined all the small abyssal rifts, then controlled his avatar to remain atop a mountain, allowing for constant awareness of the surroundings. Subsequently, he withdrew his consciousness, returning to his true self. In the dormitory's living room, a pile of ashes lay scattered, remnants of spiritual stones after their energy had been exhausted. Although the time since his avatar entered the secret realm had not been extensive, he had accomplished a considerable amount. Just the use of Liuguang Dunying alone had been countless. Even with his rapid natural recovery speed, he struggled to keep pace with the consumption. Moreover, utilizing Jiuyou Lianshu, Yin also required a significant amount of spiritual energy. In summary, Qin Feng now needed to rest adequately. He took out his phone and directly called Nan Yinxian. Principal, my spiritual energy is depleted. I have no more spiritual stones. Wait a moment. Moments later, Nan Yinxian knocked on Qin Feng's dormitory door. Remarkable efficiency. Subsequently, Qin Feng, in a state of apparent exhaustion, opened the door for Nan Yinxian. After all, he needed to demonstrate his efforts and determination. Indeed, when Nan Yinxian pushed the door open, he saw Qin Feng looking like a flickering candle in the wind. Frowning. It has barely been a day. How had you managed this? Has it only been a day? I feel as though a month has passed. Nan Yinxian then tossed a small bag to Qin Feng. Inside are 20 high-grade spiritual stones, enough for you for a while. After all, since Qin Feng was assisting him, he would not be stingy. Thank you, Principal. You are magnanimous. Little Bai's supply of spiritual stones is secured. Now, tell me, what is the situation inside? I was pursued by 3 royal-tier beings throughout the secret realm. However, their numbers are insufficient, leaving room for maneuvering. Naturally, Qin Feng would not candidly admit that he was close to resolution, opting to speak conservatively. Henceforth, Little Bai cannot enter to hunt high-tier magical creatures and must instead rely on deceiving funds from Nan Yunxian. Indeed, Nan Yunxian nodded. This outcome was within his expectations. Among them is a royal tier demon. What? A demon? Nan Yunxuan's complexion instantly changed. Chapter 71. Humans, beasts, and demons, all present. Yes, a demon. Nan Yunxuan's reaction was anticipated by Qin Feng. The royal tier demon must have been a living person transformed. Moreover, it must have once been a student of Yuyuan Academy. This fact required no elaboration from Qin Feng. As the principal of Yuyuan Academy, this revelation was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face for Nan Yunxian. Do you know who he is? Yes, he introduced himself. Just as Qin Feng was about to reveal the individual's name, he was halted by Nan Yunxuan's hand. Let me ponder this for a moment. Moments later, Nan Yunxian sighed in resignation. Is it Jiang Yan? Indeed, he claims to be a senior from 10 years above me. Yes, approximately. Nan Yunxuan's gaze was complex, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Principal, does he possess any special attributes? A fallen genius. He contracted an imperial bloodline, reaching the bottleneck of royal tier advancement within a year. However, an unfortunate event led to the death of his destined companion beast. The death of a companion beast? Once a warrior's companion beast perishes, they can never advance again. However, whether one can still ascend after transforming into a demon remains unknown to Qin Feng. Based on his speculation, it should pose no issue, perhaps merely requiring a royal tier crystal core. Nevertheless, if it were a natural advancement, the situation would be altogether different. The birth and ascension of such a demon are not so simple. Had you not mentioned it, I would have been unaware that Jiang Yan had chosen this path. And succeeded. Seemingly anticipating Qin Feng's thoughts, Nan Yunxian proactively elaborated. Then how could he advance to become a royal tier demon? Because prior to that, he chose an even more extreme path. He transplanted the heart of his deceased pet beast into his own body. A half-demon? In an instant, Qin Feng recalled the manipulation of the Yashinjiu that Nan Yunxian had previously mentioned. Indeed, he must have fallen under the influence of Yashinjiu, choosing to become a half-demon in order to continue advancing. Subsequently, when the truth was revealed, he fled into that secret realm. So that was it. Qin Feng understood. No wonder when he proposed a deal with Yashinjiu, Nan Yunxian did not hesitate to offer his support. Yashinjiu is deserving of eradication by all. This Jiang Yan is indeed a formidable character. He has united the human race, demon race, and magical beasts. Qin Feng could not help but praise. Yes, I initially thought his ultimate fate would be to transform into a mindless demon beast, devoured by a magical creature. Instead, he became a demon and is now intent on destroying Yuyuan Academy, even aiming to annihilate the imperial capital and the human race. Nan Yunxian had regained his composure, his tone indifferent. He has severed all ties with Yuyuan Academy and the human race. His remaining identity is solely that of a demon. Rest assured, Principal, as long as I have the opportunity to eliminate him, I will not hold back. I believe you possess that capability. However, the immediate priority is to address the abyssal rift within the secret realm. I have consulted an Emperor-tier expert specialized in spatial matters, and the instability of that realm space renders forced relocation impossible. Therefore, it is entirely dependent on you. Principal, please do not rush to impose pressure on me, making me feel like some sort of savior. The savior is not you. However, saving Yuyuan Academy is quite sufficient. That puts considerable pressure on me. Fear not. Your rewards shall not be lacking. Nan Yunxian could easily discern Qin Feng's intentions. As long as Qin Feng can execute the task with finesse, receiving benefits is only natural. Thank you, Principal. I assure you I will complete the mission. Yes, do take care. Jiang Yan's strength was once at the pinnacle. His pet beast is of the mental type, possessing devious methods. Since he has transformed into a half-demon, he must have inherited certain abilities. Do not assume that, just because you're a clone facing him, you can act recklessly. I understand. Before acquiring this information, Qin Feng had already deduced some of Jiang Yan's tactics. Thus he remained vigilant from the outset. After briefing Qin Feng, Nan Yunxian departed. Qin Feng was unaware if the other party truly placed all their hopes on him. He simply needed to focus on his own matters. After all, according to the other party's past conduct, the rewards would certainly be generous. Unfortunately, his little fox was still a pitiful creature without even the status of a king. As a master and father figure, Qin Feng could only strive to earn some funds for Xiaobai's milk. The 20 high-grade spirit stones that Nan Yinxian had provided would undoubtedly not be used for his own benefit. As for recovering spiritual energy, that could be done gradually. Moreover, all the small and medium-sized abyssal rifts had been completely refined. The last and largest one should be hidden beneath that cave. In that location, there would be no chance to approach before eliminating all the king-tier magical beasts. Now, Jiang Yin should have already discovered the gifts left for him. In the secret realm, Jiang Yan's dark red face turned pale with rage. What Qin Feng left for him was more than just a gift. It was an extraordinarily formidable surprise package. The small abyssal rifts on the periphery were inconsequential, as the 3 king-tier magical beasts could not defend against them. The crux of the matter was that the 6 medium-sized abyssal rifts had been stolen right under his nose. He did not even know how Qin Feng had orchestrated all this. The formation of these abyssal rifts was the result of 2 king-tier magical beasts working with materials from a demon emperor of the abyss. It was by no means something that Qin Feng could have casually unearthed. Thus, recreating them was unlikely. Why could the abyssal rifts still retract? Jiang Yin felt a surge of frustration. The severity of the situation was 100 times worse than he had imagined. Under normal circumstances, the abyss should be continuously expanding. The massive cave at the center of the secret realm was the perfect example. Ultimately, it would either evolve into a vast chasm or gigantic cavern, forming an unstable passage connecting 2 worlds. Jiang Yin had aspired to establish a supersized abyssal passage, entering the abyss without any danger, and aligning himself with the demon emperor, potentially becoming one himself. But now, everything had turned to vapor. There was even danger involved. Who would have known that such an unprecedented occurrence would transpire? Even a deity could not compel the abyss to retreat. Are you implying that this human is even more formidable than the so-called gods? I do not know, nor do I care. I only wish to ascertain what to do next. The magical insect was also becoming agitated. If Jiang Yin could not resolve this, it would truly be prepared to perish alongside him. Why not seek out the true culprit, Qin Feng? Because it is utterly impossible to catch up, consumed by rage. It only desired to annihilate everything in sight. I ask you, do you wish to live or die? Jiang Yin quickly regained his composure and calmly inquired. Chapter 72. You betrayed me, of course. I wish to live. Even ants strive to survive, let alone king-tier magical beasts. Although king-tier magical beasts are merely larger ants in the perilous abyss, they are still considered high-level life forms compared to the countless ordinary magical beasts devoid of basic intelligence. If you wish to live, then follow my lead. A peculiar glint flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. What must be done? It is an undeniable fact that the progress of the abyssal passage's opening has been significantly delayed. Delayed? Has it not been entirely halted? Before the magical insect could finish speaking, Jiang Yan's fierce gaze silenced it. It is delayed. Very well, please continue. The progress of the opening has reached 90%. Only the final step remains to fully unlock it, correct? It seems that way. The human race outside can no longer forcibly relocate the secret realm and can only exert their full effort to obstruct us. Am I right? Indeed. Therefore, the human race has concentrated its elite forces into this secret realm for a grand showdown with us. Yes. The magical insect felt a twinge of insecurity. What elite forces? There is merely a single human who is not even a king tier. Yet, on the other hand, is it not remarkable that they could compel them to this extent? Hence, we require reinforcements. We need more king-tier powers to enter here from the abyss. First, we must completely occupy this place and drive the humans out of the secret realm. More king-tier? The magical insect found Jiang Yan's reasoning sound, but there was an inkling of something amiss. Of course, relying solely on the 2 of us, how could we contend with over a dozen king-tier humans? The magical insect, however, it quickly realized, what about that big fellow? The human assault was too fierce. He fell in battle. I sustained severe injuries. Even you survived solely due to your exceptional self-preservation abilities. Jiang Yin gazed at the magical insect, his expression devoid of warmth. Indeed, were it not for the magical insect's formidable survival skills, it would have perished by now. Jiang Yan's injuries had yet to heal, preventing him from obliterating the magical insect in an instant. Should it escape, all secrets here would be revealed, leaving no chance for recovery. The best outcome would be for Jiang Yin to remain trapped in this secret realm forever. No, It is impossible to remain here indefinitely. Once the principal becomes aware of the existence of the demon, he will undoubtedly spare no effort to extricate me. The notion of being unable to forcibly relocate the secret realm is predicated on the assumption that the excavation progress is normal. Now that the abyssal rifts have retracted, the space will soon stabilize. If one were to remain here, their life would inevitably enter a countdown. In that moment, Jiang Yan's heart was tumultuous, yet his expression remained utterly impassive. Even when confronted with the direst of outcomes, he forcibly maintained his composure, striving to seek a path to survival. Had fallen? The magical creature, upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, was struck with a sense of dread. It was aware that it was allied with that hulking brute, and not long ago. They were thick as thieves, intent on confronting Jiang Yan together. Now, however, Jiang Yan sought to incite rebellion against its own comrade, aiming to slay his dear brother. This situation, even from the perspective of the Demon Emperor, amounted to treachery. Indeed, what other choice is there? Jiang Yan's tone was laced with subtle mockery and temptation. Do you intend to report the situation truthfully to the Demon Emperor? The only outcome of that would be death. Heed my words. You still have a chance for redemption. As for your comrades, they're all destined to perish. Sacrificing one is preferable to losing two. The magical creature, although its head was composed of countless tiny insects, still exhibited a struggle upon its countenance. Reporting the truth meant death. Failing the Demon Emperor, once discovered, also meant death. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. If the hulking brute were to die, then it could spin any tale it wished to the Demon Emperor. Finally, the magical creature employed its limited intellect and acquiesced to Jiang Yan's scheme, insisting, however, that it must strike decisively. Otherwise, it would surely relay information to the Demon Emperor before its demise. Fear not, it shall not convey any information. Just ensure your strike is swift. It felt no remorse in betraying its ally, with only a lingering concern for the tragic consequences should the scheme be exposed. Yet at this juncture, it seemed that every option led to death. Why not struggle a bit longer? Moments later, Jiang Yan returned to the center of the secret realm with the magical creature. The transformed giant remained dutifully stationed at the cave's edge, preventing Qin Feng from sneaking in again. Upon seeing the two return, it inquired what transpired. Was it troublesome? Indeed. We require assistance, Jiang Yan replied, stepping before the transformed giant. I have devised a plan. The Demon Emperor will understand our plight. Once reinforcements arrive, we can redeem ourselves. What's the plan? The giant asked eagerly. The plan is, Jiang Yan gazed into the giant's eyes, to borrow your head for a moment. In the next instant, a powerful mental assault surged toward the giant's consciousness, leaving it momentarily dazed. Countless insects then enveloped it, burrowing into its body. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan thrust his hand into the giant's chest, twisting and grasping. A massive demon heart emerged in his grasp, accompanied by a king-tier crystal core. Subsequently, Jiang Yan forcefully inserted the colossal heart into his own chest. Instantly, a surge of potent energy coursed through his being, swiftly mending his prior injuries. As for the transformed giant, deprived of its crystal core, it was gradually consumed by the magical insects, leaving nothing behind. Is this truly your ultimate objective, Jiang Yan? To absorb its crystal core and restore your injuries? The magical creature expressed its dissatisfaction, feeling it had been left to scavenge the remnants. Do not dwell on such trivialities. We are in this together now. Once it dies, your superior, the Demon Emperor, will certainly have noticed. Follow my instructions without revealing any clues. Understood. At this point, the magical creature found itself with no alternative choices. Just then, it trembled. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Its master, the Demon Emperor, was contacting it through the soul mark. Its life and death lay entirely within the whims of the other. Although they existed in separate realms, the body of the magical creature prostrated itself on the ground, showing utmost reverence. Esteemed master, I am prepared to heed your inquiries. In the abyss, within a palace constructed of dark red granite, a slender figure sat regally upon a throne. A purple flame lamp flickered upon the table, though the oil was scarce, requiring her constant replenishment. Upon establishing a connection with her subordinate through the soul mark, the figure spoke coldly, "You have betrayed me." Chapter 73. The Flame of Retribution. You have betrayed me. The Demon Emperor's consciousness pierced the magical creature's soul, rendering it incapable of formulating any rebuttal. It still had many excuses and justifications to offer. Yet they were effortlessly unveiled. It felt as though it had taken a day off to indulge in a bath, only to encounter its superior there. My life is on a countdown. What should I do? Panic ensued. This cunning Jiangyan's schemes were utterly futile. Master, I was left with no choice. Everything was orchestrated by Jiangyan. Subsequently, the magical creature conveyed through the soul mark every detail of the events that had transpired over the past 2 days, emphasizing its state of bewilderment. It could not comprehend how a mere human could wreak such havoc. A being below the king tier could teleport and render all the abyssal fissures barren. The demon emperor murmured, gazing at the flickering flame. Indeed, my lord. I swear I speak no falsehood. The subsequent events unfolded because Jiangyan claimed there was a chance for redemption, hence my cooperation. I did not betray you. The magical creature, almost in tears, was filled with a desperate desire to survive. Understood. I shall fulfill your request for aid. However, there's a task I require you to accomplish. Once completed, I promise not to pursue your act of betrayal. Thank you, my lord. I will fulfill the task without hesitation. The magical creature expressed profound gratitude for its master's decision not to execute it, and pledged to complete the task. Moments later, it rose slowly, barely concealing its elation. The Demon Emperor has agreed. In the near future, the Demon Emperor will stabilize this abyssal passage and dispatch 20 king-tier beings to hunt down the human race. Yet, the matter of the abyssal fissures could hardly be concealed for long. No matter, we still possess the largest abyssal fissure. 20 king-tier beings will suffice to breach it, creating a broader and more stable passage. Jiang Yin gazed at the entrance below, his expression inscrutable. Let's hope so. The two magical beings, each harboring their own schemes, exchanged no further words. 2.5 days passed swiftly. Whether due to the aftermath of the purge of the Yaoshun sect's hidden agents or the closure of the king-tier secret realm, the disturbances gradually subsided. Within the secret realm, an unusual calm reigned, reminiscent of the stillness before storm. The few king-tier magical beings remained entrenched at the heart of the secret realm, showing no desire to engage in a game of cat and mouse with Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng, he lacked the inclination to entangle himself with them any longer. Once his power was sufficient, he could eliminate them all at once. Lacking the necessary strength now, he chose to conserve his time. Qin Feng instructed his doppelganger to remain on standby, requiring no constant oversight. As long as the basic spiritual energy consumption was maintained, the doppelganger could persist indefinitely. This expenditure paled in comparison to Qin Feng's natural recovery rate. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng delivered the smelted metal to old Jin, who praised him profusely, nearly eager to take him as an apprentice on the spot. Qin Feng, having no interest in blacksmithing, could only politely decline. However, when old Jin expressed a desire to be his disciple to learn metal smelting, Qin Feng promptly made his exit. Could this old fellow be any less serious? As for metal smelting, he was welcome to seek Qin Feng's assistance whenever he had materials. After all, Qin Feng only charged a 50 service fee, which was quite a bargain. This arrangement was akin to old Jin learning to smelt metal himself, was it not? Moreover, there is another matter. Lin Xiao has chosen to venture to the Abyss frontline battlefield, accompanied by Lung Yu, who had even made this decision earlier. In response, Qin Feng could only extend his best wishes. Over the past 2 months, he had not made many acquaintances. This pair could be considered among his few friends. Once the issues here are resolved, Qin Feng would need to contemplate his next plans. For now, with idle time on his hands, he found himself admiring the elegance of beautiful women. The host pet beast has ascended to the 8th rank, 1 star. With a return of power, the host's rank has elevated to the 9th rank, 1 star. The host pet beast has comprehended the skill, Spirit Flame Shield. With a return of power, the host has comprehended the skill, Heaven Burning Pursuit Spear. The Heaven Burning Pursuit Spear. The fire of heaven burns, and causality is inevitable. It condenses into a fiery spear that can incorporate all elemental fire attributes possessed by the user. Once the target is locked on, evasion is impossible, ensuring a perfect hit. It carries effects such as penetration, explosive flames, and scorching burns. The initial power is contingent upon the infused spiritual energy. Splendid. That royal tier demonic insect is truly fortunate. Even if it transforms into a myriad of forms, Qin Feng can still lock onto it. Should it possess the effects of Heart Flame and Nine Nether Flame, the sensation would be beyond description. Initially, Qin Feng believed his previous skills were already excessively formidable, but he had not anticipated the existence of even greater masters. Furthermore, it is foreseeable that the future will only bring more strength. Xiao Bai comprehended the shield, while he himself grasped the spear. The power of both is not on the same plane. Therefore, Xiao Bai, are you prepared to challenge me, the great boss? Defeat me, and you may leave. Otherwise, I am in no rush to slay royal tier demonic creatures. At this stage, the priority is to cleanse my Xiao Bai and nurture our bond. During this closed-door training, Xiao Bai had been cultivating for 5 or 6 days. This duration felt excessively long. Qin Feng was almost becoming a solitary elder. This soul, having traversed from another world, seemed to rely solely on Xiao Bai. He set down his phone and turned off the screen. This time, he would not repeat past mistakes. Those alluring vixens could be critiqued in silence. Xiao Bai was still young and must not be tainted by those temptresses. In the next moment, the little fox was summoned. Xiao Bai, did you miss me? Qin Feng scooped up Xiao Bai and affectionately rubbed his head against hers. Bai Wuyou's eyes flickered with tenderness, and she made no attempt to escape. This time, Qin Feng obediently remained in the dormitory and did not watch other vixens' live streams. It appeared she was behaving. Moreover, Bai Wuyou also felt that her closed-door training had been rather lengthy. Although she hesitated to admit it, she was aware in her heart that she missed this fellow, even while residing in his pet beast space. All right, I need to take a bath. As she observed Qin Feng incessantly nuzzling her neck, Bai Wuyou could no longer contain herself. This fellow had previously claimed she had an odor. Fine, go wash up. Xiao Bai is fragrant even without a bath. Qin Feng spoke the truth. With the increase in the concentration of her divine bloodline, Xiao Bai's fur had gradually turned a silvery white. Upon closer proximity, one could indeed detect a faint, exotic fragrance. It was indescribable, emanating from the depths of her bloodline. A divine bloodline and divine beasts naturally attract other beings, either revered as sacred creatures or hunted as prey for flesh and blood. Therefore, before Qin Feng possesses sufficient strength, he cannot afford to take risks by allowing Xiao Bai to reveal herself. Chapter 74. Xiao Bai, do you wish to buy me? Before long, Qin Feng meticulously cleaned Xiao Bai, drying her silvery fur with great care. Kisses were, of course, inevitable. Then, amidst her repeated protests, Xiao Bai struggled to escape Qin Feng's grasp. However, when Qin Feng finished tidying up and emerged from the bathroom, he found her in a comical state. Thank you, my dear. Ollie loves you. Xiao Bai, why did you sneakily play with my phone? You weren't deceived into gifting anything to that vixen, were you? You're still a minor fox. You should be able to request a refund. Qin Feng preemptively accused. While he rambled on, he swiftly exited the live stream interface. Bai Wuyou thought to herself, once I regain my strength, I will capture that Ali and bring her back to the demon realm, making her dance for me every day. Observing Xiao Bai's dazed appearance, which seemed tainted by some mental pollution, he quickly retrieved a bottle of soul-nourishing pills. Xiao Bai, forget those unhealthy images. Here, take this pill to replenish your mind. Bai Wuyou, you are the one who needs to replenish your mind. I will bite you to death. Just as Bai Wuyou prepared to take a bite out of Qin Feng, he uncapped the vial. Instantly, a rich, invigorating aroma wafted towards them. What is this? Bai Wuyou was unsure of the type of pill, but she knew it would be immensely beneficial to her. After all, she had reincarnated as a remnant soul and was incomplete. While no immediate dangers were apparent, upon reaching the royal tier, every ascension would pose a significant challenge. The previous ghostly lotus had allowed her to ascend without hazards. While this vial of pills could at least reduce the difficulty of her ascension to the imperial tier by 30%, merely inhaling the pill's fragrance, she recognized that it contained at least royal tier materials. Whether it be demonic pills or medicinal herbs, they were certainly not items Qin Feng could acquire at his current stage. What has this fellow done? What kind of pill is this? Where did it come from? Soul-nourishing pills, effective even for the imperial tier. I bought them from the principal. Bought? How could you possibly afford such pills? Am I poor or something? That's not what I meant. Bai Wuyou quickly denied, not wanting to hurt his feelings. I'm just concerned you might have been deceived or agreed to something perilous. Rest assured, it is not dangerous. I sold all the crystal cores I had stored for you to the principal and asked him to procure resources to enhance mental strength. Is that all? But it should still be far from sufficient. Of course, it is not enough. I owe the principal a favor. The way to repay this favor is straightforward. We must swiftly deal with the royal tier demonic creatures in the secret realm. You have no idea. The royal tier demonic creatures have gone berserk, wreaking havoc in the secret realm. Hence, it is now closed, and only we can resolve it. As for why the royal tier demonic creatures had gone mad, Qin Feng certainly could not utter a word about it. Regardless, he had not deceived Xiao Bai. Then why did you only ask him to buy resources to enhance mental strength, rather than other types? Bai Wuyou's tone in her message dropped to a whisper. What else could it be but something useful for you? As expected, the answer aligned with Bai Wuyou's thoughts. A direct hit is the most lethal. Oh, so Xiao Bai, would it be possible for you to allow me the freedom to watch live streams? Qin Feng mused that constantly hiding things was not a viable approach. Why was he always getting caught? Rather than being secretive, it would be better to be straightforward. No way. Bai Wuyou was infuriated. This fellow cannot be serious for more than 3 seconds. Once I transform, I will see if you still dare to watch live streams. All right. Qin Feng was indifferent. If necessary, he could simply watch in secret. He then handed the pill bottle to Xiao Bai. Take the pill first and see the effects. If it proves beneficial, I will buy more in the future. Bai Wuyou consumed the pill in one go. This particular pill was easy to absorb and did not require closed-door refinement, allowing her to simply rest outside. To be precise, she could sleep outside. A night passed without incident. Due to consuming the soul-nourishing pill, Bai Wuyou's spirit remained exceptionally high. Nevertheless, she continued to feign sleep while nestled in Qin Feng's embrace. At this moment, the effects of the Yun Huandan had been entirely refined. She felt that her spiritual energy was on par with that of an ordinary Wang level. In other words, when using the charm technique on a Wang level opponent, her chances of success were significantly high. Yet, she had only reached the 8th stage. Such a challenge across levels was indeed quite extraordinary. Once she ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th stage, confronting a Wang level would pose little difficulty, and subsequently advancing to that level would be almost effortless. Sighing inwardly, Bai Wuyou expressed her thoughts. Her power was indeed overwhelming, or rather, when compared to Qin Feng, it was excessively formidable. How could this fellow show so little effort? With such thoughts, she found herself with an excuse to remain by his side. However, she swiftly cast aside that notion. No, I must not become too attached. There are far more pressing matters at hand. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, was he truly unconcerned about her breaking the contract and leaving? Or did he secretly wish for her departure, so he could freely pursue his whims? What a troublesome fellow. In an instant, Bai Wuyou's heart was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. The thousands of years she had endured in her previous life felt like a fleeting moment, yet she had never experienced such feelings before. Struggling for survival, engaging in intricate schemes. When she finally reached the realm of the Yao Di, no figure could capture her attention. Warmth and friendship may have existed once, but now, she found herself doubting. The truth was something she must uncover. Gazing at Qin Feng's peaceful face as he slept, she gently rose and stealthily approached. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and their gazes met. Xiao Bai, are you planning to bite me? Bai Wuyou responded with a blank expression. In an instant, with a powerful push of her legs, the little fox used Qin Feng's face as a springboard to leap away. Bite you? I would crush you. The host's pet, having consumed the Huang level Yin Huandan, experienced a significant enhancement in both spirit and mental power, rivaling that of standard Wang level 3 star. The return of power has greatly elevated the host's spirit and mental strength, comparable to that of a typical Huang level 1 star warrior. Ah, you've grown stronger again. Qin Feng mused, rubbing his nose in astonishment. He had taken a significant step closer to a state of complete relaxation. As long as Xiao Bai maintained her current pace, not only would she be able to step on him, but she could do so effortlessly. Then, Qin Feng proceeded to wash up. After finishing breakfast, he noticed that Xiao Bai still seemed a bit downcast. Xiao Bai, don't be upset. Here, have some food. Saying this, he produced a pouch of high-grade spirit stones. After you eat, will you agree to buy me a little? High-grade spirit stones? Where did you get those? Although Xiao Bai still had a considerable amount of 7th-grade crystal cores to digest, the effects of high-grade spirit stones were undoubtedly superior. The principal provided some subsidies. They won't go to waste in the secret realm, will they? We still need to cultivate. Qin Feng replied casually, his reasoning quite sound. Chapter 75. The Abyss is Ruthless. Only betrayal remains if one day Xiao Bai confronted Nan Yunchuan directly. She would discover that 8 out of 10 things Qin Feng had said were fabricated. However, they were not entirely lies. Essentially, they were mostly true with a hint of falsehood, making them nearly indistinguishable. Moreover, these were benevolent lies. Even if Xiao Bai learned the truth one day, she would likely comprehend Qin Feng's good intentions. After consuming the spirit stones, Qin Feng and Xiao Bai exchanged glances. The bond between them, filled with tenderness and playful affection, was undeniably heartwarming. Yet, spending an entire day together did not yield many such moments. Just like petting a cat, one cannot do so endlessly without attending to other matters. Typically, the owner would be busy with their own affairs while the pet entertained itself. Therefore, the ideal scenario should be Qin Feng joyfully watching beautiful live streams, while Xiao Bai diligently practiced her skills. However, Xiao Bai clearly had a different perspective. Aren't you going to retreat for closed-door cultivation? I don't need to break through a bottleneck, so I don't require seclusion. I want to stay outside. You want to keep me from watching the beautiful foxes? Dream on. All right then. Do you want to snuggle in your master's embrace? As he spoke, Qin Feng lay back on the sofa, arms wide open. I'm a master, Xiao Bai haughtily declared before jumping into Qin Feng's arms. She then closed her eyes to meditate. Qin Feng gently stroked her silvery white fur while browsing other videos. After all, Xiao Bai had already clashed with that enchanting fox. As long as he avoided watching her, he could view anything else. This was what they referred to as mutual repulsion, with Xiao Bai nestled in his embrace. Qin Feng refrained from directing his doppelganger to engage in any tasks. Otherwise, the consumption of spiritual and mental energy would create fluctuations that might arouse Xiao Bai's suspicion. To this day, Qin Feng eagerly anticipated the moment Xiao Bai threw a tantrum, only to find that she could not sever their contract, displaying an expression of astonishment. It was essential not to be discovered too early. Otherwise, it would deeply wound the little fox's spirit and motivation. Qin Feng intended to remain in a state of leisure, waiting for Xiao Bai to sustain him in his old age. Moreover, he was not in a hurry to confront the Wong-level troubles. They were akin to mice in a grain bin. Where could they escape? Back to the abyss? The passages of the abyss were not so easily traversed. At the very least, the cost incurred would far exceed that of a mere crossing. For instance, if 10 magical creatures attempted to traverse, only one might arrive safely. Even upon arrival, they might be missing limbs. Perhaps this was why Jiang Yin had been hiding here, hoping to widen the passage. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Ultimately, dealing with a few Wong-level magical creatures was far less appealing than enjoying precious moments of companionship with his pet. After all, the higher the affinity, the greater the multiplier of return power. If Bai Wuyou were to discover that Qin Feng referred to this moment as parent-child time, she would undoubtedly be furious. In the central area of the secret realm, Jiang Yin and a magic insect had collaborated for several days and finally pinpointed the optimal timing for an assault on the abyss. Previously, Jiang Yin had acted alone, only managing to transport magic insects and magically transform giants. This time, the Demon Emperor had stated he would send 20 Wong-level magical creatures. Such a grand undertaking left Jiang Yin astounded. For the Demon Emperor, sacrificing a few hundred Wong-level magical creatures would not even raise an eyebrow. They were merely cannon fodder. It seemed that the Demon Emperor was indeed determined to secure this passage to the abyss. Unfortunately, Jiang Yin quickly reined his thoughts, refusing to entertain any further speculation. In the presence of such high-tier entities, indulging in fanciful thoughts could expose one's true intentions. It has begun. Indeed, Jiang Yin, I must thank you for ensuring my survival this time, the magic insect remarked, its tone devoid of the previous trepidation. Helping you is simply a mutual benefit, he replied. Though the abyss is ruthless, it is not the abyss we are in now, is it? Indeed, the abyss is merciless. Without benefit, even the lowest of insects would not engage. If there were benefits, even parents and siblings could be sacrificed. Does the abyss respect blood ties? Naturally, those with demonic blood are far more noble than those born of magical energy. Is that so? Then I, as a demon, am among the lowest of the low. Jiang Yin gazed at the abyssal cave, his expression inscrutable. Not necessarily. Your transformation from a living person is far superior to those soulless husks. Is that so? Then I find some solace in that. With that, Jiang Yin ceased further conversation. Boom! At that moment, A thunderous rumble emanated from the depths of the cave. Faintly, dark red lightning flickered like a spatial rift within the mist of the cavern. Any creature that falls into this abyss faces a fate of near-certain death. Indeed, the peril is even greater for those who traverse from the other side. Otherwise, it would not have taken so many years, under the covert collaboration of Jiang Yan, to transport but a few kittens into this realm. The excess of cannon fodder from the royal tier proves to be of little utility. Most of these demonic beings lack sufficient intellect. Were it not for Jiang Yan, the demon actively calling out to the abyss, piquing the interest of the demon emperor, it is improbable that any demon emperor would cast their gaze upon such a sealed secret realm. After all, if they wished to enter the human world, they could simply traverse through the largest rift in the abyss, where battles rage incessantly. This is the front line of the abyss. At last, the light below gradually intensified, as if an exit had opened at the cave's bottom. The air was filled with a cacophony of monstrous cries. Moments latte. The first royal tier demon emerged from the opening, a massive crow screeching as it burst forth. One could discern the fear and exhilaration of survival in its cries. Its body was marred with wounds, and its wings were grievously damaged. Nonetheless, it had survived and reached another plane. The appearance of the demonic crow served as a harbinger, heralding the grand invasion of royal tier abyssal demons. Soon, over 20 royal tier demons of various shapes and conditions materialized at the center of the secret realm, with several already engaging in mutual attacks and cannibalism. These demons are beasts born solely for slaughter. Apart from the demon emperor, none can command them. In the absence of the demon emperor's control, they would continue to slaughter one another, akin to breeding venomous insects, until only the strongest remains. Amidst the surrounding chaos, Jiang Yin cast not a glance. Naturally, the demonic insect did not either. Jiang Yin regarded it briefly and asked indifferently, "Does the demon emperor have any instructions for me?" "Unknown. However, my master wishes for you to meet her in person." Jiang Yin fell into silence for a moment, then surveyed the bloodthirsty demons around him. Very well. Chapter 76, The Deceptive Man. After 2 days of tender moments in the dormitory, Qin Feng and Xiao Bai could no longer endure the situation. Had this fellow truly begun to regard her as a mere pet? His incessant affection was disrupting her cultivation. Thus, Xiao Bai chose to enter the pet's secret realm to focus on her training. A brief period of warmth was sufficient. Ultimately, enhancing her strength took precedence. After all, Bai Wuyou did not possess the luxury of idleness like Qin Feng. Initially, she thought Qin Feng's leisure was merely a reflection of her own diligence. At worst, he simply refrained from utilizing additional resources, but would still engage in cultivation. However, she soon discovered that this was not idleness. It was outright negligence. From Qin Feng's effortless demeanor, it appeared to be his daily routine. Even in her absence, Qin Feng would likely spend each day in the same manner. Without diligent practice, how could he ascend to the royal tier? Bai Wuyou finally felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he was aware of her intention to dissolve their contract once he reached the royal tier? Thus, he had completely given up, neglecting his cultivation. Did he truly care for her? What a cunning man! Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he was entirely unaware of Bai Wuyou's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for words. After summoning Xiao Bai into the pet space, Qin Feng directed his consciousness into his clone. Having allowed those few royal tier demons to linger for several days, he felt he had shown sufficient mercy. He wondered if they had concocted any nefarious schemes during this time. While he could not vouch for the other demons, he was certain Jiang Yin would not simply wait idly. Even if he did not believe Qin Feng could master the power to eliminate him in just 2 to 3 days. The destruction of the abyssal rift had left his fate all but sealed. In a current predicament, with no path above, was there only the option to descend? Qin Feng speculated that Jiang Yin would certainly exploit that abyssal opening. However, he had little faith in the efficacy of any potential outcome. If they could achieve something significant, they would not wait until their demise to act. As he pondered, Qin Feng guided his clone towards the center of the secret realm. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air. Qin Feng looked up to see a colossal black crow joyfully cawing, evidently having spotted him as its prey. Although its appearance bore a resemblance to a crow, its head was far from that of an ordinary bird, resembling instead the grotesque visage of a beast with fangs. One word suffices to describe it: ugly. 3 words, utterly repulsive. It was an affront to Qin Feng's eyes. He had spent too long in the company of the beautiful Xiao Bai, and his aesthetic sensibilities had been elevated to the point of being unable to tolerate such an eyesore. The creature's ugliness was irrelevant. It was its intent to repulse that made it deserving of disdain. In the next instant, Qin Feng's hands swiftly conjured a spear of yellow flame. The spearhead was soon tinged with a dark purple hue, while the tail shimmered with a crimson glow, a reinforced version of the burning heaven pursuit spear. As the spear materialized, the cries from above abruptly ceased, as if the creature sensed an imminent threat. Rather than fleeing immediately, it hesitated, hovering cautiously in the air, scrutinizing Qin Feng. Within its limited comprehension and instincts, it believed this creature below, weaker than itself, could not possibly pose a threat. So it thought, let it perish. With a swift motion, Qin Feng cast a glance at the royal tier crow demon and hurled the spear with great force. In close combat, there were iron rods. From a distance, the spear would strike true. A single lethal blow. Upon seeing the flaming spear hurtling towards it, the crow emitted a terrified screech. In the blink of an eye, it flapped its wings and teleported several kilometers away in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, the sense of danger did not dissipate. Rather, it grew increasingly palpable. At last, the dark purple, yellow, and red flames fused, piercing through its body in an instant. With a resounding explosion, this royal tier demon, the first among its kind to enter the secret realm, now became the first to experience the full force of Qin Feng's new skill. The massive form of the royal tier demon erupted into a splendid display of fireworks against the sky, painting half of the firmament in a bizarre shade of purple-red. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the scene, the spectacle was nearing its conclusion. Surrounding low-tier demons were sent into disarray by the rain of fire. Any contact meant certain death. Thanks to the properties of the Jiu Lian Su Yin, those that came into contact would be refined into a liquid essence. Thus, when Qin Feng discovered the remains of the royal tier demon, he found not a crystal core, but a molten mass resembling a glass marble. The flames of the Jiu fire still clung to it, and if Qin Feng did not extinguish them, they would continue to burn until reduced to ashes. Naturally, Qin Feng would not squander such a treasure. He promptly collected the orb. This substance appeared to be even more refined than the typical crystalline cores. While its purpose remained uncertain, Qin Feng was certain it contained energy. Until he discerned its properties, he could not allow Xiao Bai to consume it. Subsequently, Qin Feng glanced around, and the scene could aptly be described as a baptism by fire rain. The name of the inferno was indeed well-deserved. However, the addition of the Jiu Lian Su Yin seemed somewhat excessive. For Qin Feng, the immediate task was simply to eliminate his prey and procure the spoils. As for the subsequent handling of the spoils, whether to utilize them directly or refine them, that was a matter for later consideration. In any case, it was all quite simple. Therefore, he would prudently add the Jiu Lian Su Yin only when necessary. For dealing with ordinary prey, the inclusion of the Xian Yin would suffice. The propagation conditions of the Xian Yin were rather stringent. Apart from Qin Feng actively dispersing it, there would be no secondary dissemination. After testing the new skill, Qin Feng was quite pleased with the results. Simplicity and brutality proved to be the most effective abilities. He had no inclination towards overly complex techniques and found them rather tiresome. A straightforward headshot was far more efficient. Having dealt with a king-tier demon, it was now time to address the pressing matter of where this king-tier demon had originated. Surely, it could not have been birthed by Jiang Yin and those two demons. Could it? While Qin Feng was uncertain about their actual origins, he was confident that it was inextricably linked to Jiang Yin. It seemed this individual had indeed lived up to Qin Feng's expectations. As long as he hadn't been outright eliminated, he would undoubtedly devise some scheme. After hearing about Jiang Yan's past from Nan Yinxian, Qin Feng had never underestimated this former senior. Transforming from human to half-demon, and then to demon, he was a remarkable figure who would continue to push the limits as long as he remained alive. Chapter 77. Your opportunity has arrived. The sudden appearance of other king-tier demons within the secret realm was indeed peculiar. It was not enough to instill any reservations in Qin Feng. He continued forward, recklessly advancing toward the heart of the secret realm. The abyssal passage had become utterly incapable of expansion. The worst possible outcome was no longer feasible. Thus, even if new king-tier demons had appeared, Qin Feng would regard them as mere gifts from nature. Even if he could not eliminate them now, there would be future opportunities to do so. After all, there was ample time. Before long, Qin Feng arrived near the center of the secret realm, heightening his senses to their utmost. He detected the presence of over a dozen king-tier demons. Only king-tier? Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. Were this thought to reach others, they would likely wish to strike him down. From Nan Yunchuan's perspective, was there not enough chaos already? If there had initially been 20 king-tier demons present, Nan Yunxian would have likely dispatched this secret realm to the abyssal front long ago. From the perspective of the Demon Emperor, could 20 king-tier beings not handle a single human of lesser tier? Qin Feng would attest that they indeed could not. As Qin Feng drew closer, the king-tier demons finally sensed the intruder. Cast into this prison, they experienced initial novelty, followed by emptiness and hunger. The Demon Emperor commanded them not to harm one another, but to eradicate all humans within the secret realm. However, after several days, they had yet to see a single human, let alone any food commonly found in the abyss, nor a natural enemy. All that remained was to lie in wait. Now, at last, humans had appeared. Instantly, all the demons became exhilarated, fearing they might be too slow to partake. The fastest flying demons were the first to manifest in Qin Feng's line of sight. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble violently. A dozen or so king-tier demons surged forth with the momentum of 1,000 troops. Moreover, there were some demons that took an unconventional route. They excelled in burrowing underground, moving much faster beneath the surface than above it. In summary, the skies, the ground, and the subterranean realms all converged, united in the pursuit of a morsel of human flesh. If news of this reached the abyss, other king-tier demons would likely find it laughable. Yet at this moment, they were too preoccupied with their own desires. Even a single taste of blood could alleviate their pent-up bloodlust and frenzy. Were it not for the Demon Emperor's restraint, these demons would dare to break free from the secret realm. The consequence would be swift annihilation by the humans outside. Were the demons from the abyss truly so hospitable? Qin Feng mused, then began to concentrate and forge a flame spear. He would indeed need to explore this place personally at some point to experience the culture and customs of the abyss. As for now, he would graciously accept the gifts presented to him. He then set his sights on a flying demon a distance of 10,000 meters away. At such a range, the potency of the Liao Yuan Xin Yin would be significantly diminished. However, the Fun Tian Jue Han Jiao perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. In the next instant, the fiery spear soared into the sky like a surface-to-air missile. Yet, it did not follow a linear trajectory. It appeared to have pierced the constraints of space itself. The outcome was inevitable. The demon attempted to evade, but there was no escape. In the blink of an eye, boom, a familiar explosion of fireworks erupted in the sky. Lacking the enhancement of the dark purple Jiuyu fire, the flames were no longer as dazzling and eerie as before, merely an ordinary blend of red and yellow. However, the true lethality did not stem from the yellow flames of the spear, but rather from the Xin Yin. The spear, imbued with Xin Yin, unleashed its power instantaneously, obliterating the mental sea of that king-tier demon. What remained could only be considered a mundane burning effect. The remaining demons collectively halted and turned on their heels. When the world was this damage? This human was truly beneath king-tier? How could he instantaneously annihilate a king-tier being? Even the most frenzied demons quickly regained their composure, hesitant to charge forth and meet their demise. They reported the situation to the Demon Emperor. The Emperor's orders were sound. This human secret realm was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, it was far more daunting than anticipated. Without reinforcements, these king-tier demons would surely perish here. The Demon Emperor's mission would be in jeopardy. The underlying message conveyed to the Demon Emperor was a plea for higher-tier demons to be sent in. However, their calls for assistance dissipated into the void, failing to elicit even the slightest response from the Emperor. Firstly, that passage did not support the transit of royal-tier demons. Secondly, what standing did these demons have to seek aid from the Demon Emperor? They were merely cannon fodder. The fact that their souls had not been directly extinguished already reflected the Emperor's mercy. Perhaps he sought to test the strength of this human from the abyss. A being capable of slaying a king-tier entity while still beneath that level was undoubtedly someone with potential to emerge prominently in the future. Such an individual would inevitably pose a significant threat to the abyss. However, the Demon Emperor may have had other thoughts. As Qin Feng sensed the retreat of over a dozen demons, he did not rush to pursue, but instead moved toward the location of the fireworks. After a brief search, he swiftly located a palm-sized diamond-shaped king-tier crystal core. It felt heavy and substantial. This type of core was indeed a standard reward for king-tier battles, exuding a faint aura of authority belonging to king-tier demons. Whether it was a king-tier demon core or a crystal core, both imparted a special feeling compared to those of lesser tiers. It seemed as though remnants of souls lingered within. The one he had transformed into a pellet lacked such presence, indicating it had been refined. Not knowing whether it was still consumable or could fully realize the value of king-tier resources, he casually struck it and obtained a king-tier crystal core. Next, the remaining dozen or so were destined to be his spoils. Qin Feng did not hasten to pursue the hunt. Instead, he retrieved the iron staff of the demon soul. "Master, your opportunity has arrived." As he spoke, Qin Feng handed over the recently acquired Wangjie Jinghe. Subsequently, the iron rod split open, consuming the crystal core within. Instantly, the entire rod began to expand, contract, and twist in a continuous cycle. It appeared that this entity was not merely a solid material coveted even by imperial-level blacksmiths for its exceptional forging capabilities, but rather a form of muscle from a living organism. It was not just an iron rod. It was a life form masquerading as one. Indeed, it could be aptly described as a Wangjie magical creature. The incorporation of the Wangjie Jinghe was akin to a high-performance race car finally being fitted with its engine. Now, this machine could finally operate autonomously. In Chapter 78, titled Modi Zio, the Wangjie Jinghe was seamlessly integrated into the essence of the magical soul, requiring no digestion or absorption of energy like other beings. It did not take long to form a Wangjie magical creature, as the body was already prepared. It merely awaited the Wangjie Jinghe. It was even conceivable that an imperial-level Jinghe could be accommodated by this form, given that it had absorbed a substantial amount of abyssal essence. Although this sounded impressive, Qin Feng had yet to witness its true capabilities. After a while, the iron rod gradually stabilized. Even if there were residual souls within the Wangjie Jinghe, they would stand no chance against the magical soul. "Thank you, Master," it expressed. Without Qin Feng's permission, the magical soul maintained its iron rod form. Is it at the Wangjie level? Indeed. How does it compare to other Wangjie magical creatures? If you desire, I can procure their Jinghe for you. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well. Eliminate all those capable of flight and burrowing. We shall leave 3 that run on the ground. Once Xiao Bai emerges from seclusion, they will serve as its prey." Since the challenge of advancing to Wangjie could be swiftly accomplished, it made sense to retain a few for Xiao Bai to hunt. Elevating Xiao Bai's power was of paramount importance. "Your consideration for your master is truly commendable. As you command." With that, the magical soul's form began to transform rapidly. In an instant, a fully metallic magical creature resembling a mantis appeared before Qin Feng. A flying mantis? Its side-like forelimbs glinted with a chilling light, and its wings and other appendages were the sharpest of weapons. Should this entity grace the front lines of the abyss, it would undoubtedly be a highly efficient killing machine. Without further instruction from Qin Feng, the flying mantis ascended into the sky to hunt the airborne magical creatures. Once those were dealt with, it could also transform into a burrowing form. In essence, it was remarkably versatile. This creature effectively compensated for the inability of weapons to autonomously spawn foes. Consequently, Qin Feng could now relax more comfortably. After all, facing magical beings that could be dispatched with a single blow meant that he only needed to experiment with a few skills. Mowing down enemies held little appeal. After the magical soul had eliminated the lesser foes, a few would be retained for Xiao Bai, serving as stepping stones toward ascending to the Wangjie level. Perfect. Upon completing these tasks, Qin Feng ventured into the heart of the secret realm. In contrast to his previous visit, he distinctly sensed a significant reduction in the encroaching demonic energy emanating from the abyssal rift. Even as he approached the edge of the abyssal cave, he felt no unusual sensations, akin to a once-roaring fire gradually extinguishing. Previously, the Wangjie magical creatures had congregated here, yet now they dared not linger. The so-called lair of the Wangjie magical beings was nothing exceptional. What piqued Qin Feng's interest was the deep, bottomless cave before him. The newly emerged Wangjie magical creatures must have originated from within this cave, undoubtedly connected to Jiang Yan. Yet now, Jiang Yan was nowhere to be found. The recent magical creatures had charged at Qin Feng like wild beasts, but Jiang Yan was absent. He had even left a quota for a soul-chasing spear for the other party. Moreover, the magic insects seemed to be missing. Had these two merely set the fire and then fled? Where could they possibly escape to? Qin Feng gazed once more at the cave ahead. Initially, it was merely a simple abyssal rift, akin to a dormant volcano gradually releasing demonic energy. It should not have been sufficient to nurture Wangjin magical creatures until Jiang Yan's appearance. Now, the final and largest abyssal fissure also resided within the cave, albeit significantly weakened. If Qin Feng's conjecture was correct, Jiang Yan's last stand must have involved depleting the depths of that abyssal fissure to allow so many Wangjin magical creatures to enter. Then, he and the magic insects must have retreated through a passage, or perhaps descended into the abyss. The secret realm was limited in size, leaving little room for alternative scenarios. Furthermore, based on Qin Feng's understanding of Jiang Yan, he would not accept becoming a rat hiding in a subterranean den. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly sensed a gathering of subtle hostilities around him. Turning around, he discovered countless small insects, akin to mosquitoes, gradually coalescing into a rough humanoid shape. However, its aura fell far short of the Wangji level. It seemed to be a fragment of the magic insect's body. Magic insect? Human? Are you Qin Feng? Were you specifically waiting for me? Qin Feng slowly turned, detecting no further ambush or deeper malice. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with the magic insects. They should have recognized him by now. Even if Jiang Yan had not disclosed his name, they should not have acted as if encountering him for the first time. Thus, the consciousness within was not the magic insect. In an instant, Qin Feng concluded, "Indeed, I was waiting for you. Your arrival here signifies your extraordinary nature." A light chuckle escaped Qin Feng's lips. Soul-binding. Ineffective. The humanoid form of the magic insect expressed surprise. "Oh? You possess mental control techniques?" Qin Feng inquired. "It seems your consciousness is also exceptional. Who are you?" With subterfuge rendered futile, it was time for an honest discourse. "Modi, Ziyu." Qin Feng, unfamiliar with the abyss's customs, did not grasp the significance of names to a magical being. The distinction between an imperial-level magical creature and a magic emperor was not the same. Nevertheless, for Qin Feng at present, there was little difference. After all, it was all somewhat impressive. "Ah, so it is the Zio Magic Emperor. A pleasure to finally meet you." Qin Feng offered a casual compliment before inquiring, "What brings the Magic Emperor here to wait for me?" "You have disrupted the plans I shared with two other Magic Emperors." "Oh, is that so? I shall take that as a compliment from the Magic Emperor. After all, I am but an insignificant figure without even a Wangji title. I do hold some admiration for you. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to meet you. Because you incinerated one of my cities." "You burn one of your cities?" A thought flickered in Qin Feng's mind, recalling the trace of purple that had retreated into the abyss through the rift. It seemed that expecting the Jiuyou fire to engulf the entire abyss was somewhat unrealistic. The potency of the Jiuyou Lianshu flame was linked to his own realm. Attempting to refine the abyss and its cause with his current level was far from sufficient. The ability to incinerate several abyssal fissures was only due to the absence of any opposition. Reflecting on it, being able to burn down a city belonging to the Zio Magic Emperor could indeed be considered a commendable achievement. Chapter 79. Your little flame is quite useful since the other party was unequivocally certain that it was indeed his doing. Qin Feng found little reason to deny it. "You have destroyed my secret realm. I shall burn down a city of yours, and thus we are even. You sought me out merely to convey this? To familiarize yourself with a future powerhouse of humanity? Perhaps we shall meet again in due course." He added, "By the way, your little flame has not only ignited my city, but also set ablaze the abyssal blood rivers of two other demon emperors." What is the abyssal blood river? To put it simply, it is akin to setting their lair ablaze. Moreover, there was no time to extinguish it. Qin Feng mused. "I was just thinking that merely burning down a city would suffice, but it appears the larger consequences lie ahead. So, what would you do if your house were set aflame? You would find another place to live, wouldn't you? Huh. Would you first eliminate the arsonist? That is indeed the case. Thus, a great war is on the horizon. You humans and the demon race have likely forgotten the terror the abyss brings. We certainly have not forgotten. Besides, with just two demon emperors, what kind of storm could they conjure? You still fail to comprehend the abyss. If your house were ablaze, would you tolerate your neighbor's house remaining unscathed? Qin Feng conceded. Well, there is no need for him to incite further chaos. The abyssal demon emperors will do so themselves. This is indeed the abyss, using one neighbor to harm another, to prey upon them. By the way, your little flame is quite effective. It suits my name well. May I inquire what kind of flame it is? The Zio demon emperor appeared ready to conclude the conversation. It is the Jiuyou Lianshu flame. A fine name, Zio genuinely complimented before continuing. In return, I can inform you that the abyssal assault will primarily target the territory of the demon race. After all, the demon race lacks the unity of your humankind and does not have such a fortified defense. Why are you telling me this? Did I not mention? Your little flame is quite useful. Understood. Feel free to use it. Just do not set yourselves ablaze. It seems these demon emperors have recognized the greatest utility of the Jiuyou Lianshu flame. There is no need for Qin Feng to refine the abyss. Perhaps these demon emperors are already contemplating how to refine and consume the abyss themselves. However, given the current intensity of the flame, it is certainly insufficient. Yet, extracting some essence from the abyss would be more than adequate. As for waging war, it appears to be merely a convenient pretext. Advancing the abyss's encroachment on the external world is the means to procure more abyssal essence. Everything in the outside world serves as nourishment for the abyss. Nevertheless, the demeanor of this Zio demon emperor left Qin Feng somewhat perplexed. There seemed to be no hostility, rather an undercurrent of potential collaboration. Collaboration? What could one possibly collaborate on with a demon emperor? Could it be a partnership to refine the abyss? Just as the others seemed prepared to depart, Qin Feng asked one last question. Jiang Yan, is he with you? Indeed, he is the strategist I sought. Do you wish for me to eliminate him? No need. I will handle that myself in due time. I shall await that with great anticipation. With that, the humanoid demon disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Dissipating in the wind, Qin Feng stood in place, contemplating the information he had just acquired. Regardless of the stance of this demon emperor, should his words hold true, the most crucial piece of information was undoubtedly that the abyss was preparing to sweep in once more. Moreover, it appeared that Qin Feng had inadvertently fanned the flames of this impending chaos. The abyss seeks to invade the external realm without the need for justification. The land, air, and corpses of the outside world can all be transformed into sustenance for the abyss. Now, with the emergence of the Jiuyou Lianshu flame, it seems to have provided those abyssal demon emperors with a more compelling rationale. The sole piece of good news is that the abyss will commence its assault from the territory of the demon race. In this way, the Xia kingdom will be able to prepare more adequately. Furthermore, there is no need for Qin Feng to relay any information upwards. The movements of the abyss cannot be concealed from vigilant eyes. Additionally, the activities of the demon race are easily detectable. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng realized that amidst the forthcoming torrent, there was little he could influence. Not only does he currently lack the king rank, but even if he were at the emperor rank, he would merely possess the strength of an emperor, nothing more. Both the human race and the demon race boast numerous emperors. His presence is inconsequential. Even if war were to break out, all he could do was expedite the enhancement of his own strength. More accurately, he must urge Xiao Bai to elevate her prowess. In turbulent times, strength becomes paramount. Qin Feng desired to avoid complications. Thus, he must possess the power to quash any troubles before they arise. While nuclear weapons may not be necessary, their absence is unacceptable. Once activated, they must be employed from dawn to dusk. Subsequently, Qin Feng circled the periphery of the cave, finding no further anomalies. Presently, the only source of demonic energy in this secret realm emanated from this entrance. Before Jiang Yan contacted the demon emperor, the demons here had emerged solely from the demonic energy seeping through the original abyssal fissures. Later, Jiang Yan's machinations had introduced over 30 additional abyssal fissures. Now, only the largest remaining abyssal rift lay at the cave's bottom. It was already on the verge of exhaustion without Qin Feng employing the Jiuyou Lianshu flame for refinement. Should Qin Feng desire, he could entirely obliterate this passage. In that case, this secret realm would gradually transform into a bastion of purity. However, after some consideration, he decided to leave it be for the time being. After all, this was the Yuan Academy, and this secret realm could be regarded as a precious teaching and experimental site. since the predecessors had not chosen to relocate or seal it off. Neither would he take such action. Having concluded all matters here, Qin Feng departed the abyssal passage and made his way towards the exit of the secret realm. It would still take some time for Xiao Bai to reach the peak of the 9th rank. At the very least, during this interval, he could not allow the remaining king-rank demons to venture out to their demise. How peculiar. Qin Feng was, in effect, safeguarding the few remaining king-rank demons. Indeed, not only king-rank demons, but even those above the 5th rank are considered rare species within this secret realm. Restoring the once vibrant scene would likely require considerable time. As Qin Feng traversed, he nearly cleared this secret realm entirely. In the future, Nan Yinxian would likely be grateful for having permitted Qin Feng entry into this particular secret realm. Otherwise, the other realms would surely be left in utter ruin. Regardless, one might question the safety of the situation. In any case, Qin Feng executed the tasks assigned by Nan Yinxian flawlessly. Within less than a day, the demon's soul returned to Qin Feng's side. Master, only 3 king-rank demons remain. As he spoke, the demon's soul manifested a metallic tray, presenting a collection of king-rank crystal cores to Qin Feng. Well done. Do you require an energy boost? No need. I have consumed plenty of low-rank crystal cores along the way. All right then, this is even cleaner. Chapter 80. The war has begun. The matters within the secret realm have temporarily reached a conclusion. Qin Feng's avatar sealed the exit. The remaining 3 king-rank demons could either remain docile or choose to leap into the abyssal rift to end their own lives. Regardless of their choice, Qin Feng was indifferent. Just a few king-rank demons. If they proved uncooperative, he could take Xiao Bai elsewhere to search. Whether hunting king-rank demon beasts in the wild or pursuing king-rank demons at the abyssal frontlines, both options were viable. However, comparatively speaking, it is certainly more convenient within the secret realm. It is akin to capturing turtles in a jar. In this secret realm, Qin Feng's power constituted a decisive advantage, rendering the task effortless. The true battlefield lies in the capriciousness of the outside world. For instance, the watchful Zhou Sheng, coveting his secrets or the impending war. Qin Feng yearns for a life of ease, yet it appears improbable that he could remain indefinitely within the confines of Yuyuan Academy. 2.5 days later, the host pet beast ascends to the pinnacle of the 8th tier, returning strength to the host and elevating him to the peak of the 9th tier. The diligent Bai Wuyou finally encounters the bottleneck once more. This pace is comparable to riding a rocket. However, were it another pet beast with such a bloodline rank and density, its speed would not be sluggish either. More crucially, the nearly limitless resources available for sustenance. Naturally, others would not wholly dedicate all resources to their pet beasts, and they might even take precautions against their pets surpassing them in power. After all, the majesty of a divine beast's innate gifts is no trifling matter. The bloodline of a divine beast should not be taken lightly, nor should it be placed below that of humans, unless it so chooses. Qin Feng, I shall slumber for a few days to prepare for my breakthrough. Bai Wuyou dutifully informs Qin Feng before her slumber to prevent him from venturing into danger alone. Thus far, Qin Feng has remained obedient, save for his penchant for watching the broadcasts of a certain cunning vixen. Very well, I shall await your return, he replies, while scrolling through his phone, not on the vixen stream, but rather keeping abreast of the latest news. In a certain border city, a monstrous beast riot threatens to erupt. On the abyssal front, the intensity of the demonic assault is increasing. The abyss does not engage in the strategy of mobilizing troops only after ensuring supplies. Announcements of attacks can be followed by a charge of 1 million troops the very next day. Supplies and tactical arrangements are rendered unnecessary. All that is required is a continual sacrifice of lives. Fallen monsters will be relentlessly replenished by the abyss itself. However, the corpses of other fallen creatures will also transform into resources for the abyss. In essence, the abyss is a war machine that only grows stronger with each conflict. The most effective way to halt it is through a decisive blow. Even so, the best outcome is merely mutual destruction. Qin Feng reflects on this information, confirming that the Zio Demon Emperor did not speak idly. There is little benefit in deceiving him with such news. War has already commenced. Sighing softly within the pet space, Bai Wuyou muses that upon emerging from this retreat, she will attain the 9th tier, just a step away from the royal tier. This heartless man, she suspects that even if she accompanies him to the royal tier, she may not entirely sever their fateful ties. The debts she owes him are countless. Can she truly break free? This time, her breakthrough seems particularly challenging. 3 days have passed, yet Bai Wuyou remains in slumber. Qin Feng, oblivious to the reasons, does not disturb her. Apart from venturing out for meals, he mostly remains in the dormitory. Occasionally, he visits the library to research ancient texts, primarily concerning the records of ancient wars. Nevertheless, to most students, this is considered the most advanced method of cultivation. As long as one possesses strength, any endeavor is justified. Qin Feng does not receive news of Bai Wuyou's advancement. Instead, he is visited once more by Nan Yunxian. It has been over a week since the last delivery of spirit stones. Principal, what brings you here? You must be weary. Nan Yunxian responds, his gaze laden with complexity. Principal, I have yet to fully resolve the royal tier within the secret realm. No need to rush. I have had someone survey the area again. The space surrounding that secret realm has stabilized, and even if we were to relocate it to the abyssal front, there would be no adverse effects. At worst, we can move you in Academy. This outcome is far preferable to the opening of a colossal abyssal passage in the imperial capital. Is that so? I merely sought to seal the abyssal rifts. I was unaware of the stabilization. However, Principal, grant me a bit more time. Relocation is unnecessary. Allow me to eradicate the monsters within completely. Very well, I believe in you. You have not disappointed me. Nan Yunxian chuckles heartily, then presents a pouch of high-grade spirit stones. Take this. Do not neglect your own cultivation. He then sighs. In chaotic times, strength is of utmost importance. Principal, is the abyss returning? Qin Feng inquires casually, knowing that the principal's intel is likely more precise than what is available online. Indeed, and primarily from the demon clans. The main battlefield does not lie at the current abyssal front. Is that a good thing? It is hard to say. The demon clans are fragmented, each warring independently, unable to form a coalition. Should they falter, a multitude of monstrous beasts could surge forth and strike against us. It is impossible to remain unaffected. Qin Feng falls silent, contemplating this possibility. Who would have thought that the grand invasion of the abyss would begin from a mere spark ignited by him? Yet even without his spark, other catalysts would inevitably arise. War and survival are the eternal themes of existence. Do not dwell on such matters. Even if the heavens were to fall, we old-timers will bear the brunt. Nan Yunxian, perceiving Qin Feng's concerns, offers comfort. I understand, Principal. Once I have dealt with the royal tier monsters within the secret realm, I intend to leave the academy to undergo trials. Will you venture to the abyssal front? Perhaps. Did you not say that my abilities are best suited for the abyssal front? Qin Feng replies with a grin. I did say so, though I did not anticipate it would come so swiftly. It has been less than 3 months since you enrolled. Indeed. However, your investment in me surpasses that of an ordinary student after 3 years. I shall remember this. Ha. All of this is rightfully yours. I do not seek repayment, merely that you live well and resist the abyss. Rest assured, Principal, I shall not tarnish the reputation of UN Academy. Chapter 81. Now it is mine. Nan Yunxian departed, leaving behind a pouch of high-grade spirit stones. However, this time, Qin Feng felt no thrill of having profited. Instead, a weight settled upon him. If this were a sect, his treatment could well be described as that of a direct disciple. Though there is an element of equitable exchange, there is also a sense of indebtedness. Such debts are not easily repaid. Qin Feng can only strive to fulfill his promise, to withstand the abyss and uphold the Academy's honor. Just then, Qin Feng's phone vibrates. Upon checking, he sees an unfamiliar number and dismisses the call. Moments later, a texto arribas. I am Zhou Sheng. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhou Sheng seeks him out. Qin Feng is taken aback. In recent days, he has only sensed a few malicious presences outside the academy. He has not bothered to make a fuss, knowing they could not enter or cause any trouble. Now, Zhou Sheng reaching out suggests urgency. The phone rings again shortly thereafter. This time, Qin Feng does not decline. He answers directly. Old Zhou, what do you want? He jests, regardless of Zhou Sheng's intentions. Qin Feng has no intention of accommodating him. Busy? Busy my foot, Zhou Sheng mutters inwardly. Although the demon sect spies within UN Academy have been eradicated, it does not mean they lack surveillance. Furthermore, it is not only the demon sect that keeps an eye on Qin Feng. Numerous prominent families and smaller factions, both dark and light, are also interested in his information. The brilliance of Qin Feng during the freshman competition was simply too dazzling. Despite his desire for modesty, he found himself unable to remain low-key when the other two academies, showing a lack of martial integrity, dispatched even half-demons at the peak of the 5th tier. Consequently, Qin Feng was left with no choice but to casually exert 1% of his strength to manage the situation. Thus far, the individual most familiar with Qin Feng's capabilities, apart from himself, was undoubtedly Nan Yunxian. Qin Feng held trust in Nan Yunxian, allowing for a slight revelation of his power. 5% would suffice. As for the abyss, that realm was inconsequential as it was devoid of humanity. Regarding Xiao Bai, Qin Feng certainly could not reveal any of his prowess, instead opting to recline and allow Xiao Bai to carry him to greater heights. Old man, I ask you, is the token in your possession? Zhou Cheng wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Oh, that piece of scrap iron? I found it utterly useless, so I tossed it aside. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Tossed it? Where did you throw it? Zhou Cheng's voice suddenly escalated, filled with agitation. However, he quickly regained his composure, stating, You are jesting with me. From our respective positions, is it not entirely reasonable for me to play tricks on you? Zhou Cheng took a deep breath to avoid being driven to rage by this fellow. If you are willing to return my token, I can overlook all past grievances. Even if you have utilized my divine bloodline essence, I can choose to be lenient. Finally, Zhou Cheng articulated what he considered to be a fair condition. Is that all? Qin Feng casually inquired, scratching his ear. What else? I mean, how much are you willing to offer in exchange for this token? Surely, you do not expect me to hand it over for free? Zhou Cheng's eyes twitched violently, barely suppressing his anger. Your item? What proof do you have? In this world, what truly belongs to anyone? Right now, it is mine, Qin Feng stated, clearly confident and in no rush. Fine, it may not be mine, but it certainly is not yours. Rather, it belongs to the Yao Shun Jiao. Zhou Cheng restrained his fury and reiterated, the Yao Shun Jiao is not something you can provoke. Moreover, holding that token serves you no purpose. What are you rambling on about? I simply asked how much you are willing to pay. If the price is right, I might consider selling it to you. Otherwise, you may as well leave. You are wasting my time. Zhou Cheng's threats fell flat as Qin Feng grew weary of his prattle. From the moment Qin Feng acquired the token, he recognized its significance. To Zhou Cheng, losing this token could be more severe than losing his own life, given that he possessed several lives. Perhaps that was why he hesitated to make an offer, knowing that a low bid would insult Qin Feng's intelligence, while a high one would only give Qin Feng leverage over him. Thus, he employed both soft and hard tactics, attempting to make Qin Feng truly understand the dire consequences of attracting the attention of the Yao Shen Jiao. However, Qin Feng was clearly unfazed by such tactics. What nonsense are you spouting? Take your grievances to my imperial tier principle. If you have the ability, try severing another tail. How much do you want to exchange? Ultimately, Zhou Cheng abandoned the path of threats, hoping instead that Qin Feng genuinely intended to sell, willing to part with a bit more money, if necessary. I do not seek money. 100 or 80 genes of divine bloodline essence would suffice, Qin Feng replied casually. Crack. Qin Feng distinctly heard a sound of shattering. However, it was not completely broken as the conversation continued. Zhou Cheng finally exploded. Do you think divine bloodline essence is like tap water? I know you're mocking me, showing no intention of trading. Keep your token. If you can, remain hidden in the Yu Yuan Academy for the rest of your life. War is approaching, and I do not believe you will refrain from stepping onto the battlefield. I will keep a watchful eye on you. Pausing momentarily, he added another threat. Moreover, the vial of divine bloodline essence absorbed by your pet originates from a descendant of a Yao emperor. Though they may detest me, do not think you will escape unscathed. I will spread the word. Just wait and see. Evidently, Zhou Cheng was on the verge of losing his composure, ready to explode at Qin Feng. Are you finished? In response to Zhou Cheng's tepid threats, Qin Feng could hardly spare a moment's thought. Instead, he was more intrigued by the true nature of the token. Do you intend to publicize my heroic deeds? Go right ahead. Spread the word of how I, Qin Feng, rid the world of evil and seize your Yao Shun Jiao elder's possession. Additionally, I am eager to discover the purpose of this token that makes it so imperative for you to reclaim it. I trust that the vast online community will assist me in unraveling this mystery. Self-destruct? Then let us both perish together. This moment marked a turning point for Zhou Cheng. With Qin Feng revealing the situation regarding the token, the safety of the token was uncertain. However, Zhou Cheng's life was far from guaranteed. If the sect leader learned of his failure to secure the token, he would undoubtedly fly into a rage. In the sect leader's eyes, Zhou Cheng could perish. But the token must not be lost. Zhou Cheng was well aware of the sect leader's intentions. The Yaoshan's secret realm only permitted entry to those below the imperial tier. Yet it contained divine bloodline essence that was perfectly suited for the evolution of imperial tier bloodlines. If he were to obtain it, would he not have to offer it up? After a brief silence, it was Zhou Cheng who cracked first. I have traversed this world for much of my life, encountering countless perils. I never imagined I would fall into the hands of a mere child. I have done nothing to you, from start to finish. It has been you, old man, who has plotted against me. What? Now you feign a dying man's demeanor to evoke sympathy. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. I will not extend you any sympathy. I do not require your sympathy, and I can inform you of the token's purpose. This token is known as the Yaoshan Ling, and its sole function is to grant entry into the Yaoshan's secret realm. Thus, possessing it is of no use to you. If you disclose this, it will not only be me seeking you out, but also many elders and the sect leader of the Yaoshan Jiao. So, we are tied together in this matter. Think as you wish, but the best course of action is for you to return it to me, as if nothing ever transpired. I have given you a chance, but it is unfortunate you cannot meet the price. Zhou Cheng, now remarkably calm, realized that he might have been driven to madness otherwise. Then allow me to inquire. Where is the Yao Shun's secret realm? Is it located at the headquarters of your Yao Shinjiao? Is this the only token? How does one activate it? The barrage of questions drove Zhou Cheng to the brink of frustration. However, once the dam was breached, Qin Feng would undoubtedly pursue the answers relentlessly. Reluctantly, Zhou Cheng divulged. The Yaoshan's secret realm has no conventional entrance. When it is about to open, the token will be summoned. Whoever holds the token can be transported inside. There is not merely one token. Several others are held by the Yao race, all belonging to Yao emperors. What a treasure! Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt as though he had stumbled upon a fortune. The prospect of the Yao Shun and the secret realm was tailor-made for him. Moreover, the chance to hunt Yao emperors was simply delightful. Indeed, the Yao emperors had not even entered the secret realm, yet they were already marked as prey by Qin Feng. However, the timing of the realm's opening remained uncertain. If there was insufficient time for Qin Feng to ascend to the imperial tier, would that not pose a danger? It certainly sounded perilous. I possess it, yet it serves no immediate purpose. At worst, I can wait a few years until my strength is sufficient to venture forth. Qin Feng murmured. The secret realm opens once every 10 years, and less than half a year remains until the next opening. Regardless of whether you enter or not, the token will automatically lead into the secret realm. Therefore, possessing it is utterly pointless. It would be wiser to sell it to me. I can offer you spirit stones or other resources. Anything I can extract will suffice. Zhou Zheng perceived Qin Feng's hesitation and promptly seized the opportunity to persuade him. From a standpoint, Qin Feng's possession of the token was indeed of no practical value. Is it conceivable that he could ascend to the imperial tier within 6 months? Such jesting is absurd. 6 months is more than sufficient. Having gleaned the information he sought, Qin Feng was disinclined to engage further with Zhou Zheng. As the foremost genius of the Xia kingdom, how could I possibly engage in trade with you? The Yao Xinjiao? Even if it meant wasting this token, I would never sell it to you. Give up on that notion. If you desire the token, simply slay an emperor with one. With that, Qin Feng abruptly ended the call. Zhou Zheng crack. The phone was reduced to a pile of debris. However, there was a silver lining. At the very least, he had secured Qin Feng's silence regarding this matter. At this juncture, Zhou Zheng's ambitions had been considerably diminished. There was no alternative. Qin Feng was impervious to persuasion, and his obstinacy rendered him inscrutable. Furthermore, Zhou Zheng had derived a useful suggestion. Since reclaiming the token from Qin Feng was no longer feasible, perhaps seizing one from another emperor was a viable option. The Yao Shan Jiao had long navigated among the demon clans, maintaining a fairly decent rapport with them. After all, they considered themselves as holders of tokens too, so there should be little resistance. In a moment, Zhou Zheng realized that Qin Feng's intellect was indeed commendable. He had been ensnared in the pursuit of reclaiming his own possession, but upon accepting the futility of that endeavor, he had discovered an alternative course of action. A shift in perspective revealed boundless possibilities. Nonetheless, this did not equate to Zhou Zheng forgiving Qin Feng. On the contrary, his animosity towards Qin Feng would only deepen. Henceforth, should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek to retaliate fiercely. That Qin Feng had better heed his own words and refrain from entering. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. In the dormitory, Qin Feng retrieved the ancient token and examined it closely. What had previously been a bare token on both sides began to reveal intricate engravings. One side bore the character for Yao, while the other gradually unveiled a sketch of a figure with a human body and serpent tail. However, it was evident that the image was not yet fully manifested. Perhaps the complete depiction would only be revealed when the secret realm opened. If Xiao Bai were present, she would likely recognize the insignia of a Yao Shan Jiao at a glance. Previously, the token's bare surface concealed its significance as a key to the secret realm. Qin Feng stored the token in his storage ring, reflecting on the information Zhou Zheng had just divulged. Given his propensity for speaking half-truths, he would not trust Zhou Zheng entirely. What primarily concerned Qin Feng was the potential danger involved. Beyond the other imperial token bearers, the secret realm itself harbored considerable peril. Moreover, he had only been informed of the method to enter, but not how to exit, whether retracing his steps or directly into the enemy's lair. These were all pressing concerns. The optimal scenario would involve leaving his main body outside, while sending a clone in. Of course, whether the clone could even enter was another uncertainty. For a moment, Qin Feng's mind whirled with thoughts, striving to consider as many scenarios as possible. Ultimately, he reached a singular, useful conclusion. His current strength was insufficient. The next 6 months would necessitate even greater effort in his cultivation. More specifically, he needed to motivate Xiao Bai to strive harder. After ascending to the royal tier, breaking through would not be so simple. Each star of advancement would be akin to a tier below the royal level. Furthermore, the consumption would be even more substantial. Thus, Qin Feng was not overly concerned about Xiao Bai making rapid progress to reach the Emperor tier. If she could ascend to the Emperor tier within 6 months, he would have little interest in the Yaoshan's secret realm. After all, could Qin Feng's Emperor tier be compared to an ordinary Emperor tier? What secret realm? Whatever it may be, Qin Feng would simply obliterate the entire Yao Shan Jiao. Therefore, Xiao Bai, hasten your breakthrough. Your master is eagerly awaiting. Is it possible that the previously invincible Xiao Bai has finally encountered challenge? Regrettably, Qin Feng could offer no assistance. Unbeknownst to him, he himself was the greatest obstacle to Xiao Bai's imminent breakthrough. Simply put, the heart demon. On one hand, there was an eagerness to break through and enhance strength. On the other hand, the breakthrough signified the impending dissolution of their contract. Bai Wuyou was reluctant to admit her attachment, but could not deceive herself. Thus, she found herself in a mental conflict. Chapter 83. Indestructible golden body in a void-like consciousness space. Bai Wuyou felt as though she were trapped within. A cacophony of chaotic voices filled the air. Who told you to be the last to be born? The fox den has no place for you. Go fend for yourself. Pretty little fox. Alas, Lord Tiger is only interested in your demon core. How dare a mere untransformed little demon attempt to snatch food before me? Sister Wuyou, I brewed some fruit wine. Would you do me the honor of sharing drink? Rest assured, it's not poisoned. Wuyou, you can rest assured and focus on your cultivation. I will keep an eye on your demon kingdom. Sister Wuyou, I wish you success in overcoming your tribulation. Soon, you shall be the revered demon saint among all demons. Thunder rumbled ominously. The demon race must not produce another demon saint. Memories from her past surged forth like a torrent. It seemed as though she was not merely overcoming the 9th tier bottleneck, but rather facing the calamity of becoming a demon saint. Bai Wuyou felt as though she was once again transported to the heavens, enduring the savage tribulation that would tear her form asunder. Xiao Bai, I give you everything. Xiao Bai, I miss you dearly. Xiao Bai, I await your return. Just then, another voice reverberated through the consciousness space, assertive enough to dispel all other noises. It anchored Bai Wuyou's scattered thoughts, allowing her to focus once more. Xiao Bai, will you leave me? No. Boom. Instantly, everything around her vanished into thin air. Bai Wuyou slowly opened her eyes, finding herself in a still, white expanse. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace. The host pet beast has risen to the 9th tier, 1 star. The host's strength has ascended to the royal tier, 1 star. The host pet beast has comprehended the skill, Heavenly Fox Spirit Body. The host has comprehended the skill, Indestructible Golden Body. Indestructible Golden Body. Immune to all forms of mental, poison, curse, and corrosive negative effects. Physical strength and defense are significantly enhanced. Bloodline receives slight refinement. The body becomes indestructible, with effects scaling with the realm. Current realm allows for regeneration of severed limbs. At the highest realm, resurrection from a drop of blood. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that even if Zhou Zheng were present, he could easily overpower him. Besides the newly acquired skill, the elevation to the royal tier had magnified Qin Feng's overall strength by more than tenfold from its previous state. If the transition from the 6th to the 7th tier constituted a major elevation, then the ascent from a 9th tier to the royal tier, along with each subsequent tier, represented a superlative elevation. Royal Emperor Saint God. Each tier was a profound refinement. Since the moment of contracting a pet beast, barring any extraordinary opportunities, the limits of both the warrior and the pet beast had been predetermined. Each tier represented an insurmountable chasm. The disparities between different tiers were more significant than those between humans and dogs. Subsequently, Qin Feng casually examined Xiao Bai's new skill, Heavenly Fox Spirit Body. Indeed, quite impressive. A comprehensive enhancement with foundational attributes elevated ninefold. It is precisely due to the prowess of this skill that the formidable, indestructible body is birthed. With such gains, Qin Feng felt that the waiting period had been exceedingly worthwhile. His concerns for Xiao Bai were not in vain, as he had even refrained from watching the live broadcasts of alluring fox spirits. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Feng found himself slightly tempted to indulge. However, he did not lose sight of the primary concern. Xiao Bai, why have you taken so long? I was worried sick. He summoned Xiao Bai, cradling her in his arms, eager to pamper her. This is all your fault. Bai Wuyou muttered inwardly. How could she have anticipated that such a trivial 9th tier bottleneck, not even a king tier 1, would lead her to encounter inner demons? It was utterly embarrassing. After all, she was still the Empress. Nevertheless, she could not voice these thoughts. She nestled closer to Qin Feng and replied, I was promoted too swiftly earlier. I need some time to consolidate. Moving forward, my progress may slow down. There is no need to worry. I have acquired some high-grade spirit stones, and as long as I have enough, even a slower pace won't be a problem. Qin Feng reassured her nonchalantly. In just 3 months, he had attained the king tier, his combat prowess rivaling that of the emperor tier. Therefore, a slower pace was of no consequence. Bai Wuyou thought to herself, what a fool. Slowness is merely an excuse. She simply did not wish to miss out on too much. Previously, she had either been in seclusion or on the way to seclusion. However, it seemed indeed necessary to ascend to the king tier swiftly. It would be more suitable. Otherwise, this fellow would be preoccupied with other fox spirits. I feel like taking a bath. Afterward, I have something to discuss with you, Bai Wuyou communicated. All right, Xiao Bai. A lot has happened during this time, and I can share it with you. How long did I sleep this time? 2.5 weeks. Bai Wuyou responded, what a peculiar description. A little over half a month is not too long. For ordinary demon beasts, spending a year or so in seclusion is not uncommon. It's just that, since Bai Wuyou had previously enjoyed smooth sailing, her breakthroughs felt as effortless as eating. Subsequently, Qin Feng helped Xiao Bai bathe while recounting some significant recent events, not those occurring in the academy or the imperial capital, but rather those involving the demon clan, the abyss, and the borders. More than 10 days had been sufficient for the flames of war to spread over a vast distance. Numerous border cities had already entered a state of military readiness. Among them, the most crucial was naturally the Zhenyao Pass, the border checkpoint with the demon nation. A towering wall spanned the southwestern direction of the Xia Kingdom, serving as the greatest bulwark against the various demon nations. As long as the Zhenyao Pass remained intact, the beast tide would not pose a substantial threat. Additionally, in the northern wilderness, there existed a colossal natural barrier, the Abyssal Rift, which served as the frontline battlefield. Continual streams of abyssal creatures surged forth from the Abyssal Rift throughout the year, randomly attacking either the Xia Kingdom or the opposing demon clan. However, this time, the war was not initiated by the creatures within the Abyssal Rift, but rather by numerous small abyssal fissures scattered within the demon territories. Much like the numerous sealed abyssal fissures beneath the imperial capital, the various demon nations also possessed many such minor fissures. Typically, these fissures were used as spawning grounds for monsters, resulting in minimal offensive intensity. Yet this time, the primary assault from the abyss began from these fissures, catching the demon clan off guard in a brief span. Some smaller demon nations or clans had already been annihilated. However, the various factions within the demon clan were mostly disjointed, often being natural enemies. It was fortunate that they did not exploit each other. There was no possibility of rescue in the short term. After all, there were no benefits to being the first to stick their necks out. Chapter 84. How can you fabricate such tales? The demon territory was being invaded en masse by the abyss. Qin Feng shared much, but Bai Wuyou only grasped that single sentence. Over there lay her homeland, as well as her demon nation. Your Majesty, the White Emperor. We vow to defend Tianhu's city to the death. Upon her departure from the Tianhu demon nation, her subordinates had made such oaths. Alas, she wondered how things were faring now. She was uncertain how long she had been gone, perhaps 3 to 5 years, or maybe even several decades. The further back she considered, the more uncertain it became. After all, her divine bloodline could not last indefinitely. She had only been at the Emperor tier when she fell. Were she to possess a divine bloodline of the Saint tier, it could endure for hundreds or even thousands of years. As for the divine tier blood, it could likely be preserved indefinitely. Yes, Xiaobai. The demon clan was caught unawares, leading many demon beasts to surge towards us. A chaotic battle is likely to ensue. Recently, the number of students in the Yu Yuan Academy has noticeably diminished. Some who had been here for years, on the verge of breaking through, have applied for graduation, preparing to head to the front lines to fight or return to defend their homeland. In any case, as martial artists, there is no room for cowardice in such times. Bai Wuyou responded absently to Qin Feng. Initially, she intended to slow her pace and spend a good amount of time with him. Yet now, the winds of change seemed to be stirring, as if the world was on the brink of chaos. How could she have known that it was this meticulous man, drying her fur, who had sparked the first flame? A familiar kiss interrupted Bai Wuyou's thoughts. Xiaobai, what is wrong? Are you troubled? Qin Feng gently shook Xiaobai. Didn't you used to struggle before complying? Moreover, she would even call him a pervert. Yet, who could resist kissing such a fragrant and beautiful little being? Bai Wuyou initially intended to confess everything, including her reincarnation as the demon empress. She planned to stay with him until she transformed at the king tier. As for whether to dissolve their contract, it mattered little. If he was willing to wait for her, she would undoubtedly return. However, with troubles arising in the demon realm, it seemed that the human realm was also on the verge of war. This man would likely not remain idle or act solely in his own interests. Could she truly leave with peace of mind? By the way, Xiaobai, didn't you have something to tell me? Qin Feng carried Xiaobai back to the living room and inquired again. Xiaobai responded. After organizing her thoughts, she communicated, there were some unforeseen complications during my seclusion. What complications? Qin Feng asked anxiously. Xiaobai was dear to him, and he could not allow anything to happen to her. Perhaps it's due to the divine bloodline, but I vaguely awakened some indistinct memories. Ultimately, Bai Wuyou still did not directly reveal her identity. Instead, she opted for a more euphemistic expression. Qin Feng pondered thoughtfully. As someone who had read countless web novels, he found such notions entirely unremarkable. Concepts of reincarnated powers and inherited memories were commonplace. After all, Xiaobai was special. In reality, Bai Wuyou was overthinking. There was no need to worry about Qin Feng's acceptance. He had traversed realms with a system. What was a reincarnated empress in comparison? Could it be that a voice is calling you from the depths of your being, guiding you to certain places within the demon realm, perhaps even to inherit some treasures? Qin Feng speculated while stroking Xiaobai's fur. He was all too familiar with such narratives. They were rife with possibilities. The more one reads, the more one learns. However, familiarity for Qin Feng did not equate to familiarity for Bai Wuyou. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Bai Wuyou was left speechless. How can you weave such tales? Unexpectedly, before she could utter a word, Qin Feng had already rectified all her flaws with remarkable rationale. Had she not merely possessed the memories of her past life, she might have truly believed him. Indeed, it was precisely the scenario you described. Bai Wuyou responded in accordance with the narrative that Qin Feng had constructed for her. Then, she heard Qin Feng exclaim with palpable excitement, Xiaobai, this is splendid. With your divine bloodline concentration, there is a chance for substantial enhancement. Perhaps there exists an ancestral secret realm of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Qin Feng, possessing a token of the Yao Shan Jiao secret realm, was particularly attuned to such information. Hearing Xiao Bai mention it, he easily associated it with the harbingers of certain fortuitous opportunities. Bai Wuyou countered, "What ancestral secret realm? I am unaware of any such thing. The small hill known as Uchiu in my hometown has long since faded into the annals of time." Her nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline had only begun to awaken after her ascension to the royal tier in her previous life, gradually honing its concentration from less than 1% to nearly 50%. The arduous journey was indescribable, taking thousands of years to attain the chance for ascension to the sacred tier. Nonetheless, fortune smiled upon her, granting her a second opportunity at life. Not only did she possess a higher starting point and greater resources, but the skills she comprehended at each tier far surpassed those of her previous existence. This would enable her to fully harness the potential of her divine bloodline. More importantly, she had Qin Feng by her side. He was her inner demon, yet also her anchor. "My memories are quite hazy. I am uncertain if there exists any secret realm," Bai Wuyou replied, somewhat sheepishly. This fellow was far too adept at weaving tales. It would be a pity if he did not pursue a career in writing. "No need to rush, Xiao Bai. Take your time. Perhaps your memories will gradually return. By the way, would it help if we were to venture closer to stimulate more recollections? Should we consider visiting the Yao clan?" Qin Feng's excitement grew with each word. "All right." Bai Wuyou was about to agree when she suddenly realized something amiss. "What do you mean, Wei? No, you cannot come. It is far too perilous." She flatly refused. Deep down, she yearned to return to Tianhu Cheng, to see how her kingdom and her subjects were faring. Bringing Qin Feng along was out of the question. "I am aware of the dangers. I did not say we should go immediately, nor did I insist on infiltrating the depths of the Yao clan. Let's take it slow. We could start by visiting the borders of the Yao clan. It is quite close to their territories and may help you recover more of your ancestral memories. If fortune favors us, we can proceed. If not, we shall let it be." Qin Feng's arguments were logical, leaving Bai Wuyou struggling to find reasons to refuse. Moreover, she had a premonition that if she were to go, Qin Feng would undoubtedly follow. However, Qin Feng made an astute observation. Even if they were to embark on such a journey, it would not be at this moment. At the very least, it would be prudent to wait until she had transformed into her royal form. Chapter 85. More like a demon than a demon. It was not only Qin Feng who felt confident about challenging the royal tier. Bai Wuyou, too, believed she could rise to the occasion once she ascended to the royal tier, especially after comprehending the celestial fox spirit body upon reaching the 9th tier. This was the advantage bestowed by the premature awakening of her nine-tailed celestial fox divine bloodline. In her previous life, even after ascending to the status of Demon Emperor, she had never awakened such formidable skills. Gathering her thoughts, Bai Wuyou replied, "Very well, we can go to the borders. Remaining in the imperial capital confines me to the space, which is indeed quite inconvenient." Initially, Bai Wuyou had intended for Qin Feng to seek an opportunity to leave the imperial capital as it posed certain dangers for her. Now, with Qin Feng suggesting the idea, she found it acceptable. Of course, this was because she was unaware that Qin Feng had previously attracted the attention of Zhou Cheng from the Yao Shenjiao. Otherwise, she would certainly not have been contemplating leaving the imperial capital at this time. All right then, let us first eliminate the royal tier monsters within the secret realm. Those few royal tier beasts have gone berserk, devouring all the 8th and 9th tier monsters inside. Remaining here offers us limited means to acquire sufficient resources. Although Qin Feng initially arrived at Yuyuan Academy with the intent to exploit its resources, he had his limits. The resources provided by Nan Yunxian were already ample, as they had originally agreed upon a monthly provision of 100 medium spiritual stones. Such meager support was far from adequate for Xiao by now. Furthermore, after dealing with the royal tier monsters within the secret realm, there would be considerable rewards awaiting them. Bai Wuyou nodded, quietly resting in Qin Feng's embrace. Just one more tier, and she would achieve transformation. At that moment, she would leave him astonished. The 3 royal tier monsters within the secret realm had initially been intended as a sharpening stone for Bai Wuyou's ascension to the royal tier. However, it seemed they were no longer necessary. With her current strength, dealing with a few royal tier beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. Ascending to the royal tier would likely take some time, and she did not need to confront royal tier foes to achieve it. After all, even at the first star of the 9th tier, she could defeat royal tier entities. How could she not have the qualifications to claim the title of king? The so-called challenge across tiers was merely a means to accelerate advancement, relying on the unwavering belief in one's success. Even if Bai Wuyou ultimately needed to face stronger beings to advance, it would not be the mere trifles of a few royal tier creatures within the secret realm. After a night's rest, preparations were complete. Qin Feng did not need to step outside. He simply withdrew Bai Wuyou into his beast space. After a while, he would summon her back through his illusionary clone stationed at the entrance of the secret realm. The existence of the illusionary clone served as a safeguard, proving invaluable for scouting or luring enemies. For now, it would function as a means of transport. Bai Wuyou, upon entering the secret realm, instructed him, "Stay in a safe place. I will go find those royal tier monsters." All right. Qin Feng did not say much, simply agreeing. While he could easily obliterate a multitude of royal tier monsters with a mere glance, he still wanted to provide Bai Wuyou with an opportunity to showcase her abilities. Otherwise, it would dampen the little fox's enthusiasm. As their respective tiers increased, Qin Feng felt the gap between him and Bai Wuyou widening. Although their realms were not drastically different, the disparity in foundational attributes and the potency of skills could only be described as worlds apart. The higher Bai Wuyou's tier, the stronger the skills she comprehended. Yet, the power Qin Feng obtained in return was even more formidable. Each skill approached the level of conceptual divinity. "I will return." Seeing Qin Feng so obedient, Bai Wuyou felt quite satisfied. After bidding him farewell, she soared toward the depths of the secret realm. Although her instantaneous flicker covered several hundred meters with remarkable agility, it was still a stark contrast to Qin Feng's ability to traverse over 10 kilometers in a heartbeat. Qin Feng, naturally, did not remain idle. Instead, he hastened to the center of the secret realm before Bai Wuyou, intent on locating the 3 monsters first. Having decided to eliminate them, there was no time to waste. Swift resolution was imperative. During the past half-month, numerous low-tier monsters had emerged within the secret realm, and the ecosystem was gradually recovering. However, the birth of royal-tier monsters seemed highly improbable. The potential of the passage had been exhausted. The 3 royal-tier monsters, aware of their inability to escape, had ceased their struggles and remained at the passage's location, where the environment was at least more akin to an abyss, allowing them to sustain their basic existence. Before long, Qin Feng returned to the location, without attempting to conceal his presence. The 3 monsters quickly sensed the arrival of a human. However, rather than attacking immediately, they turned and fled. Even the most brutal abyssal creatures have been thoroughly intimidated by Qin Feng. They are hardly human. They resemble monsters even more than the monsters themselves. Manipulating these creatures, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a demon king. "What do you think you're running? Stand still." With a single thought, he ensnared 3 royal-tier monsters in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he sensed another controlling intention lingering within their souls. However, this intention quickly relinquished its claim to control. It was evident that this thought belonged to the ZOMOD. Originally, these monsters were a gift sent to Qin Feng by the adversary. Naturally, Qin Feng had to possess the strength to receive them. If he lacked such power, she would not have relinquished the passage. Qin Feng believed that there was indeed a possibility of encountering her again in the future. This demon emperor employs far more cunning methods than ordinary monsters. Moreover, she had also brought that fellow Jiang Yan under her command. If they were to confront each other on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a formidable force. Of course, Qin Feng was not one to dabble in military strategy. He was a reckless warrior. He knew nothing of warfare, preferring a straightforward decapitation tactic. "Your opponents are on the way. Fight to the death," Qin Feng murmured softly, then concealed himself, patiently awaiting the arrival of Xiao Bai. As the concentration of demonic energy increased, Bai Wuyou also slowed her pace. One could never be too cautious when dealing with abyssal monsters. Finally, as she crested a hill, she beheld the familiar dark red mist. She had participated in the war against the abyss before. Moreover, near her former demon kingdom, there were several small abyssal fissures. Without the suppression of powerful beings, they would undoubtedly have become a paradise for monsters. Casting aside these distractions, Bai Wuyou gradually approached the abyssal fissure. This was not the time for such thoughts. She was now Xiao Bai. That fellow was still waiting for her return. Qin Feng was indeed waiting for her, but not at the exit of the secret realm. Instead, he was ahead. If Bai Wuyou were to discover how Qin Feng toyed with her, she would surely be infuriated. What a person. So wicked. Chapter 86. Did you really kill Jiang Yin? As for Qin Feng, he was well aware of this fact. Therefore, he could never let the little fox know. Poor Xiao Bai, just obediently assist your master in training. Roar. When Bai Wuyou was still a few kilometers away from the abyssal passage, a furious roar from a royal tier monster echoed ahead. Here it comes. Bai Wuyou's gaze sharpened. Although she was confident, she would not let her guard down. She remained vigilant of her surroundings, wary of potential ambushes. Fortunately, only a single royal tier monster appeared. After all, she herself was not even at the royal tier. Attracting one was already quite an achievement. In the next moment, she employed the clone technique. Two little foxes were ready. Just then, the royal tier monster revealed itself. A spider-like creature, towering 5 to 6 meters tall, with 7 or 8 slender legs, came into view. As soon as the monster appeared, it unleashed a barrage of black rock spikes. Like armor-piercing rounds, they struck the rocky ground, sending shards flying. Although the royal tier monster was but a plaything in Qin Feng's hands, to any warrior below the royal tier, it was a nightmarish existence. Just this one move could claim the lives of dozens of warriors on a battlefield. Bai Wuyou, agile as ever, evaded the attack with both her main body and clone using the instantaneous movement technique. She then began her counterattack. Foxfire technique, barrage explosive. A flurry of fireballs surged toward the spider monster. Just as the monster attempted to evade, it suddenly froze in place. The charm technique had taken effect. Boom! In an instant, all the fireballs struck the royal tier monster. When masters clash, they go all out from the start. The massive spider creature was engulfed in a tremendous fireball. The sizzling white flames clung to it, leaving it no chance to escape. Although her strike was sure to hit and might even annihilate the monster, Bai Wuyou did not allow herself an ounce of relaxation. She was simultaneously avoiding the monster's dying retaliation while remaining alert for the other two monsters that could appear from behind at any moment. Nearby the passage, Qin Feng smiled slightly, resolving a royal tier monster so swiftly. Well done. Keep it up, Xiao Bai. You've already demonstrated a fraction of your master's strength. The measure of strength was roughly gauged by time. If Xiao Bai needed 10 seconds to eliminate one, then Qin Feng could dispatch 100 in merely 1 second. A difference of 1,000 times. Given this, there was no need to wait for the remaining two. With a wave of his hand, the two remaining royal tier monsters howled as they charged toward Xiao Bai. Subsequently, Qin Feng no longer needed to await the outcome and directly returned to the secret realm's exit. Clones are not the main body. Even if they lingered here, they wouldn't leave a trace of energy. Otherwise, there was a possibility of being detected by the little fox as Qin knows. Boom! Moments later, a series of explosions echoed not far away. Soon, a white figure emerged at the cave's edge. Just as Qin Feng had surmised, after eliminating the two monsters, Xiao Bai indeed came to investigate this area. After all, this secret realm, filled with royal tier monsters and abyssal fissures, exuded an air of the bizarre. Unfortunately, the most enigmatic creature, Jiang Yin, had already been driven into the abyss by Qin Feng. What remained were merely a few insignificant fish. After a thorough search, Bai Wuyou found nothing amiss. Although she felt it was peculiar, she did not linger any longer. She quickly made her way toward the exit of the secret realm. The majority of the time spent on this expedition had been in transit. However, Qin Feng had made ample preparations in advance, making time-saving essential. Soon, Xiao Bai returned to the secret realm camp. Although the camp had long since transformed into ruins, seeing Qin Feng safe and sound eased her worries. I'm back. Her tone was remarkably relaxed. Excellent work, Xiao Bai. Qin Feng never hesitated to bestow genuine praise. Although her strength was inferior to his as a companion beast, Xiao Bai was truly impeccable. Moreover, Qin Feng's prowess was also derived from Xiao Bai's diligent training. Though a hint of pride lingered in her heart, Bai Wuyou did not overtly display it. With a flick of her tongue, 3 royal tier crystal cores fell at Qin Feng's feet. Take these crystal cores and submit your task to your principal. Once that is done, we can leave. Very well. Xiao Bai. Qin Feng accepted them without refusal. He then remarked, once we conclude matters here, the principal should reward me further. I hope for divine bloodline essence or soul-infusing pills. that would significantly enhance your strength. Qin Feng was uncertain what Nan Yunxian would prepare for him, so he decided to give Xiao Bai a heads up. It seems your principal is quite a good person. After such a long time, Bai Wuyou felt it was unlikely that the one who ambushed her was Nan Yunxian. Moreover, it may not have even been an imperial tier being. From the final murmurs of the adversary, Bai Wuyou suspected it could have been a saint tier powerhouse from the human race. Ordinary imperial tier beings would not dare to forcibly intervene in the tribulation for ascension to saint tier. Haha, I think so too. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Over these past few months, Nan Yunxian had indeed aided him considerably. Most importantly, if it weren't for her bringing him to Yuan Academy in advance, he might have been found by Zhou Zhang ahead of time. Reflecting on it, it was quite perilous. Furthermore, without the numerous resources provided by her, Qin Feng could not have advanced so swiftly. Subsequently, Qin Feng withdrew Xiao Bai into his beast space. Immediately afterward, he dispelled the illusionary clone that had lingered in the secret realm for nearly a month. With his thoughts returning to focus, Qin Feng wasted no time and sent a message to Nan Yunxian. Principal, the king-tier magical beasts within the secret realm have been eliminated. You may arrange for personnel to verify. Nan Yunxian responded, wait. Just a few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of Qin Feng's dormitory. Upon opening it, he found the old man staring at him with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Initially, Qin Feng's assistance in resolving the abyssal rift within the secret realm had already seemed astonishing to him. Now, hearing that Qin Feng had dispatched several king-tier magical beasts was simply beyond belief. You've reached the king tier? The principal exclaimed. His ability to anticipate events was truly remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. You have begun hunting king-tier magical beasts, and I should have known. Nan Yunxian was somewhat speechless. Did you really kill Jiangyan? No. He jumped into the abyssal passage himself, Qin Feng replied. As I suspected, even in defeat, he would not surrender easily. You truly understand him well. With that, Qin Feng produced a pile of king-tier crystal cores, saying, Principal, time to exchange for some funds. Nan Yunxian looked at the nearly 20 king-tier crystal cores, his forehead gradually filling with question marks. Is this quantity correct? You little rascal, have you conspired with the abyssal demon emperor against me? Nan Yunxian chided with a laugh, then accepted the pile of crystal cores to examine them one by one. Indeed, they were all genuine king-tier cores, and they appear to have recently emerged from the magical beasts. How did the principal know? Qin Feng did not deny it, but stated, during the elimination of these magical beasts, a certain demon emperor mentioned that he wanted to get to know me better. These beasts were a gift from him. Those demon emperors, their intellect is akin to that of humans. They're all prideful beings. Seeing their last-ditch efforts failing, they feigned generosity. Do not be deceived by their sweet words into believing that magical beasts truly harbor any goodwill toward humans. Nan Yunxian required little time to deduce the general circumstances. Beyond understanding how Qin Feng had dealt with those magical beasts and the details of his exchange with the demon emperor, everything else fell into place. Thus, his focus shifted away from the king-tier crystal cores toward Qin Feng's stance. Such a prodigy must not be swayed by the abyss. On one hand, Nan Yunxian was astonished by Qin Feng's rapid growth, sensing an immense future ahead of him. On the other hand, he worried that Qin Feng's time at the Yuan Academy had been too brief for him to grasp the profound threat posed by the abyss. Rest assured, Principal, the abyss is the cancer of this world. I will certainly take it upon myself to eradicate it, Qin Feng proclaimed with youthful fervor. He then produced a marble, asking, Principal, do you think this item is useful? Nan Yunxian took the marble and recognized it at once. Refined crystal core? Where did you acquire this? It was a byproduct of the battle. As you know, my companion possesses the fire element, and it happened to melt a crystal core. Qin Feng replied casually. Is this item still of utility? This was the question that concerned Qin Feng the most. Certainly, as its very name suggests. The crystal cores, or demon cores above the king tier, will invariably retain some trace of demonic will or residual souls. Whether consumed directly or utilized, they will accumulate toxicity. Therefore, greater costs must be incurred to expel those remnants. The refining process also demands a considerable price. Thus, the value of this refined crystal core will be even higher, generally twice that of an ordinary king-tier crystal core, similar to the demonic treatment of magically transformed metals. Indeed, it seems you have learned quite a bit from old Jean. Well, yes, old Jean wanted to take me on as an apprentice, but I declined as I have no interest in blacksmithing. When you reach a bottleneck in your strength, it would be wise to seek other pursuits, Nen Yunxian advised. Your future path is still long, but the prerequisite is survival. Principal, have you already guessed my intentions? Resolving these magical beasts so swiftly means you plan to depart, does it not? I have always maintained that with your talent. The front lines are where you can truly showcase your abilities. Whether in the imperial capital or the secret realm, both are mere greenhouses for you. I plan to head south to the Zhanyao Great Wall, not to the northern front lines of the abyss. It matters not. Both are perilous in their own right. As he spoke, Nan Yunxian looked at Qin Feng with appreciation. Although I have invested much in you, it is clearly worth it. Do you have any resources you particularly desire? I will do my utmost to prepare them for you in the coming days. Perhaps divine bloodlines or resources to enhance your mental prowess. Otherwise, high-grade spirit stones would suffice. Qin Feng did not hesitate and began to place his order. You little rascal. At your age, I had yet to even catch a whiff of high-grade spirit stones. Now, they have become your last resort. There is no alternative. After all, I received divine bloodline essence from Zhou Zheng on the very first day of contracting my companion. Nan Yunxian was rendered speechless. Even though he wished to express his grievances against Zhou Zheng, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. So, you are wholly intent on elevating your companion's bloodline to the imperial tier? Yes, Qin Feng affirmed. The awakening of Xiao Bai's divine bloodline would remain a closely guarded secret. According to the theory of divine bloodlines nurturing their origins, any living being may potentially yield divine bloodline essence. However, some may only awaken low-tier bloodlines, while others could awaken imperial-tier bloodlines. Some may refine an entire creature, yielding only a minuscule amount of divine bloodline essence, while others could extract several droplets. Thus, Qin Feng's aspiration to elevate his companion's bloodline to a higher tier was entirely plausible. Very well. Nan Yunxian did not refuse and nodded in agreement. He then casually inquired, if I recall correctly, your companion is a fox? When Qin Feng first appeared on campus cradling Xiao Bai, it had caused quite a stir. Thereafter, Xiao Bai had not made any public appearances. Indeed, let me think, the Zhan family should still have some essence from the Fox clan. Zhan family? Principal. The first prize for the new students last time was also pooled together by you several principals, right? Qin Feng recalled that the head of the Baizhan Academy was indeed from the Zhan family. Yes, but it was my suggestion that prompted those two old fellows to be generous for once. Is there an issue? None. Qin Feng quickly denied it, then said, if you do go to purchase the essence, please do not mention me. Purchase? Is this something that can be bought? I will strive to help you exchange some, as keeping it would be of no use, damn. Of no use? Do you imperial tier bloodlines not continue to absorb divine bloodline essence? Nan Yunxian gazed at Qin Feng as if he were a fool. Once your companion evolves and awakens to the imperial tier bloodline, they should refrain from indiscriminately consuming blood essence. Otherwise, they risk backlash. If refinement is necessary, it is best to refine blood essence of the same race. Understood. No wonder these imperial tier powerhouses possessed surplus blood essence for exchange. Rest assured, I will certainly keep the matter of divine bloodline essence confidential, to prevent you from being targeted by others who have contracted Fox Clan companions. The outside world is not as tranquil as the school. In the future, when you venture outside, do not easily reveal the race of your companion. Nan Yunxian earnestly imparted the survival rules of the outside world. I understand. Do you truly understand? Yes, aside from preventing others from scheming against me. Additionally, I must seek suitable targets to avoid scaring them away at first sight. Qin Feng was well aware of the dark forest. Nan Yunxian was once again left speechless. He has already anticipated that Qin Feng's future achievements will undoubtedly extend beyond the imperial tier. The celestial tier seems almost predestined. Chapter 88. The Remaining Path. I shall walk alone. Nan Yunxian has departed, promising to deliver the items Qin Feng requires in 3 days. 3 days is a mere trifle for Qin Feng to endure. Furthermore, since he has resolved to venture to the southern demon suppression Great Wall, it is imperative to make adequate preparations in advance. The Great Wall stretches over 10,000 miles, encompassing not only the significant pass, the demon suppression pass, but also dozens of smaller checkpoints. Each checkpoint functions as a city. The demon suppression pass is entirely militarized, guarded by the Xia State's Zhu Shi army, the Zhan family's military. It is said that the ancestor of the Zhan family has reached the saint tier. As long as he remains, the demon race dares not act recklessly. No demon emperor would risk appearing within 1,000 miles of the demon suppression pass. With such an ancestor alive, the Zhan family's glory is only natural. Therefore, when Nan Yunxian mentioned that the Zhan family possesses the divine bloodline of the Fox clan, Qin Feng considered it quite reasonable. The Zhan family has long defended the borders, slaying several demon emperors, which is hardly surprising. However, the demon suppression pass is not Qin Feng's choice. On one hand, he does not belong to the Zhan family's military and does not wish to be overly constrained. On the other hand, the Zhan family's fearsome reputation means that, for the time being, few demon beasts dare to breach the demon suppression pass. Instead, some remote towns are more vulnerable to minor beast tides. Since he has decided to go to the border, Qin Feng is certainly not merely seeking amusement. Assisting Xiao Bai in recalling her ancestral memories while simultaneously enhancing her strength is the priority. Subsequently, Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai, cradling her as he stepped into the bathroom. After all, they had just emerged from the secret realm and needed to cleanse themselves. However, the sole regret is that Xiao Bai still refuses to bathe with her master, unwilling to frolic in the bathtub together. Xiao Bai, I have completed my duties with the principal. We will leave here in 3 days. Moreover, there will be surprises awaiting you. After their bath, Qin Feng casually remarked, Yes, but you must remain discreet. The owner of that ring is likely lurking, waiting for your appearance. Upon contemplating this, Bai Wuyou felt a twinge of concern for Qin Feng's safety after he departs from Yuyuan Academy. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will have the principal discreetly escort me away. Once I arrive at the border, I can simply disguise myself. Few will recognize me there. Very well, Bai Wuyou nodded. Although Qin Feng mentioned surprises, she did not inquire further, knowing she would find out in due time. Besides, it was evident that he must be procuring resources on her behalf. The thought of this made it difficult for her to part ways. 3 days later, the host pet has ascended to the 9th tier, 4 stars. The host's strength has increased to the royal tier, 5 stars. After Xiao Bai's elevation to the 9th tier, her cultivation speed indeed slowed somewhat. Previously, 3 days were sufficient for her to reach the pinnacle. However, what astonished Qin Feng was not Xiao Bai's cultivation speed, but rather the strength she returned. Not only had the gap not diminished, but it had widened further. Logically, even if Xiao Bai had advanced by 2 stars and Qin Feng by 1 star, that would fall within a reasonable range, given that the challenge of ascending from Royal Tier 1 star far exceeds that of ascending from 9th Tier 1 star. Yet the current outcome was contrary to Qin Feng's expectations. If no other conditions had changed, it indicated that Xiao Bai's affection for him had significantly increased. This enhancement in affection entirely compensated for the disparity between their ranks, perhaps even surpassing it. Xiao Bai, have you grown to adore your master even more? Qin Feng mused blissfully. He then scooped up the little fox who was napping and cultivating beside him. Muah, Bai Wuyou. What are you doing, you pervert? Bai Wuyou was somewhat bewildered. She was diligently cultivating, and now this fellow was acting strangely. Xiao Bai is working hard to cultivate. This is your reward. How could you call your master a pervert? Bai Wuyou. At this rate, if you transform, will I be subjected to this daily? He wouldn't dare, would he? If he does, I shall bite him to death. Bai Wuyou felt a tinge of insecurity. Just then, she sensed a powerful aura approaching. Your principal has arrived. Let me in. Very well. Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai into the pet space and then rose to open the door. Indeed, moments later, a knock echoed at the door. Principal, you're quite punctual. I came early, fearing you might grow impatient. Nan Yunxian continued. I had someone investigate the secret realm. Was it handled perfectly? Nan Yunxian was momentarily speechless, eventually stating, Let us not dwell on that. I am not worried about you facing difficulties outside. Exercise caution and maintain the style you exhibited in the secret realm. Achieve the imperial tier early. Subsequently, Nan Yunxian produced a small package. This is the remaining Fox clan blood from Zhan Wushuang, which I managed to acquire. It should amount to 3 or 4 drops. Additionally, here are 10 bloodline potions. Let us round it off for you. Qin Feng hurriedly received it. Thank you, Principal. He then inquired, Are all these blood drops from the same demon emperor? They should be. The aura is quite uniform. I suspect the ancestor of the Zhan family received these and bequeathed them to various younger branches of the Zhan family. After all, completely slaying a demon emperor is no simple feat indeed. Qin Feng nodded. If Zhou Cheng is so difficult to kill at the royal tier, one can only imagine the challenge with a demon emperor. Regardless, there must be means to ensure survival. If one cannot prevail in a battle, it is always possible to flee. Subsequently, Qin Feng observed as Nan Yunxian retrieved a ring and handed it to him. Take this. The previous reward was for your assistance in resolving the secret realm crisis. This is a personal gift from me. What is this? Qin Feng accepted it, initially believing it to be a storage ring, but it turned out to be a small life-saving device. When confronted by a formidable enemy, infusing it with spiritual energy allows for a random teleportation of about 100 to 80 kilometers. However, there are numerous restrictions. It cannot be used outside the secret realm, as the barrier would inhibit it. After each use, it requires a month of recharging. Although it has many limitations, it is indeed a valuable tool for survival. While Qin Feng is unlikely to need it, he appreciates the sentiment. Thank you, Principal. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I can offer you an 80 discount. Hey, you little rascal. Nan Yunxian chuckled, then added, once you are prepared, I will escort you away from the imperial capital. The Yaoshan sect is likely still watching Qin Feng. Nan Yunxian certainly would not allow him to walk out of the academy unaccompanied. I have packed all my belongings. I am ready to depart at any moment. Nan Yunxian glanced at Qin Feng. Very well. The fledgling is eager to take flight. Where do you intend to go? I have not decided yet. Principal, just place me on the wilderness 1,000 miles from the demon suppression Great Wall. The remaining path is mine to traverse. Understood. Chapter 89, Graduation Assessment. Just as before, Nan Yunxian grasped Qin Feng's arm and initiated a flight that resembled instantaneous movement. Qin Feng's vision once again transformed into a blank expanse of white. After a while, as their speed decreased, his surroundings gradually returned to normal. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the towering buildings of the imperial capital had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of wilderness. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air in the distance. One could occasionally hear the roars of beasts. During the past 2 months, Qin Feng had either been in the school dormitory or within the desolate depths of the secret realm. Opportunities to be so close to nature were quite rare. The two stood atop a small hill. From this vantage point, the Demon Suppression Pass lay 1,000 kilometers directly south. You may also choose to visit other border cities. Very well, Principal, Qin Feng nodded. Subsequently, gazing into the adjacent dense forest, the principal remarked, is this your graduation assessment? Haha, after all, you are one of the most esteemed students of Yuan Xuefu in recent years. Allowing you to venture into the wilderness alone is somewhat disconcerting. Nan Yunxian chuckled softly. He then ascended into the high skies, leaving the rest to be understood. Qin Feng also let out a laugh. In the next moment, a fiery spear began to coalesce in his hand, with a pale yellow shaft and a crimson tip. This scene elicited admiration from Nan Yunxian. Who thought? Has he truly mastered such a level of spirit energy manifestation? Now, let us observe its power. Should it prove insufficient, a weapon would be far more effective. Before Nan Yunxian could finish his musings, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Qin Feng hefted the spear, testing its weight, and then aimed at a specific direction. With a swift motion, he hurled the fiery spear forward. In Nan Yunxian's perception, Qin Feng was still at least 10,000 meters away from the royal grey demon beast. Such a distant range and such a blatant attack. How could it possibly hit? Regardless of his thoughts, the fiery spear shot forth like a missile, leaving a trail of flames in its wake, igniting the grasses and trees along its path. At that moment, amidst the mountains and forests 10,000 meters away, a shadow shot up into the sky. Initially, it appeared as a figure, but it quickly morphed into a towering black tiger, measuring over 10 meters in length. With a ferocious roar, the black tiger conjured a mass of dark, malevolent wind. The fierce winds formed sharp blades, which did not seek to defend but instead surged directly toward Qin Feng. To the Demon King, Qin Feng's spear was nothing more than a provocation, utterly incapable of striking him. In return, the Demon King unleashed a barrage of malevolent wind blades toward Qin Feng. However, the next second, boom, the spear, destined for the Demon King's lair, suddenly materialized at its chest, piercing through with the ease of chopsticks through tofu, shattering its heart. The wind blades, which had not fully manifested, abruptly ceased. The massive body of the black tiger plummeted to the ground with a dull thud. The demon king had been vanquished in a single strike. In the distant sky, only a flicker of red and yellow light remained. Nan Yunxian, observing from above, was utterly astounded. Without needing Qin Feng to say a word, he soared to the site where the tiger had fallen, meticulously inspecting its carcass. A spear through the heart. A decisive kill. Yet, he found it peculiar. Given the vitality of such a demon king, even if its heart were pierced, it should not have died so swiftly. At the very least, it would have struggled. Its critical vulnerabilities should lie in its head and demon core. Little did Nan Yunxian know, Qin Feng's fiery spear was also laced with poison. The crimson spearhead was not mere fire, but a soul-destroying flame. Following this, Nan Yunxian hoisted the tiger's carcass and flew before Qin Feng. With a thud, the tiger landed, producing a muffled sound. "It seems I have underestimated you," Nan Yunxian remarked with a hint of awe. All thanks to the school's cultivation. Qin Feng's words were not mere flattery. They were heartfelt. Resources like divine bloodlines, soul-concentrating pills, and high-grade spirit stones were not easily obtained. Without such resources, his growth would have been significantly slower. Of course, he would have still achieved greatness eventually. But who would complain about an accelerated path to strength? Rapidly advancing through the developmental phase would allow him to accumulate advantages and build momentum. If Qin Feng's strength were inadequate, he would be unable to stand firm in the impending chaos. Moreover, without the requisite power, he would not be eligible to participate in the upcoming Demon God Secret Realm within half a year. All of this hinged upon a solid foundation of strength. Well done. You have successfully graduated. You can deal with the remains of this tiger demon at your leisure. With that, Nan Yunxian decided to depart, not lingering any longer. "Principal, take care. Haha, I am quite well in the imperial capital. Just be sure I do not hear news of your demise. Just wait and see. I shall capture the demon emperor, retaliate against the demon kingdom, and eradicate the abyss." Nan Yunxian laughed heartily, then transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. Alas, when one speaks the truth, no one believes it. Qin Feng murmured, redirecting his focus to the tiger carcass before him. It was enormous, far too large to fit into his storage ring. The tiger's tail was thicker than his thigh, yet he had no use for such a thing. The principal had departed so decisively, leaving without taking any spoils. Had he known, he would have asked the principal to bring back the tiger's tail as a token of gratitude. In Qin Feng's mind, the most suitable course of action would be to refine the entire tiger carcass, as he would ultimately obtain pure essence. He then contemplated that if he were to venture into the demon territory next, he was bound to hunt numerous demon beasts. However, using them solely for sustenance would be a tremendous waste. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng summoned Xiaobai. In a flash of white light, the little fox appeared atop the massive tiger's head. Upon arrival, Bai Wuyou detected an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the demon beast. She then felt a strange sensation beneath her feet. Looking down, she found herself staring into the lifeless eyes of the tiger, which seemed to glare back at her in fury. "Woe is me! The fox curses!" With a leap, Bai Wuyou soared 100 meters into the air, and upon spotting Qin Feng, she landed atop his head. "You killed it. Xiaobai, do not be alarmed. It is dead. I know it is dead, but it is more terrifying than if it were alive." "Who killed it?" "Ahem, it was of course my esteemed principal," Qin Feng stated matter-of-factly. "Moments latte." Bai Wuyou regained her composure. Looking around, she realized she had no idea how far they had strayed from the city. Indeed, as Qin Feng had mentioned, the principal had left him in the wilderness. What had occurred with this royal-grade demon tiger? It had merely fallen here, conveniently helping me out. I could have sent Xiaobai, yet he insisted on intervening. This is quite embarrassing, she thought. Bai Wuyou mused. An imperial-level intervention against a royal-grade demon beast is indeed child's play. All right then, gather any useful materials and let us depart swiftly. I was just pondering whether to sever the tiger's tail to avoid waste. Bai Wuyou replied, "What on earth do you need that for? It is a great tonic." "How disgusting. I have no need for it myself. It should be taken back as a tribute to the principal." Bai Wuyou retorted, "But does he really need it? This fellow is still quite young and likely does not require it. However, if his health were lacking." Bai Wuyou abruptly shook her head, dispelling such thoughts. That is the fox's mindset, not that of this empress. Moments later, she overheard Qin Feng muttering, "However, we have ventured so far. Returning to the imperial capital is uncertain. Therefore, it is not worth the effort. As she spoke, Bai Wuyou watched Qin Feng extend his hand, conjuring a dark purple flame that materialized in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the purple flames onto the massive tiger carcass. Boom! In an instant, the tiger's body was engulfed in flames. The process seamless and smooth. However, this small display of skill left Bai Wuyou utterly astounded. Qin Feng, what kind of flame is this? As an adept in the art of fire, the moment the flame appeared, she felt a deep, bone-chilling thrill. This was the fire of tempering, taught by an old blacksmith, said to be capable of forging iron. Lao Xin, Bai Wuyou had no doubts about it. She simply stated with gravity, "This flame is extraordinary, possessing an almost alchemical quality. I fear it serve a purpose beyond mere iron forging. I don't know. Seeing such a majestic beast go to waste would be a shame. Why not refine it directly?" Bai Wuyou found herself at a loss for words yet again, having been left speechless by Qin Feng's audacious maneuvers. Nevertheless, this fellow's luck remained as robust as ever. The dean at the imperial level granted him abundant resources, and he effortlessly hunted down royal-level beasts. He even encountered reclusive masters who casually imparted secret techniques to him. Could this be the fabled child of fortune? For a moment, Bai Wuyou felt an odd sensation, as if she were clinging to someone else's coattails. No, Bai Wuyou shook her head vigorously. She was the one supporting him. She had saved him and assisted him in completing the tasks assigned by the principal. She could protect him. But what if, one day, Qin Feng no longer needed her? Bai Wuyou, aren't you planning to dissolve the contract? Go ahead. You are free. I want to marry and have children. I cannot tolerate your presence. Let's forget each other in the rivers and lakes. In an instant, countless chaotic thoughts flooded her mind. Bai Wuyou felt a pang in her heart. The heart demon was at work. Unconsciously, she bit down on Qin Feng's hair. "Xiao Bai, what are you doing?" Qin Feng sensed several strands of hair being tugged and swiftly grabbed Xiao Bai, holding her tightly in his embrace and playfully tussling with her. "I am scared." Bai Wuyou regained her senses, feeling somewhat guilty. "Don't be afraid. This flame may appear terrifying, but it cannot harm you." Qin Feng assumed Xiao Bai was frightened by the Jiu Lian, Su Yin, and reassured her. Bai Wuyou responded softly, quietly observing the royal-level tiger demon's corpse gradually turning to ash. Moments later, the dark purple flames flickered and finally extinguished. The entire black tiger's body had completely vanished, leaving only a massive outline on the ground. In the center of that outline remained a transparent, bead-like object. This item bore some resemblance to a refined crystal core, except that within this bead, there was a faint trace of red blood. Qin Feng, cradling Xiao Bai, picked up the bead. With his previous experience in refining crystal cores, he now understood that this object would undoubtedly possess far greater value than a demon core. It could be termed a refined demon core. "Xiao Bai, can you consume this?" Qin Feng presented the bead to Xiao Bai. Bai Wuyou's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the blood-red hue within the bead. Although faint, she detected the essence of divine blood. While it might offer her minimal aid, it represented boundless potential. This man possessed the ability to entirely extract divine blood from any beast. Even a mere royal-level bloodline beast could be refined. Ordinarily, only awakened imperial or even divine bloodline beasts could yield a portion of their essence, and even then, not guaranteed. Those endowed with such abilities, whether human or beast, are typically referred to as Lian Yaoshi or refiner beasts. All demon races harbor a mix of admiration and resentment towards Lian Yaoshi. For each wishes to be the one to enjoy the evolution of divine blood rather than the one being refined. "Xiao Bai." Qin Feng's voice interrupted by Wuyou's musings. "I am merely too astonished. This demon core contains a trace of divine bloodline essence. Do you understand what this implies?" Bai Wuyou endeavored to maintain her composure, transmitting her thoughts to Qin Feng. "Oh, this means that the royal-level demon beast might have been refined to yield a trace of divine blood. In that case, could it be that all demon beasts could yield divine blood? Xiao Bai, you have the potential to become a true divine beast." At this point, Qin Feng also felt a rush of excitement. Although he had anticipated this outcome to some extent, the confirmation of his hypothesis still stirred his emotions. He aimed not only to refine the abyss, but also the demon race, ultimately elevating Xiao Bai's divine bloodline concentration to 100%. Then, she would ascend to godhood. Yet, Bai Wuyou did not share Qin Feng's optimism. Instead, she expressed her concerns. This matter is of great significance. You must not expose it lightly. If it comes to the attention of imperial or even sacred-level experts, your fate may be dire. Did the principal not say that after reaching imperial bloodlines, one would not easily consume divine blood from other races? Indeed, but what if it is from the same race? Bai Wuyou replied nonchalantly. To evolve one's bloodline and refine an entire clan is not a trivial matter among the demon race. This situation is indeed grave, Qin Feng conceded. No wonder those demon lords in the abyss are so agitated. It is akin to someone being able to turn the common dirt and stones found on the roadside into gold. Who could possibly let such a person slip away? Chapter 91. To each their own grievance, to each their own revenge. All right, Xiao Bai. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. As of now, only the two of us are aware of this. The abyssal creatures should not be interested in divine bloodline essence. What they seek is the essence of the abyss, belonging to an entirely different system. They only need to erode the main world to effectuate transformation. Furthermore, even if some Jiu Lian, Su Yin exists in the abyss, its power is limited to refining materials of a similar caliber to those emerging from the abyssal rifts. Higher-tier materials are beyond its capabilities. This is because Qin Feng's Jiu Lian Su Yin is intrinsically linked to his own realm. For instance, the flames he now wields are far more potent than those he used to refine the abyssal rifts. The Jiu fire he casts into the abyss likely cannot even refine royal-level creatures, only the lifeless materials. Perhaps that is why the ZUMOD is keen to engage with him. Their ambitions are vast. So, do you wish to consume this now? Qin Feng inquired once more. Bai Wuyou remained speechless, uncertain whether Qin Feng truly grasped the underlying dangers. This fellow was always so carefree. However, it must be said that danger also signifies opportunity. I'll hold on to it for now. I plan to consume it when I ascend to royal level and make a breakthrough. With that, Bai Wuyou swallowed the refined royal-level demon core in one gulp. Though this fellow's luck was astonishing, it was essentially mine as well. He claimed he would help me become a divine beast. At that moment, Bai Wuyou felt no more worries, only a sense of tranquility. Let us depart. We must leave this place. Qin Feng took out his phone. Although there was no signal in the wilderness, it could serve as a compass and map. After determining their direction, they proceeded southward. While uncertain of which border city they would reach, heading south was undoubtedly the right choice. After walking for a while, they finally distanced themselves from the crime scene. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly recalled something and patted Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, I have yet to show you the surprise. The surprise Qin Feng referred to was, of course, the divine bloodline essence from the Fox clan that he had specifically requested from Nan Yinxian. Surprise? More like shock. Bai Wuyou felt a surge of anxiety at Qin Feng's words. Whenever Qin Feng mentioned preparing something good, her immediate thought was that he had concocted yet another perilous scheme. In truth, she was not far off. The recent royal-level demon beast and the tempering flame were indeed formidable feats. Yet, the surprise had yet to be unveiled. One could only say that there was no limit to how formidable things could become. Absolutely not a fright. It is indeed a delightful discovery. As he spoke, Qin Feng unveiled the package. The moment it was revealed, Bai Wuyou felt that familiar sensation wash over her, as though she were gazing upon her own lifeless form. Without needing to look, she already comprehended the contents within. Behold, 10 vials of bloodline elixir, an appetizer to whet the appetite. The tense atmosphere was instantly shattered by Qin Feng, who subsequently offered the elixirs to her. The sole advantage of such low-concentration bloodline elixirs is their ease of digestion and absorption, along with a remarkably high compatibility. They can nearly guarantee an enhancement of the bloodline concentration in demonic beasts and significantly facilitate their evolution. However, the singular downside of such precious items is their exorbitant cost, or rather, their wastefulness. Perhaps what could initially augment the concentration by 1% of divine blood could only yield a single vial of this elixir. Thus, the effectiveness of 10 such vials pales in comparison to the expense of one. Hence, it is only the human race that would invest effort into producing such elixirs, while the demon race simply consumes directly. Soon, all 10 bloodline elixirs were administered into Xiao Bai's belly. Moments later, they were completely refined. The bloodline concentration of the host pet had risen by 1. The host bloodline was tempered and strengthened. The long-awaited enhancement of bloodline concentration allowed Xiao Bai's foundational prowess to double once again. As for Qin Feng, aside from relishing the benefits brought by Xiao Bai's innate talent, his bloodline was also refined. As a member of the human race, he was uncertain of the effects it would yield. Xiao Bai is truly remarkable, having absorbed the elixirs so swiftly. What followed was the true surprise. As he spoke, Qin Feng produced a small vial containing 3 or 4 drops of divine blood from an imperial tear fox. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, the reincarnation of that fox was cradled in his arms at that very moment. The surprise was indeed profound, leaving Xiao Bai speechless, her body trembling slightly. Where did this come from? From the principal. Did he slay it? Bai Wuyou could hardly contain her emotions. To acquire such an abundance of her divine blood, one must be a deep participant in the event, not merely a fortuitous find. It cannot possibly be so. The principal lacks such prowess. Qin Feng did not doubt Nan Yinxian's capabilities, but he believed that it was exceedingly difficult to slay an imperial tier demonic beast. He had exchanged for it with the principal of Baijian Academy, fully aware of his need for the divine blood of the Fox clan. Baijian Academy, the Zhan family? Bai Wuyou had spent ample time beside Qin Feng and was privy to some information regarding the 3 great academies. As for the Zhan family, they were even more renowned. Even in her previous life, they were a nightmare for many demons. However, Bai Wuyou questioned herself, having not provoked the Zhan family in her past existence. The only conflict might be the disparity in power. The demon race cannot permit another demon saint to arise. Upon this thought, the majority of her doubts dissipated. If it was indeed the handiwork of the Zhan family's saint, she could say nothing. One avenges grievances and repays enmity. What she resented more was the one who sold information about the tribulation. Indeed, it was the pillar of the Xia kingdom. Only a martial saint could easily slay a demon emperor and obtain their blood, right? Bai Wuyou replied, and then said, "Let us proceed towards the southwest direction, avoiding Jinyao Pass." I had no intention of going there or joining the Zhan military. Southwest direction. Xiao Bai, have you recalled something from your ancestral memories? Yes. I feel as though something is calling to me from the southwest. Bai Wuyou could only express it thus. On one hand, she wished to stay as far away from the Zhan military as possible. On the other, the Tianhu demon kingdom indeed lay in that direction. Very well. Then we shall head southwest. It seems wise to have the principal place us here in advance. As he spoke, Qin Feng brought the small vial to Xiao Bai's lips. You should refine this divine blood first. I will handle our journey. It is too dangerous. We shall wait until we reach the city. Bai Wuyou was uneasy leaving Qin Feng alone in the wilderness. Rest assured, the principal has provided me with excellent items. With that, Qin Feng waved his hand near Xiao Bai's ear. The teleportation ring can allow for instant movement over 100 kilometers in case of danger. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Bai Wuyou remarked softly, "He treats you so well. You wouldn't happen to be his illegitimate child, would you?" Qin Feng. Chapter 92. Huanglong Pass. After teasing the babbling Xiao Bai, Qin Feng finally stored her in the beast space. The notion of being an illegitimate child was merely a jest. Moreover, the so-called teleportation ring was merely a shield for Qin Feng. The limitation of a recharge once a month was certainly not something he could disclose. In the southwest direction, Qin Feng glanced at the map's indication. His current location was nearly 2,000 kilometers from the southwestern border city. However, to him, this was hardly a considerable distance. If one disregards consumption and travels at full speed, it would take less than 5 minutes. Naturally, this would place a significant burden on his spiritual and mental energies. Thus, he was in no rush and did not need to push himself excessively. He chose to proceed slowly, attuning himself to his surroundings, remaining vigilant for any unfortunate encounters with demon kings. Along the way, he traversed, pausing intermittently, slaying demonic beasts, and foraging for herbs. Ultimately, before nightfall, Qin Feng arrived at his destination, Huanglong Pass, the southwestern border city of the Xia Kingdom. Beyond Huanglong Pass lay a searing expanse of yellow sand. As he approached within 100 kilometers of Huanglong Pass, Qin Feng could already feel the oppressive heat bearing down upon him. Despite the nearing of November, there was not a hint of coolness to be felt. Before reaching the gates closer to Huanglong Pass, Qin Feng beheld the more imposing city walls in the distance. The walls within the Xia Kingdom stood only 100 meters high, sufficient for repelling minor beast tides. However, the external side was designed to fend off the demon race. towering 1,000 meters and stretching for thousands of miles. Along the walls, energy cannon towers were stationed at intervals. It is said that even a demon emperor could not withstand a direct hit, let alone a demon sovereign. When war breaks out, it is often a clash of soldiers and generals. Should a demon emperor dare to enter the city and slaughter the low-ranking, they should be prepared for a burial alongside them. However, at present, it was far from the time for the demon race to launch a united assault on the Xia kingdom. At most, it was merely a few uncontrolled wild beast tides driven to the border by the abyss. This intensity had not yet reached a point where every citizen was compelled to take up arms. Before entering the city, Qin Feng donned a slight disguise, covering his mouth and nose with a thin veil. Such an attire was quite normal here. The region was perpetually engulfed in sandstorms, necessitating concealment. Even in such a remote city's night, it remained bustling with activity. The flow of people was vibrant, devoid of any palpable danger, almost radiating with vitality. The surge in the number of border beasts indicated a concomitant increase in prey. This consequently attracted numerous civilian hunting teams and trading guilds dealing in beast materials. Where there is profit, there will people gather. Just as Qin Feng had journeyed along the 2,000 kilometers, he had encountered very few king-tier demonic beasts in the wilderness, even fewer at the 8th and 9th tiers. However, outside the city, within the beast tide, there might be swarms of 8th-tier beasts. Moreover, they were likely to be startled herds, driven by the abyss, in a state of weakness both in power and stamina, ideal targets for hunting teams. The arrival of hunting teams and trading guilds revitalized the previously desolate border. Upon entering the city, Qin Feng did not rush to leave, but rather sought out a modest inn to rest. Although this area is close to the arid desert, the essential living facilities are still quite adequate. The environment may be somewhat rudimentary, but at least one can take a hot shower. After a light meal, Qin Feng took some rest, and the night passed without incident. The following day, Qin Feng awoke early. With his current mental fortitude, he could easily go for months without sleep without any adverse effects. Rising early has become more of a habit and instinct for him. Alas, he has yet to shake off the shadows cast by his previous life as a corporate worker. Generally, such a regular lifestyle implies diligent cultivation. Yet Qin Feng has not made any progress in his training. Even without cultivating, he would gradually improve, thanks to the innate talents bestowed upon him by Xiao Bai. At every moment, spiritual energy seeps into his body through his pores, at a rate 7 to 8 times faster than that of an ordinary person, and it will soon exceed tenfold. This speed is vastly superior to the power return provided by Xiao Bai. Thus, engaging in self-cultivation would be a waste of time. It is far more prudent to focus on nurturing Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai remains in slumber, and Qin Feng estimates that it will require another 2 to 3 days before awakening. During this time, he certainly will not remain idle. At the very least, he can explore the environment outside Huanglongguan, facilitating future explorations with Xiao Bai. Qin Feng's primary task is to create an absolutely secure and rapid growth environment for Xiao Bai, as this is the fastest way for him to enhance his strength. Naturally, Qin Feng would not expose himself to the harsh, dry conditions unnecessarily. Illusory manifestation. In the next moment, Qin Feng's illusory doppelganger appeared in the room. Then, the doppelganger concealed its face, pushed open the door, and departed the inn. The previous night, Qin Feng entered through the northern city gate of Huanglongguan. The southern city gate lies closer to the border of the demon race. Upon exiting the southern gate, one must traverse a massive walled city before officially reaching the entrance of the Zhenyao Great Wall. As one approaches, it becomes evident that the Zhenyao Great Wall is not merely a simple wall. Within, there are spaces specifically designated for soldiers' habitation. The towering walls, standing 1,000 meters high, are outfitted with numerous gun ports along their heights. This is not just a wall, it is a fortress of war. When conflict arises, it will transform into a meat grinder. Merely this wall is sufficient to withstand 90% of the demon beast assaults. If the demon race does not mobilize en masse, it poses little threat. This serves as a guarantee that, despite occupying less than 1/10 of the territory, the human race can still stand toe-to-toe with the demon race. Within the walled city, vendors selling demon beast materials are ubiquitous. There are even sightings of the trade in living beings. To be precise, they are living half-demons. However, these half-demons were not born within the territory of the Xia Kingdom, but rather within the tribes of the demon race. As the tide of demon beasts swept here, they were reduced to slavery. The Xia kingdom publicly prohibits the trade of such half-demons, but here at the border, management is considerably lax. Half-demons born in the lands of the demon race, even if they maintain a human form, are still regarded as demons. Publicly slaying them elicits no reaction from onlookers. As for what fate awaits those half-demons once purchased, it is self-evident. Especially for female half-demons, a swift death is often the best outcome. Qin Feng does not possess an overabundance of compassion and chooses not to concern himself with unrelated matters. After a cursory glance, he shifted his focus elsewhere. Subsequently, he joined the crowd, leaving the city, officially departing from the borders of the Xia kingdom. Chapter 93. The new abilities of the magic soul, dry and desolate. The swirling yellow sands stretch endlessly, forming Qin Feng's first impression of the environment beyond the gate. It is said that this desert was not formed by natural processes, but rather created by high-level powers. The reason is simple: to utterly sever the demon race's hopes of survival in this area. For hundreds of miles, not a blade of grass grows, and there is no place to hide. This is a brutally straightforward, yet remarkably effective approach to dealing with demon beasts. When an actual army of demon beasts crosses these hundreds of miles of desert to reach the gates, they will be utterly exhausted. For instance, even now, well-supplied human hunting teams can find small groups of beasts within this seemingly barren desert. Once discovered, it translates into considerable profit. Such hunting teams typically comprise several king-tier warriors, and they do not fear encountering king-tier demon beasts. As for emperor-tier demon beasts, it is quite unlikely they would find themselves here. The majority of incoming beasts are ordinary creatures below the transformation stage. In other words, to hunt higher-tier demon beasts, one must traverse this desert barrier and delve deep into the heart of the demon territory. There one would encounter the tribes, populations, and even cities and nations established by the demon race. Qin Feng is unaware of the so-called ancestral memories that Xiao Bai is supposed to awaken or where her ancestral land lies. However, this expanse of yellow sand certainly does not meet those requirements. Therefore, if Xiao Bai truly wishes to embark on such a journey, she must continue forward. In due time, it will be determined whether Xiao Bai will first remain here to hunt demon beasts or venture into the demon territory. Subsequently, Qin Feng summoned the essence of the magic soul, his flying mount. This entity has now truly become a king-tier magical beast. Moreover, it belongs to the absolute pinnacle of its kind. In the abyss, it could easily ascend to the rank of a demon lord. Yet before Qin Feng, it must settle for being a flying mount or a digging tool. To become a weapon depends entirely on Qin Feng's whims. After all, Qin Feng possesses numerous tactics. Using a blunt object to strike has become a last resort, or perhaps a hidden card. Most ordinary adversaries are simply unworthy of being struck with a weapon. Master, you may transform into anything you wish and scout this desert region. Observe the distribution of all demon beasts in both the sky and on the ground, paying special attention to the presence of king-tier demon beast populations. This time, the role of the magic soul is that of scout. Understood. In an instant, the iron rod before him shattered into dozens of pieces, which rapidly transformed into metallic birds. The flock then dispersed in all directions, leaving one to hover before Qin Feng. Qin Feng inquired, "Is this your newly acquired ability?" The magic soul's capacity reminded Qin Feng of an old friend, the magic insect. It was a swift decision, and the result was commendable. Indeed, it seems my exploration of the abyssal essence's potential is far from complete, Qin Feng remarked. Previously, confined by the environment of the imperial capital, even the magic soul could only operate covertly within secret realms. Now, however, the sky is truly the limit. Following this, Qin Feng advanced alone, covering vast distances with each step. Moments later, he reached the edge of the desert. The environment here is significantly improved compared to the swirling sands, although it remains primarily barren plains and shrubs. Another 100 miles ahead lies an expansive forest. As soon as he exited the desert, Qin Feng spotted clouds of dust rising in the distance. Groups of demon beasts, akin to a grand migration, raced across the plains. They dare not enter the desert unless absolutely necessary. Then, Qin Feng turned to the mechanical bird of the magic soul perched on his shoulder and asked, "Have you sensed the presence of magical creatures?" In this regard, The magic soul is the most adept. Yes, even hundreds of miles away. A faint magical aura is beginning to manifest. It resembles demon beasts tainted by demonic energy. While they do not yet qualify as magical creatures, they have entirely lost their reason and are even more frenzied than true magical beings. Qin Feng nodded. He has encountered and slain numerous fully fledged magical beast populations. Those monstrous beings, although undeniably ferocious, are not significantly different from ordinary demonic beasts, provided one does not provoke them. They remain engrossed in their own pursuits within areas rich in magical energy. However, according to the descriptions of the demonic souls, those demonic beasts currently in a transitional state are evidently not so benign. They belong to the realm of semi-demonization. Both their minds and bodies are ensnared in the most agonizing phase, consumed by a singular desire to obliterate everything in their path. Such creatures are far more terrifying than the typical monsters. For the surviving demonic beasts, it is akin to former kin transforming overnight into ravenous predators intent on devouring their own kind. If one were to draw a parallel, it would be reminiscent of a catastrophic ecological crisis in the realm of humanity, where familiar neighbors and kin morph into flesh-eating zombies overnight. Naturally, if an abyssal rift were to suddenly erupt in human settlements, the scenario would not differ greatly. The only viable solutions would be to completely seal it off or to migrate elsewhere. Currently, within the domains of the demon race, those populations lacking formidable guardians are certainly neglected, let alone with the abyssal invasion at hand, even under normal circumstances. These races are primarily regarded as mere food sources for others. The lower-tier demonic beasts are perpetually destined to be the subjects of enslavement and hunting. The hierarchy, order, and food chain among demon races are steeply stratified. If the abyss were to fully seize control of that region, the consequences would be dire. After all, Qin Feng is eagerly awaiting Xiao Bai to lead him in search of opportunities. Little does he know, these are not opportunities at all, but merely the remnants of the territory Xiao Bai once established. It remains uncertain how much of it still exists. Regarding the abyss, Qin Feng harbors no concerns. His only fear lies in missing out on Xiao Bai's legacy. In truth, the most prudent course of action would be for Qin Feng to dispatch a clone to scout once Xiao Bai regains full consciousness. Regrettably, Xiao Bai remains in a state of confusion and cannot articulate the situation clearly. Contemplating this, Qin Feng finds himself without a particularly good strategy, and thus can only wait for Xiao Bai to awaken. Perhaps, upon nearing this area, more memories will be triggered. At this moment, the demonic soul conveys to Qin Feng, "Master, I have conducted a thorough investigation. In this desert region, there are approximately 70 to 80 sizable populations of demonic beasts. Among them, only 5 possess royal tier status. However, these populations are constantly on the move, and their locations are not precise. Well done. This is merely a preliminary test. There will be ample opportunities for you to showcase your capabilities in the future." Qin Feng did not anticipate that, inadvertently, he had orchestrated an unmanned reconnaissance drone swarm. This method proves exceedingly effective for scouting and defense. Whether in the skies or on the ground, neither demonic beasts nor monsters can evade the scrutiny of the demonic soul. Particularly in the wilderness, secret realms, and even within the abyssal environment, it demonstrates remarkable efficacy. When compared, it surpasses so-called technological products by a wide margin. After all, there is no signal in the wild. Chapter 94. The Endless Saga of the Demon God Cult. Receiving Qin Feng's praise, the demonic soul is exhilarated. Having been crafted by Qin Feng himself, and having absorbed considerable abyssal essence, it finds itself in a position with limited opportunity to showcase its prowess, which feels profoundly disheartening. It must seize every chance to demonstrate its worth and maximize its value, whether as a steed, excavator, weapon, or reconnaissance unit. Only by manifesting its value can it garner greater investment. The demonic soul, being a creation of Qin Feng, harbors its own ambitions to overturn the celestial order and ultimately refine and absorb the entirety of the abyss. Achieving this goal undeniably requires Qin Feng's support. However, it dares not overtly display such aspirations, contenting itself with demonstrating its value. One day, when Qin Feng deems it necessary for greater contributions, he will naturally turn his gaze towards the abyss. "Master, There is a demonic race cluster currently under assault at a nearby location. Both sides possess royal-tier entities. The demonic soul believes that Qin Feng would be interested in hunting royal-tier demonic beasts, hence its timely reminder. Upon receiving the communique, Qin Feng promptly commands, "Let us go and take a look." It is not that Qin Feng has a particular interest in hunting. Rather, he finds himself with little to occupy his time. It serves as an opportunity for a leisurely outing, and should he acquire a few royal-tier demon cores, it would indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. Very well. It is not far. The demonic race cluster has not ventured deeply into the desert. They remain at the periphery. Following this, Qin Feng instantaneously shifts towards the east, guided by the demonic soul's indications. In truth, the demonic soul has another unspoken reason for alerting Qin Feng. The species of the demonic beasts bears a striking resemblance to his pet. Based on the demonic soul's limited understanding, it speculates that Qin Feng may find such beings intriguing. However, it refrains from voicing this thought, allowing Qin Feng to discover it for himself. Before long, Qin Feng senses several royal-tier entities engage in combat. Yet, the demonic soul has misjudged. Qin Feng's primary interest lies not in the hunted demonic race, but rather in the hunters themselves. More specifically, it is the two royal-tier half-demons that capture his attention. Half-demons hunting demonic beasts. Does this not constitute fratricide, a reversal of the celestial order? This fleeting thought flits through Qin Feng's mind before he dismisses it. After all, even among the orthodox demonic races, mutual devouring is a common occurrence, let alone among half-demons. What genuinely piques Qin Feng's curiosity is the origin of these half-demons. Thus far, aside from encountering the two half-demon prodigies brought by the two headmasters during the new student competition, his most extensive knowledge comes from what Nan Yunxian has conveyed regarding the relationship between the demon god cult and half-demons. Additionally, there is Jiang Yan's fusion of three races. Overall, his impressions are not overly favorable. Among this cluster of demonic races, two royal-tier, transformed demonic beasts are present, divided into two battlegrounds alongside the two half-demons. Their remaining kin tremble in fear, huddled together, waiting for the outcome of the main battle, poised to become mere lambs to the slaughter. No, it is more accurate to say they are foxes awaiting their fate. Upon discerning the identities of the demonic beasts below, Qin Feng realizes they belong to the Fox Demon clan. However, he is uncertain of their bloodline and species. In any case, they certainly cannot be compared to Xiao Bai. Among those fox demons, while a few pure white foxes exist, they do not match Xiao Bai's noble silver-white hue by any measure. Xiao Bai's fur even shimmers with brilliance. Nevertheless, having witnessed this, Qin Feng feels compelled to intervene. After all, his presence in this location is fundamentally due to Xiao Bai. Perhaps this Fox Demon clan is intricately linked to Xiao Bai's legacy. Subsequently, Qin Feng retrieves a specially prepared mask and dons it upon his face. He then shifts his form, appearing in the center of the skirmish between the two factions. His sudden appearance startles both the combatants and the demonic beasts. However, their reactions are decidedly contrasting. The two royal-tier fox demons immediately distance themselves, preparing to defend in unison, while the two half-demons launch a joint assault toward Qin Feng. Perhaps they perceive him as a contender for their prey? Regardless, since the adversaries have chosen to attack directly, Qin Feng sees no need for further dialogue. With a swift motion, he unleashes two powerful punches. In terms of martial arts, Qin Feng possesses only a basic boxing technique. However, the force behind his strikes is considerable. In an instant, the two royal-tier half-demons are felled by his blows. This spectacle plunges the battlefield into an eerie silence. Who is this figure adorned with a bizarre, smiling mask? Do not flee, or you shall meet the same fate. Qin Feng turns his gaze towards the demonic race. The two transformed fox demons, one male and one female, one older and one younger, stand before him. It appears as though it is a scene between two generations. Who are you? A half-demon man, blood dripping from his lips, managed to ask after regaining his composure. Just passing by, but I'm far more interested in your identities. Subsequently, his gaze intensified. Speak, you two royal-tier half-demons. What is your origin? We are the hunting team of the Yao Shunjiao, sent here to capture demon beasts and half-demons, selecting suitable bloodlines to take back for breeding, the man replied. Upon hearing this, his companion turned pale and shouted, Zhang Chong, are you out of your mind? However, the warning was in vain. Qin Feng already understood. The moment he laid eyes on them, he had his suspicions. If they were not affiliated with Yao Shanjiao, perhaps they could escape. However, since they were old foes, they might as well embark on this path. Yao Shanjiao. Indeed remarkable. Such extensive operations. Qin Feng sarcastically praised as he proceeded to take action. In the next moment, including the 2 royal tier half-demons. Over a dozen other members were all subdued by Qin Feng, kneeling in a row. Reveal your base here and the status of your personnel. Only the 2 royal tier half-demons truly knew the intricate details and plans. It is no wonder this border city allows Yao Shanjiao to operate so brazenly. Is there an imperial elder coming to collect the goods soon? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the deeper he probed, the more entangled he became. Was his unfortunate fate with Yao Shanjiao truly inescapable? You would do well to avoid crossing my path, Qin Feng murmured. Then his inner flame spread. In the next heartbeat, all the Yao Shanjiao members clutched their heads, shrieking in terror until they perished, including the 2 royal tier half-demons. Qin Feng could have spared them. Careful not to alert the enemy, meticulously planning to eliminate the imperial elder. Yet, he found no need for such caution. He had no leisure for it. If he encountered them, he would strike. If not, it would simply be their fortune. Otherwise, dealing with the lesser would only attract the greater, leading to endless troubles. Qin Feng sensed that next time, he might just encounter their imperial leader. Do they think they can escape without facing annihilation? Such a tragic fate. Chapter 95. From the Tianhu Yao country in an instant, several Yao Shanjiao members vanished without a trace. This scene was more terrifying than encountering a ghost. The remaining foxes, both large and small, were instantly frightened into a frenzy. Yet, Qin Feng merely found the noise bothersome. Even among foxes, only his own Xiao Bai sounded the sweetest when whining. Cease your cries. Anyone who dares to utter another sound shall be slain. Qin Feng cast a glance at the group of foxes. In the next moment, even the 2 royal tier fox demons fell silent. They understood that in the presence of such might, they stood no chance of resistance. Since their adversary had refrained from immediate aggression, it signified a glimmer of hope for survival. Calculating it, Qin Feng had inadvertently become their savior by eliminating the hunting team. You two, come forward and speak. Qin Feng commanded the old and young, transformed fox demons. The 2 exchanged glances before approaching him. You have witnessed my abilities. I trust you will speak freely without my intervention. If we speak the truth, will you allow us to leave? Consider my mood. You have no choice. Answer well, and the lives of all your kin rest in your hands. As he spoke, Qin Feng began to strip the storage rings from the corpses at his feet, plundering their resources. This spectacle deepened the fear within the hearts of the remaining fox demons. Ask away. I will speak candidly. At last, the elder fox demon with white whiskers stepped forward. The young girl, however, remained filled with trepidation. Your identities, origins, and destination. We are merely a clan of foxes whose home was destroyed, hailing from the Tianhu Yao country. As for our destination, we never intended to enter human territory. We merely sought a place to survive at the borders. The Tianhu Yao country? Qin Feng's heart stirred. Could this be the place Xiao Bai wished to visit? Indeed, it was. However, the reasons were entirely different. Bai Wuyou only wished to return to her homeland for a glimpse. As for Qin Feng, he believed this was a legacy memory inherent to a divine bloodline, pondering what fortuitous encounters or secret realms might await him. Yes, but alas, the Tianhu Yao country is now but a thing of the past. Without the protection of a Yao emperor, it has long since crumbled. We are merely remnants of an ordinary fox clan. Qin Feng nodded. They were in agreement. To him, this represented legacy and origin. Xiao Bai had awakened the divine bloodline of the nine-tailed Tianhu, naturally seeking to trace her roots in the so-called Tianhu Yao country. Perhaps within it lay her ancestors. Then she could inherit their blessings, basking in delight. Bai Wuyou, my ancestor is actually me? In that instant, Qin Feng made a decision. He must journey to the Tianhu Yao country. He would first send a clone to scout the situation and, upon Xiao Bai's awakening, observe her intentions. I have another question for you. Where is the most significant location in the Tianhu Yao country? Are there any legacies, secret realms, or places of divine beasts? The query left the elder fox demon in a quandary. I am not entirely sure, given that our clan's location is remote, and we lack access to the core. However, I know that the most important place must be the former capital, Tianhu City. That was the most prosperous area of the demon country. Sadly, I have never visited it in my lifetime. Where is Tianhu City? Qin Feng mused. It should be in this direction. If you travel 1,000 miles straight from here, you shall reach the borders of the Tianhu Yao country. However, the chasms of the abyss have erupted, now occupied by demonic creatures, stretching for hundreds of miles. Our clan escaped through there. If you can breach the blockade of the demonic creatures and continue for another 5,000 miles, you will arrive at Tianhu City. Indeed, it is quite far. This distance nearly rivals the journey from the imperial capital to here. However, should Qin Feng disregard the toll and travel at full speed, it is still possible to reach there on the same day. Yet, the journey would undoubtedly be far less safe than within the realm of Xia country. Yesterday, Qin Feng traveled over 1,000 kilometers, encountering only a handful of royal-tier demon beasts. Venturing into the demon territory, it is certain that he would frequently encounter Yao emperors, if not the Yao emperor himself. After all, every piece of land has its master. While the Yao emperor may not wander about, any unfamiliar aura encroaching upon their territory would certainly provoke their interference. Precisely for this reason, Qin Feng intended to send a clone ahead to scout the path, ensuring that Xiao Bai would not encounter any trouble during her journey. That concludes my inquiries. Are you certain that what you have said is the truth? I am certain. Very well. With that last question, Qin Feng employed his ability to intensify the spirit. Their honesty earned them a temporary reprieve from death. Should they attempt to deceive him, their fate would be sealed. You may leave. I shall not trouble you further. Qin Feng waved his hand. Are you truly letting us go? The elder fox demon still found it hard to believe. After all, the demon race is a treasure trove, and 2 royal tiers are present. Yet, considering the power of this individual, perhaps he deemed the royal tier demon cores beneath his notice. As such, he hastily bowed in gratitude. Thank you for sparing our lives. And thank you for saving our entire clan. It is of no consequence. It is merely an exchange of equals. However, in this realm, surviving with so many low-tier foxes will not be easy. Alas, this is the best outcome possible at present. I have witnessed too many small clans lost entirely. Do as you will. As a mere human, why should I concern myself with your demon race? With that, Qin Feng transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. After Qin Feng departed, the elder fox demon slowly straightened his bent back. Upon his forehead lingered the remnants of cold sweat. Grandfather, that individual was utterly terrifying. At this moment, the fox demon girl finally dared to voice her thoughts. Indeed, even when confronting the demon emperor, I have never felt such immense pressure. Thankfully, I spoke nothing but the truth. Otherwise, we would truly be facing death. Grandfather, from his words, it seems he intends to venture to Tianhu City. Such formidable strength. If we were to align ourselves with such a powerful being, would we not find safety? Linga, matters are seldom that simple. Without value, who would wish to bear the weight of a burden? The old man gestured towards a group of whimpering foxes behind him. I would gladly bear them. Our fox clan is simply adorable. Moreover, who claims we lack worth? Once transformed, we are all stunning beauties. Alas, it seems that esteemed individual did not cast a glance my way. Oh dear, before the fox demon girl could finish her sentence, she received a light rap on the head. You squander your opportunities, lowering your head like a quail. Who could possibly see you? The old man lamented, his disappointment evident. The reason for scolding the girl was not solely her lack of spirit, but rather her own failure to strive. Had she attracted the attention of that formidable figure, perhaps they would not have to endure such hardships. This is merely the survival instinct of a weaker race. To cling to the strong is to secure more chances for survival. Chapter 96, The Advancement of the Soul-Absorbing Mark. In the desolate wilderness, Qin Feng departed from the group of fox demons, intending to scout ahead for Tianhu City. With his speed, should fortune favor him, he would arrive within 2 to 3 days. If fate were unkind, he would suffer little loss. At most, he could regenerate a mere illusionary doppelganger. However, given his current strength, unless faced with an Emperor-level foe, he found it difficult to be utterly overwhelmed. Common Emperor-level beings did not warrant his concern. Before delving deeper into the territory of the demon race, Qin Feng pondered and addressed the soul spirit upon his shoulder. Arrange for an eye to keep watch on that group of foxes. Do they require my assistance? No need. If they perish, it is their fate. Just ensure that you keep an eye on the groups with king-level demon beasts. Little Bai still required several resources to ascend to the king level. If necessary, hunting to replenish them was always an option. Although Qin Feng could easily acquire sufficient demon cores, his little fox preferred to be self-sufficient, and moreover, exhibited a certain pridefulness. Even if Qin Feng wished to provide for her, he would need to concoct reasonable justifications. Understood, the soul spirit replied, indicating comprehension. Qin Feng would not involve himself in the operations of this entity. He merely needed to issue commands and await results. Whether the soul spirit suffered from soul fragmentation or mental instability was beyond Qin Feng's concern. Subsequently, Qin Feng, accompanied by the soul spirit, proceeded towards Tianhu City. Utilising rapide teleportation. Within a modest inn, the dual focus required to control his doppelganger did not burden Qin Feng's mind. After all, his mental prowess had already reached the emperor level. Even when he was merely at the 9th tier, he had achieved the standard of a typical emperor-level being. Now, having reached the mid-tier of the king level, his mental strength surpassed that of an ordinary emperor. Although he may not be able to dominate the pinnacle of emperor-level beings in a single encounter, his inner flame could undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon them. Indeed, I speak of Zhou Cheng. Without a certain level of competence, Qin Feng would not embark on solitary ventures. His survival philosophy dictated that all preparations be meticulously arranged before taking action. Reckless rushing was the folly of the foolish. After all, he merely needed to remain idle to continuously enhance his abilities. Unless the benefits were substantial, he would not risk danger. For instance, his current motivations included acquiring demon cores as cultivation resources for Little Bai, as well as seeking the so-called summoning grounds mentioned in her inherited memories. Qin Feng, the cunning strategist, had spun tales to deceive Little Bai, only to find himself ensnared by his own fabrications. Nevertheless, it was not an entirely unfortunate predicament. After all, it was merely a matter of differing choices. Had he not ventured to the borders of the demon race, he would have sought to hunt demonic creatures along the abyssal front. Ultimately, both paths would yield the desired resources. Thus, one could interpret his presence here as Little Bai's choice of sustenance. Having grown weary of crystalline cores, she sought a change in flavor, opting for demon cores instead. Exiting the inn, Qin Feng indulged in a light meal and subsequently strolled through the city. Aside from a bustling main commercial street, the remaining areas were largely semi-militarized zones. The residential district primarily housed the families of border guards. Judging by the scale of Huanglong Pass, the regular pressures of guarding were likely not overwhelming. After all, the so-called Tianhu demon nation ahead had long since become a relic of history. Moreover, unbeknownst to Qin Feng, during the time of Bai Wuyou, the atmosphere was even more peaceful, with little warfare directed towards this region. Instead, there were more frictions with other demon nations within the territories of the demon race. As he wandered, Qin Feng found himself near the location of the Yaoshan sect stronghold in this area. By heaven's grace, he was merely ambling about, perhaps subconsciously drawn by the name that lingered in his mind. Furthermore, this was not a particularly secretive locale. Rather, it was quite lively. This establishment, situated on the commercial street, ostensibly dealt in the trade of demon beast materials. In broad daylight, Qin Feng had no intention of instigating any conflict. Besides, they were merely insignificant players, unworthy of his serious engagement. Those two half-demons of king level had mentioned the imminent arrival of an emperor-level elder. It would be best if they did not cross paths with him. Generally, Qin Feng was disinclined to engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. However, one cannot prevent others from courting their own demise. He committed the location to memory, casually observing the interior layout and personnel before returning to the inn. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had elapsed. For the majority of this time, Qin Feng had focused his attention on the perspective of his doppelganger. The events unfolding were somewhat divergent from his expectations. After 2.5 days, he had not yet reached Tianhu City. In fact, he had not even approached the abyssal rift 1,000 miles away. The delay was not due to his speed, but rather the overwhelming presence of demon beasts, corrupted demon beasts, and demonic entities along the route. If he were to disregard these obstacles, sending his doppelganger alone to Tianhu City seemed futile. After all, Little Bai would likely insist on proceeding to Tianhu City, and the impediments along the way were not insignificant. If Little Bai were to awaken and discover that Qin Feng had already transported her to Tianhu City, it would be tantamount to treating her as a fool. Therefore, it seemed prudent to wait for Little Bai to awaken and see how she wished to proceed. As he neared the abyssal rift, Qin Feng opted against continuing forward. Instead, he selected a location nearby to hunt king-level demonic creatures and beasts. The soul spirit was also dispatched to hunt independently, devouring crystalline cores, which would aid in its growth. Additionally, this would allow for reconnaissance of the state of the abyssal rift. The rift stretched for hundreds of miles, affecting the surrounding land, with demonic energy extending for several hundred miles. This was merely considered a medium-scale rift. It was estimated that it would only permit the emergence of emperor-level demonic creatures. When it came to truly vast rifts, one would need to refer to the abyssal fissures along the northern frontier. Such scale would be akin to a direct connection between two worlds, placing no restrictions on the levels of demonic entities. Whether they be demon emperors or demon kings, they could traverse freely. However, both human and demon races had powerful guardians stationed on either side of the rift, preventing any demon kings from recklessly venturing forth. As for holy-level demonic beings, they had scarcely appeared in the past few millennia. In his chamber, Qin Feng contemplated when little by might awaken. Suddenly, a surge of intense bloodlust surged forth, enveloping him in its overwhelming presence. This sensation reminded him of the moment when Xiao Bai first elevated her bloodline concentration. Back then, he had to undergo bloodletting to alleviate his condition. However, now, he had come a long way and no longer required such measures. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to calm this peculiar feeling. The host pet has refined a divine-grade blood essence, elevating the bloodline concentration by 4. Strength returned, and the host's bloodline underwent epic purification enhancement. The host pet's bloodline concentration has surpassed 10 for the first time, awakening bloodline abilities and enhancing the charm technique. Strength returned, and the host skill, Soul Binding, awakened the advanced ability, Soul Imprint. Soul Imprint. When used on a target whose spirit is weaker than oneself, it can secure their loyalty and control their life and death. The success rate is contingent upon the target's condition. In a word, formidable. Chapter 97, The Ethereal Empress. During this occlusion, not only did Xiao Bai's foundational bloodline concentration rise by 4, reaching 11, but her basic attributes also increased 11-fold. The potency of her skills and her cultivation speed have also improved 11-fold. If it were to be quantified at 100%, it would equate to 100-fold. Unmatched strength, unparalleled power. Compared to the divine, there is scarcely a distinction. Particularly, the newly acquired ability of the Soul Imprint should also receive an enhancement. Now, she could truly control others with just a glance. Enemies that could have once been vanquished could now be turned into her own pawns. I speak of you, Yao Shenjiao. If this irritating organization could be dealt with in their own way, Qin Feng would certainly relish the opportunity. The only thing that puzzled him was why Xiao Bai had enhanced the charm technique. Was it an automatic selection of her divine-grade bloodline, or perhaps her own choice? Xiao Bai, congratulations on your substantial improvement. Qin Feng summoned Xiao Bai and gave her a hearty kiss. Such a powerful pet must be cherished. Bai Wuyou, having freed herself from Qin Feng's grasp, finally surveyed her surroundings. Where is this? Huanglong Pass, a city on the southwestern border of the Xia Kingdom. You made good time. Did you encounter any dangers along the way? Bai Wuyou had no idea that Qin Feng had arrived on the very first day. No, not even a royal tier demon beast was encountered. That's good. Bai Wuyou looked at Qin Feng, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. She herself did not understand why she had, almost by instinct, allocated the opportunity for the first enhancement of her awakened bloodline skill to the charm technique. Perhaps it was due to her previous experience with Qin Feng, which had proven utterly ineffective, leaving her feeling indignant. Could it be that this emperor lacks charm? And this time, the enhanced charm technique would undoubtedly be effective. However, the next moment, Qin Feng sees Xiao Bai and playfully tugged at her tail. Xiao Bai, why are you staring at me like that? Go take a bath. Bai Wuyou. That place is off limits. Xiao Bai, stop struggling. Let us wash up first. Ignoring her protests, Qin Feng firmly held Xiao Bai and headed towards the bathroom. Although Bai Wuyou had just enhanced her bloodline and ascended in rank compared to Qin Feng, she remained insignificant, entirely out of her depth. Unable to resist, she could only allow Qin Feng to manipulate her. Xiao Bai, you've become even more beautiful. While drying her fur, Qin Feng sincerely complimented her. Her original silver-white fur gleamed like jade, and her formerly black eyes gradually transformed into a warm amber hue. Moreover, A subtle golden pattern emerged between her brows. If she were to be seen by any ordinary person, they would undoubtedly recognize Xiao Bai's extraordinary bloodline, having grown more beautiful. Why does she still resist my charm technique? Bai Wuyou felt a twinge of frustration. Then, she considered a possible reason. Could it be that, deep down, she believed this emperor to be merely a fox, thus incapable of harboring any other thoughts? That seemed rather normal. At least she wasn't like certain humans who harbored interest in demon beasts. With this thought, Bai Wuyou's sense of defeat eased somewhat. Fortunately, she would soon be able to transform into her royal form. By then, she would effortlessly captivate him without the need for charm techniques. After pondering for a moment, Bai Wuyou quickly self-reflected. No, this is not the thought of this emperor. It is the thought of a fox spirit. Xiao Bai, before you awakened, I gathered some information outside. At this moment, Qin Feng's voice interrupted Bai Wuyou's thoughts. Yes, go on. Beyond the pass lies a vast desert stretching for hundreds of miles. Only by traversing it can we officially reach the territory of the demon race. Currently, the situation outside is rather grim. It is said that the territory once belonging to the Tianhu demon kingdom has been invaded by a rift from the abyss, driving all the beasts within the vicinity away. Furthermore, there are demonic creatures and corrupted demon beasts occupying hundreds of miles of the area. I suspect the direction you sensed leads to the fabled Tianhu demon kingdom. Bai Wuyou. Listening to Qin Feng's assertive deductions, Bai Wuyou felt an uncanny sense of her identity as an empress being exposed. Originally, Qin Feng was merely an ordinary human, yet now he appeared to be her pillar, a child of fortune. Meanwhile, she, once a proud empress of the demon race, had now fallen to such a state. Contemplating this, Bai Wuyou felt an inexplicable shame. Thankfully, she had refrained from revealing her identity earlier. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing. At the very least, she would wait until she restored her imperial status before speaking. Everything she had lost must be reclaimed. As for this man who had taken all the advantages, she could not let him escape. He must be made to grovel beneath this emperor's skirts. What do you think, Xiao Bai? Huh? I think so too. Bai Wuyou snapped back to reality and replied. With her transformation drawing ever closer, she felt an inexplicable nervousness. The Tianhu demon kingdom, Tianhu city, and your nine-tailed Tianhu bloodline are indeed a perfect match. I surmise that the demon emperor who established this kingdom must also possess Tianhu bloodline. Yes, I think so too. Bai Wuyou dared not lose focus any longer and echoed his thoughts. Xiao Bai, do you think it's possible that you are a descendant of that demon emperor who was lost to time? Bai Wuyou. Impossible. Oh, why not? Bloodlines should only be passed down through lineage, right? That demon emperor was as pure as ice and jade, having never taken a mate in her lifetime. How do you know? By instinct. Ultimately, Qin Feng accepted her line of reasoning. What you say is likely true. It is said that after that demon emperor went missing, the Tianhu demon kingdom fell into disarray. Most likely, she had no mate or offspring. Then, Qin Feng continued to inquire. So Xiao Bai, what do you wish to do next? Or do you have any special feelings? The situation over at the Tianhu demon kingdom is perilous, if the benefits are not substantial. Do you still wish to go? Qin Feng himself was indifferent, leaving the decision to Xiao Bai. I want to go, Bai Wuyou answered without a hint of hesitation. Very well, let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow. Bai Wuyou, I meant that I want to go, not that we should go together. This time, Bai Wuyou would absolutely not agree to Qin Feng accompanying her. It was far too dangerous. You stay here and wait for my return. Upon hearing that the Tianhu demon kingdom was being ravaged by the abyss, Bai Wuyou could no longer remain calm. Regardless, she wanted to see it for herself. With just a little more time to ascend to the royal tier, she was confident in her ability to come and go freely. Even when faced with imperial tiers, she felt no fear. Bringing Qin Feng along would only complicate matters and expose them both to danger. Chapter 98. I did not. It is dangerous for you to go alone as well. I have a teleportation ring. In a critical moment, I can take you to safety. Xiao Bai, don't underestimate me. Qin Feng, sensing Xiao Bai's concerns, said with a smile. If Xiao Bai disagrees, then I shall have to reveal a fraction of my strength. I hope it does not dishearten her too much. Yet, while Bai Wuyou still contemplated refusal, she heard Qin Feng say, if you leave alone, would it not put me in even greater peril? Even within the city, there exist many predatory factions that devour their victims without remorse. If I were to encounter danger, would you not be implicated as well? Bai Wuyou acknowledged, "Indeed, that is a valid concern." For Bai Wuyou, the optimal solution would be to dissolve the contract, allowing them to part ways without further entanglement. This had been her initial intention. If she found herself at a loss as to when she ceased to wish for the dissolution of their bond. However, while she hesitated to mention it, Qin Feng could certainly bring it up. He had long been eager to witness Xiao Bai's predicament. "Xiao Bai, there exists another option." "What option?" Bai Wuyou murmured, faintly aware of Qin Feng's intention. A pang of sorrow began to stir within her heart. "If you find my abilities lacking, you may dissolve the contract." Qin Feng's tone was remarkably calm, as though he had long prepared for this moment. Yet it was all an act. I have not," Bai Wuyou exclaimed, her voice tinged with agitation and trepidation. She felt as though Qin Feng had seen through all her past insecurities. "Truly is that so? Who was it that said if I were to hinder you, the contract would be dissolved? Such a distant memory. You actually remember. How petty. I do not wish to engage with you any longer. Quickly, take me into space. I shall not sleep with you." Bai Wuyou was becoming increasingly incoherent, resorting to unreasonable demands. It would be best to avoid continuing this topic. Though shameful, evasion proved useful. "Very well," Qin Feng chuckled, choosing not to dwell on past grievances. In the next moment, he directly placed the evasive Xiao Bai into the pet space. It seemed that Xiao Bai was reluctant to part with her master. Qin Feng naturally noticed a change in Xiao Bai. After all, he had invested so much, yet had not nurtured a mere little wolf. In the dead of night, he found it difficult to sleep alone. Since Xiao Bai declared she would not accompany him to bed, he would not press the matter. However, his sleeplessness was not due to this. Rather, he felt the weight of someone else's gaze upon him. Even from nearly half a city away, beyond Qin Feng's perception, he could still sense the other's attention. The source of this focus seemed to lie in the direction of the store belonging to the Yao Xinjiao. Qin Feng speculated that it was likely that royal elder. The individual appeared merely intrigued by him, devoid of hostility or malice. Therefore, Qin Feng was uncertain as to who they were and what their intentions might be. Since he was unaware, he might as well approach and uncover the truth. Subsequently, Qin Feng departed from the inn and headed toward that direction. As he drew closer, the other began to move as well. Eventually, these two unfamiliar figures met in a secluded alley, separated by less than 10 meters. "Which branch are you from?" The man before him concealed his features beneath a black hood. His voice was gravelly, akin to sandpaper, rendering it difficult to ascertain his age. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng was nearly certain that the man was indeed the royal elder of the Yao Xinjiao. "What branch? I do not comprehend your words." Quite cautious. How could one not of our sect possess such a method of merging the bloodlines of the demon race? You must have only recently undergone the fusion. Hence the special aura remains partially hidden. Fortunately, you are in this remote location. Had you been in a place like the imperial capital, you would already be a corpse. Qin Feng was taken aback. When did this world become so perilous? If the Yao Shan Jiao wishes to target me, so be it. Must one be regarded as a member of the Yao Shan Jiao merely for seeking to enhance their strength? He surmised that the reason lay in the so-called special aura. Could it be related to the bloodline refinement he was currently experiencing? How then should he conceal it? Qin Feng casually inquired. Yet, upon posing this question, a sharp wave of hostility emanated from the other. Exposed. As expected, in the next moment, the figure flickered and appeared before Qin Feng, claws extended toward him. Qin Feng did not evade. He merely observed. As the claws reached for his shoulder, he deliberately collided with them. Clang! The iron claws struck Qin Feng's shoulder as though they had met with steel, producing a metallic sound. Subsequently, Qin Feng retaliated with a punch. Boom! A fist, akin to a cannonball, landed squarely on the man's abdomen. Instantly, the man emitted a muffled groan as though his insides had been ground into paste. The overwhelming pain rendered him nearly incapacitated. This straightforward punch was currently Qin Feng's weakest technique. His other moves were lethal in nature. The man's astonishment at Qin Feng's prowess was palpable. He had no time for idle chatter before witnessing an iron palm rushing toward his forehead. Slap! Another jarring blow sent the man into oblivion. Had Qin Feng wished, he could have shattered the skull of this royal powerhouse. However, he deemed it unnecessary at the moment, as he urgently sought the hidden information within the Yao Xinjiao. What precisely was this special aura, and how could it be eliminated? Otherwise, During his next encounter with Nan Yanxian, he might be mistaken for a member of the Yao Shenjiao. Yet, at that point, who would be deemed stronger remained uncertain. Ultimately, Qin Feng preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. Then, Qin Feng concentrated, forming a special mark within his palm, and as the man remained dazed, he pressed it into his body. There was little resistance, and it succeeded in one go. First, he rendered the man half-destroyed, then subdued him. This method reminded Qin Feng of an animated series. Temporarily setting aside such distractions, he assessed his newly acquired servant. The man's state was akin to that of a magical soul, with his life resting in Qin Feng's hands. Moreover, unlike magical souls, there was no need for self-conquest. Once the soul mark was implanted, the individual's spirit would naturally pledge allegiance. Such dominance was unparalleled. All prior memories and characteristics would remain unchanged, save for the imposition of a thought imprint of loyalty to Qin Feng. In this perilous world, such a tactic was invaluable. When dealing with foes, there was no need for humanitarianism or mercy. Extracting every ounce of value before turning them to ashes was the proper course of action. Arise and speak. Qin Feng commanded the man who knelt before him. At your service, master. There is no need to address me in such a manner. Understood. Now, let us return to our previous topic. What exactly is this aura? How can it be concealed? Chapter 99. Yao Shan Blood Refinement Technique. This is the unique aura produced after the fusion of the demon race's bloodline with the human body. It is an aura exclusive to half-demons. Slap. Before the man could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him with a strike. You dare to call me a half-demon? Rephrase your words. The man, in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes, had transformed from a royal elder of the Yao Shenjiao into a subordinate. However, he could not defy Qin Feng's command and could only reiterate, it may not necessarily be a half-demon, but it is certainly a fusion of human blood and demon blood within you. He altered his phrasing, yet the meaning remained unchanged. This was likely the limit of his understanding. Even if Qin Feng claimed it was a spontaneous occurrence, he would not believe it. Is this phenomenon common within your Yao Shenjiao? Not particularly common. It only manifests in those with a bloodline rank above royal and who have broken through the king level. Thus, this aura is also a symbol of status within her sect. Qin Feng nodded, understanding why the other party had come directly to meet him. Despite sensing that Qin Feng's realm was clearly beneath the Huangjia level, the individual remained courteous at first. It was only later, when discussing methods of concealing one's aura, that Qin Feng's true capabilities were revealed. How does one conceal it? He inquired. In my teachings, there exists a specialized cultivation method known as Yaosheng Lianshu Shu, which expounds on how to completely integrate demon blood into oneself to achieve the effect of reigning in one's aura. Qin Feng remarked. That hardly sounds like a legitimate technique. Furthermore, I do not believe I possess any demon blood within me. No one can simply expel themselves from humanity. However, if it proves useful, I shall certainly consider practicing it. After all, as Xiao Bai continues to enhance her bloodline concentration, I will inevitably need to further refine my own bloodline. Currently, while my bloodline has been significantly tempered, my actual enhancements have been primarily in strength and physique, with little substantial improvement. Perhaps it is due to a lack of suitable development and utilization. With this thought, Qin Feng ceased his hesitation. Are there any taboos in practicing this technique? What is the level of difficulty? There are no specific taboos, but the requirements are quite stringent. Generally, only elders or those with potential to become elders are permitted to cultivate it. As for the difficulty, I took 3 years to gradually fully integrate the demon blood and conceal my aura. Very well, let's find a different location to experiment, Qin Feng replied. Subsequently, the man led him into a residential building, a secret dwelling of his. During their journey, Qin Feng learned the man's name, Feng Ping. In his 40s, Feng Ping was a natural-born member of the Yaosheng sect, having been born a half-demon. Most of his life was spent within the territories of the demon race and the strongholds of the Yaosheng sect. His rise to the position of elder was entirely due to his bloodline. Within the Yaosheng sect, those with inferior bloodlines, even if half-demons, were regarded as mere human-like livestock. Status was entirely measured by bloodline, making no distinction between humans and demons. The essence of Yaosheng Lianshu Shu lies in the concept of refining. The method of cultivation and the strength of its effects are solely dependent on the tier and concentration of one's bloodline. This technique treats the human body as a demon body for cultivation. Feng Ping wasted no time in imparting the teachings of Yaosheng Lianxue Shu to Qin Feng. Ignoring the superfluous chatter, Qin Feng focused solely on how to conceal his aura and enhance his strength. With proper refinement, the potential was boundless. It could elevate one's capabilities exponentially, rendering the attainment of immortality not entirely impossible. Enough of these distractions. Qin Feng interrupted, dispelling Feng Ping's slightly fervent rhetoric with a sharp clap. Just explain how to refine and utilize it. He was neither a follower of the Yaosheng sect nor a fool easily swayed by empty words. Such tricks might deceive ordinary individuals, but Qin Feng was a pragmatist, believing only in tangible utility. Very well, Feng Ping regained his focus and continued to elaborate on the key points of cultivation. Although much of it revolved around refining demon blood and extracting suitable essence from other demon beasts. However, this information held little significance for Qin Feng. Even if he were to cultivate, it would not involve these aspects, as his bloodline refinement stemmed entirely from Xiao Bai's enhancement of her bloodline concentration. As for extracting essence, the Jiu Yu Yin Su Yin sufficed. Ultimately, for Qin Feng, the most valuable aspects of Yaosheng Lianxue Shu were merely the concealment of his bloodline aura and the utilization of that bloodline. He found no necessity for the cultivation process itself. Fortunately, he did not require extensive training. Otherwise, it would contradict his principle of relaxation. In less than an hour, Feng Ping had thoroughly explained the entire technique in a manner reminiscent of a first-year student briefly covering an entire advanced mathematics textbook on the first day of class. With a heavenly tier technique before him, why could he not learn it? Mathematics, I simply cannot. Qin Feng felt that he did not need the complex refinements. He merely required the application. Following Feng Ping's instructions, he began to circulate his spiritual energy within his body. The energy, which had followed a fixed route, slightly altered its course. Instantly, Qin Feng felt the surge of vitality coursing through him once more, as if his blood were boiling. However, just as he expected this sensation to persist, the energy abruptly surged toward his internal organs and other meridians, effectively opening new channels for his vitality. Were an ordinary person, they would have perished. Yet, due to Qin Feng's extraordinary recovery ability, the meridians that had been ruptured healed rapidly as the new channels formed. Finally, after overcoming numerous obstacles, the overwhelming vitality established a stable circulation within Qin Feng's body, gradually calming down. He sensed that there was little distinction from before, yet he understood that certain changes had indeed occurred. Most importantly, he had mastered the method of concealing the peculiar aura of his demon blood. To be precise, the successful opening of these new meridians signified that he had made initial strides in mastering Yaosheng Lianxue Shu. What remained was the incessant refinement of his bloodline. According to the Yaosheng sect's cultivation method, this would involve the continual collection of blood from demon beasts of the same race, followed by efforts to integrate it into one's own body. However, Qin Feng found this entirely unnecessary. He did not harbor any thoughts of self-cultivation. He would leave it to Xiao Bai. As her bloodline concentration increased, his own bloodline would naturally be refined. The entire cultivation process within the room, though seemingly intricate, lasted merely 2.5 minutes. Now, Qin Feng had successfully cultivated. This meant that in the span of 2.5 minutes, he had achieved what Feng Ping, the Huangjie elder, had accomplished in 3 years of arduous training. The disparity was glaringly evident, leaving Feng Ping in a state of shock, unsure of how to express his astonishment. Could this master be a descendant of a high-ranking figure within the Yaosheng sect, secretly gathering and consolidating the sect's various factions to conspire for power? Otherwise, how could one be so adept at the Yaosheng Lianxue Shu? Is it truly successful? Qin Feng casually inquired. Indeed, at the very least, I can no longer sense that aura. All that remains is the continual integration of demon blood and the development of my bloodline. By the way, what is your current realm? To what extent have you developed? I am currently at Huangjie 3 stars. If I fully activate the demon blood, my strength could triple. That sounds rather weak, Qin Feng remarked. Feng Ping, unable to activate the demon blood secret technique in time, was swiftly defeated by Qin Feng's punch. As a Huangjie powerhouse, it was a thoroughly humiliating experience. Even without activating the demon blood, The mere fact that a Huangjia powerhouse could be defeated in an instant by a Huangjia was absurd. Nevertheless, Qin Feng discerned the potential of the Yaoxing sect. Through the integration of demon blood, one could significantly enhance their strength, not to mention the exaggerated figures of multiples. Even a few times would represent a qualitative leap. Challenging higher tiers became a possibility. It was no wonder they could navigate both the demon and human territories with such ease. An ordinary Emperor-tier powerhouse could hardly contend with the leader of the Yaoxing sect. Qin Feng was eager to test the strength he could unleash upon activating his bloodline using the secret techniques of Yaoxing Lianshu. However, this was not the right moment. He would wait for another opportunity to seize the next victim. The dawn is still several hours away, yet Qin Feng has a plethora of information to absorb. Subsequently, he inquires, "How much do you know about the Yaoxin secret realm?" The Yaoxin secret realm is one of the most vital secrets of our sect. I am only aware that entry requires the Yao Shun Ling, and one must refine the Yao blood to a certain degree. Additionally, the Yao clan can also gain access. Refining Yao blood to a small success? In our current state? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, as this information had not been disclosed by Zhou Zhang. Clearly, this was deliberately concealed by the other party. By the time Qin Feng realized this, the token had already flown away. That seems to be the case. I have merely heard of it, but have never entered. Only those at the peak of the Yao Emperor can possess the Yao Shenling. Then Zhou Zhang must not be a half Yao. How could he enter? Refining Yao blood does not necessarily require sacrificing one's own beast. Integrating the beast blood into one's body is also a possibility for success, albeit with tremendous risk. Elder Zhou has the resources to attempt it. Zhou Zhang has several lives. Indeed, he can try. Elder Zhou is one of the few who succeeded and possesses formidable strength, thus highly regarded by the sect leader. Qin Feng nodded. If he were to reveal the matter of losing the token to Zhou Zhang, the latter would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Of course, it might drive him into a corner, leading to an explosive confrontation. At that point, attracting the attention of the Yaoxin sect's imperial-level leader would be quite troublesome. Qin Feng then inquired about additional information. Aside from knowing that the Yaoxin sect has established 5 major branches in the Xia Kingdom, the rest were rather insignificant tidbits. Feng Ping, being merely a 3-star elder at the royal level, is responsible for several cities' affairs. He is not privy to other significant matters. Before leaving, Qin Feng stated, "Lastly, there is one more task I need you to perform. Please instruct me. It is nothing difficult. Just put on an act." As dawn broke, Qin Feng had returned to the small inn, having rested for a few hours. Estimating that the time was right, he summoned Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, it's time to rise." Bai Wuyou had actually not slept at all, having been awake throughout the night. However, this did not affect her greatly. She merely appeared listless due to something weighing on her mind, allowing Qin Feng to hold her without any response, continuing her act of feigning sleep. "Xiao Bai, shall we venture outside the city for a hunt today?" Bai Wuyou replied absent-mindedly. Fortunately, Qin Feng did not bring up the matter of severing their contract again. Let us let this matter fade away and not mention it again. Could it be that Qin Feng truly is willing to part with her? Does he not wish to see what she looks like after transforming? No, he requested her to dissolve the contract for her own good. Fool! Can't he be a little selfish? At that moment, Bai Wuyou suddenly sensed a formidable spiritual consciousness sweeping through without restraint. Such immense mental power could only belong to someone at least at the royal level. Furthermore, after this consciousness swept by, it seemed to have sensed something, subsequently locking onto their location. Qin Feng, Bai Wuyou quickly communicated through thought, forcing herself to remain calm. "What is wrong, Xiao Bai? Our position has been locked onto by a royal-level expert. We must leave immediately and head towards a crowded area. Within the city, he would not dare to act openly." Understood. Qin Feng did not hesitate, swiftly gathering his belongings to flee. As for Xiao Bai, Qin Feng initially intended to store her in his beast space. But Xiao Bai felt uneasy. Therefore, Qin Feng found a piece of silk cloth to wrap her in as a disguise, merely needing to conceal her striking fur. Soon, Qin Feng exited the inn and made his way onto the bustling streets, advancing steadily towards the outskirts. However, Bai Wuyou's heart was even more anxious, as she sensed that the spiritual consciousness was continuously locking onto their position, never relenting. "Xiao Bai, how is it now?" The presence is still there. At this moment, Bai Wuyou felt a sense of despair. "What should we do?" "I don't know. If only Bai Wuyou could break through to the king level. Perhaps she would have the strength to fight back. But for now, she was merely at the 9th level. Even if she began to close herself off to advance right now, it would take several days. During this time, Qin Feng would undoubtedly be unable to evade the pursuit of a royal-level expert. Don't panic, Xiao Bai. Remember, I have the life-saving ring given to me by the principal. We can leave the city and teleport a few hundred miles in any direction, and we should be able to shake him off. At this moment, Qin Feng thought of an excellent idea. Is this feasible? Xiao Bai, having never experienced the wonders of such a teleportation ring, was somewhat skeptical. Neither had Qin Feng, for he had never needed such a ring. Whatever. Let us give it a try. If we can't shake him off, they are likely after me. Xiao Bai, you should escape on your own. Don't worry about me. No. Chapter 101. Look at how frightened the child is. Hearing the whimper in Xiao Bai's voice, Qin Feng felt he had gone a bit too far. It was akin to frightening a disobedient child with a horror story. Look how scared this child is. From now on, he must never let her know the truth. Not even his strength should be carelessly exposed. Otherwise, with Xiao Bai's cleverness, she would undoubtedly deduce the truth. Qin Feng refrained from saying anything further to provoke Xiao Bai and instead focused on the journey, as if genuinely being pursued by a royal-level expert. In truth, it was quite similar. Feng Ping was an elder of the Yaoshan sect, inherently an adversarial force. A definite royal-level expert. Had Qin Feng not dealt with this individual in advance last night, a similar scenario would likely have unfolded today. Thus, it could not be considered that Qin Feng was deliberately deceiving Xiao Bai. Before long, Qin Feng had exited the massive gates of Huanglong Pass. Xiao Bai, I am about to initiate the teleportation. As he spoke, Qin Feng held the little fox tightly in his embrace. Bai Wuyou replied, ever alert to their surroundings. In the next moment, Bai Wuyou suddenly felt her body teleporting a significant distance instantaneously. In an instant, they had left the city far behind, over 10,000 meters away, and they continued onward. Following a series of rapid teleportations, after a few breaths, she could no longer sense the royal presence. They were saved. Stop. Bai Wuyou felt a bit dizzy. Her current body was not accustomed to this sensation of being teleported. All right, Xiao Bai. Qin Feng found a sand dune and halted. Raising his head, he glanced at the sky. There, a blackbird was circling. How do you feel? Are we still being locked onto? No longer. With such speed, a royal-level expert should be unable to pursue them. However, it seems we cannot return to the city now. Indeed, it's a pity I didn't even